10 exploding tag storage scrolls, 5 shuriken storage scrolls. Feiyu handed the scrolls to the head of the Umbu mission hall, successfully completing the task. The head quickly checked the records and was about to let Feiyu leave when he suddenly looked up and shouted, "Wait!" Captain Nyo of the Umbu orders all Umbu members to assemble immediately at the Death Forest for an emergency combat mission. Understood. Feiyu responded promptly, but began to ponder in his heart. The second Hokage had just died in battle, the successor had not appeared, and the Umbu was thrown into leaderless chaos. Each captain issued orders on their own. What important battle was there? Those strange recent missions transporting war supplies, exchanging intelligence scrolls. Feiyu calmly deduced, someone was planning a coup. And the Umbu was directly involved. Whether it was rebellion or suppression, Feiyu did not want to get involved. Having just become a chunin and pulled into the Umbu, he had been so busy the past month that he had no time to train. Taking this opportunity to leave the Umbu was an excellent choice. As a transmigrator, he knew well that strength was the foundation of survival. Only the strong could live through the Ninja World War. "I'm back." Feiyu returned home to the civilian district, greeted his mother, then quickly slipped into his room to begin chakra training. "Welcome back." A middle-aged woman's voice came from the kitchen as she peeked outside. Feiyu sat cross-legged on the bed, conducting chakra fusion experiments. After countless attempts, he had begun to see a clue. As a civilian ninja, he could only rely on himself. His father had died early, leaving no clues behind. Fortunately, he was familiar with the truth of the world. Chakra is the source of all things, capable of creating something from nothing, reviving the dead, changing heaven and earth, even reversing aging. To master chakra is to control fate. The most famous is the Kekkei Genkai. The IWA village has a large explosion unit, but not everyone is born with the explosion release Kekkei Genkai. The rarity of explosion release experts in the entire ninja world shows that Kekkei Genkai can be created. Feiyu was attempting to fuse the wind and earth nature chakra within his body, aiming to synthesize the magnet release Kekkei Genkai. He injected chakra into his left and right hands, manifesting wind and earth attributes respectively. When his hands lightly touched, a faint trace of mutated chakra instantly appeared that was the sign of successful fusion and magnet release. After countless failures, this faint hope emerged. He dared not recklessly experiment inside his body for fear of uncontrollable consequences, so progress could only remain external. Once the situation stabilized, he planned to learn medical ninjutsu to achieve self-healing. After all, getting injured for no reason would arouse suspicion. He would not teach these secrets for free. Boom! 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 Outside, explosions rang out continuously, and Feiyu heard them clearly. Looks like the battle has begun. He looked out the window and saw fire and water intertwined, like a fierce duel between the fire god and water god, with howling winds and flying branches. Mother knocked and came in. Seeing her son safe and sound, her face relaxed. She was afraid her son would disappear like her husband. "It's so chaotic outside, are you okay not going out?" Mother worried, hiding the reprimand from her secret superior deep in her heart. "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Feiyu comforted his mother. Although he was not born and raised in this world, after 5 years together, he had accepted this identity, and his mother felt at ease to continue her busy work. The noise outside gradually faded. Feiyu withdrew his gaze and continued his chakra fusion research. Half an hour later, hurried footsteps came from the rooftop, followed by heavy knocking on the door. Bang! 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 Just after finishing a battle, a strange figure appeared at the door, clearly with hostile intent. Feiyu instantly became alert, frowning tightly. Feiyu tightly gripped his ninja tool pouch, his eyes sharp like an eagle's, motionless in the bedroom, ready to strike at any moment. "They're here, they're here." Feiyu's mother's voice trembled as she hurried toward the door. The noise outside suddenly intensified, the iron door was violently rammed open, and 3 figures rushed in instantly, each carrying a giant shuriken on their back, cold light flashing, their aura intimidating. "Heh, old lady, your son has caused trouble. Come with us." The burly man in charge sneered, his voice cutting through the air like a blade. "What's going on? What happened to my son?" Feiyu's mother was terrified, her tone urgent, eyes full of fear. "You don't need to know. Behave and come with us, suffer less." The burly man's smile was sinister, enjoying her panic. "Okay, I'll pack up right away and go with you." She forced down her fear, her voice trembling slightly. "Don't dawdle. Now." Suddenly, a scar-faced man appeared, grabbing her neck like a beast, his grip fierce, bones cracking sharply. "Ah!" Feiyu's mother screamed miserably, blood seeping out. Neighbors hearing the scream poked their heads out. The burly man shouted angrily, "Ninjas at work! Bystanders, get lost!" The crowd was frightened and scattered. Inside the bedroom, Feiyu's eyes were bloodshot, fury burning. At the moment the three turned their backs, he exploded into action, leaping out and accurately throwing a kunai into the scar-faced man's back. Scarface let out a miserable scream, his strength instantly gone, his hands hanging limply. Feiyu wanted to save his mother, but saw another burly man quickly snatch her away. His mother was roughly dragged like an object, fueling Feiyu's fury. His eyes turned bloodshot, but the ropes restrained him, preventing any resistance. Who are you? Why did you break into my home and hurt my mother? Feiyu gritted his teeth and demanded. By order of Lord Danzo, we are here to capture the relatives of the Umbu traitors and escort them to the Hokage building. The burly man stared warily at Feiyu, clearly wary of his Umbu identity. You weren't involved in the rebellion, just come with us. Another man calmly persuaded. I agree, but first release my mother. Feiyu said firmly, tears glistening in his eyes. Surrender, and she will be released. The burly man pressed a kunai against Feiyu's mother's neck, signaling his companion to act. The companion quickly pulled out the ropes, binding Feiyu's hands and feet. After confirming they were secure, he kicked him to the ground. I've done as you asked, release my mother. Feiyu groaned, his anger undiminished. Release? How dare you order me around? The burly man increased his force, the kunai in his hand stabbing deeply. Feiyu's mother struggled in pain, a resolute look flashing in her eyes. Suddenly, she pressed her mouth against the kunai and slit her own throat, blood gushing out like a waterfall. Feiyu's eyes burned as he roared, You died, and still splattered me with your blood. The burly man threw the corpse down like a rag doll, cursing under his breath. The companion tried to seize Feiyu, but unexpectedly, Feiyu unleashed astonishing strength and forcefully broke free. Feiyu took 3 steps in 2 strides, rushed to Scarface's corpse, pulled out the kunai, cut the ropes, and lunged at the fallen burly man, stabbing repeatedly until the man's breath ceased. He turned around and threw the kunai at the other burly man. Seeing Feiyu covered in blood, his face twisted like a demon, the burly man was terrified and fled outside, screaming as he ran, Ghost! Ghost! Feiyu pursued relentlessly, chasing through 5 streets, but eventually lost the trail and had no choice but to stop. The people in the neighborhood witnessed a furious ninja chasing a blood-covered man and fled in terror. The streets were filled with tension and fear. The blood on the man splattered everywhere with his violent movements, staining the surrounding ground red. Feiyu's pursuit ended in failure, and he angrily returned inside the house, seeing blood all over the floor. His fury suddenly ignited. Tenzo! If you want to let me live, I will never let you die peacefully. Cold light flashed in Feiyu's eyes, his voice icy and resolute. He quickly gathered the bodies, buried his mother, changed into clean clothes, took out the explosive talisman he had saved up by living frugally for 5 years, skillfully assembled it and tied it to a kunai, ready to detonate at any moment. Under the cover of night, he sneaked to the front of the Hokage building, where flames flickered, torches blazed fiercely, and the Anbu members stood on high alert, setting up a trap formation. Hiruzen Sarutobi and the other ninjas united to surround the building, which contained precious ninja archives and scrolls. Both sides were cautious and dared not act rashly. After a moment, a group of ninjas carrying huge shuriken-shaped weapons appeared beside a young man with a cross-shaped scar on his chin, whispering quietly. That man was Shimura Tenzo. Feiyu's gaze locked onto the target, carefully observing his surroundings. Tenzo was surrounded by ninjas but still maintained at least a 5-step safety distance, demonstrating his noble status, on par with Hiruzen Sarutobi. This was Feiyu's best chance for assassination. As long as he struck at the right angle, a one-hit kill was within reach. Tenzo whispered a few words to a middle-aged ninja, who then disappeared swiftly. Soon after, civilians, elderly and children, some staggering, were driven forward. The Anbu inside the Hokage building immediately stirred. That's my child. A ninja wearing a cat-faced mask exclaimed. My crippled old father. And my newly acquainted girlfriend. The Anbu members frantically searched among the crowd for their relatives, even those with tenuous connections were brought along. You beasts! Using Anbu family members as hostages, you really want to stage a tragedy of kin against kin? The Anbu captain Neo roared. As long as you surrender, the ringleader will be executed, the rest are innocent, Tenzo responded calmly. Only execute the ringleader? Seeing the Anbu waver, Nyo knew the situation was lost and resolutely stepped forward to face judgment. Bang! 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 At the critical moment, explosions suddenly erupted in the crowd, thick smoke billowing up, instantly enveloping Hiruzen Sarutobi's side. A sharp wind swept by, explosions erupted continuously around Shimura Tenzo, sparks flying from the detonated talismans. Ha! Wind release, breakthrough! Tenzo shouted angrily, blowing the smoke away in a sudden gust. A figure dashed toward him like lightning, a dagger pointed straight at his neck. Shadow Binding Jutsu. Shadows on the ground extended rapidly like iron chains, firmly locking Feiyu's shadow. Feiyu's forward charge was instantly stopped. Relying on momentum and willpower, he desperately swung his blade at Tenzo but was forcefully blocked. Danzo breathed a sigh of relief and was about to take a closer look at the person's face, but found he had no impression of them. In that moment of relaxation, Neo leapt down from the Hokage building, covered in explosive tags, and charged at Danzo like lightning. Danzo staggered as a sharp blade pierced his left eye, blood gushing out. Before a scream could escape, a massive explosion swept through the surroundings. Feiyu was caught in the blast and lost consciousness. When he woke up, he was lying on a bed in a dark prison cell, his body wrapped in bandages, every slight movement sending piercing pain through him. All his belongings were gone. He could only stare at the ceiling and calmly calculate the situation. My life was spared. I don't know if Danzo is dead, but if he is still alive, I will personally send him on his way. A week later, as his injuries gradually healed, Feiyu was able to move around a little within the cell. Suddenly, footsteps came from outside. Feiyu, the Hokage summons you. Two masked ninja appeared. They even checked my name? Ha, looks like there's a chance, Feiyu sneered inwardly. On the way to the Hokage building, he encountered a man standing quietly by the roadside, his left eye wrapped in bandages, as if waiting. The man slowly turned his head and coldly stared at Feiyu with his remaining eye, none other than the recently discharged Shimura Danzo. His icy gaze pierced through all obstacles, as if a single glance could be lethal. Feiyu immediately became alert, tensing his whole body to guard against a sudden attack from Danzo. The Anbu ninja also stepped back, keeping their distance. A set distance. But what Danzo said next shocked everyone. Feiyu, I have learned about your situation through secret channels, truly unexpected. Danzo sneered coldly, the Fuma clan's rebellion under my orders is a grave crime, but I admire the way you handle things. He decisively shifted the blame onto the Fuma clan, his gaze icy and piercing. In the name of the third Hokage, I am forming Root the Blade in the shadows. You are very suitable for this organization. Join Root, and I will immediately promote you to captain. How about it? His tone was enthusiastic, but a cold gleam flickered in his eyes. Root? Feiyu pretended to be confused, but he knew clearly that joining Danzo's subordinates meant he could be crushed at any time. You will soon understand the meaning of Root. My offer is valid for 1 week. Come to me anytime once you've decided. With that, Danzo turned and left without looking back. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat upright in the center, with Konohamaru Sarutobi and Mito Anko closely beside him. Using their identities as the former Hokage's apprentice and the current Hokage's comrade, the two had smoothly entered the upper echelon, acting as advisors in major decisions. The three faced Feiyu and conducted a rigorous triple interrogation. Konohamaru and Anko spoke fiercely, but Feiyu remained silent, making the two flush with anger. Fortunately, no one else was watching, sparing them embarrassment. In the awkward silence, Hiruzen Sarutobi finally spoke. The Anbu rebellion has nothing to do with you, but assassinating senior officials is a grave crime, no matter how justified. He set the tone and continued, although Danzo has dropped the charges, punishment is still necessary. You will guard the border for 1 month. After you return, the village will no longer gossip about you. His tone carried a rare leniency from the Hokage, somewhat performative but effective. Yes. Feiyu understood and accepted the words. Hiruzen Sarutobi gestured for the Anbu to take Feiyu away, then turned to quietly discuss with the advisors. Hiruzen, this punishment is too light. Executing him outright would be more of a deterrent. Konohamaru said sharply. Exactly, at least sever his chakra pathways so he can never be a ninja again. Anko agreed. That's enough. The foundation is unstable now, we cannot lose the Mask of Mercy. Civilian ninjas are the leverage against the ninja clans. Everyone is watching this matter closely. Winning hearts and minds is the best strategy. Hiruzen waved his hand to end the argument. The two nodded awkwardly, their dislike for Feiyu deepening, while also feeling the coldness of power. Feiyu was locked in a new cell, noticeably spacious and clean. The room had no furniture but was free of mosquitoes, snakes, or rats. Outside, the Anbu guards were tightly stationed, ready for any emergency. During this time, many Anbu clan ninjas were released due to internal clan pressure, while some with ill intentions were exposed by the secret techniques of the Mountain Clan and re-imprisoned. The civilian ninjas helplessly awaited judgment. On the third day, Danzo appeared but did not glance at Feiyu, as if the previous promise had never been made. He spoke privately with the stronger civilian Jonin one by one. No one knew what was said. When he left, he took almost all of them with him. They have joined Root. No need to think twice. Feiyue's heart was torn like a knife. These unsupported Jonin had only one path to freedom, joining Root. The Konoha High Command would never tolerate unstable elements, and the only olive branch was tightly grasped by them. Feiyu was well aware of Root's cruelty. All the dirty and exhausting tasks were borne by them, and after death, not even the whole body was guaranteed to be preserved. A lifetime hidden in darkness, with no one knowing their achievements, and those exposed were even denied by the village. A week later, a messenger wearing an umbu mask came before Feiyu. Feiyu, Lord Danzo asked me to ask you. How have you considered it? My answer is no. Feiyu responded coldly, closing his eyes and immediately entering a state of cultivation, not even moving half an inch from the bed. Seeing his indifferent attitude, the visitor did not linger and quickly left with a flash of his figure. Feiyu was released and walked along the streets of Konoha village, his ears filled with discussions about the umbu-ku. The villagers praised Shimura Danzo's magnanimity endlessly and chose to be tolerant of Feiyu's actions. The news spread to every corner. The Hokage was just and strict, and the villagers were full of hope for the future. Just a master of public opinion manipulation, Feiyu sneered lightly at the corner of his mouth. He walked straight into the ninja tool shop and used the village's compensation money to buy all kinds of ninja tools. In less than 15 minutes, his ninja tool pouch was bulging, tight around his waist, giving him a strong sense of security. At the village entrance, Matsumoto Taichi and others had been waiting for a long time. Feiyu joined them, and together they set off toward the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning. Earlier, the Konoha High Command had reached a consensus to eliminate umbu members not recruited by Root and include them in the operation to capture Kinkaku. Kinkaku had been severely wounded by the second Hokage and fled into the Land of Fire. The new Hokage vowed to avenge his predecessor. But Kinkaku was extraordinarily powerful, and only by deploying a large number of ninja could they succeed. Those umbu members who had made mistakes and were unworthy of joining Root became the best cannon fodder, responsible for probing the enemy and striking with a decisive blow when the opportunity arose. The outside world praised Danzo's magnanimity, but no one knew that Feiyu's experience was no different from other umbu. Even if someone noticed, they chose silence out of fear of Danzo's power. As the 12-man squad just left the village, Feiyu immediately went on full alert, guarding against ambushes. Only Matsumoto Taichi was a jonin in the entire team. The rest were chunin, many of whom were newly recruited umbu. Their combat power was insufficient, and they could easily collapse when facing strong enemies, so survival was the top priority. After 3 days of trekking, they finally reached the designated outpost. Along the way, they encountered a few small bandits, all easily repelled. The journey was smooth, and everyone arrived safely. Inside the outpost, 12 people were divided into 4 groups, each guarding a different direction. The members of the Feiyu group were Kojima and Toramura. They were responsible for the east side of the outpost, a dense forest. There was only a rugged path through the woods, and the 3 of them were scattered and concealed, reporting back to the outpost only once every 7 days. Day after day, Feiyu patrolled while training. Until the 3rd month, when the calm was broken. In the distance, from the direction of the Land of Hot Water, appeared a large group, their flags clearly bearing the emblem of the Land of Sky, followed by several horse-drawn carts loaded with various goods, clearly a merchant caravan. After confirming they were not the target, the 3 Feiyu members quietly revealed themselves, causing panic among the caravan. A Sky Ninja guard drew his sword and threw a weapon directly at Feiyu's south hiding place. Feiyu dodged lightly, steadied himself, and stared ahead. The caravan members looked tense too, gripped their weapons, trembling slightly, the atmosphere extremely eerie. Kojima stepped forward first, coldly asking, "Who are you?" A cart door opened, and a young man stepped out. Seeing Kojima's Konoha forehead protector, he immediately relaxed and respectfully said, reporting, "Sir, I am Shinong of the Land of Sky merchant caravan, passing through the Land of Hot Water, preparing to return home." Feiyu was shocked. The Naruto world actually had a Shinong? Hearing the name, he thought he had crossed time and space. Seeing the Land of Sky emblem, a flash of insight passed through his mind. Could this be the descendant of the Sky Ninja village as Shinong? No, the Sky Ninja village was still prosperous, even comparable to second-tier great nations like the Land of Fields. He coveted the forbidden techniques of the Sky Ninja village, rumored to open the 8th gate of the 8 gates without dying, a legendary skill dreamed of by countless ninjas. Feiyu and Kojima entered the caravan to inspect the goods carefully, while Toramura stood guard outside, alert. Feiyu's eyes were sharp as a hawk, secretly searching for secrets on Shinong's person. Finding nothing, he turned to the cart Shinong had just left. Inside the cart, Feiyu found a hidden partition, quickly took out a scroll concealed within, gently slipped it into his sleeve, and walked out without changing expression, allowing the caravan to pass. Shinnong returned to the cart, exhaled deeply, and absent-mindedly reached toward the secret compartment with his right hand. After searching for a long time, he couldn't find what he wanted. His expression changed drastically. He hurriedly looked into the secret compartment. It was empty. He searched his body a few more times, confirming the item was missing. The thought that Feiyu had entered the cart just now flashed through his mind, but he dared not reveal it and instead urged the group to speed up. He bitterly engraved Feiyu's face deeply in his mind, and while the memory was fresh, quickly drew a portrait again. Just 15 minutes after Shinnon left, several figures appeared from the direction of the land of hot water. Wearing the Yun village forehead protectors, they looked hurried and alert, scanning the surroundings cautiously as they rapidly approached. Seeing the situation, Kojima immediately raised the signal flare in his hand and shot it into the sky. He was well aware of the strength of the other two, and the team encountering hostile Jonin meant there was no chance of escaping unscathed. The hidden cloud village had just erupted into a major battle with Konoha, and the enemy situation was uncertain. Calling for backup was the only wise choice at this moment. The hidden cloud village squad saw the signal flare rise into the sky and immediately stopped in their tracks, staring at the three from Feiyu. Seeing their youthful faces, they didn't take them seriously and sharply questioned. "Kid, have you seen a merchant caravan from the land of sky?" "Merchant caravan from the land of sky? They just passed by about 15 minutes ago," Kojima answered truthfully, unconcerned. "They stole important secrets from the hidden cloud village. Now you're ordered to lead us to them, or don't blame me for being ruthless." The middle-aged woman in charge commanded coldly, her gaze sharp and tone icy. While giving orders, she didn't forget to keep the three kids close, wary of any trickery. Feiyu's heart stirred as he immediately recalled the scroll hidden in the secret compartment of the Shinnon carriage. Before he could open it, the hidden cloud village pursuing ninja arrived. He took a half-step back, ready to flee at any moment. We're on an important mission and don't have time to waste with you," Torimura snorted coldly, directly countering the threat. "Since you want to cooperate, then die under my newly gained power." The middle-aged woman roared, a faint red mist rising around her. The mist gradually condensed into a hard armor, enveloping her. "Damn! A Jinchuriki!" Feiyu cursed, decisively turning and running. Kojima and Torimura heard the words Jinchuriki but showed no reaction, standing ready to fight at any moment. Seeing the two showed no intention of retreating, Feiyu knew they had no understanding of the terror that Jinchuriki represented. "You know quite a bit, kid." The middle-aged woman chuckled lightly, leapt, and instantly appeared before Kojima and Torimura, swinging both fists fiercely. Caught off guard, the two hurriedly defended. As the fists landed, pain immediately showed on their faces. Kojima and Torimura were punched flying, their arms twisted violently, grimacing in pain. The middle-aged woman turned her gaze toward Feiyu. Feiyu saw that Kojima and Torimura were no match, defeated with a single move, deeply realizing her strength. Only strategy will work, brute force is hopeless. Feiyu decisively gave up close combat, retreating while buying time for reinforcements. Earth release, subterranean navigation technique. He formed hand seals as he moved. The surrounding earth instantly became fluid-like, and he quickly sank underground, disappearing from the middle-aged woman's sight. The woman angrily slammed the ground, causing a crack to open, revealing Feiyu's figure. He struggled to swim through but fell far behind. She kicked out, and Feiyu's figure gradually blurred. "Not good." Just as the words fell, a hand suddenly shot out from beneath the woman's feet, pulling her forcefully into the ground, leaving only her head exposed. Earth release, heartfelt decapitation technique. Feiyu dared not stay and turned to run swiftly. But after only a few steps, the woman burst out of the ground with astonishing speed. Feiyu was shocked, once again refreshing his understanding of her strength. The woman leapt high and delivered a fierce whip kick toward Feiyu. Feiyu hurriedly crossed his arms to block. Bang! A muffled sound, Feiyu groaned in pain, being knocked back 5 meters and only stopping after crashing into a large tree. He barely supported himself with his hands on his upper arms, shaking them to relieve the pain. At this moment, he deeply realized the importance of taijutsu for a ninja. It need not be mastered perfectly, but it must never be useless, or else one would become a burden on the battlefield. What's going on? Could it be an illusion? The woman stared at her left leg and noticed that the chakra cloak she had just touched had lost a layer. Feiyu also felt something unusual in his forearm, but the pain quickly overwhelmed the sensation. Without hesitation, the woman charged again fiercely, determined to kill Feiyu. Meanwhile, Kojima and Torimura had already been suppressed by teammates, leaving only Feiyu still struggling wildly. A flash crossed his mind. He had once considered surrendering, but the thought vanished instantly. He must never give his life to the enemy so easily. Lightning release, grateful wave. The woman quickly formed hand seals with both hands, an electric light swept around like waves, an indiscriminate attack aimed directly at Feiyu. Wind release, breakthrough. Feiyu turned and unleashed a fierce gale to counter the lightning. The wave-shaped lightning collided with the gale and instantly dissipated. The wind's force remained strong and suddenly surged toward the woman. She relied on her tailed beast cloak to endure, ripples forming on the surface before the wind force faded. Seizing the opportunity, Feiyu quickly performed earth release, subterranean navigation, burrowing underground to hide. He had long set up explosive tag traps at his hiding spot to guard against accidents. The woman pursued relentlessly, tracking the traces flowing along the ground, tearing several chakra threads along the way, triggering the explosive tags. Boom! The explosion suddenly erupted around the woman, blasting a deep crater in the ground, with dust and debris sweeping across the sky. Feiyu felt the shock underground. The power was astonishing. He knew well that smoke without harm was no reason to stay, so he quickly rushed toward the outpost. A few ninjas approached from the front, led by the Jonin Matsumoto Taichi, who was in charge of this team. Feiyu was overjoyed at the sight and hurried forward to report the battle situation. Everyone stared into the smoke, seeing a disheveled figure slowly emerge, yet completely unharmed. A tough little brat? This time you brought your big shot along? The woman licked her lips, unusually excited. TCH, just a woman over 10 years older than me. Feiyu retorted unhappily. He had just turned 16 and was no longer to be underestimated. Naruto had saved the world at that age. Feiyu, return to the outpost first, send a signal to call for reinforcements, and transmit the intelligence back to the village. Matsumoto Taichi handed him signal flares and a summoning scroll, then formed a formation with the others, surrounding the woman in the center. Leave it to me. Feiyu agreed and quickly left the battlefield. After a few steps, he suddenly stopped. A tall man appeared before him, with loose golden hair and two conspicuous upright horns. Jinkaku. Feiyu gritted his teeth, extremely unlucky to run into him. Yo, didn't he expect you Konoha kids to know my name? Jinkaku had a golden rope tied around his right hand and waved a palm fan in his left, mockingly watching the fierce battle ahead. Weren't you severely injured by the second Hokage? How are you still alive? Feiyu asked in confusion. Second Hokage? That was just a scratch. When I take the position of Hokage, I will completely destroy Konoha, and the Land of Fire will have no Hokage. Before he finished speaking, he charged toward the battlefield. TCH, being a mere passerby isn't so bad, at least I keep my life. Feiyu didn't forget his mission and quickly returned to the outpost to send the call for reinforcements. Using the summoning scroll, he summoned a monkey and conveyed the battlefield intelligence in writing. As the smoke cleared, the monkey disappeared. Feiyu stayed around the battlefield, closely monitoring the situation, ready to update the support information at any time. The once arrogant middle-aged woman was now Jinkaku's punching bag, dragged and beaten mercilessly. Matsumoto Taichi and the others also lay on the ground, motionless. Serves you right for being arrogant. How dare you look down on me? When I ruled Kumobikure, you weren't even born. Jinkaku muttered as he beat her. Be a good girl and surrender. Let me implant a sealing curse inside you, and I'll help you dominate the ninja world. How about that? His tone was tempting as he approached the fallen woman, preparing to cast a spell. The woman's eyes were hollow, her body limp on the ground, her heart filled with confusion. After becoming a Jinchuriki, she was utterly defeated by even the normally weaker Kinkaku, powerless to resist. Before she could make a name for herself in the ninja world, reality had brutally shattered her dreams. The most terrifying thing in life is the collapse of faith. The beliefs of the past, all the effort invested, ultimately amounted to nothing. The intelligence has been sent out. Why hasn't Lord Hokage arrived yet? Two teammates who had come with the woman immediately sent an emergency signal to the village upon seeing Kinkaku appear. The village had invested enormous effort into researching the heavenly gift. Hell Piercer, 4-book Spearhand. A streak of blue lightning tore across the battlefield, instantly reaching Kinkaku, as AI's right hand suddenly stabbed toward his chest. Ah! Kinkaku was interrupted mid-advance by the piercing strike, his chest muscles tensing as he forcibly resisted AI's attack, quickly dodging to create distance. AI twisted his body and decisively threw the woman to her subordinates, shaking her off. You're not bad at all, daring to hurt me. In such a hurry to die? Kinkaku sneered, swinging his massive banana leaf fan. The fan howled, unleashing wind, fire, lightning, water, and earth elemental ninjutsu, fiercely attacking AI. Once I smash your head, you'll know what it means to die in a hurry. AI activated his full body lightning armor and flashed away to dodge the assault. Seeing that ordinary weapons couldn't win, Kinkaku roared in anger, unleashing the power of the tailed beast within him. 5 massive tails suddenly sprouted from his back, his skin cracking as he transformed into a red demon beast. The tails slammed into the ground, energy wildly spreading through the earth. 2 ninjas who had followed Matsumoto Taichi's surprise attack were instantly pierced and shredded by the tails. Seeing this, Feiyu quickly concealed Matsumoto Taichi and withdrew him from the battlefield. Noticing he was still breathing, Feiyu focused intently on the ongoing battle. The tails appearing around AI were effortlessly sliced off by him as if cutting through butter, causing Kinkaku to fly into a rage. He poured malicious chakra into the hole drilled by his tail, suddenly bursting out from the opening, leaving AI dizzy and disoriented. Immediately after, Kinkaku flashed forward, grabbing AI in his hand. He condensed a tailed beast orb in his mouth, preparing to incinerate AI at close range. At the critical moment, AI unleashed his ultimate technique, black lightning erupting and enveloping his entire body. He was, in fact, a powerful wielder of the storm release bloodline limit. The black lightning fiercely struck the tailed beast form of Kinkaku, stiffening his entire body and causing the tailed beast orb in his mouth to begin dissipating. Black lightning entwined AI's body, like a messenger from hell, exuding a strong ominous aura. Hell Piercer Ippon Ken Te. AI's right hand finger shot out sharply, his whole body transforming into a black arrow, stabbing straight at Jin Jiao. From a distance, Feiyu felt a sharp pain. With just his naked eyes he couldn't imagine what it would be like to endure this strike head-on. At this moment, Feiyu's determination to become stronger grew even firmer. Otherwise, he could only survive in this world full of powerful beings, with his life and death controlled by others. Jin Jiao's head snapped off on impact, his eyes full of shock and unwillingness. With Jin Jiao down, the mission was initially accomplished, and Feiyu and the others quickly retreated with Matsumoto Taichi. Although not resolved by their own hands, the result was no different. According to procedure, the target's body should be brought back to the village for inspection, but the current situation was clearly unsuitable, and the final decision rested with the Konoha leadership. AI cleared the battlefield, carrying the unconscious middle-aged woman on his shoulder, preparing to return to Yunin village. However, the middle-aged woman's subordinates had not forgotten their duties. Reikage-sama, the village's secret chakra stimulation technique has been stolen, and that brat over there knows something. A ninja pointed at Feiyu. The third Reikage exclaimed in shock, "What? Such a crucial secret, why wasn't it reported earlier?" His gaze was like a blade, fixed tightly on Feiyu. The secret chakra stimulation technique was the foundation of the lightning release chakra mode, a top-secret inheritance of the Yuzuki clan from Yunin village. The third Reikage had earned the title of strongest shield thanks to this technique, its importance self-evident. Feeling AI's gaze, Feiyu's whole body prickled with unease. Slowly turning his head, he met the third Reikage's beast-like stare, his heart chilling. It was too late to run. In principle, the second Reikage and the second Hokage had long signed a peace agreement, and the new Reikage should not undermine his predecessor's authority, but he had underestimated the value of that scroll. Even at the cost of his reputation, he was determined to retrieve the secret. The Reikage's imposing figure slowly advanced, the pressure like a raging flood. Feiyu looked at his own frail body, feeling no resistance in his heart. Matsumoto Taichi beside him was barely alive, adding to his helplessness. Feiyu desperately shook Matsumoto Taichi, trying to wake the only jonin and have him take responsibility for the team. After shaking for a long time with no result, the bleeding from the wound worsened. In the midst of despair, a figure suddenly appeared before Feiyu. He wore a ninja vest, with the Uchiha clan emblem on his back. It was Uchiha Kagami, who had come to support. "Feiyu, the mission is complete. Leave this to me." Kagami scanned the battlefield, his gaze sharp as a blade, calm and resolute. "Lord Kagami, be careful. There's a kind of black electric current on the other side, extremely powerful, and a set of body techniques with astonishing penetration." Feiyu reported the information nervously. Feiyu passed through the supporting Uchiha Jonin and retreated unsteadily. Suddenly, an angry shout came from behind. "Humph, brat, hand over the person who stole the Yunin secrets, and I might spare your life." The Reikage chased after him with furious eyes. Kagami instantly stood in front of the Reikage, speaking coldly, "Reikage-sama, the threat to our seedlings within the land of fire is not from a strong person. Reikage, you face all of us Uchiha, yet you chase a child younger than your own son. You truly underestimate us." The one-eyed man's 3 Tomo Sharingan flickered, burning with rage. A bunch of small fries relying on bloodline limits to prop themselves up. I have no time to waste on you. The Raikage sneered, his eyes full of contempt. As the head of the Yayue clan, having sought the lightning release bloodline limit for generations without success, seeing these red-eyed fanatics so arrogant stirred waves of jealousy in his heart. Before the words finished, the powder keg was ignited. Various fire release ninjutsu were unleashed: Great Fireball, Phoenix Flower Fire, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb raining down on the Raikage. The Raikage, cloaked in lightning release chakra armor, was like a wall of electric light. All the flames exploded on his body surface, leaving him unharmed. Hellspear, for penetration strike, the Raikage roared, lightning stabbing toward Feiyu like a flash. Bang! The Raikage's spear struck a defense as hard as a wall and was violently repelled. Haha, the new generation of Konoha, I will protect you. Kagami's entire body erupted with green chakra, quickly forming a massive skeleton. Susanoo stood towering like an iron tower, blocking the Raikage. The Raikage's expression changed drastically, weighed down heavily. It has appeared. The power to pacify the chaotic world, the Uchiha Jonin shouted excitedly. The Raikage stopped, staring at Kagami, his heart filled with apprehension. He was a veteran of the Warring States period, well aware of the terror of this inhuman power. Once all ninja villages submitted because of it, their fear deeply rooted. Your power is too terrifying. If allowed to develop, you will become the second Uchiha Madara. You must not be allowed to return alive to Konoha. The Raikage coldly ordered his subordinates, his gaze fixed tightly on Kagami. Two subordinates immediately stood up and pursued the direction where Feiyu had disappeared. The Uchiha Jonin tried to intercept but were forced to retreat by the Raikage's speed, only able to watch helplessly as the two left. After Feiyu disappeared, he quickly headed toward the outpost, erasing traces along the way. He knew the enemy wouldn't give up. At this moment, he desperately wanted the shadow clone technique but couldn't exchange for it due to insufficient contribution. Helpless, he could only rely on the power of the masses. Near the outpost, everyone had already received Feiyu's summons and gathered one after another. Someone's coming, looks like Feiyu. He is carrying Captain Matsumoto on his back. How did Captain Matsumoto end up being carried by Feiyu? What exactly happened? Captain Matsumoto isn't here, so how did he summon us? Inside the outpost, there was much discussion. Listen to me, Captain Matsumoto is seriously injured. Important intelligence must be sent back to the village. The enemy is in close pursuit. Everyone, take these intelligence scrolls and split up. Feiyu distributed blank scrolls, finished his instructions, and charged out first. Everyone looked at each other, hesitant and undecided. With so many real clones, we should be able to fool the pursuers, if there are any. Feiyu carried Matsumoto on his back, weaving through the forest. Though he wanted to get rid of the burden, thinking of the danger behind, he decided to bring him along. After all, a seriously injured Jonin is still a Jonin. Delaying for several dozen minutes would be enough for Feiyu to create distance. In the dense forest, he constantly changed postures, his figure flickering like a ghost. Darting in a dozen directions, Feiyu was dazzled, almost unable to tell north from south or east from west. He stopped by a clear stream to catch his breath. Suddenly, two figures shot out from the woods with a whoosh whoosh. They were the subordinates of the middle-aged woman Harano Reiko and Harano Keiko. You're running pretty fast, little brother. Come over here, big sister has something good for you. Keiko smiled brightly, standing on a tree branch, her voice coquettish. Keiko, stop playing tricks. Let us deal with the matter at hand first and hurry back to support Lord Raikage. Reiko warned coldly, her expression grave. Alright, Reiko is right, I'll retreat first. Keiko shrugged helplessly, showing her reluctance. The two echoed each other, without any sense of battle tension, making Feiyu's heart grow dark. He casually kicked Matsumoto, who was lying like a dead dog nearby, but unexpectedly Matsumoto dodged skillfully with a flash. Feiyu was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Ha, you fool, you were followed all the way and didn't notice it. You deserve to die. Don't mess with the wrong people in your next life. Matsumoto taunted proudly. Keiko and Riko across from him were dumbfounded, not expecting the situation to be so dramatic. Both of you must have come after receiving my signal, right? If so, let's start the battle. Matsumoto was full of confidence. Signal? What signal? Keiko frowned in confusion. Could it be that you followed the special musk scent I left all the way here? Matsumoto asked urgently. Musk? How come I didn't smell anything? Keiko looked around but sensed nothing unusual. This musk can only be detected by specially trained ninja beasts. Ordinary people can't distinguish it. Are you here on the Raikage's orders to eliminate the target designated by Lord Danzo? Matsumoto became more confused as he spoke. Things were completely off. Stop talking nonsense. What is Danzo? How could he command the Hokage? Riko sneered contemptuously. How did you catch up with him? We'll tell you after he's dead. Keiko smiled darkly. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, majestic dragon fire technique. The two formed hand seals simultaneously, unleashing a combined ninjutsu. The fire dragon surged violently with the wind, rushing straight at Feiyu. Feiyu's figure flashed, teleporting behind Matsumoto, and took advantage of his momentary distraction to slash him down with a single stroke. He forcefully threw Matsumoto's corpse toward Keiko and Riko, which collided with the fire dragon and instantly charred to black charcoal. Earth release, subterranean navigation technique. Feiyu quickly formed hand seals, burrowed underground, and escaped rapidly. Water release, water surge wave. Lightning release, earth walk. Keiko spat out a large amount of water, soaking the land within a kilometer, the water seeping into the soil. Lightning flashed in Riko's palm, a bolt of lightning piercing through the water, directly targeting Feiyu's direction of stealth. Damn it! They cooperate so well, their ninjutsu is truly formidable. I must get close, or I'll surely die. Clone technique. Feiyu instantly created 3 clones, rushing simultaneously toward Wheezy and Lizzie. Ha ha ha, using taijutsu against ninjutsu? Wheezy sneered contemptuously, showing no fear. As the clones approached, Wheezy struck quickly, breaking them one by one. The original body drew near, electricity flickering over it, landing a blow on Feiyu's chest and kicking him fiercely away. Lightning release chakra mode. Lightning surged within Feiyu's body. Though it was a basic version, it was far weaker than Lord Hokage's power. This is the low-end version. My Lord Hokage's ultimate move hasn't even been used yet, Wheezy taunted. Let's give him the final blow. Lizzie coldly watched Feiyu unable to move, his chakra paralyzed by the lightning attribute. Feiyu felt his whole body grow cold, completely losing control. Seeing them closing in, he gritted his teeth and decided to risk everything, activating chakra fusion within his body. If he could awaken magnet release, he could remotely control shurikens, ambush and kill one of them, and turn the tide. I must succeed, he silently vowed, dividing his chakra into 2 parts, one transforming into earth attribute, the other into wind attribute, circulating inside and finally converging at his dantian. He focused all his attention, blocking out all external distractions. At the moment of chakra fusion, sharp pain radiated from deep in his bone marrow, spreading throughout his body from the dantian. Chakra spiraled out of control, wildly rushing toward the dantian with immense suction, as if even his soul was being pulled. His body gradually lost control, the powerful suction continuously squeezing him. Chakra was constantly drawn away, then rapidly reconverged, cycling repeatedly. His entire body grew numb, reduced to mechanically producing chakra and concentrating it. His cells emitted piercing wails, and his brain throbbed with stabbing pain. Only when his flesh began to dissolve did the suction in his dantian finally cease. The newly formed chakra slowly spread throughout his body, bringing a warm sensation as if the previous numbness had been just a dream. Feiyu snapped back to awareness, knowing his recent action was extremely risky. If the chakra had gone out of control, his meridians would have ruptured, and he would have been crippled instantly. Fortunately, the fusion barely succeeded. The chakra was extremely unstable at this moment, alternating continuously between fusion and separation with the pulse of the meridians. The moment it fused, it immediately separated, and after separation, it quickly fused again. But in this brief interval, he was able to mobilize a small portion of the new chakra. This new chakra circulated on the surface of the body, instantly dispelling the stiffness all over. A surge of lightning-natured chakra was stored inside, and Feiyu regained control of his body. The lightning chakra instantly conducted to his left hand, and with a thought, it could be released. This feeling, it's actually like Meitan? Feiyu was secretly surprised. The bloodline limit that fused earth and wind was originally Jitan, but by a twist of fate, it turned into Meitan. He fell to the ground, pretending to still be controlled by stiffness. The moment Lizzie and Wheezy approached, he suddenly pressed down on Lizzie's left hand and released the lightning chakra. The two were shocked to see him stand up. Lizzie felt a wave of numbness. Because she had long used lightning-natured chakra to stimulate her cells, she already had resistance and recovered in just over 10 seconds. Feiyu didn't miss the opportunity. With the kunai in his hand, he swiftly stabbed Lizzie's neck, piercing through. How is that possible? Wheezy was utterly shocked. For ordinary people, the first time they endure lightning stimulation of the cells, it takes at least 10 minutes to recover. But Feiyu moved freely instantly, making it hard for her to believe. Unless your acting is too good, you're faking it too well. She cursed inwardly, hypocrite. Feiyu looked puzzled but ignored it, rushing forward to strike while she was weak. He kicked fiercely, and Huizia's whole body erupted with lightning instantly, trying to increase the intensity and use her old technique again. The lightning was absorbed cleanly the moment it touched him. Feiyu's kick hit her shoulder, dislocating it. Huizi endured the pain and stood up. Her shoulder lost combat ability, but she was unwilling to flee. Lizzie had just sacrificed herself, it couldn't be in vain. Thinking quickly, she pretended to be pitiful and began to writhe. "Little brother, you're really amazing. Sister can't beat you, please spare me, I'll grant you one wish." She licked her lips, full of charm. "Oh? Anything?" Feiyu's eyes lit up, his gaze fixed on the curve of her chest. Anything." Huizi blushed and nodded. Hee, then I won't be polite." Feiyu rubbed his hands excitedly, showing a sly smile. Huizi closed her eyes in anticipation. What she expected did not happen suddenly. Her neck felt icy cold, and a gush of blood spurted out. "You?" She was stunned, trembling as she touched her neck, her eyes full of disbelief. "Go to hell," Feiyu whispered coldly in her ear. Huizi finally realized she had been tricked. Seeing Feiyu as cold as a knife, she slowly collapsed to the ground. Feiyu looked around to confirm no one was there, then sat down gasping heavily, expelling the lightning energy from his body. After absorbing a large amount of lightning from Huizi's body, his chakra balance was disrupted. He forced himself to finish off the enemy in one breath, but his body lost control as chakra wildly surged inside him. 15 minutes later, his chakra gradually stabilized, and the dark teleportation completely disappeared. After a short rest, he cleaned up the battlefield and scavenged all valuable items. When he reached into Lizzie's arms, he was shocked to find a black and white kitten curled up and trembling. Feiyu examined it carefully, cautiously preparing to respond to any possible enemy communication signals. As soon as the spirit beast appeared, Feiyu showed no mercy, intending to kill it outright, sneering, "So ugly." Unexpectedly, the kitten fluffed up and fought back immediately upon hearing this. "You're the ugly one. Your whole family is ugly," a childish yet domineering little voice came out of its mouth. "Can talk?" Feiyu's eyes widened in surprise. "Talking is nothing. I can do immortal magic too." The kitten perked up as soon as it realized Feiyu could communicate. "Immortal magic? You?" Feiyu looked it up and down, full of disbelief. Only the 3 great sacred lands had immortal magic, how could an animal have it? But this talking ugly cat piqued his curiosity, so he grabbed it and quickly left the battlefield, wary of any follow-up enemies. "Meow." The kitten struggled, letting out a piercing cry. Seeing this, Feiyu had no choice but to put it on his shoulder and let it lie there. "Meow, don't be afraid, there's no chakra aura around anymore." The ugly cat licked its paw, as if seeing through Feiyu's thoughts. "You can sense chakra?" Feiyu was surprised. Sensing chakra is the foundation of practicing ninja arts. Otherwise, how do you think they caught up with you? "They rely on me." "The tailed beast chakra on your body can be smelled from 10 miles away," the ugly cat said excitedly. "Tailed beast chakra? Then why did it just disappear?" The ugly cat looked puzzled. "Maybe it's because you just absorbed chakra using the demonic escape," Feiyu nodded. 3 days later, dusty and weary, Feiyu finally returned to the village, this time accompanied by a mysterious ugly cat. Sarutobi Hiruzen learned he was the first to return and immediately sent the Umbu to escort him for a meeting. Feiyu handed over the organized mission log to Hiruzen, who read it carefully and let out a long breath. Of course, the matter with Matsumoto Taichi was not written down. It was a grudge between Feiyu and Danzo, and Hiruzen did not want to get involved. "You performed well this time. Your mission rating has improved from B to A. Here's a 1-month leave for you to rest well." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Feiyu was overjoyed, not expecting such an unexpected reward. Leaving the Hokage's office, he hurried to the mission center to submit the mission. In his ninja profile, the number of A-rank missions finally changed from 0 to 1, a huge breakthrough. Completing an A-rank mission not only brings a generous bonus but also extremely valuable contribution rewards, which can be exchanged for secret ninja scrolls, rare weapons, and training resources. Feiyu had accumulated quite a bit of contribution over 5 years in the village, but the threshold for exchanging high-level ninja arts was very high. For example, to exchange the B-rank ninja art Shadow Clone, you must first complete an A-rank mission to unlock the exchange permission. A-rank ninja arts require completing an S-rank mission to exchange, and S-rank ninja arts are village secrets, only given to those with absolute loyalty and major contributions, with brain seals installed to prevent leaks. Moreover, not everyone can accept A-rank missions. The mission center evaluates qualifications based on the number of B-rank missions completed, success rate, and strength. So far, Feiyu had only exchanged a few C-rank ninja arts for survival. This time, Hiruzen's favor was like sweet fruit after bitterness. 5 years of effort finally bore fruit. Power is truly enchanting. A single order can rewrite the life of an ordinary ninja. Excitedly arriving at the exchange counter, he held the ninjutsu catalog and examined it closely. After flipping through it for a long time, he sneered contemptuously. The catalog was full of all kinds of ninjutsu introductions. The conventional 5 elements escape techniques were useless at critical moments, only able to tickle the enemy. The secret clan ninjutsu introductions were vague, with unclear power and uses. After exchanging, it would take half a year of study before they could be used in actual combat, and they were just B-level ninjutsu that others had already figured out, completely worthless. In the end, he exchanged for the shadow clone technique as planned and headed home. The empty house before him was covered in dust, and the image of his deceased mother appeared in his mind. For 5 years, no matter when he came home, there was always hot food and a clean bed waiting for him, but now everything was gone. Adjusting his mood, he set aside the ugly cat that was sleeping and quickly cleaned up in 20 minutes. Feiyu eagerly took out the shadow clone scroll, quickly skimmed through it, and immediately began to try it out. Bang! As the thick smoke cleared, a clone identical to him appeared beside him. He succeeded in casting it on the first try. Not that hard, Feiyu said, touching this and looking at that, excited and curious. 10 minutes later, the smoke rose again, the shadow clone disappeared, and brief memories of the clone flashed through his mind. Sensing the chakra fluctuations, he found that it had actually decreased by about 1/20th. Such an astonishing consumption in just 10 minutes. This was before the battle even started. If the chakra consumption during actual combat was added, Feiyu's heart would tremble. The problem was obvious: chakra was extremely insufficient. When he previously released C-level ninjutsu, the chakra consumption was not obvious, but this time using B-level ninjutsu, the difference immediately showed. Fortunately, he hadn't wasted contributions exchanging for those flashy but impractical B-level ninjutsu, or the chakra shortage during battle would have been even worse. The good news was that his system had been activated. From now on, he was entering the era. The chakra insufficiency problem could only be solved slowly. He still had 2 years until adulthood, during which his chakra would increase significantly. Now, he had to use this 1-month gap to fully improve his strength. The outcome of the battle between the 3rd Hokage and Uchiha Kagami had not yet been reported. If the situation worsened, the Ninja World War might break out again. Feiyu's memories of the First Great War were limited. He could only deduce on his own, prepare for the worst, seize every opportunity to grow stronger, for only then could he be invincible. The key to enhancing a ninja's strength is ninjutsu. Within a month, there aren't many ninjutsu that can be learned and undergo a qualitative change. Rasengan is definitely a top choice. Uzumaki Naruto mastered it in 3 weeks. In his memory, there was a detailed explanation of Rasengan from beginner to mastery, as if tailor-made for Feiyu, so he decisively chose it. "Sorry, Minato Namikaze, you'll invent even more powerful ninjutsu in the future," he silently said to himself, then immediately went out to buy balloons and a ball. He filled the balloons with water, sent out a shadow clone to practice in the inner room, while his main body pondered the secrets of the Kekkai Genkai. According to memory, the Kekkai Genkai combining wind release and earth release should be magnet release, but the new one that appeared in the previous battle was dark release. This left him utterly baffled, so he immediately began experiments, channeling chakra into both hands to fuse. The result was the same as last time, making him even more confused. Just as he was deep in thought, a sharp cat meow pierced his eardrums. "Meow. What are you doing?" The ugly cat fluffed up instantly upon seeing Feiyu fusing chakra in both hands. "Training, dumb cat." Feiyu glanced at it impatiently. "Don't call me dumb cat, I'm not dumb at all." The ugly cat approached, carefully observing and sniffing Feiyu's chakra in both hands, and just as it was about to drive him away, it said something that shocked Feiyu. "Is this a new chakra you created? Why does it have a faint devouring sensation?" The ugly cat scratched its head with its front paw. "You can sense changes in chakra form?" Feiyu's spirits lifted. "Of course. I can even master sage techniques. Sensing chakra is basic. Don't make me repeat it." The ugly cat retorted proudly. "Alright, can you tell me what changes there are in the chakra of my 2 hands? The left hand is earth nature plus Yin nature, the right hand is wind nature plus Yin nature." "Strange, why are you mixing so much Yin nature?" The ugly cat stared at him suspiciously. "Yin nature? When did I become Yin nature?" Feiyu was puzzled. "Maybe your spiritual energy is too strong, polluting the chakra during fusion and turning it into Yin nature." The ugly cat explained. This was like waking from a dream. Feiyu suddenly realized the consequence of his spiritual energy surging after merging with the original owner's soul during transmigration. Chakra doped with both yin and yang attributes will produce mysterious changes. Yes. It must be like this. Since the cause has been found, it can be solved. It's not that the Mingtun bloodline limit is bad, but that he shouldn't be mastering Mingtun right now. The ability of Mingtun chakra is very similar to the Hell Path Pain. The Hell Path Pain who mastered the Rinnegan turned into a stone statue after absorbing too much sage chakra and was revived by the Hell Path King of Hell. Having been revived, Feiyu deeply knows he doesn't have a second life and must never die easily. No matter how strong the Rinnegan is, it cannot fully control the chakra absorbed into the body. He understands that for now, he cannot surpass the limits of the Rinnegan. Giving up Mingtun is the only choice. At present, what he needs to do is to remove the yin attribute chakra inside his body. There are two paths ahead. One is to strengthen the body's energy to counterbalance the spiritual energy and prevent spiritual overflow. The other is to directly control the yin attribute chakra to stop it from erupting during fusion. After careful consideration, Feiyu decides to enhance his bodily energy. On one hand, the last mission made him suffer from weak physical skills. On the other hand, bodily energy can be converted into yang attribute chakra. The earlier he comes into contact with it, the faster he can master it, laying the foundation for future fusion with yang attributes. Though the process is long, it is like sharpening the axe without delaying the woodcutting. To ensure a smooth path on the ninja road, this obstacle must be overcome. He took out the scroll obtained from Shinon. Since Yunin valued it so highly, it must be extraordinary. With great anticipation, he unrolled the scroll, which was densely annotated in Shinonya's own handwriting. Feiyu carefully studied it and finally barely understood its meaning. The scroll is titled Secret Technique of Chakra Stimulation, detailing the preparations before stimulating cells, as well as the frequency and intensity of chakra during the initial experiment. At the end, there is Shinonya's conception of the body activation secret technique derived from Yin-Yin-S method, combining yin and yang chakra to stimulate cell activity and gradually activate the body. Although not yet realized, Feiyu understands this is the foundation for opening the 8th gate of the 8 gates technique and achieving immortality. He decides to use this secret technique to create a body activation method suited to himself, which can both activate the body and digest the excess yin attribute chakra inside. After spending half a day memorizing the scroll's contents, he decisively burned it to prevent leaks. Having mastered the secret technique, Feiyu immediately took action. Following the scroll's guidance, he went to the market and purchased various medicinal herbs, several of which were extremely rare, costing him a lot of contribution points. The expenses for cultivation through spending money made him wince. He had already spent the equivalent of 3 B rank mission contributions at the start, and future costs were even more unpredictable. He boiled a large pot of hot water, adding the herbs one by one, soaking and absorbing them while bathing. The goal was to soften the cell walls and relax the barriers against yin attribute chakra. An hour later, the yin chakra filled every cell of his body, bringing a slight comfort that almost made him involuntarily vocalize. The medicinal bath ended, the cell walls quickly hardened, blocking the free flow of chakra and successfully suppressing the spread of yin chakra. Chakra consumption was slow. Preliminary estimates suggested it would take a week to be completely depleted. This discovery made Feiyu breathe a sigh of relief. With several B rank missions interspersed within a week, time was barely sufficient, balancing income and expenditure. For 3 months, Feiyu had not rested properly at this moment. He just wanted to have a good sleep and accumulate strength. The next day, he came to a corner of the Death Forest, preparing to seclude himself here for a month. The climate here was pleasant, the environment quiet, and no outsider could detect any movement, no matter how the wind blew the grass. In ninja battles, intelligence is crucial. Concealing information is a required skill. Moreover, there was Danzo in the village who was hostile to him. He had to be extremely cautious. After all, the lessons from past failures were still fresh. He split off a shadow clone to focus on training the Rasengan. The original body chose a tall tree and began physical training. The shadow clone had practiced repeatedly yesterday with remarkable results. Now it could easily pop water-filled balloons. Next, conquering the power of the Rasengan was just around the corner. After 5 years of honing, although Feiyu had no ultimate technique, his chakra foundation was as solid as a rock. Jiraiya learned the Rasengan in 3 days. He had a week and was determined to surpass that, otherwise the title of time traveler would be a joke. Previously neglecting physical training, he now had to work twice as hard to make up for his weaknesses. He ran several laps around the area to warm up, then did 20 sets of burpees to get his body into the best condition. He was panting, sweat dripping down his forehead, his poor physical skills fully exposed. Without stopping, he charged toward the tree again, his fists and feet raining down like a fierce storm, his muscles and bones pierced by tearing pain all over his body. Fatigue and pain bit like wild beasts. He gritted his teeth and persisted, constantly hypnotizing himself. Can't fall, must hold on. Time passed bit by bit, chakra gradually exhausted by the shadow clone's consumption, and his physical strength was almost gone. His thighs and arms were stained red with fresh blood, his whole body felt as if filled with lead, unable to muster even a trace of strength. He fell heavily to the ground, his gaze piercing the clear blue sky, a gentle breeze brushing his face, a hint of tranquility rising in his heart. If only time could stop forever at this moment. Suddenly, his right hand abruptly gathered a swirl of blue energy, like a blue fireball the size of a tennis ball. Rasengan, he shouted softly, pressing his palm forcefully against the ground. The ground instantly formed a deep circular pit, with no resistance at all, the energy of the Rasengan fully released. Not bad power, just took too long to prepare. He smiled with satisfaction. Next, I need to improve my proficiency and aim to release it instantly. This was not something that could be accomplished in a short time. It required day after day of grinding, like tempering steel. Fortunately, Rasengan was a jutsu with great potential. No matter how chakra changed in the future, it could be integrated and transformed into various variations. From then on, every day before sunrise, he went to the Death Forest to train taijutsu and Rasengan, returning home at sunset to rest, living a life as precise as a clock. The first 2 days were as tough as being roasted by fire, but gradually he adapted, and his body grew stronger. As for the ugly cat, it disappeared all day and always came home dirty at night, but fortunately, it could understand human speech, and bathing and sleeping were all normal. Considering he had no summoning beast, he signed a summoning contract with the ugly cat and gave it a new name, Matamune. Time flew by, and a month passed. During this period, a major event broke out in the village, involving him as well. Uchiha Kagami was killed by the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious and swore to make the Hidden Cloud village pay. Feiyu came to the mission center, ready to take on some combat missions to test his training results. The mission center was unusually busy, with ninjas coming and going in pairs. After waiting a while, it was finally his turn to choose a mission. Hello, are there any solo B rank missions available? Let me see, he said. The staff glanced at him, flipped through a stack of mission slips, shook their head and said, all solo missions have been taken. The minimum requirement is 2 people. Why don't you find a partner? Feiyu looked around and found all the ninjas were paired up. There was no one alone. He was troubled, having stayed long in the Umbu. His social skills were neglected, and he couldn't find anyone to team up with on short notice. Just as he was at a loss, a figure appeared at the door. Looking closely, the person was alone, without teammates. Feiyu's eyes lit up. An opportunity had arrived. He took 3 steps in 2 strides to approach, sizing him up. His handsomeness was no less than his own, though slightly younger. Feiyu didn't hesitate. Brother, you're also here solo? He skillfully threw an arm over his shoulder, acting very familiar. Yeah. Who are you? The handsome young man looked puzzled, not understanding the sudden approach. What a coincidence. I'm alone too. All the solo missions have been snatched up, so let us team up and contribute to Konoha. Who am I? You'll find out later. Feiyu smiled mysteriously and with righteous grandeur. But I just finished a mission and am here to report. The young man seemed hesitant. Finish reporting, then take another. Konoha needs hard-working warriors like you. Feiyu patted his shoulder, then grabbed his arm and led him to the counter. This is my teammate. Show us missions that 2 people can take. All right. Flipping through the mission list, there were mountains of tasks to clear rogue ninjas and eliminate bandits, with rewards increased by at least half compared to before. No wonder the mission center was so busy. It turned out the pay had doubled. Brother, look at this one. It's nearby and can be done in as fast as 2 days. Feiyu pointed to a mission to clear ninjas near Kyuyama. I'm with you. The young man agreed. This is it. Feiyu handed the mission slip back to the staff. What is your name? I'll write it down. I'm Feiyu. And you? He asked with a smile. Kazuki Sakumo. Kazuki Sakumo? Feiyu's eyes suddenly brightened as he stared at him in shock. Kazuki Sakumo. Your name is Sakumo Hataki? Where is your Tanto? Tanto? What Tanto? Sakumo Hataki frowned slightly, a look of confusion on his face. Oh, never mind. Then where is your weapon? Aren't ninja weapons all kunai? He pulled a kunai out of his ninja tool pouch and lightly flicked it. The silver blade shimmered faintly under the moonlight. The other party stared at him for a few seconds, then finally nodded helplessly. That silver hair did indeed remind one of Kakashi. Unexpectedly, with just a casual pull, he had actually pulled this legendary great god over. This kind of late-stage Kage-level ninja, almost invincible in the human realm, was right before their eyes. The boy in front of them showed no trace of sharpness, but rather a bit of simple honesty, completely unlike the legendary strong warrior. They agreed to meet at the village entrance in an hour, and the two prepared to leave separately. An hour later, at the entrance of Konoha village, a girl about the same age as Sakumo was seriously helping him organize his gear, while Feiyu stood nearby, mouth stuffed with snacks, looking utterly doting. "Sakumo, be careful on your mission, come back safely." Sakumo didn't say much, just a simple response. "Are you done yet? The sun is almost setting." Feiyu interrupted hastily, seeing the ambiguous atmosphere between the two. All right. Sakumo's cheeks flushed slightly as he hurriedly replied. The girl glanced at Feiyu with a look full of complaint. It was this person who made it so Sakumo didn't even have a moment to breathe. She watched with resentment as the two disappeared from sight. "Not bad, Sakumo, your tricks for fooling girls are pretty clever," Feiyu teased with a smile. "Don't say nonsense, Atsuko and I have been neighbors since we were kids, it's not what you think," Sakumo hurriedly defended. "Oh? Neighbors, huh? That means the moon shines first on the nearby tower, right?" Feiyu smiled with teasing intent. Sakumo blushed even more from the teasing and quickly sped up his actions to change the subject. "Sakumo, have you been to Kyuyama?" Feiyu restrained his smile in time and turned to ask about the mission details. "Been there once. At that time, there were no rogue ninjas near the Land of Waves. I guess these banded ninjas have appeared recently," Sakumo analyzed. At dusk, Feiyu and Shuomo finally arrived near Choshan. From a distance, roadblocks were set up on the road leading to the Land of Waves, with two guards patrolling vigilantly. Smoke curled up from Choshan, with laughter and angry shouts rising one after another, creating a lively scene. "This mission isn't difficult. As long as we subdue the rogue ninja, ordinary people will quickly regain peace," Feiyu said. Night operation. Let us rest first to replenish our strength." Shuomo handed over a soldier's ration pill, which Feiyu took. The two found a concealed spot, had a simple dinner, and rested until midnight. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Feiyu and Shuomo opened their eyes simultaneously and set off with tacit understanding. They moved silently all the way, stealthily approaching the roadblock, quickly taking down the dozing guards, one on the left and one on the right. After carefully searching and confirming there were no hidden sentries, they headed toward the top of Choshan. At the gate of the stronghold, the two lightly leapt over and easily infiltrated. The houses inside the stronghold were arranged in an orderly manner, clearly showing that this band of bandits had lived here for a long time. The central courtyard was splendid, revealing the owner's nobility, and it was very likely where the target was located. To avoid exposure, the two exchanged glances with perfect tacit understanding and began clearing the houses one by one. Blades flashed, and bandits fell one after another. When Feiyu was clearing the seventh house, he felt something unusual. There was no snoring or breathing inside the house, a deathly silence. He pressed close to the window and listened carefully. A burst of rapid panting came through, obviously someone inside had noticed. Rushing in recklessly would very likely fall into a trap. Feiyu crouched steadily, restraining his impulse. People cannot stay tense for long, their breathing gradually becomes erratic, revealing relaxation. This is the best time to strike. The pressure inside the house is immense, the silence before the final battle gradually calming down. Faint footsteps quietly approach the light, they cannot escape Feiyu's keen hearing. The footsteps stop at the door, as if listening for any movement outside. Feiyu suddenly strikes, delivering a heavy kick to the center of the door, which shatters with a bang, a large hole instantly torn open. The person behind the door is kicked in the chest and rolls away violently. Seizing the advantage, Feiyu quickly moves in front of him and delivers another heavy kick to the opponent's head. Bang! With a muffled sound, blood splatters, the head hits the wall, and darkness swiftly swallows the opponent's consciousness. Feiyu quickly binds his hands and feet to the tree trunk and stuffs a rag into his mouth, cutting off all cries for help. A month of physical training has not been in vain. Facing the enemy, he easily broke down the door and subdued the opponent within 10 seconds, his movements sharp and decisive. The power of physical combat far surpasses ninjutsu. This direct force is something he is deeply addicted to. After clearing the enemy, Feiyu prepared to continue his mission. Unexpectedly, a sudden explosion erupted in the distance. A water flow like a dragon swept away surrounding buildings, the roar awakening all ninjas in the camp. Something's wrong? Feiyu's heart tightened. The only one who could be in trouble was Hatake Sakuo. The enemy was cunning. The camp's ninjas were hiding inside the henchmen's houses. Seeing the ninja tied to the tree, Feiyu judged he was one of them, otherwise he wouldn't be so sensitive. Inside the house, everyone heard the noise and peeked out. A man in brocade robes slowly stepped into the central courtyard, his gaze fixed on the source of the sound. Since Hokage Sakuo was exposed, the assassination plan had to be paused. Feiyu concealed himself and dashed toward the battlefield. At the battle scene, the man in brocade and a burly man teamed up to surround Hokage Sakuo. The burly man, relying on his powerful physical skills, continuously struck, forcing Hokage Sakuo to retreat step by step. The man in brocade kept throwing hidden weapons, launching constant sneak attacks. Feiyu observed Hokage Sakuo was still holding on and did not reveal himself yet, waiting for the best moment to let the opponents lose their composure. The minions gradually gathered, surrounding the three. Feiyu quickly disguised himself as the man who had just been assassinated, blending into the crowd and skillfully adjusting his angle. "Hey, Dashin! Where's your brother? Why didn't he bring you along?" A man wearing an eye patch suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Feiyu's body stiffened, then quickly recovered, responding coldly, "He drank too much. No matter how much I called, I couldn't wake him. I came to check on him." "Drunk? You still have wine? Give me some, I'm dying of craving." "I haven't touched a drop in a month, my mouth is about to crack." The one-eyed man didn't mind his tone and said with a smile. Feiyu's heart stirred, he readily agreed, secretly calculating. The one-eyed man said proudly, "Strange, why hasn't Lord Ming come? Isn't he usually the most eager about this kind of thing? Ninja matters, how would we outsiders know? Maybe Lord Ming is out right now." Feiyu thought to himself Lord Ming was actually sleeping in a tree, with no time to spare. That is true, they come and go as they please, yet they control us and let us run around freely. It's really unfair. Since the three of them arrived here, has there been a single good day? The one-eyed man complained angrily. 3? Feiyu knew the visible enemies were only these few, but he must not let his guard down. After getting the information he wanted, Feiyu stopped lingering and quickly edged toward the perimeter. Near the edge, a terrified scream came from afar. The sound came from the place where the assassination attempt had just occurred. Feiyu understood he couldn't wait any longer and had to act immediately. If the enemies in hiding learned of this, their defenses would increase, and the ambush would fail. At this moment, the burly man and the brocade-clad man had their backs to Feiyu. Upon hearing the scream, they stopped moving. Now's the time. Feiyu locked onto the burly man's temple, straightened his body, and stabbed with his dagger. Kisaki Sakumo sensed the danger, braced himself against the brocade man's shuriken, and quickly grabbed the burly man's arms to subdue him. The dagger pierced precisely into the burly man's temple, twisted lightly, his eyes bulged, and he died instantly. Why choose the burly man? Because he was bare-chested, muscular, clearly a master of physical combat, so the chance of a fatal strike succeeding was highest. Sure enough, the burly man collapsed on the spot, blood staining the ground. Damn it! The brocade-clad man caught sight of two enemies and without hesitation turned to flee. Water clone technique. He quickly created a water shadow clone to entangle Kisaki Sakumo, while he himself swiftly slipped into the crowd. "Block them off for me!" he shouted angrily while running, commanding his subordinates. The subordinates immediately took action, quickly surrounding Feiyu and the other, weapons whistling, unstoppable like a bamboo cutter. Feiyu responded calmly, his figure swift as he weaved through the encirclement, kunai slicing through the air, blood splattering. "This one do. Do you have any large-scale ninjutsu to force them back?" Feiyu shouted loudly to Chimu Shuamo. Once the enemy numbers swell, without powerful means, the situation becomes critical. The man in brocade had already disappeared from sight, possibly fleeing or setting an ambush. If he is fleeing, it's just a failed mission. If it's an ambush, Feiyu and the other are in danger. If the enemy is ruthless, a single long-range water dragon bullet technique could cause casualties. Judging from the fighting styles of the brocade man and Chimu Shuamo, this possibility is very high. "I haven't learned it, don't worry about it, just chase that guy," Shuamo said, fiercely battling water clones while also guarding against sneak attacks from subordinates, his voice booming and confident. This is the foundation of the future ninja world overlord, so young, yet astonishingly skilled. Feiyu decisively unleashed chakra, leaping into the air, breaking through the crowd, and chasing in the direction where the brocade man disappeared. Passing through the crowd, he quickly observed and then used Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall to create an earth wall, disrupting the enemy formation and easing the pressure of the siege. Although he couldn't sense ninjutsu, by following footprints and other details, Feiyu deduced the enemy's escape direction and pursued swiftly. After 10 minutes of fruitless tracking, Feiyu stopped, bit his finger, and slowly formed hand seals. Haiseiyu Shinwei, Ninjutsu, Summoning Technique. His right hand struck the ground, several seals rapidly spreading, consuming 1/10 of his chakra. As the smoke cleared, a small black and white cat appeared. Meow, what's up? I'm busy right now. Matwan said impatiently, urging him. You're clearly so happy you don't want to leave, always disappearing. Turns out you're hitting on catgirls, Feiyu said, looking at Matwan's soft fur, faintly fragrant, full of envy. Cats, doing nothing, just waiting for their owners to serve them, and even getting to flirt with catgirls. Feiyu fought for his life, yet lived less freely than a cat. None of your business. Matwan licked his paw and began grooming the fur on his head. You said sensing chakra is basic, right? Now it's your turn, help me check if there are other ninjas nearby. Such a small matter still needs me? A cat must be polite. Matwan said proudly, closing his eyes to sense. 1 kilometer ahead to the right front, there is a chakra light blue ninja. 3 kilometers behind, there are 2 more, too far to identify their attributes. Matwan reported. The 2 behind were none other than Hatake Sakumo and the ninja tied to the tree. It seemed the water clone had already been dealt with by Sakumo. The one ahead should be the man in brocade. Chase. Feiyu no longer hesitated, tucked Matwan into his arms, and leapt forward, sprinting toward the target. 1 kilometer away, the man in brocade hid in the grass, alertly watching his surroundings, ready to strike a killing blow at any moment. Whoosh whoosh. Feiyu passed through the forest like the wind. Matwan, has the ninja ahead moved? Feiyu kept his eyes fixed on the target, ready to adjust his strategy at any time. No movement, still in place. Matwan poked his head out from Feiyu's collar, his fur fluttering in the wind. Feiyu's mind stirred. The enemy was either lying in ambush or felt safe here, quietly waiting for the right moment. With the thought of leaving nothing to chance, as Feiyu neared, he split off a shadow clone to continue forward while the original silently circled behind the man in brocade. The man in brocade, seeing Feiyu approaching, quickly unleashed a water-style ninjutsu. Water-style, Water Dragon Bullet. Immediately, the surrounding water surged wildly, converging into a roaring water dragon that charged irresistibly at the shadow clone. The water dragon broke branches as it went, its power undiminished, even pulling the broken branches into the water as it rushed toward the target. The shadow clone showed shock on its face, eyes blank, standing there as if frozen in place. Ha ha ha. The man in brocade was full of confidence, flashing forward, laughing as he awaited the moment of victory. The water dragon slammed into the shadow clone like a beast, but the clone instantly turned into blue smoke and vanished without a trace. What? The man in brocade was stunned, then quickly realized this was the unique shadow clone technique of Konoha. Just as he was about to counterattack, Feiyu kicked him in the waist like lightning, slamming him into a sturdy tree. The heavy impact caused the man in brocade unbearable pain, injuring him once again. Taste the feeling of a sneak attack, refreshing, isn't it? Feiyu had been gathering strength for a long time and finally unleashed a stunning blow. The man in the brocade clothes tried to struggle to his feet, but his legs lost control. He knew clearly that was the signal of his spinal nerves being severed. Though amazed in his heart, his face still bore a defiant and unruly expression. Still daring to be arrogant after falling? I hate your despicable methods the most. They stir up my most disgusting memories. Feiyu bent down and slapped the man in the brocade clothes heavily on the right cheek, leaving 5 clear finger marks. This person was a match for Tuan Zhang, glamorous on the outside, filthy inside, monopolizing benefits, and pushing all the evil deeds onto others. You! The man in brocade clothes was full of humiliation, his anger burning, his eyes like knives, as if he was about to tear Feiyu to pieces the next second. Feiyu didn't want to waste time and kicked him hard in the back of the head, instantly knocking him unconscious, then grabbed him and headed toward Qiushan. Returning to Qiushan, what came into view was a scene of utter chaos, bodies everywhere, bloodstains all over. The bandits had long since scattered and fled, leaving only those who had fallen to the ground. Meow, this bloody smell is too strong, I'm out, don't want to get caught. Matwan said as he vanished into a wisp of smoke in Feiyu's arms before Feiyu could respond. Feiyu ignored him, met up with Chimu Shuomao, dropped the man in brocade clothes to the side, and dragged the person tied to the tree along. 3 people plus that strong man, 4 in total. This will be the final tally. Feiyu took out a temporary sealing scroll, preparing to seal their bodies. Suddenly, one of them woke up, making a whimpering sound, struggling desperately to signal that he had something to say. The 2 were curious, removed the cloth from his mouth, wanting to hear what secret he had. 2 lords, I'm innocent. I know the treasure inside the stronghold, please spare my life. He begged hurriedly, thinking only to reveal the most valuable secret first to avoid immediate execution. Treasure? Tell us about it. Feiyu immediately became interested. I know. I know. I'll take you there. Seeing their keen interest, the man quickly flattered them. They arrived at the basement of the central courtyard. Shimu Shuomo stood guard outside while Feiyu leapt down. Before his eyes were dazzling herbs, ninja tools, and piles of scrolls. In the center stood a large table 2 meters wide, on which lay 2 basin-sized mineral stones. These mineral stones were extraordinary. Feiyu picked one up. It felt ordinary in weight but could slowly absorb the chakra from his palm and conduct it back through the other hand. Chakra conducting metal. And 2 such large pieces. Feiyu's eyes lit up. This kind of metal was extremely rare and expensive. Mixing a small amount into weapons could greatly enhance chakra conduction. Checked another piece, confirmed no mistake, utterly shocked inside. This is practically like moving the treasury of some country here. Priceless ores, plus mountains of ninja tools piled around, truly treasures beyond value. The two returned to the surface. Feiyu quickly reported the internal situation to Hokage Sakumo, who listened in stunned silence. These things will definitely save your life. But don't forget, we still have to report back to Konoha. Be honest when you return, maybe you can earn your freedom. Feiyu obtained the target and fulfilled his promise. They selected valuables useful to themselves, preparing to bring them back to the village to exchange for contribution points. Among them were 2 pieces of chakra conducting metal shining with blue light, split evenly 1 each. On the way, the two chatted and laughed, their relationship greatly strengthened. The man in brocade woke up several times, just about to speak, but was kicked back into darkness by Feiyu. The intervals between waking grew longer, and his head seemed injured. This was irrelevant to Feiyu. The mission didn't require bringing a live captive. The only reason to bring him alive was his prominent identity and splendid attire. He was a heavyweight figure. Perhaps they could get ransom, an unexpected windfall. 2 days later, back in Konoha, Feiyu and Hokage Sakumo immediately handed over the mission log, captive, and seized items to the mission office, then each went home, agreeing to help each other if needed. Contribution points and rewards would take a day, as staff needed to verify mission completion and item value. Konoha Interrogation Department. The man in brocade and his subordinates were tied to iron chairs, Yamanaka Katsuhiko, the current head of the Yamanaka clan, coldly watching them. What is your purpose for coming to the land of fire? The recorder beside him asked. The man in brocade snorted coldly and turned his head away. His subordinates were suppressed, dared not speak, the atmosphere tense. The recorder glanced impatiently at Yamanaka Katsuhiko, waiting for instructions. I'll do it. Yamanaka Katsuhiko waved his hand, his tone calm. Ninjutsu, mind-reading technique. He placed his left hand over the man in brocade's head, formed hand seals with his right, and performed the Yamanaka clan's unique secret technique. As his consciousness probed into the man's mind, it was blocked by layers of seals. Forcibly breaking them could cause brain damage or even insanity. Yamanaka Katsuhiko dared not take the risk, turning to another subordinate, easily entering his memory space. Although some memories were sealed, enough important information was obtained. A wandering ninja from the smoke village? He whispered. The images revealed not only the person's background but also the astonishing spoils from Feiyu and Hokage Sakumo's mission. Ninja tools and medicinal herbs piled up like mountains, enough to rival the collection of a small clan. Not to mention the priceless chakra conducting metal, an invaluable treasure. This made Yamanaka Katsuhiko's mind burn with excitement. As the clan leader, he not only had to solidify his position in the village but also seek development for the family. The core of the family was strength. The Senju and Uchiha clans, with their powerful bloodlines and inherited ninja tools, dominated the ninja world, tracing back even to the era of the Sage of Six Paths. The Ino Shikacho trio barely held their own against these great clans through secret techniques, but if the Yamanaka clan also mastered top-tier ninja tools, their status would inevitably rise, and their influence would grow steadily. After generations of effort, they could fully hope to become a ninja powerhouse like the Hyuga clan. Thinking of this, Yamanaka Katsuhiko's heartbeat quickened, and his grand ambitions surged forth. Although the Hokage family had gradually integrated into Konoha and no longer identified as a clan, the older generation of ninjas still existed, with deep roots that were hard to shake. But how did Hiyu, a lone civilian shunin with no backing, come to possess such treasures? Yamanaka Katsuhiko's gaze quickly fixed on him. He headed straight to the residence of the Hokage's advisor, Midamon Enbu, to report his findings in detail. As a senior member of the interrogation division, Yamanaka Katsuhiko had to get past Midamon Enbu. He cut straight to the chase. There was profit to be made, and everyone would share it. Sure enough, when mentioning the chakra conducting metal as large as a basin, Midamon Enbu's eyes suddenly lit up. Midamon Nbu's eyes flashed fiercely, his whole body like a beast ready to strike at any moment, but he forcibly suppressed his anger in front of his subordinates. Is what you say true? Is there really that much chakra conducting metal? Midamon Nbu stared intently at Yamanaka Katsuhiko, his voice cold and sharp as he weighed the value of this operation. Absolutely true. I used the clan's secret technique to review the memories, there's not a single mistake. Yamanaka Katsuhiko said confidently, his gaze as firm as iron. Good. Then go find that kid immediately and get the medal. The longer we wait, the more risks there are. I'll handle altering his mission records and arrange the testimonies of related personnel to prevent anyone from noticing anything unusual, Midamon Nbu ordered coldly, acting decisively. Understood, I'm going now. Leave the rest to you. Yamanaka Katsuhiko nodded without hesitation. At night, Hiyu was about to do a set of leg strength training when urgent knocking came from outside the door. He opened the door and saw a middle-aged man with yellow hair wearing a green ninja vest, causing his brow to furrow in confusion. Are you Hiyu? The middle-aged man was none other than Yamanaka Katsuhiko, who had just finished handling Hiyu's mission reward and rushed over. Yes, that's me. What's the matter? Hiyu's eyes were cold as he stood at the door. I am Yamashita Katsuhiko. The reward for the task you submitted this morning has been settled. I specially came to deliver it to you. Yamashita Katsuhiko showed a gentle smile. Oh? So soon? It's the Yamashita clan leader. Please come in. Upon hearing his identity, Feiyu immediately beamed with a smile and invited him inside. Yamashita Katsuhiko looked around and saw that the room was extremely simple, with only a bed and a few floor cushions, making it look empty. The furniture had been almost completely destroyed in the attack before, and since Feiyu had been away from home for a long time, he had discarded many useless things. The bedroom had been converted into a training area. Feiyu spent his days either resting or training, without a moment's pause. Don't mind the place, Feiyu said, letting Yamashita Katsuhiko sit down and taking the initiative to speak. This is the reward for your task. Just sign here, Yamashita Katsuhiko said, taking out copper coins and a certificate of contribution from his chest. Feiyu took them and quickly signed his name, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. Yamashita Katsuhiko then began to talk about the details of the last task, his expression concerned and his words gentle. Feiyu was on guard. Since he was not familiar with the Yamashita clan, this show of concern made him wary, so he remained silent and watched coldly. Helpless, Yamashita Katsuhiko cut to the chase. I heard from the interrogation department that you obtained a piece of chakra conducting metal in this task. The village is about to erupt into a major battle with Yunin village. If the village has powerful ninja tools, the advantage in the war will be obvious. The village will give you extra compensation. Feiyu immediately understood the intention. The task reward was settled so quickly and personally delivered, clearly with ulterior motives. A weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year, no good intentions. The smile on his face vanished instantly as he calmly analyzed the pros and cons. Yamashita Katsuhiko's mission was to obtain the chakra conducting metal at all costs. If he refused, the news would leak, and more people might come knocking, even resorting to violent robbery. With his current strength and status, he was powerless to resist. On one hand, he regretted not having eliminated the person who was interrogated earlier. His soft heart had cost him being blocked at the door. On the other hand, he was angry at his own insufficient strength, allowing himself to be butchered. After weighing the options, he decided it was better to take this hot potato and pass it on, exchanging it for something beneficial to himself, strengthening his power first, and then reclaiming what he had lost once he was strong enough. Yamashita Katsuhiko saw the change in Feiyu's expression and knew he was struggling inside. It was inevitable that the young man would be unhappy to suffer some hardship. Just as he was about to show his might and make the young man face reality, Feiyu suddenly spoke. I don't need compensation from the village. However, I heard that the Yamanaka clan and the Nara clan control 80% of the village's medicinal herb industry. I happen to need a large amount of medicinal herbs. I wonder if I can exchange with the Yamanaka clan. Yamanaka Katsuhiko was stunned. He didn't expect Feiyu to propose such a bold condition. Instead of directly using chakra to conduct metal to give to the village, Feiyu planned to bypass the village and trade directly with the Yamanaka clan. As the clan leader, he should have been overjoyed. This way, he could skip the cumbersome village and directly obtain precious materials. But Yamanaka Katsuhiko frowned deeply. He had already reported this matter to Mito Munin and allocated the benefits in detail. Now Feiyu unilaterally bypassed the village, forcibly depriving him of a portion he was supposed to receive, naturally causing inner imbalance. More importantly, if he traded directly with Feiyu, Mito Munin might suspect a hidden trap, which would be counterproductive. No need. No need, it's safer to trade through the village. Yamanaka Katsuhiko repeatedly waved his hand. Besides, my Yamanaka clan can't provide that many precious medicinal herbs at once. Submitting them over several years is fine too, clan leader Yamanaka. Shouldn't you be grateful? Feiyu was blunt, cornering Yamanaka Katsuhiko. He knew very well that the village's compensation was illusory, and politicians' promises were even less trustworthy. Only by cooperating directly with the Yamanaka clan could he ensure the benefits without being influenced by the village's upper echelons. If the Yamanaka clan expressed support, he could avoid Danzo's schemes. Yamanaka Katsuhiko had no choice but to nod in agreement, forcibly accepting a favor but without receiving the due benefits, deepening his resentment. After sending off Yamanaka Katsuhiko, Feiyu's inner fighting spirit burned even stronger. He understood that without matching strength and status, even if he temporarily gained benefits, they could be taken away at any time. He couldn't change his status, only rely on strength. He originally planned to rest a bit and train his leg strength, but now he completely abandoned that idea. He decided to shorten his rest time and train constantly. Taking advantage of the ninja tool shop still being open, he hurriedly bought a bunch of weighted equipment, tying them to his legs and feet, vowing never to remove them unless in a life or death situation. Only by pushing myself can I discover my true potential, Feiyu silently vowed. More importantly, Yamanaka Katsuhiko inadvertently revealed that a large-scale war was about to break out in the Hidden Cloud Village. The death of Uchiha Kagami was clearly the fuse. Although the First Ninja World War ended with Konoha's victory, no one knew the details of the casualties, making Feiyu even more vigilant. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Feiyu intermittently completed bandit suppression missions, occasionally scavenging bandit treasures, hoping to get rich overnight. But luck was gone. The bandit hideouts were full of useless broken bottles and jars. Although there was some value, it was far less than expected. One day, just after Feiyu submitted a mission, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally decided to declare war on the Hidden Cloud Village. In front of the Hokage building, wearing the sacred robe, he faced the surging crowd and ninjas, delivering a powerful speech. The third Hokage of the Hidden Cloud Village, violating the alliance with Konoha established by his predecessor, cruelly murdered 13 jonin including Uchiha Kagami, an unforgivable crime. This act seriously infringes upon the interests of the Land of Fire and endangers the safety of the people. I have decided to personally lead the Konoha ninjas to punish the Hidden Cloud Village. Exterminate Yunin. The crowd erupted with deafening shouts, their blood boiling as if they wanted to tear Yunin to pieces. Feiyu stood aside, calmly observing. He couldn't help but admire Sarutobi Hiruzen's ability to stir emotions truly worthy of being the inheritor of the will of fire, easily igniting the passion of the people. If it were him, achieving such an effect would be difficult. Soon after, the summons for Jonin and Genin were issued. As the first wave of main forces, they would head to the Frost Country at the border of the Fire and Thunder nations. The preset battlefield was decided. First, send strong Jonin to seize advantageous terrain, while Genin would provide numerical superiority and carry out comprehensive deployment. For basic infrastructure, Feiyu and his teammates quickly built outposts, set traps, modified the terrain, and created defensive formations. Their movements were swift and efficient, without any hesitation. The Chunin had even tougher tasks. Within the Fire Nation's borders, rogue ninjas ran rampant, bandits were rampant, and wandering ninjas roamed unpredictably. Once the frontline war broke out, these Chunin had to rush to the battlefield to confront and eliminate enemies. Feiyu, as one of the Chunin, didn't even have a moment to catch his breath before being dispatched toward the river country to clear out rogue ninjas and wanderers along the way. Coincidentally, Hatake Tsukumo, also a Chunin, was on the same team, with the third member being a Genin with thick eyebrows and big eyes. The three formed a team, bearing a heavy responsibility. The person at the mission center explained that this Genin was disliked by all teams because he couldn't use ninjutsu, so he was only assigned to this kind of dangerous but ninjutsu light combat mission. Tsukumo, what is that you're carrying on your back? Feiyu asked curiously, his gaze falling on the leather pouch Hatake Tsukumo carried. Oh, this is my custom-made chakra dagger. Look, it's shining. Hatake Tsukumo proudly opened the pouch, revealing a sharp short dagger, brandishing it a few times with great swagger. The metallic gleam was dazzling, and Feiyu felt a pang of envy. Is this the white fang that will intimidate the ninja world in the future? You got something good last time, why didn't you make a handy weapon to boost your strength? Hatake Tsukumo looked at Feiyu in puzzlement. Feiyu only carried a regular ninja tool pouch. Ah, someone was watching me, so I had to swap everything out. Feiyu waved his hand, said no more, and turned to the nervous genin beside him, taking the initiative to speak. Little brother, what is your name? I'm Might D, Might D answered in surprise, quickly nodding and bowing. Might D? Feiyu's heart stirred. The name sounded significant. The Might D before him was still obviously inexperienced, freshly graduated, about the same age as Hatake Tsukumo but several levels behind in experience, almost invisible in the team like a transparent person. No need to be so formal, just call me Feiyu. This is Hatake Tsukumo, Feiyu said warmly. Hatake Tsukumo nodded in greeting, showing no arrogance and respecting the genin. After a brief exchange, the mission center assigned them a task to clear out a rogue ninja stronghold. The objective was simple but dangerous: investigate why these rogue ninjas were gathering without reason, whether they were hiding a conspiracy, then expel or eliminate them. The three of them frowned. The number of rogue ninjas was hard to estimate, constantly increasing with people coming and going. The three-man team was simply unable to cope, let alone with the newly graduated Mado Tai. Negotiations with the mission center were fruitless. All missions were evaluated, and designated teams had to carry them out without refusal. Helpless, the three of them had no choice but to grit their teeth and proceed. They knew this mission was nearly impossible to complete, practically an unreasonable demand. Has he set off? In the root base, Danzo coldly asked in the empty hall. Lord Danzo, the target has departed. A figure appeared, respectfully half-kneeling. Can this mission ensure he dies without a trace? Danzo S1. I stared at the figure, burning with anger. Rest assured, Lord Danzo. This elimination mission requires an assassination squad of 3 jonin to complete. Good, very good. In that case, you'll accompany him to the grave. Danzo muttered as he turned away. He didn't believe an ordinary kid had much ability. Danzo was in his prime, just tasting the power of authority, but had lost his left eye. Whenever his left eye throbbed, he wished he could tear Feiyu to pieces. The village was preparing for war with Kumogakure, and everyone's focus was on the conflict. Feiyu, upon being used, deserved to die. It would both cover up the truth and avenge the lost eye, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The 3 of them arrived at the target area, observing cautiously without rash action. A day passed, with more than 20 people coming and going, and 3 new arrivals today. The numbers kept rising, the situation urgent. If this drags on, the number of rogue ninjas will only increase. The numbers are growing. We must come up with an action plan tonight. Feiyu ordered coldly. Start with the rogue ninjas who just arrived here. First find out why they're gathering, then deal with the root cause, Kirigakure Tsukumo analyzed. Makes sense. Mado Tai nodded. Tomorrow, focus on the newcomers and bring them in for questioning. Feiyu set the plan. The 3 quickly dispersed, ambushing along the preset formation in a shape, waiting for the newcomers to appear. At noon, a plainly dressed young man, covered in bloodstains, approached the camp, a trace of joy in his expression. Feiyu quietly lay by the roadside. When the young man passed by, he suddenly pounced, covering his mouth and nose with his left hand, striking the back of his head with a brick in his right hand, instantly knocking him unconscious and dragging him to the meeting spot of the 3. Feiyu sent a signal, and Hatake Tsukumo and Might Dai quickly arrived. Splash! Might Dai poured a bucket of cold water over the young man's head. The young man was awakened by the cold water, suddenly sitting up. His hands were tied with ropes, unable to exert force, and his struggles were futile. Once sober, he looked at the 3 with a determined gaze. Who are you? What are you doing here? Hatake Tsukumo asked coldly. I want to ask you who you are. Why did you attack me and tie me up here? What exactly do you want? The young man retorted sharply. We are ninjas from Konoha village. You wandering ninjas gathered here without reason. What conspiracy do you have? Speak. Feiyu grabbed his hair, glaring angrily at him. Wandering ninjas? We're from the Yennin village. We came to the land of fire on a mission. Let me go quickly, or your village won't escape disaster. The young man gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Yennin village? Never heard of it. Where is your so-called leader? I'd like to see for myself. Feiyu sneered, disdainful and dismissive. The young man's face suddenly changed, burning with rage. The village was his home, and the insult cut like a knife to his heart. Might Dai remained indifferent, but Hatake Tsukumo sensed the risk and quietly warned Feiyu. Don't speak recklessly. Insulting a village leader is no small matter. A few small villages dare to call themselves leaders. What's there to fear? Feiyu was unconcerned. Yennin village has many powerful jonin, their strength is not weak, second only to Kyusujin village, Hatake Sakumo added seriously. Feiyu was shocked. This meant Yennin village had considerable foundation, and he had never heard of it before crossing over. The ninja world hides masters in secret. New strong figures and forces can emerge at any time. Caution is essential. Now that the target is clear, we need to find out their purpose before formulating a battle plan, Hatake Sakumo said, turning to the young man. In that case, leave the bad guys to me, Feiyu sneered. The three gathered around Feiyu squatted down, his gaze sharp as he stared directly at the young man. What is your purpose gathering in the land of fire? Speak. Humph. I would rather die than betray my comrades. Kill me if you want, but don't expect to find out. Tonight, you will witness the determination of Yen Ninja Village. The young man's aura was imposing. Though his clothes were stained with blood, he exuded a proud spirit. Such spirit. Let us see if you can stay so tough tonight. Feiyu teased with a smile, casually grabbing a handful of grass and tying it into a tickler. He took off the young man's shoes and pretended to tickle the soles of his feet with the grass. Interrogate me if you want, but why take off my shoes? The young man shouted warily. You'll find out soon enough. Feiyu didn't look back, while two others quietly stood guard behind him. Feiyu had no secret interrogation techniques, so he resorted to tickling the young man's soles with the grass, gently and softly scraping. Ha ha ha. The young man couldn't help but shout, struggling to pull his legs back, but the ropes bound him tightly, leaving him unable to move. From noon until night, Feiyu switched various tools. The young man went from screaming to weak and powerless, but kept his mouth tightly shut. Just as the three were about to give up, the young man finally gritted his teeth and spoke. Enough. I said no means no. His breath was faint, afraid of more torture. He had almost exhausted all his strength. A gleam of joy flashed in Feiyu's eyes, and even the drowsy Might Kai suddenly woke up and stepped forward. 10 days ago, Yen Ninja Village was ambushed by a mysterious enemy group. The Jonin were wiped out, and villagers scattered to escape. I was unlucky and fell into an ambush, surviving only because my comrades covered me. Using the village's specially made tracking smoke, I found the comrades' rendezvous point. Only the village's senior leaders have this smoke. We agreed to meet in the Land of Fire, where the leader and Konoha Hokage would discuss reviving the village. Now, telling you one tea hurt. Might Kai frowned and sniffed. Smoke? I don't smell anything. The young man explained, it's a special invisible smoke only ninja trained long-term in the village can sense it, detectable within 10 kilometers. The three exchanged glances and, after discussion, Feiyu calmly said, what he says makes sense, but we can't fully trust him. First, neutralize the fighters inside, then negotiate with their leaders. Safety first. The truth can be investigated later. Kazuki Sakumo nodded, makes sense. Might Kai silently followed, while the two Chunin commanded everything. Feiyu took a thumb-sized porcelain bottle from his ninja tool pouch, containing a neuroparalytic refined from snake venom. After drinking the poison, within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, his muscles were completely paralyzed. It took him great effort to obtain this poison. Nowadays, ninjas underestimate poison techniques and are unprepared. As a time traveler, Feiyu knew that Hanzo, the leader of the rain-hidden village, was a master of poison, with overwhelming strength, nicknamed Demigod. When power cannot destroy the world, poisoning and killing many enemies is the best strategy. Feiyu divided the poison into 3 portions and handed them to 2 people. Put the poison into their usual water source. After they drink it, we will take action. Understood. The 2 responded and immediately set to work. Feiyu did not idle either. He stirred the poison into the pond, hid, and ambushed, observing the enemy's reaction when fetching water. An hour later, a team of ninjas arrived, carrying containers, completely unguarded, and began fetching water one after another. So thirsty, I'll have a sip first. The short, stout man eagerly scooped up water and drank. Feiyu held his breath nervously. It was his first time using poison. He did not know the outcome. Previously, he had only tested it on small animals and was unsure if the taste was abnormal. The short, stout man smacked his lips after drinking half a cup, noticing nothing unusual. Feiyu gradually felt relieved. The team left. Feiyu waited a moment longer, then returned to the meeting point. We move in 15 minutes. The 2 nodded, cleaned up the traces, tied the young man to a tree, and prepared to set off. The short, stout man poured the water back into the communal water source. The ninjas from Yenrun village knew the time and waited to fetch water. Having completed his task, the short, stout man gasped for breath as he returned home. Once he collapsed onto the bed, his muscles suddenly lost control, and his brain could no longer command his body. He struggled to shout but could not make a sound. His body felt bound by invisible chains, sinking into terrifying paralysis. The cries were stuck in his throat, even the muscles needed for vocalization lost control, unable to produce a single sound. A strange atmosphere spread throughout the village. As time passed by the minute, several urgent shouts suddenly came from afar. Ajay, respond quickly. What's wrong with you? Guangjie, don't scare me, move now. Many households fetched water, but no one could drink it. Those who drank collapsed one by one, as if their souls had been drained, unresponsive to their families' calls. The shouting grew more frantic, and the entire camp erupted in chaos. Inside a house, a richly dressed elder sat in a high seat, coldly scanning the two ninjas guarding the door, then slowly spoke, "Go check what happened." "Yes," one responded, pushing the door open to leave. Suddenly, a sharp kunai silently pressed against his neck, less than an inch away, the needle-like threat inching closer. With no way out, he retreated back into the room. Immediately after, two ninjas behind the kunai wielder quickly followed in, and the door was slammed shut. "Who are you?" the old man asked in shock, glaring angrily. "Heh, you dare ask who we are on our turf?" "Old man, don't be ridiculous." Feiyu, the kunai wielder, sneered contemptuously. "Konoha ninja?" The old man snorted coldly. "Very well, relay my message to your Hokage. I want to see him." Feiyu and his companions exchanged glances, their laughter exploding instantly. "Who's the Hokage? Anyone can see him? We're not your messengers." Feiyu advanced step by step, his tone calm and measured. "My name is Yusuke Kozada, Grand Elder of the Smoke Ninja Village. I order you to relay my message immediately." The old man was burning with rage, having controlled the village for many years, never before so humiliated. "Oh, Grand Elder, so impressive." Feiyu feigned fear, closing in on the old man. Kitaki Sakumo and Mike Daisuke quickly subdued two guards. The Grand Elder was terrified, his voice trembling. Feiyu grabbed his arm and roughly pulled him up, taking the high seat himself. "Bold scoundrel!" The Grand Elder roared, but was powerless to resist. "Speak! What do you want with the Hokage? If you're asking for help, show some respect." Feiyu crossed his legs mockingly, his gaze sharp as a blade. "One tea talk? No problem, 300 brothers outside are ready to clean out you traitors anytime." Feiyu threatened coldly. The Grand Elder's face turned pale at the words, hastily grabbing Feiyu as he tried to leave, begging urgently. "Konoha folks, let us talk this out. I admit my earlier attitude was improper, please forgive me. Should VE said so earlier." No tears without seeing the coffin. Feiyu snorted coldly and sat back down. "You're right." The Grand Elder suppressed his anger and stood with a forced smile. Feiyu saw through the scheming in his eyes but didn't care. Before crossing over, he knew the Smoke Ninja Village wasn't even on the map, worse off than the Sound Ninja Village. No matter what, this village was unlikely to escape destruction in the future. The Smoke Ninja Village is located on the west side of the Land of Waves, near the Land of Fields. It usually survives by taking on missions from the Land of Fields. The village isn't wealthy, but not poor either, mostly middle-class families, Yusuke Kozada said slowly. A month ago, the village was ambushed. All the villagers were controlled by an unknown illusion. The attackers took advantage of this to slaughter the ninjas and civilians, turning the place into a river of blood. It wasn't until a jonin who had just returned noticed something was wrong that everyone was awakened. "Wait. How did he wake you all up?" Feiyu interrupted urgently. The elder looked embarrassed. "This is a secret technique of the Smoke Ninja Village, not to be revealed lightly." Seeing Feiyu's face darken, the elder had no choice but to take out a pouch of yellow-brown powder from his bosom and slowly explained. "This is a special smoke, designed specifically to dispel illusions. Ninjas are accustomed to smoke all year round, and this special smoke can interfere with chakra." He said this as he handed the pouch to Feiyu. Feiyu reached out, took a small pinch, and brought it close to his nose to take a deep sniff. The pungent smell hit his forehead sharply. He wanted to taste it, but since he was currently in enemy territory and the old man's expression was strange, he ultimately held back. "Continue." Feiyu tossed the pouch back to Kazuki Sakumo, signaling him to take over. The elder, seeing their calm attitude, suppressed his dissatisfaction and continued. "After waking up, we fought desperately, trying to drive away the enemy. But they were too strong. Their summoned beasts emitted sonic attacks from a distance, and those hit by the attack immediately fell into illusions that couldn't be broken. We had no choice but to abandon the village and flee. Some fled toward the border of the Land of Fields, while we escaped to the Land of Fire, planning to establish a foothold here and wait for our comrades to regroup." "Regroup? Did you report this to Konoha?" The land of fire isn't a place you can just come to whenever you want. Feiyu sneered, questioning like a sudden storm. That's why I asked you to deliver a message to the Hokage, requesting help to restore our village. The three of them exchanged glances. After the dark-faced one finished speaking, it was the red-faced one's turn. Kazuki Tsukumo asked, Elder Kosaku, don't be anxious. I will convey your request. Since you want to hire Konoha ninjas, how much are you prepared to pay for the hiring fee? The elder was stunned, not expecting that Konoha's help would require payment. In the era of the first Hokage, the ninja world valued mutual aid. He had assumed the successors would be the same and hadn't considered any fees. What? Want to get benefits for free? If you don't pay, how can we work? Feiyu shouted loudly. Freeload? The elder was slightly taken aback, then defended, after the war, 30% of the village's assets will belong to you. How about that? 30% of the assets? Who knows where your assets are hidden? If you hide them in some corner, how would we know? Besides, the village is gone, so what assets are there? Feiyu sneered. What about the mission orders from the land of fields? The elder thought hard and finally came up with a bargaining chip important to the ninja village. Mission orders? Your village is gone, so the orders can only come to Konoha. Using your orders to hire us? Dream on. Feiyu mocked. So, what about the friendship between us? Friendship? Can you eat it? Does your village have a ninja god or a peerless beauty? What's so special about your friendship? Then tell me, what should I give you to be satisfied? The great elder, belittled by Feiyu, angrily shifted the blame. Your special ninjutsu is somewhat impressive, so it can barely count as payment. If you agree, we will request to transfer this to the Hokage, and other terms will be negotiated by a designated person. How about that? Hatake Tsukumo proposed. Fine. The great elder's expression was complicated, but he finally gritted his teeth and agreed. In that case, send a representative to come with us. Hatake Tsukumo released the two guards and walked out together with Feiyu. The guards were untied and immediately knelt beside the great elder, ready to be punished. The great elder waved his hand, signaling them to stand, and followed the three out. Outside, a crowd had gathered, their eyes full of anger and fear. Seeing outsiders, they grew even more furious, suspecting their families had been targeted. Who are you? You didn't touch my brother, did you? What happened to my father? If you dare touch my uncle, do you want to die? The crowd roared, and the radicals had already gone home to fetch weapons, preparing to teach a lesson. Enough! The great elder shouted angrily, and the scene immediately quieted, all eyes fixed on the three. Look, isn't this an antidote to restore the villagers and ninjas? The great elder lowered his voice and asked. Feiyu spoke coldly, that's more like it. Say one more word and I'll cut out your tongue. After speaking, he took a small bottle from his bosom and threw it hard to the great elder. The great elder hurriedly caught it, repeatedly thanking him, and quickly called over the two guards beside him. One took the bottle, flashed away, moving swiftly and decisively. This guard has been with me all along. He fully represents me in negotiations. Let him take you back to Konoha. The great elder pointed with his left hand to the other guard. The guard looked up, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, then respectfully saluted and stood at the end of the group. Feiyu glanced at the guards and nodded. No time to delay, set off immediately. The three had just reached the middle of the village when a group of fierce-eyed people began to emerge from the houses, staring at them like hungry tigers eyeing their prey. Feiyu didn't even look back with disdain. He spat on the ground, his steps firm, completely ignoring those vicious gazes. Kazuki Tsukumo and Might Due drew their weapons, scanning the surroundings warily, ready to fight at any moment. Unexpectedly, although the people inside were fierce, they made no move, allowing the three to reach the village gate smoothly. Just as Feiyu took a step to leave the enemy camp, a sudden change occurred. Kunai and shuriken suddenly shot out from all directions. Feiyu was instantly pierced like a hedgehog, unable to react in time. Finally, a guard roared and delivered a heavy punch to Kazuki Tsukumo's spine with tremendous force, veins bulging on his forehead. Kazuki Tsukumo's body broke into two, bending violently back and forth before collapsing heavily to the ground. The elder had anticipated this and shouted angrily, "Kill those two! Capture the one with the thick eyebrows!" The people inside obeyed the order, filing out one after another, ninja wielding kunai, women brandishing kitchen knives, and disabled men roaring while leaning on crutches, all rushing toward Feiyu and the fallen Kazuki Tsukumo, venting their fury wildly. Bang bang, the two bodies suddenly dispersed into smoke and exploded. It was a clone technique. Taking advantage of the smoke, Might Due was the first to rush out of the village gate, shouting, "Retreat!" In the woods, kunai mixed with explosive tags were fired in volleys, accompanied by poisons like beehives. Boom explosions tore through the air. Villagers instantly spat blood, the bright red staining the surroundings. Feiyu and Kazuki Sakumo activated traps and quickly regrouped with Might Due, standing on a tree overlooking the battlefield. The smoke ninja villagers frantically swung their weapons to block the kunai, but to no avail, and they accidentally injured their own comrades. Those who were accidentally hit burned with rage. Accumulated grievances erupted, and they fought back fiercely, plunging the battlefield into chaos. Taking advantage of the confusion, Feiyu threw smoke bombs. Thick white smoke covered the sky, completely blinding the enemy. He also occasionally threw shuriken, sneaking attacks on the enemies amid the chaos. The enemy mistakenly thought the three Feiyu had launched a surprise attack, and in their panic, they wildly swung their blades to defend themselves, escalating the chaos. Everyone, stop immediately! The Grand Elder stood at the doorway, shouting angrily, trying to control the situation. Two guards quickly positioned themselves beside the Grand Elder, ready for battle. But the crowd lost control of their emotions, weapons swinging non-stop until their muscles stiffened and they could no longer move. Ah! My hands, a round-faced ninja cried out as both hands lost sensation. Immediately, those around began showing symptoms of paralysis, collapsing to the ground. Some who were knocked down couldn't breathe due to throat muscle failure and died tragically on the spot. The Grand Elder's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the eerie scene before him. As soon as the poison water was ingested, everyone inside began to react, with strange and abnormal symptoms that left him momentarily baffled. My lord, it's the poison used by that Konoha ninja. It's flared up again, a guard whispered closely into the Grand Elder's ear. My lord, quickly bring the antidote and have them take it immediately. The Grand Elder was furious. He had clearly given orders earlier, so how could this happen? The antidote has already been administered. The guard's face darkened, his voice tinged with helplessness. My lord, how is that possible? The Grand Elder furrowed his brows, suspicion rising. At that moment, the three Feiyu appeared again at the village gate, their aura so oppressive that almost no one dared approach, as if demons had descended. Feiyu sneered coldly, you were so arrogant just now, fighting with such gusto. Why are you suddenly mute? He taunted, still playing the delaying game? I am your ancestor. Those antidotes are nothing but useless trash that temporarily suppress the poison. You didn't expect that I had a backup plan, did you? Now I've revealed my true form, Feiyu said with a cold smile, staring at the Grand Elder with eyes like knives. The two guards tried to resist, but Hatake Sakumo and Might Day attacked from both sides, instantly killing them. The Grand Elder's face flushed red, speechless and at a loss for words. Finish it off, don't cause more trouble, Hatake Sakumo said coldly. Feiyu nodded, alright, the mission comes first, don't waste time. The three began clearing out. All 170 ninjas were slain, their bodies rolled up one by one into scrolls. The Great Elder glared angrily, intending to counterattack, but Feiyu stopped him first and forcibly sent him away. The power he had painstakingly climbed for 20 years was thus ruthlessly severed. After finishing the cleanup, the three went to the fire pit in the center of the camp, watching the blazing charcoal. This is the smoke transmission point of the Smoke Ninja Village. Feiyu's eyes gleamed with interest. Might Dai fetched a bucket of water and doused the flames, instantly extinguishing the fire and causing white mist to rise. After the fire was out, the three began scavenging the spoils. Feiyu picked up a few pieces of smoldering charcoal, intending to take them back for research. Unknown power, priceless value. Collecting all useful items was his unchanging principle. With the mission complete, the three returned to the village, handed in the log, then dispersed, quietly awaiting the next summons. Feiyu went home and immediately split into two shadow clones. One focused on shortening the formation time of the Rasengan, the other studied the control techniques of the giant Rasengan. The giant Rasengan seemed only slightly larger than the ordinary Rasengan but contained profoundly different and mysterious depths. The ordinary Rasengan only condensed the chakra ball in the palm, making stability and control easier, but the giant Rasengan extended beyond the palm's range, greatly increasing control difficulty and requiring mastery as if it were an extension of the arm. After dividing off most of his chakra, Feiyu began a medicinal bath to recuperate. His cells were nourished, vitality greatly increased, and his chakra production potential improved accordingly. Now his chakra reserves were twice that of an early-stage Chunin, and the growth momentum was strong. 20 minutes later, the steaming, herb-scented medicinal bath water was ready. Feiyu strode into the bath, slowly sat down, and his entire body's cells seemed awakened, rejoicing. Ah, comfortable. He couldn't help but murmur, feeling the nourishment of the medicinal bath permeate his whole body. This medicinal bath not only replenished nutrients but also relieved cellular fatigue. Marching 1,000 miles with heavy loads put enormous pressure on the body without timely rest. Hidden injuries were inevitable. The body is his most precious asset. Eh? What's that smell? It's really awful. Feiyu was comfortably soaking in a medicinal bath when Mata suddenly burst out like a bomb, covering its nose tightly with its front paws, its face full of disgust. Feiyu glanced at it sideways and sneered, "You're the one who smells good. Where have you been fooling around all day? Covered in all sorts of colors, and now you're starting to complain about me? A cat is still a cat, can a cat speak?" Matu grumbled, its voice growing quieter. Feiyu ignored it and continued to focus on scrubbing his body. The medicinal bath showed no effect at all. He slowly stood up, changed into clean clothes, and continued his physical training. Push-ups, sit-ups, burpees, he gave his all in every move, exhausted to the point of soreness all over, then suddenly collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily, huff huff huff. After resting for more than 10 minutes, he began practicing chakra fusion, casually picking up Matu and placing it on his shoulder, letting it sense the chakra attributes to assist him. Meow. Matu was displeased, struggling angrily but to no avail against Feiyu. Feiyu released 2 balls of chakra from his palms, one wind and one earth, and asked, "Is there still an attribute in these two?" Matu tilted its head, closed its eyes to sense, then opened them, "Still a lot. Your method of absorbing yin chakra through medicinal baths isn't very effective." Feiyu laughed, "How could that be? The yin chakra in my cells has already swollen to the brim. That means your cell's absorption capacity is limited, or there's just too much yin chakra." Too much yin chakra? Isn't that a sweet problem? If the Nara or Yamanaka clans knew, they'd probably be so jealous they'd tear me apart. Cell absorption capacity isn't built overnight, it needs time to grow. We can only start by reducing the excess yin attribute. Meow. Matu agreed. Feiyu had a sudden idea, if I channel the yang chakra in my body to my hands, would the collision of yin and yang directly neutralize each other? Matu warned, "Don't mess around. The meeting of yin and yang can cause terrifying consequences. What you call mutual neutralization is the luckiest and rarest outcome." Feiyu scoffed, "Come on, you've never seen it either." He searched his body with all his might for yang chakra but found nothing. His attempt to convert chakra attributes also failed. Helplessly, he came to the conclusion, yin-yang chakra has no special control methods and is simply impossible to master. This special chakra attribute requires generations of research and countless attempts to control it, is by no means something that can be broken through by a sudden whim. Matwan summarized, steadily improving strength is the right path, you can't rush it. Feiyu sneered coldly, "What does this ugly cat know? Sleeping and eating all day, with no sense of crisis at all. Be careful you don't get skinned one day." Meow. "Who dares to skin me? I'll scratch him to death." Matwan's fur bristled, fierce and aggressive. Feiyu threw it aside, "If you don't want to be skinned, you have to rely on strength to fight back." He discarded Matwan and began to ponder the next improvement plan. The Rasengan requires polishing like grinding ink with water. The taijutsu was just finished training, and if practiced too hard now, it could cause internal injuries, so today he had to stop. But Feiyu was unwilling and began to think deeply. He realized that although chakra control ranked among the top before becoming a chunin, there was still room for improvement. Previously, the time spent did not yield proportional results. Now that taijutsu and ninjutsu were developing simultaneously, he had to research anew. The most basic skills like climbing trees and walking on water had long been mastered, and practicing them further brought no improvement. The next test was the family heritage. Noble clans like Uchiha and Hyuga always had rich cultivation methods. Clan members chose paths suitable for themselves, and the noble houses continuously collected and summarized new methods to help their members break through limits. Heritage accumulates little by little. The strength of noble ninjas comes precisely from this. Their paths were already paved, no need to struggle blindly anymore. The heritage of noble houses cannot be measured by money, it is a priceless legacy. Feiyu had no family inheritance, and his parents had no background. What to do? He could only take a gamble and try his luck at the resource exchange, seeking support from an organization in difficult times. Night fell, and Feiyu hurried to the resource exchange before closing time, bluntly saying, "Check my ninja file in the exchange catalog." "Your name?" the staff asked. "Shangshan Feiyu. The file has been printed, please review it, and remember to destroy it after use." Feiyu nodded, his eyes quickly scanning the file to confirm whether the task rewards submitted this morning had been credited. A fierce fire burned in his eyes. He thought to himself, "I need to get a computer to monitor my body data anytime, for scientific training." Ninja name, Shanshan Feiyu. Gender, male, age, 16. Ninja ID 001154 level, Chunin. Personality, vengeful, cautious and meticulous, very few task errors. Village relations, no relatives, only shared missions with Kojima, Hatake Tsukumo, and Might D, all other acquaintances deceased. Tasks completed, D rank 376 times, C rank 138 times, B rank 71 times, A rank 1 time, S rank 0 times. Village contribution, 67 B rank certificates, 832,500 contribution points. Ninjutsu redeemed, Earth release underground navigation, Earth release heart decapitation, Earth release earth flow wall, Wind release breakthrough. Ninja abilities out of 80, Ninjutsu 2, Taijutsu 1, Genjutsu 0, Intelligence 4, Strength 1, Speed 1, Spirit 5, Seals 2, total 16. Special records, D rank failures 17 times, C rank failures 34 times, B rank failures 6 times, assassinated Hokage senior advisor Shimura Danzo once. Evaluation, just reached Chunin threshold, potential exhausted, no special opportunities, unlikely to become Jonin. Feiyu looked at the comment potential exhausted, no hope to become Jonin, veins bulging. Who could tolerate that? It was like a sharp blade driven into his chest, crushing all his fighting spirit. He took a deep breath, knowing this was just the system's objective evaluation, leaving away out special opportunities. Contribution points remained unchanged, indicating the last task was still being settled. 830,000 contribution points were the wealth he had painstakingly saved day after day. B rank certificates were even more precious after completing a B rank mission. One could only choose to redeem either contribution points or certificates for rare resources. He put down the file, picked up the redemption catalog, and studied it carefully. The people at the resource exchange gradually left, leaving only him and the staff. The staff checked the time and reminded him, "Sir, it's already closing time. Maybe come back tomorrow?" Feiyu smiled and said, "Off work so early? No rush, it'll be ready soon." His tone was domineering, much like a capitalist squeezing his employees. The staff could only sigh helplessly, hoping he would keep his word. Feiyu's eyes scanned the secret ninjutsu catalog, secretly pleased. "I didn't expect there to be secret techniques, it's basically a summary of the senior's experience essence. Shadow imitation technique secret, insights and 13 techniques from generations of the Nara clan, requires converting chakra into in nature. Exchange conditions, 500,000 contribution points, 20 S rank certificates, must have already exchanged the shadow imitation technique. Heart-to-heart technique secret, generations of the Yamanaka clan. Elite practitioners of this ninjutsu must convert chakra into in nature, containing 20 techniques. Requires 500,000 contribution points, 20 S rank certificates, and must have exchanged the heart-to-heart technique. Mutual detonation tag secret in S rank ninjutsu training manual personally compiled by the second Hokage, requiring the user to have a massive chakra reserve. Requires 1 million contribution points, 100 S rank certificates, and must have exchanged mutual detonation tag. Flying Thunder God technique secret personally written by the second Hokage, testing the user's ultimate control over space and direction. Requires 1 million contribution points, 100 S rank certificates, and must have exchanged Flying Thunder God technique. Lightning Release Chakra Mode Stage 1 secret summarized by the second Hokage after in-depth study of Cloud Hidden Village's secret techniques, requires a strong physique. Requires 500,000 contribution points, 10 S rank certificates, and must have exchanged Lightning Release Chakra Mode Stage 1. Shishin Parasite Secret, a secret parasitic technique of the Aburame clan, requiring extremely strong willpower to overcome psychological barriers. Requires 500,000 contribution points, 10 S rank certificates. Feiyu looked at these numbers, his mouth twitching. He had thought his 830,000 contribution points were more than enough, but after calculating, he realized he was basically broke. Not to mention those S rank certificates, each costing hundreds of thousands of contribution points, making his head spin. Although itching with desire, he could only grit his teeth and give up, flipping to the end and picking some he could afford. Finally, he locked onto a target in the vast ocean of secret scrolls. Chakra Transport Secret Scroll invented by Ito Itachi, perfected by 12 people working together. Once fully mastered, chakra control will be incredibly precise, but the learning process is long. Requires 200,000 contribution points and 20 B rank certificates. That's the one. Feiyu pointed at the scroll without hesitation and signaled the staff. The staff rolled their eyes and quickly operated. Moments later, a scroll was handed to Feiyu. This item can only be used once. Be sure to focus on memorizing it and do not teach it to others. Violations will result in deduction of contribution points and an additional 30% penalty. The words came fast, and Feiyu concentrated fully, memorizing them firmly. He carefully stored the scroll in his ninja tool pouch and exchanged for several wind and earth attribute ninjutsu to improve his chakra conversion ability. Ignoring the staff's cold attitude, he smiled faintly, thinking, after all, I took up quite a bit of their time, not getting scolded is already good. Then he headed home leisurely. Back home, Feiyu's mind churned with lists of ninjutsu and genjutsu, muttering to himself, really envy the Uchiha who can copy ninjutsu as soon as they activate the Sharingan and spend the leftover contribution points however they want. Maybe I should find a chance to sneak attack and steal a 3-tomo Sharingan, become a copy ninja too? Although in the late ninja world only Hatake Kakashi became famous by copying ninjutsu, other Uchiha seemed to disdain this path. Their pride made Feiyu extremely envious. Minato Namikaze spent 3 years creating the Rasengan, only for Kakashi to casually copy it and show off, making Naruto green with envy. Another day of envying the Uchiha. Shaking his head, Feiyu cleared his mind and focused intently on the newly exchanged scroll. The Wind and Earth ninjutsu could wait, the priority was the Chakra Transport Secret Scroll. He slowly unrolled the scroll, deliberately memorizing the text until the characters gradually faded, then he breathed a sigh of relief. The core of the chakra transport technique is repeatedly training chakra control. Starting from the finest chakra threads, gradually mastering their strength and release speed. It allows the palm to lightly touch tofu without damaging its shape, yet tear through rock when bursting. Feiyu estimated that if he trained to the extreme, he could rival Tsunade's punch that shattered Susanoo. Considering taijutsu was his weak point, he needed to practice hard to strengthen his trump card. He immediately took action. Following the scroll's instructions, Feiyu rushed to a nearby mountain herb shop to get herbs that suppress chakra fluctuations, preparing to begin rigorous training. Feiyu prepared the herbs into a juice in the right proportions and set it aside. At this moment, his chakra emission was still rough, basically operating at a millimeter scale. To train it to the delicate 0.07 millimeters of a hair strand, there was still a long way to go. This technique was extremely time-consuming to cultivate, and even the starting point made it hard to predict when it would be completed. No matter how long it takes, there is no shortcut on the path of cultivation. The harder you work today, the greater your chances of victory in future battles. You must never slack off. Especially after reading the insights and experiences of the predecessors in the secret archives, Feiyu became even more determined, knowing that mastering these techniques would bring great benefits. He applied the cooled medicinal liquid to his arm and slowly transferred chakra to both hands. The chakra flowed sluggishly through his arms, forcing Feiyu to increase his control and painstakingly adjust it. After much effort, he finally delivered the chakra to his hands, but only a thin layer of chakra clung to his palms, as if a gust of wind could blow it away. Under extremely difficult conditions, he slowly adjusted the chakra release units until the progress before resting was still minimal. This result did not discourage him, on the contrary, it made him even more excited. The harder the technique to learn, the more it strikes at the root. Once mastered, his strength would surely improve significantly. This move was a secret technique specially promoted by the second Hokage to suppress the powerful plans. Take it slow, the ninja world has not yet collapsed. With his current strength, as long as he does not seek death, survival is not difficult. Filled with hope, Feiyu collapsed, utterly exhausted. At this moment, he had no physical strength or chakra left and could do nothing but recuperate. A day later, a specially trained summoning crow arrived to deliver a new mission. During wartime, resting for a day was already a luxury. Feiyu arrived at the mission site and was surprised to see Hatake Tsukumo and Might Dai anxiously looking around, as if waiting for something. Feiyu pondered for a moment, then stepped forward to greet them and received the mission. The mission still concerned the runaway ninja from the Smoke Village. He was required to team up with Hatake Tsukumo and Might Dai to investigate the ruins of the Smoke Village, gather intelligence, and identify the attackers and their motives. When the elder of the Smoke Village described the enemy as summoning beast, Feiyu already had a guess. There were few strong figures in the ninja world, and signature ninjutsu could be recognized at a glance. Those who could summon a giant soundwave genjutsu beast included the crow with the Uchiha Shirsui's eyes, the sages of Mayaboko Mountain Shima and Fukasaku, and the second Mizukage's summoned beast, the shark. Shirsui had not yet been born, and the 3 sacred places of Mayaboko Mountain followed a principle of seclusion, with scarce natural energy outside. Unless there was a contract holder, they would not act lightly. Therefore, these 2 were ruled out. Only the second Mizukage's summoned beast, the shark, remained, so the attacker must be a ninja from Kirigakure. Feiyu knew this well but did not intend to inform the Konoha leadership. On one hand, he could not explain the source of the information, on the other, he did not want to be a scapegoat. He met up with Hatake Tsukumo and exchanged a few words. "Gentlemen, thank you for teaming up again," Feiyu said with a smile. Feiyu, not seen you for a day, and your tongue has gotten even sharper," Hatake Tsukumo replied with a smile. "It should be the two of you taking care of me." Might Dai scratched his head, looking a bit shy. "Don't be so reserved, Dai. Last time you infiltrated the enemy camp alone without fear. If you hadn't lured the enemy into our trap, it wouldn't have worked." Feiyu praised him enthusiastically. "That's right, your role is crucial." Hatake Tsukumo nodded in agreement. Might D excitedly. This was the first time he had been recognized. Since ninja school, he had repeated grades multiple times, and if it weren't for the First Ninja World War, whether he could graduate was doubtful. Now, with recognition from two people, the value of his life suddenly stood out. Feiyu saw his excitement, ended the small talk, and turned to the mission. "Both of you, what are your thoughts on this mission?" "What thoughts? Just follow the plan," Hatake Tsukumo said calmly. Might D calmed down, nodding repeatedly to show agreement. Tsukumo was the same on his side. Feiyu's gaze was sharp, thinking to himself, intelligence is the key. With it, you can take the initiative. Without it, you can only react passively, like a headless fly running around blindly. Inside the root laboratory, Danzo stood before a huge cultivation tank, staring at the tiny baby inside, his eyes burning with wild passion. Suddenly, the baby's shoulder violently bulged, flesh-like branches spreading wildly, the aura quickly dissipating as if life was mercilessly devoured. "Why can't we control this mutation yet?" Danzo asked the researcher beside him coldly. "The cellular invasion is too fierce, the experimental subject's self-control is simply not strong enough, that's why." The researcher was sweating profusely, his voice trembling. If the baby can't control it, adults should work, right?" Danzo's one eye was like a blade, coldly scanning. The researcher shivered all over and quickly nodded. "Theoretically, it should be fine." "Then get to work. I am responsible for the adult experimental subjects, I only want results." Danzo's tone was like thunder, pressing the researcher until he could barely breathe. The researcher cursed inwardly. He was just a senior doctor from the hospital, yet dragged to this hellish place to do these crazy experiments. Rumor had it that 3 predecessors had already disappeared, their fates miserable. Elsewhere, Danzo left the laboratory and hurried toward the Hokage building. On the way, a root ninja wearing a cat face mask suddenly jumped out. "Lord Danzo, the target has already moved. Should we intercept?" A bunch of useless people can't even get the intelligence right, causing them to waste the last rank mission praise." Danzo sneered coldly. The cat-faced ninja lowered his head in shame. Danzo added coldly, "No time to play with that kid, I'll talk after I see the Hokage." The cat-faced ninja watched him enter, then turned and left. "Monkey, the experiment has hit a bottleneck, we need adult experimental subjects." Danzo barged into the Hokage's office and said bluntly. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked dignified. "Danzo, you came just in time. I was about to personally go to the front lines and completely crush the hidden cloud village. You can select adult test subjects from the Konoha prison and prisoners." Danzo was momentarily stunned, thinking, if you want to go to the battlefield, go yourself, why drag me along? The words were on the tip of his tongue, but he twisted them around. "Monkey, you're already the Hokage, and you still want to go to the front lines? The consequences of failure would be severe. I haven't officially met the daimyo yet, so I'm not the official Hokage. Konoha is riddled with internal conflicts. Only by cutting through the mess swiftly can I firmly hold the Hokage position, otherwise the Umbu rebellion will erupt again," Sarutobi Hiruzen said without a care. These noble families, once I have time, I will definitely deal with them properly." Danzo's face was full of hostility. "Then let's depart now," Sarutobi Hiruzen said without hesitation. "So soon?" Danzo was stunned, thinking, no preparation? Quick victory. If the war drags on for years, IWA and Kiri will intervene. Danzo was speechless. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo led the Umbu members rushing to the front lines. The cat-faced ninja remained nervously on standby at the root base. After leaving the village, Feiyu and the other two did not relax and headed straight for the land of fields. They did not know the exact location of the hidden smoke village, so they had to first go to the land of fields to gather information. Upon arriving at the capital, standing at the city gate, the bustling street scene came into view, and the cruelty of the previous Ninja World War seemed to have faded. The three split up. Feiyu entered a tavern. Although he knew ninjas under 18 were forbidden to drink, he was fearless. He used the transformation technique to become a middle-aged man, calmly walked into a corner with no one around, sat at the bar, ordered a bottle of local sweet wine, and carefully tasted it while eavesdropping. He had no expectations but unexpectedly caught useful information. Did you hear? The hidden smoke village was wiped out recently. Their great elder went to the land of Fields daimyo for help, a hunched old man whispered to a neighboring old man with a crooked nose. Really? The hidden smoke village is a powerful ninja village with more than 40 jonin. How could it be easily wiped out? The crooked nose old man was full of doubt, his eyes sharp as knives. Fake? Absolutely impossible. My nephew is now the daimyo's personal guard, I heard it with my own ears. The hunched old man hurriedly rebutted, his tone full of confidence. Your nephew? A few days ago you said your nephew was a wealthy family's butler, and now suddenly he's the daimyo's personal guard? The crooked-nosed old man raised an eyebrow, his voice full of suspicion. I have 2 nephews, isn't that possible? The hunched old man tried to cover up in a fluster, his voice scattered. How many nephews do you have exactly? Didn't you say 2 years ago your brother only had 1 child? The crooked-nosed old man sneered, his gaze inching closer. I adopted another older brother. So what about that? The hunched old man's face flushed red, and he began to babble incoherently. The old man with the crooked nose furrowed his brows, full of confusion. Stop talking about that, let us discuss the matter of Yen Ninja Village seeking help. The hunchbacked old man hurriedly changed the subject, his voice tinged with unease. Yes, so how many people came from Yen Ninja Village this time? The old man with the crooked nose stopped fussing and asked casually. I heard more than 50 came, bringing several carts of jewels to the daimyo, only then did they get the daimyo to intervene and help. Wow! So many jewels, old nose is going to make a fortune. The old man's eyes lit up, his smile radiant. Of course. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to spend it all in 3 lifetimes. The hunchbacked old man licked his lips, full of envy. You're so unambitious. If it were me, I'd marry 10 beauties first and have them dance for me every day. The old man with the crooked nose laughed heartily, his imagination running wild. Nearby, Feiyu listened quietly, frowning slightly. After finishing the sweet wine, he left the tavern and met up with Hatake Sakumo and Might D. So, any valuable information? Hatake Sakumo asked eagerly. Might D shook his head, indicating none. I did hear something. Feiyu said softly, then recounted the news he heard in the tavern along with his own analysis one by one. Part of Yen Ninja Village is hiding in the Land of Fire, another part within the borders of the Land of Fields. Their leader is very likely hiding in this capital city. If we find them, they can lead us on the way. What I heard was similar, all stories about bribing the daimyo for help. I suggest we start with the daimyo's guards, only they know where the Yen Ninja people are. Night had fallen. The 3 quietly sneaked near the daimyo's palace. Taking advantage of the darkness, they stunned a knife-wielding guard and dragged him to a secluded corner. Feiyu splashed a basin of cold water on him, instantly waking the guard. Who are you? Where is this place? How dare you attack me? Do you know who I am? You're asking for death. The guard roared, his voice trembling, but inside he was filled with fear. Calm down, I'm a ninja from Kirigakure village. As long as you tell me where the Yen Ninja remnants are hiding, I promise not to harm a single hair on you. Feiyu activated his transformation technique, changing into the appearance of an ordinary passerby, his tone gentle yet firm. Ni ninja? Hearing those 2 words, the guard immediately stammered, his face turning pale. The reputation of ninjas was as terrifying as death itself for an ordinary person like him, there was no good outcome. What? You still have objections to us? Hatake Sakumo sneered nearby. And no objections, sir. The Yen Ninja people live in those rows of luxurious townhouses. The guard trembled as he pointed ahead. You're wise to cooperate. Stay here until dawn, or face the consequences. Feiyu sneered, his gaze sharp as a blade, radiating murderous intent. Yes. Sir, we will not leave before dawn, the guards responded repeatedly. After the 3 left, in the dead of night, they climbed over the wall and quietly sneaked into the courtyard. The path was unobstructed all the way, leading straight to the master bedroom. Inside, the occupants breathed evenly, completely unguarded, never suspecting anyone would sneak in. After confirming no one was pretending to sleep inside, Feiyu grabbed the person on the bed by the neck with his left hand and by the shoulder with his right, lifting her effortlessly without letting out a sound. Kate Dai and Might Dai followed closely, quickly binding her arms behind her back. Feiyu's first reaction was shock, so soft. She struggled desperately, her loose pajamas pressed her full chest repeatedly against Feiyu's chest. Seemingly sensing something was wrong, she struggled for a moment before gradually calming down. The three bound her tightly and took her to a brightly lit room, where several others were also tied up. Feiyu, by the light, saw their faces clearly. A pair of bright, watery eyes stared at him in terror, long hair naturally flowing, disheveled from struggling, radiating helplessness and panic. Her hair hung wildly, somehow exuding a wild beauty. The curves of her chest were well defined, the pale pink pajamas clinging to her skin, highlighting her extraordinary status. Feiyu threw her harshly in front of the group with a heavy thud. Her big eyes instantly filled with tears. Behind her, Kazuki Sakumo and Might Dai exchanged a surprised glance. "Good evening, everyone from the Smoke Ninja Village." Feiyu smiled and casually sat cross-legged before them. The crowd glared at him angrily. Who could remain calm after being kidnapped in the middle of the night? There's a reason I called you here. It's pitch dark. If anyone gets hurt in a scuffle, that wouldn't be good. Whoever's the leader, come out and speak. Let us cut to the chase, Feiyu said sincerely. I am Koza Kyoko, daughter of the leader of Smoke Ninja Village. Speak your mind, the girl thrown to the ground retorted crisply, interrupting the middle-aged man beside her who was about to introduce himself. The middle-aged man shot Kyoko a warning glance and watched Feiyu warily. Oh, so it's Miss Kyoko, my apologies. We are Konoha ninjas. Hearing of the Smoke Ninja Village's plight, we were specially dispatched to assist. If we have offended, please forgive us, Feiyu said as he pretended to untie Kyoko's ropes, while the others looked on disdainfully. Kyoko flexed her wrists and said coldly, thanks for Konoha Ninja's concern, but Smoke Ninja Village is fine now. The Land of Fields is a good place to stay. We don't need your help. Oh? Don't need help? That's strange. You trespassed into the Land of Fire's territory and even had the Hokage intervene to rescue you. Miss Kyoko, don't be shy. I know you're eager to understand the village's situation. Hearing isn't as good as seeing. Why don't we go take a look now? I guarantee your safety, Feiyu proposed with a face full of sincerity. A bunch of hypocrites. The daimyo of the Land of Fields is from Our Lady's maternal clan. We don't need your fake help. The middle-aged man shouted angrily, as if the daimyo possessed a godlike power that feared neither heaven nor earth. Feiyu sneered coldly, it seems this senior hasn't yet seen the situation clearly. Shuomo, loosen his bones a bit. Before the words finished, Kazuki Shuomo had already stepped forward quickly, crouched down, and pressed his palm on the middle-aged man's shoulder. Several crack sounds were heard, and the man screamed in pain repeatedly. Stop! I want to return to the Smoke Ninja Village too. Don't make things hard for Uncle Nakamura. Kyoko hurriedly shouted to stop him. Shuomo flashed back to his original position. Nakamura Takuto collapsed weakly to the ground, and everyone was terrified. That's better. How about we set off immediately, so we don't get caught up in other troubles during the day, Feiyu suggested. Okay, I agree, but I need to change clothes first, Kyoko nodded. Feiyu waved his hand, signaling her to leave without worry. Might Guy stood guard outside the courtyard, keeping an eye out for any stragglers while also watching the direction of the daimyo's palace. Feiyu and Shuomo untied everyone's ropes and waited inside the room. After a moment, Kyoko changed into a tight combat suit, her curves exquisite, standing proudly before Feiyu. Feiyu was stunned, swallowed hard, and struggled to move his gaze away from her chest. Don't try any tricks. This lady is a super genius who became a chunin at 7 and is about to participate in the Jonin selection. Behave yourself. Everyone looked at Shuomo in terror. Kyoko's expression was serious, and Shuomo suddenly felt embarrassed. Feiyu smiled with satisfaction, walked out first, and everyone followed closely behind, afraid of being caught and severely beaten by Shuomo. Thus, Kyoko led the team slowly toward the ruins of Smoke Ninja Village. The next day at noon, the group trudged to the ruins of Smoke Ninja Village. The land was scarred everywhere, broken buildings twisted and deformed, corpses scattered, wild beasts occasionally darted out, dragging away limbs, as if it were a beast's paradise. Kyoko held back tears. The guards' faces were solemn, their lips trembling, speechless. Feiyu sighed, the weak are unforgivable sinners. He took the lead, stepping deeper into the ruins. At the ruins of Smoke Ninja Village, Feiyu led the charge into the wreckage, closely watching every broken corner. Suddenly, he crouched down, dipped his finger into some black oily liquid, frowning tightly. This was the forbidden technique of the second Mizukage, Hozuki Genjutsu, which transformed water into oil. This discovery heightened his alertness, and his movements became even more cautious. Not far away, several ninjas wearing Kirigakure village headbands crouched in the shadows, their eyes cold as knives. Boss, we've really caught the remnants of the Smoke Ninja Village, a squinting ninja reported in a low voice. Ha, today we will surely make a meritorious deed. Kill them, and Lord Mizukage will be pleased. Maybe the position among the 7 ninja swordsmen will be mine, with wealth and glory within reach, the bearded man sneered, greed flashing in his eyes. Everyone echoed in agreement, the atmosphere heated. Seeing a middle-aged man slowly walk into the ambush circle, the ninjas suddenly erupted, a roar sounded, and 4 water-release ninjutsu techniques shot out swiftly, instantly knocking down the target. Feiyu and his companions looked over at the sound, seeing 4 ninjas dressed in blue-striped uniforms jump out, striking the survivors of the Smoke Ninja village fiercely, shouting excitedly. Feiyu shook his head helplessly, they really overestimated them, a bunch of fools who only know killing, spending so much effort trying to outsmart the air, it's simply embarrassing. Xiao's was Xingzi shouted, Uncle Takao. Her voice filled with despair. Damn it, Takao. I'm going all out. Nakamura Takuto roared, drawing the standard issue sword at his waist and charging forward. Uncle Nakamura, don't be impulsive. Xingzi hurriedly tried to stop him, but the enraged Nakamura wouldn't listen to any advice. The bearded man sneered as he met him, throwing a kunai and kicking Nakamura hard in the chest, knocking him back several steps. Cough, cough, damn it. Nakamura struggled to get up, ribs broken, breathing labored, finally collapsing from exhaustion. Xingzi knelt beside him, tears blurring her eyes, shaking him and calling out repeatedly. Feiyu bent down to check, confirming Nakamura still had faint breathing, and comforted, rib fracture has injured the lung, he's unconscious for now, but with a few days of rest, he'll recover. Xingzi looked up at Feiyu, a glimmer of hope shining in her eyes, signaling everyone to move toward the battlefield about to erupt. She knew that the battles between ninjas were beyond her reach. Her father had constantly taught her ninjutsu in life, hoping she would grow strong, but she had been indifferent, preferring to be a carefree little princess. It wasn't until the day the village was destroyed that she realized her father was not invincible, easily killed, and she was defenseless, trembling and praying for rescue. Fortunately, the retainers fought desperately to protect her and sent her to her uncle the daimyo of the Land of Fields. The guards were not ninjas, and her uncle was cold toward them. Nakamura's dream of restoring the village was shattered. But she did not despair, only wishing to live peacefully under her uncle's protection. Unexpectedly, Feiyu and his group suddenly appeared, demanding she lead them back to the old site of the Smoke Ninja village. Her fate was once again controlled by others, and she gradually understood that only by mastering power could she control the future. So, she actively cooperated with the Konoha ninjas while contacting scattered old allies in the Land of Fields and the Land of Fire, vowing to rebuild the Smoke Ninja village. Ha ha ha, coming to die again, the bearded man sneered coldly. Boss, they're different from the previous Smoke Ninjas, their forehead protectors are Konoha ninjas, the squinting ninja warned. What? Konoha ninja? Aren't they at war with the Hidden Cloud village? At war? How did they end up here? The bearded man was stunned, his sharp gaze sweeping over the 3 in front of him. None of your business. Just accept your death. Feiyu sneered coldly and without hesitation charged first at the squinty-eyed man. Damn it! The squinty-eyed man shouted angrily, turning to attack me, utterly outrageous. Kazuki Sakumo and Might D swiftly followed, instantly entangling with the 4 opponents. Might D showed no weakness, suddenly rushing in close, giving the enemy no chance to use ninjutsu, unleashing a set of Konoha taijutsu. With his powerful physique, he forced 2 of them into retreat. Kazuki Sakumo focused on the enemy leader, wielding the white-fanged blade, slashing left and right. The blade was so sharp it could almost cut through kunai. The bearded man's face changed drastically at the sight, and he began to restrain his moves, fearing a cut from the white fang. Feiyu, facing the squinty-eyed man, was like a fish in water. The smaller opponent was tightly grabbed and pulled, his attacks only hitting Feiyu's limbs, but Feiyu's thick armor protected his vital areas, firmly blocking the strikes. Bang! The squinty-eyed man screamed in pain, clutching his injured fist and blowing on it repeatedly. He hadn't expected anyone to fight while carrying iron weights. His full-strength attacks were only 20% effective, and he had to be careful not to injure himself, feeling extremely frustrated. At this rate, we're doomed. Need to think of a plan. The squinty-eyed man's eyes darted around rapidly as he quickly came up with a strategy. Boss, let us switch targets. I can't take down that kid alone for now. You help me hold off the short blade guy. I'll finish him off and then come save you. He shouted loudly to the bearded man, not caring if the enemy heard. A glint flashed in the bearded man's eyes, and he immediately nodded. The 2 gradually closed in, exchanging attack targets. The bearded man raised his right fist and slammed it hard toward Feiyu. Humph. You don't have a short blade. Let me show you how I deal with you. He growled proudly. The fist wind howled, mixed with a roar, rushing straight at Feiyu's face. But Feiyu was well prepared. While the squinty-eyed man was plotting, Feiyu quietly gathered chakra in his left palm. Though the amount was small, it was undetectable by sensory ninja, waiting silently for the opponent to come. This godsend opportunity appeared, and Feiyu didn't hesitate to increase chakra output. In just a moment, the azure chakra sphere gradually expanded to the size of a rugby ball, power fully unleashed. Rasengan! Feiyu shouted lowly, pressing his palm down. The chakra sphere instantly wrapped around the bearded man's right fist, spinning fiercely. The forearm was twisted into an unbelievable shape, writhing violently, eventually separating from the upper arm, breaking off. Ah! Two screams pierced the silence of the ruined smoke ninja village. The squinty-eyed man had a long bloody slash across his chest from Kazuki Sakumo's white fang, his intestines spilled all over the ground. The bearded man knelt on the ground holding his severed arm, his face flushed red, screaming in agony. Compared to the squinty-eyed man who lost his life, this severed arm was still considered lucky. This sudden change caught the attention of the two people fighting against Might Dai. Just as they turned to look, Might Dai seized the opportunity and kicked the neck of a mist-hidden ninja, breaking it. The other person panicked and tried to flee but was cut down by Sakumo Hatake with a single strike. Only the bearded man remained on the battlefield, wailing in pain, too distracted to care about the tragic fate of his comrades. Stop howling. If you keep it up, I'll send you to the underworld. Feiyu shouted sternly. The bearded man's wailing abruptly stopped. Although he didn't understand what the underworld was, he could feel the killing intent in Feiyu's words and hurriedly held back his pain in silence. Hey, it's just one severed arm. You're still alive, so why act so arrogant? Feiyu taunted. The bearded man trembled as he took a tourniquet from his ninja tool pouch, tightly wrapped his severed arm, and swallowed some painkillers before barely managing to sit up. Quite fond of life, huh? You were arrogant just now, but now you're quiet. It's okay if you don't speak. I'll give you two choices. 1, we send your corpse back to Konoha. 2, you obediently come back with us. Your survival depends on how you behave. Feiyu calmly proposed. I choose the second one, the bearded man gritted his teeth and replied. Having just screamed himself hoarse, the bearded man could only croak in a hoarse voice. Feiyu stroked his chin, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, he struck a punch that knocked the man unconscious. Turning to Anko, who was checking the situation, he said, the people from the Smoke Ninja village, our mission is almost over. What do you plan to do? Anko spoke first. I want to see the Hokage and go back to Konoha with you. How about that? She exchanged a glance with Sakumo Hatake, who nodded. Of course, no time to waste, let us depart immediately. Wait. What about this guy? Anko pointed at the unconscious bearded man and asked. Take him back to Konoha and hand him over to the interrogation department. Feiyu frowned. You can interrogate the dead, right? Konoha should have that technology. Can you make the killer who murdered Uncle Takao die with clarity? Anko's eyes were resolute. The one who killed Takao is already dead, Feiyu said, pointing to the corpse of the squinty-eyed man. But the bandit leader is still alive. That's our business. If you have any requests, go back to Konoha and talk to the higher-ups. We don't have that authority. All right. Anko said reluctantly, her eyes full of resentment. They hastily buried Takao and the chaotic bodies in the village. Shikamo and the others busied themselves gathering useful intelligence, while Feiyu focused on collecting many oily substances, planning to unravel their secrets later. 10 days later, the group safely arrived at the gates of Konoha village. Due to heavy guards, their progress was slow. Along the way, they encountered a band of robbers. Feiyu and the others decisively struck, killing the leader, and the bandits quickly scattered. During breaks in the march, Feiyu took advantage of the rare free time to continuously apply medicinal liquid on his arms, honing his chakra control. He also instructed Hatake Shikamo and Mato Dai not to record the fact that he used the Rasengan in the mission log. His trump card must not be revealed lightly. The two were amazed to learn it was a ninjutsu Feiyu created himself. Especially Mato Dai, whose envy was obvious. As a ninja who couldn't perform ninjutsu, he envied others greatly, and envied Feiyu's extraordinary talent even more, creating a powerful ninjutsu at such a young age. Mato Dai silently resolved to carve out a new path in taijutsu. The 10 days of leisure passed in the blink of an eye. Such moments were rare during wartime, otherwise, they would surely be punished for delaying military affairs. After registering at the gate, they submitted a report to the Konoha mission office, explaining the visit from the Smoke Ninja village, then dispersed. Feiyu returned home to his usual routine: ninjutsu practice, taijutsu training, chakra fusion, and soaking in medicinal baths. After completing everything, he lay down feeling refreshed. At the same time, combining Earth Release Ninjutsu, he dug a secret small base 100 meters underground at home to store important items, including the oily substances collected during the mission. The place was isolated from the outside world and could only be accessed by slowly descending using Earth Release, underground submersion technique. No one knew about this secret space except Feiyu, Hokage Advisor's office. The next day, Tenten and Mito Munin received Kosa Anko and others from the Smoke Ninja village. While the Hokage was away, the advisors held real power and issued orders decisively. I heard you traveled thousands of miles from the land of fields to Konoha. What do you seek? Please speak frankly. Mito Munin spoke first. This matter could not be taken lightly. It was a sensitive time with the ninja village leader missing and the new Hokage not yet firmly established. Any disturbance could cause ripples. I hope Konoha can help us rebuild the Smoke Ninja village. Anko said steadily, her gaze firm. Rebuild? According to intelligence, it was Kirigakure that caused your village's destruction. Even if you rebuild, how can you guarantee Kirigakure won't attack again? Tenten struck at the core. The new Smoke Ninja village will be built within the Land of Fields, under the protection of the Land of Fields daimyo. If attacked again, it will mean war between the Land of Fields and the Land of Water. The Land of Water's daimyo will never stand by idly. Anko responded resolutely. Koharu Tawarani and Mito exchanged glances, surprised by Kyoko's decisiveness. It was rumored that the great lords of various countries shared a common ancestor, their bloodlines connected. If things went as she said, perhaps this tragedy could be avoided from repeating. How are you so sure the Land of Rice will accept you? Koharu Tawarani asked coldly. Kyoko blinked without hesitation and casually told a lie. The daimyo of the Land of Rice is my uncle, he would never reject my proposal. In fact, before coming to Konoha, I had already finalized the details with him. As long as a village with influence helps us rebuild the Smoke Ninja village, that village will gain our lasting friendship. She spoke vividly, as if the future scene was already unfolding. Even if we wanted to help, we don't have the capability. We're locked in fierce battle with Kumogakure, with even the Hokage personally involved. No one can make decisions now. Even if we wanted to help, we're powerless. If your Smoke Ninja village can help us win this war, the Hokage might consider your request, and Mito bluntly stated the condition. Kyoko looked up, scanning the two peers before her, secretly calculating, want me to help for free? No way. The Hokage's appointment still depends on the daimyo's opinion. Better to leverage the authority of the Land of Fire's daimyo to force Konoha's acceptance. Even if we win the war, the Smoke Ninja village will be severely weakened. I need you to contact the Hokage and give me a clear answer. Also, the daimyo of the Land of Rice requests that I visit the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Please send someone to escort me. The one who came back with me, called Feiyu, will do. Kyoko calmly laid out a delaying tactic to buy herself time. If the daimyo intervened personally, the Hokage would naturally have to show some respect. Alright, when will you depart? I'll make the arrangements, and Mito nodded. In 2 days. I hope to have the Hokage's reply when I return. Meanwhile, in the prison holding foreign spies, a bearded man was brought in. He quickly handed over the intelligence he had to Konoha's interrogation department. After verification, he was easily detained, awaiting negotiations between Konoha and Kirigakure, or permanent imprisonment. Inside, the Umbu opened the cell door, shoved the bearded man in, and slammed the door shut. He had no time to get angry at the Umbu. As soon as he stepped into the cell, he noticed an unexpected figure. Lord Minazuki? Is that you? The bearded man whispered after the Umbu left. Who is calling me? A ragged man looked around warily. From his splendid clothes, it was clear he was the finely dressed man captured by Feiyu. My lord, it's me, Ishii. The bearded man's face brightened. Ishii? Oh, it's you. How did you end up here? The finely dressed man feigned realization and eagerly inquired. Captured by a Konoha ninja, Ishii gritted his teeth, his right arm still aching faintly. Where were you captured? Near the Smoke Ninja village. Yanin village? The time is ripe, the man in brocade muttered to himself. Time? What do you mean? Why are you here too? Ishii furrowed his brows, asking the most pressing question. Don't mind me, I'm on an important mission, the man in brocade said irritably, as if recalling a humiliation. Sir, do we still have a chance to get out? Ishii got straight to the point. Get out? Of course, the man in brocade said confidently. Good, once we're out, I will definitely avenge my broken arm. Ishii vowed firmly. Revenge is just the beginning. When the time comes, no one will be able to stop you from doing whatever you want, the man in brocade sneered coldly. Ishii was completely confused and about to ask more when another team from the Umbu approached, heading straight to the depths of the prison. He immediately fell silent. Finding a corner to sit, Ishii recalled the previous battle and came to a conclusion: he had been too careless. Feiyu dared not confront him head-on, using ruthless sneak attacks. Next time they met, he would tear him to pieces. Ha! Ishii let out a cold laugh, as if victory was already certain, eagerly anticipating the day of freedom. Elsewhere, the man in brocade wore a dark and fierce expression, touching his still aching cheek as if an old wound had been reopened. His eyes flickered with the flames of revenge, coinciding with Ishii's resolve. I'll let you live a few more days first. By then, whether Konoha still exists will be uncertain. Let's see how arrogant you can be then. 2 days later, early morning, inside the Konoha Hokage advisor's office. Feiyu had a blade of grass casually pulled from the ground in his mouth, wearing the standard Chunin vest over a light blue short-sleeve shirt and shorts, exuding a rebellious aura. His left hand was in his pocket, eyes unfocused staring into the distance. His leg wraps were tightly bound around his limbs, hiding extra weight, revealing extraordinary strength. Opposite him, Mizutamon Hamura spoke incessantly, completely unaware of Feiyu's daydreaming. After a moment, Anzu appeared, looking stunning, slightly bowing in greeting. Feiyu was stunned. Wasn't there supposed to be an important mission? Called here so early, and Anzu came too? Mizutamon Hamura said seriously, Feiyu, you must protect Miss Anzu at all times. She is our most important ally. This time we are going to meet the daimyo of the Land of Fire, and there must be no mistakes along the way. Feiyu nodded expressionlessly, but thought to himself, such a critical mission assigned to me? There are so many jonin in the village unused. If it weren't for Danzo being absent, this must be his scheme. After obtaining the travel documents issued by the Hokage's advisor, the two set off. Fortunately, Konoha is located in the heartland of the Land of Fire, so the journey was not far. With a beautiful companion, they chatted and laughed, creating a relaxed atmosphere. Miss Kyoko, why did you have to bring me along when you went to see the daimyo? Feiyu asked curiously. Kyoko's face flushed slightly as she stole a glance at Feiyu. Feiyu-kun is strong, being with you makes me feel more at ease. Feiyu smiled wryly. I didn't expect to be considered strong myself. Before long, he took the opportunity to inquire about the current situation in the Smoke Ninja village. Kyoko replied bitterly, the Hokage's advisor was vague. I can only seek help from the daimyo. Feiyu was surprised. Aren't you afraid I'll report this and ruin your plan by telling me such an important matter? Kyoko was calm. I accept failure. Honestly, I have no confidence in rebuilding the Smoke Ninja village. This mission is something I must do as the leader's daughter. If it fails, the hopes of the Smoke Ninja village people will be shattered, but I will have no regrets. Feiyu glanced at her. Her expression was calm, as if it didn't concern her. He thought to himself that perhaps human nature is just like that. If you succeed because of this, it will at least somewhat repay your efforts for the Smoke Ninja village. Feiyu gave a self-mocking smile, knowing she was referring to clearing out those 4 bearded men. They had already easily wiped out one stronghold of the Smoke Ninja village, a sin hard to measure. Hearing her say that made it seem ridiculous. There must be many strong people like you in Konoha, right? Kyoko changed the subject, wanting to gauge Konoha's strength since allies must know each other well. Feiyu laughed. What kind of strong person am I? There are many in Konoha stronger than me. I'm just at the bottom in the village. Kyoko was shocked. Impossible. Konoha is so strong, why would they seek an alliance with the Smoke Ninja village to deal with the Cloud-Hidden village? Feiyu sneered. The noble families value their lives, they don't even want their children to go to the battlefield. His tone was resentful, criticizing the weakness of the noble families. Now the noble families are all hoping Sarutobi Hiruzen will disgrace himself. Once he shows signs of weakness, they seize the Konoha regime. The village is beset by internal and external troubles, full of crises. Feiyu mentioned the 3rd Hokage with no respect, his words sharp. Kyoko clicked her tongue in amazement, looking at Feiyu with new respect. Senju Tobarama forcibly promoted me to Chunin to balance the power between nobles and commoners, recruited me into the Umbu, and I've been doing missions day and night with no free time at all. Fortunately, he died, otherwise, I wouldn't have survived until now. Maybe on a dangerous mission, I would have become cannon fodder. Feiyu exhaled heavily, the long-accumulated resentment in his heart pouring out all at once. Using the A-rank ninjutsu Rasengan to defeat the enemy brought a huge victory, filling him with confidence. Past worries instantly vanished like smoke, and the future stretched wide like the sky. He finally possessed the strength to protect himself, and the road ahead was infinitely bright. Feiyu, if you're unhappy in Konoha, when the Smoke Ninja village is rebuilt, we welcome you to come. As a symbol of friendship between the two villages, I don't mind marrying you. Listening to Feiyu's heartfelt confession, Kyoko's eyes sparkled with approval. Even the second Hokage could call him by name. His potential was not to be underestimated. People trapped in difficulties always cling to the last straw. The ninja of the Smoke Village might be attracted by her proposal. With a powerful ally like Feiyu, the situation would greatly improve. Moreover, Kyoko had a good impression of him, outstanding appearance and proven strength, which led to this bold confession. Feiyu stared wide-eyed in shock, looking at Kyoko in disbelief. He had actually been confessed to, although the confession had an obvious ulterior motive. That oval face blushed slightly, the upright figure rising and falling gently, showing inner turmoil. Her jade-like small hand pressed tightly against her lower abdomen, tangled in hesitation. Feiyu reflected silently, perhaps he had revealed too much of his true feelings, causing a misunderstanding. Miss Kyoko, I'm just an ordinary ninja, not qualified to be a symbol of friendship between the two villages. Besides, I have a deep grudge against Konoha's advisor Danzo Shimura. He might use me to take revenge on you. I think it's better not to mention this matter. Feiyu decisively refused. His mother had died tragically before his eyes, Danzo hypocritically took him in, and the Kazekage clan was outrageously arrogant. He kept these grudges in his heart, vowing to repay them one by one. Hatred burned like a fierce flame. Unless the enemy paid the price, his heart would not be at peace. Walking with stops and starts, enjoying the scenery of the Land of Fire, a rare moment of comfort. Since crossing into the Naruto world, Feiyu had hardly had time to appreciate it. Konoha's strict management forbade ninjas from wandering outside. They were either rogue ninjas or mission executors, with only the 3 legendary ninjas of Konoha enjoying special privileges. 4 days later, the two arrived, dusty and weary, at the capital of the Land of Fire, heading straight for the daimyo's palace. The streets were crowded and bustling. The tense atmosphere of the war between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning formed a sharp contrast, as if they were in 2 different worlds. Kyoko noticed this stark division, her brows furrowed, unable to hide her unease. She couldn't understand how a country ravaged by war could have its people living as usual. Was it the rulers deliberately hiding the truth, or the populace indifferent to the war? Feiyu understood better that the worlds of ninjas and civilians were inherently different. The flames of war rarely reached them. This was no longer the Warring States period. Upon arriving at the palace, they explained their purpose to the guards, who hurried inside to report. Feiyu looked around boredly. The surroundings were polished and luxurious, revealing the noble status of the owner. After a moment, the palace gates slowly opened. Feiyu thought it was the guards returning, but unexpectedly, 2 figures of different heights stepped out. The short girl scanned them with a strange gaze, stopping at Feiyu's Konoha forehead protector. Feiyu was stunned, rubbing his eyes to look again carefully. The tall man's appearance at first glance was very similar to the first Hokage of Konoha, Senju Hashirama, but on closer inspection, only the eyebrows and eyes bore a resemblance. Not bad. Feiyu breathed a sigh of relief, almost thinking Hashirama had been resurrected, but it turned out to be just a resemblance. Wait, looks like him? He examined the whole person again, thinking to himself, could he be Hashirama's son? To be sure, Feiyu acted as if nothing had happened. The two walked over calmly, observing Feiyu's expression, feeling slightly surprised. He seemed to have seen through their identity but had no intention of greeting them, which left them a bit disappointed. Feiyu's gaze was sharp, and he grew increasingly curious about Senju Kagen. At that moment, the palace gates suddenly burst open again. Guards hurried in, their voices firm. Lord Daimyo, please enter the hall. Feiyu was the first to step into the spacious hall. In the center, on a high seat, an uncle dressed in a pristine white kimono looked imposing, with a few guards standing scattered beside him. Without hesitation, Feiyu walked to the center of the hall, knelt on one knee, holding a scroll high, his voice resolute. Acting Hokage advisor's order, there is an important document requiring the daimyo's personal approval. As his words fell, a guard quickly stepped forward, took the scroll, and handed it to the daimyo. Anko stood to the side, her expression uneasy, bowing respectfully but not strictly following ninja etiquette, appearing both charming and natural. The daimyo took the scroll, quickly scanned it, and slowly said, I am already aware of this matter. Feiyu, you may step back. Kosei Anko will stay. Yes. Feiyu responded and withdrew from the hall. Stepping out of the palace, he took a deep breath, thinking to himself, dealing with these nobles and officials, the etiquette is so complicated, it's truly exhausting. Just as he took a step, his gaze fell on the 2 people still standing in place, seemingly unsure of what to do. Feiyu paid no attention and continued waiting for Anko. Little leaf ninja, what brings you to see the daimyo? The little girl beside suddenly burst out, her tone mixed with dissatisfaction. Feiyu glanced sideways at her, cold and silent, as if he hadn't heard. You! The girl was angry, but before she could speak, a tall man behind her shouted sharply, silence! Don't be rude! The man turned to Feiyu, his tone gentle, young brother, my little girl is ignorant, please forgive her. Then he bowed deeply. Feiyu smiled, no problem, I've seen many young ladies with such temper. The girl's face immediately scrunched up adorably, like a little bun. How should I address you, brother? The man asked, his smile warm. My name is Senju Karyo. Feiyu, he replied, his gaze probing. You're called Senju Karyo? What was your relationship with the first Hokage Senju Hashirama back in the day? Pride overflowed on Senju Karyo's face, he was my father. Feiyu's eyes shifted toward the little girl beside him, thinking to himself, could this little princess be Tsunade? She had light yellow hair, wore green clothes trimmed with pink, her chest not yet developed, but her expression was alert, clutching her garment tightly. Indeed, my little daughter Tsunade. Brother Feiyu, what brings you to the daimyo's capital? Senju Karyo asked politely. Feiyu smiled wryly, thinking, why should I have to report to you about what I'm doing? But he still wore a smile and answered, I'm accompanying the daughter of the leader of the Smoke Ninja village to deliver important documents to the daimyo of the Land of Fields. The Hokage's advisor assigned me to escort her. Oh? Senju Karyo mused. Tsunade snorted coldly, looks like you volunteered yourself, driven by lust. Feiyu laughed in reply, I have no say in taking the job now the Hokage's advisor calls the shots in Konoha. As he spoke, the warm smile on Senju Karyo's face suddenly dimmed, though he quickly recovered, but Feiyu caught the change. He inwardly rejoiced, the real show was about to begin. Though Senju Karyo's name was not well known, as the product of Senju and Uzumaki bloodlines, his strength should be formidable. If not the son of the ninja god Senju Hashirama, he should at least be as strong as someone like Yamashoji Hanzo. Otherwise, where would the honor of the Senju and Uzumaki clans lie? But in reality, Senju Karyo's reputation was mediocre, which made Feiyu even more puzzled. This situation was too harsh, and another thought flashed through Feiyu's mind. It didn't matter if he hadn't encountered this before, but now that he had, how could he not seize the opportunity to strike hard? Hokage's advisor, the Hokage's appointed aide, you speak so convincingly, Senju Karyo reluctantly agreed, his tone full of resentment. Yeah, but the position of Hokage, sigh. Feiyu frowned deeply, words on the tip of his tongue but swallowed back. Senju K's instantly lost all fighting spirit, made a hasty farewell, and hurriedly left with Tsunade. As they left, Tsunade kept looking back from time to time, her eyes flashing with a strange light. Her father was always gentle, but at this moment, he showed a rare sharpness. Feiyu mischievously made a funny face until they disappeared at the end of his sight. To be honest, Feiyu did not wish to see Konoha fall apart. But the relationship between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo was as solid as steel. Unless Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped down, Danzo would never let him go. Without absolute strength at present, head-on confrontation would only lead to self-destruction. Creating some trouble to distract them was far better than being closely watched. Feiyu knew well that the dark reputation of the ninja world was enough to restrain the situation from collapsing. He was not a soft target to be easily picked off. Now they were still exploring the boundaries of power. Once they woke up, a few clowns wouldn't be able to shake them at all. This chaotic interim period was extremely precious. Feiyu had to seize the opportunity to rapidly strengthen himself in order to come and go freely and take control. The most urgent matter now was the chakra fusion plan, quick to take effect and with a high success rate. The biggest challenge was the Ein nature chakra. Finding a way to eliminate it was the key to victory. According to Feiyu's inquiries, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan could clearly track chakra flow. If he could control the direction of chakra flow and find the source of earth and wind chakra, he could bypass the Ein nature obstacle and achieve attribute fusion. The problem was whether to befriend an Uchiha for help or to awaken his own eye. This choice troubled him deeply. The Uchiha were proud and cold, extremely exclusive. Unless at an unmonitored ninja academy, it was impossible to get close. Even if encountered by chance, one had to be extremely cautious, or risk being captured. There were no young Sharingan awakenings at the Ninja Academy. Should he wait for Uchiha Shisui or Uchiha Itachi to be born? That would take too long, and by then the situation might have already collapsed. The bodies of Uchiha who died on the battlefield were always recovered, and their Sharingan never leaked out. Feiyu's hope of picking up something from that was almost impossible. Making friends with the Uchiha was even harder. Without bonds from childhood, it was hopeless. Once again, he envied those proud clan members. Just as Feiyu was troubled, Kyoko slowly walked out of the palace. "How is it going? How many more days until you can return to the village to report?" Feiyu asked. "In 2 more days, after finalizing details with the daimyo, I'll definitely be back on the 3rd day." Kyoko responded cheerfully. Feiyu nodded and found an inn to settle down. These 2 days, Feiyu hardly left the house, carefully savoring the shop's meals and reflecting on his recent insights. He was now able to control chakra with an accuracy of 0.1 millimeters, a significant improvement from before. Although the goal of 0.07 millimeters was still far off, he had already passed the halfway mark. As expected, having the experience of predecessors to assist speeds up progress. The finer the chakra control, the less leakage there is when activating ninjutsu, maximizing the use of chakra. This is crucial for civilian ninjas, not only enhancing combat endurance but also enabling precise output and strengthening the power of ninjutsu. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Just as Feiyu continued his training, Xingzi approached. "Big brother Feiyu, we can set off tomorrow." Xingzi's eyes sparkled. Feiyu responded calmly. After spending several days together, their relationship grew closer. Xingzi took the initiative to show goodwill, and he gladly accepted. Her form of address changed from Feiyu-kun to Big Brother Feiyu, and Feiyu understood her feelings at this moment. In this strange and turbulent country, their hope for help was the only reliance. Facing countless enemies eager to tear a piece of him away, the feeling of isolation was like a blade slicing through the heart. Without a strong will, one would easily collapse. From his interactions during this time, Feiyu saw that Xingzi was merely a pawn caught up in the situation. She had no will of her own and could only comply, or else be torn to pieces. Feiyu saw this and felt heartache. Before dawn, he stood guard outside the daimyo's palace. By evening, he returned to his lodging, face-weary. He didn't care about the details of how she addressed him. "Big brother Feiyu, you should rest early." Xingzi closed the door, her voice soft but firm. Feiyu sighed, put down his training, and looked out at the brilliant night view, a complex feeling rising in his heart. Early the next morning, the two quickly checked out, packed their bags, and set off on the road back to Konoha. Compared to the nervousness when they first arrived, Xingzi's expression was much more relaxed this time. She had made all the compromises she needed to and was waiting to return to Konoha to start her plan. Feiyu looked at the youthful and radiant Xingzi, reluctant to discourage her, and silently sighed. Although he didn't know what promises she had received from the daimyo, without the Hokage's approval, everything was just empty talk. In the ninja world, the core of power had never changed. Feiyu had been back in Konoha for 2 days since leaving the capital of the Land of Fire. He was full of anticipation, eager to see how Senju Kayaba would make the Fire Shadow advisor embarrassed, but to his surprise, there was not a single hint from Konoha. He suspected that Senju Kayaba was hiding a trump card. Restless, he went to the Hatake clan's territory, intending to visit Hatake Sakumo. The future big shot. Building a good relationship is the key. Feiyu knocked on the door, and a little girl's voice sounded, "Who are you? What do you want?" "I'm here to see Sakumo." "I'm his friend," Feiyu answered naturally. "Friend?" The little girl eyed him suspiciously, then suddenly snorted coldly, "Sakumo's not here, go away." Feiyu was stunned, confused, and cautiously asked, "Where did he go?" "On a mission." The little girl replied angrily. The word mission flashed through Feiyu's mind like lightning. He recalled this wasn't the first time Sakumo had neglected him. Probably because the childhood friend saw him as a villain and showed no goodwill. Seeing the girl displeased, Feiyu dared not say more and turned to leave. "Sai, I wanted to go on a mission with Sakumo, but it seems he has been sent elsewhere for over 10 days. Feiyu shook his head and sighed, giving up on socializing and focusing on training. During the war, rest was scarce. The next day, he hurriedly accepted a mission and left Konoha. Over the next 2 months, Feiyu gradually contacted the remnants of the Smoke Ninja village and settled them in temporarily allocated areas. The Fire Shadow advisor began mobilizing reserve forces, dispatching Chunin and Genin to clear out bandits and actively head to the front lines. The major clans remained cautious, with only the Sarutobi and Shimura clans actively participating in the war, while the Senju and Ino Shikacho 4 great clans only symbolically sent additional collateral relatives. The war has entered a white-hot stage. Feiyu sighed. Ninjas left one after another, and Konoha grew increasingly desolate. The adults stayed behind closed doors, afraid of becoming martyrs on the front lines. Only a few elderly sat under the eaves, quietly sharing family gossip. "How is it? Almost all of Konoha's ninjas have been dispatched?" In a dark corner, plotting voices began to rise. The third Hokage has moved all available troops. What's left are stubborn clan descendants who won't act openly on the streets. That's perfect. Once our plan is complete, we won't have to worry about those clans anymore. Sir, please issue the combat orders. At noon tonight, the engines will start. You will lead 2 squads to contact Mizuki inside the prison, coordinate with him from inside and outside, and release the imprisoned convicts and rioters to catch the Konoha leadership off guard. Rest assured, sir, I have already arranged the surroundings of the prison. When the time comes, a riot will surely break out. At that time, tens of thousands of imprisoned villains will. Those rioters will deal a heavy blow to Konoha's strength. The others are responsible for capturing the sealing squad and dismantling the Konoha barrier from within. Tonight will decide Konoha's position among the 5 great nations. Success or failure hinges on this moment. Overthrow Konoha. Everyone shouted in unison, their voices thunderous. Action. As soon as the words fell, the figures in the darkness flickered and vanished instantly without a trace. When the wind rose, it was as if everything just now had been an illusion. Night fell, around 10 o'clock. Feiyu was preparing to rest as usual but felt his heart pounding like a drum, his mind turbulent. The wild dogs around the village were unusually quiet, and the air was thick with tension. This strange feeling had started in the afternoon, tightly enveloping him, making it hard to focus on training. He could only sit in meditation, gathering chakra, waiting for time to pass. The usually mischievous Mudon was unusually in sight at this moment, anxiously licking his paws. What's going on today? Nothing is going right, and my training efficiency is much lower than usual, Feiyu muttered softly. Of course, something big is happening, Mudon replied. Big? What big thing? Feiyu's heart suddenly tightened, suspecting Senjuke was scheming in secret, eager to find out. I don't know, Mudon said without hesitation. Don't know? Then how are you sure something's going on? Feiyu frowned deeply. I sensed it. Since the ninjas were massively deployed to the front lines, today is the first time the village has shown abnormal activity, Mudon said matter-of-factly. Where is it active? One mountain area, usually heavily guarded, was boiling today, with ninjas running around inside but no outward signs. Another place was a residential area where a large number of ninjas suddenly gathered. Mudon tilted his head, recalling. Feiyu's mind churned rapidly. The mountain was where Konoha imprisoned criminals. He had once been held there for attempting to assassinate Danzo. Prisoners usually did not move freely, so the current abnormality signaled a coming storm. The large gathering of ninjas in the residential area further indicated that important Konoha institutions were under threat. At this moment, the top priority was to protect himself and avoid being implicated by Senjuke's group. Danzo wished him dead and must not be given any excuse. Feiyu decisively stood up, no longer hesitating. It was not wise to stay long in the city. The chaos could spread at any moment. A gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. He grabbed the hemp bundle, hoisted it onto his shoulder, and ran deep into the death forest. Boom! An explosion tore through the night sky, flames soaring high, illuminating the surroundings. The clamor rose accordingly. Curses, indignation, lamentations, and fear intertwined into one. The myriad facets of humanity were laid bare. Inside the Hokage building, the atmosphere was tense. Have we tracked the enemy's movements yet? Komatsu Koharu asked gravely, staring at the Umbu before her. My lord, the enemy launched a surprise attack on the sealing squad. The barrier was breached at one point, allowing a large number of unidentified ninjas to flood in and launch an assault. It is suspected to be the same group that destroyed the Smoke Ninja village, the Umbu reported respectfully. You think Konoha will be crushed like the Smoke Ninja village? Not a chance. Mito Uzumaki shouted angrily, trying to mask the panic within. Tsunakoshi Haru glanced at him, understanding that this sudden turn of events had caught his old partner off guard. Besides the sealing squad losing contact, what about the other departments? Only, the prison hasn't responded yet. What? Why wasn't this reported earlier? You had to wait for me to ask? Tsunakoshi Haru was utterly shocked. Lord Kasha said the prison was a minor issue, to deal with the main enemy first, then handle the rest. He told the advisor not to worry about these trivial matters. The Umbu suddenly realized the gravity of the situation and confessed everything. Kasha. Tsunakoshi Haru gritted his teeth, a flash of determination in his eyes. Haru clenched his teeth, anger burning through his entire body like flames. The Senju clan was starting to act up? Pulling a stunt like this at a critical moment, though seemingly insignificant, was extremely deadly. The rogue ninjas in the prison were all traitors who refused to surrender after the last coup failed. They knew Konoha's weakness as well. If left unchecked, they would tear apart Konoha's economy and livelihood, unleashing a disastrous storm. Minor issue? Someone actually belittled a problem in the Anbu. Now we must conduct a thorough investigation from the top down. Haru shouted angrily. Nidomanin calmly analyzed. For now, let's put the Anbu aside. We need to closely monitor the rogue ninja's actions. The main enemy can't match the big and small cats in number. According to intelligence, it's very likely Kirigakure is behind this. The 5 great nations all know Konoha's strength. Thinking they can destroy the village with a single sneak attack is wishful thinking. Unless the Mizukage personally intervenes. The Mizukage personally intervenes? Mizukage personally intervenes. Haru murmured, his gaze suddenly sharp. Suddenly, an arrogant, wild laugh echoed through Konoha. People of Konoha, today is the day of your destruction. The villagers cursed angrily, cursing the brazen voice. Feiyu had already reached the edge of the death forest, the arrogant words still ringing in his ears. Just as I thought, he rejoiced inwardly, all his suspicions confirmed, secretly relieved. The second Mizukage, Hozuki Genjutsu, appeared in front of the Hokage building, coldly shouting, hand over the second Hokage's secret ninjutsu scroll, or face death without a grave. The supporting noble ninjas roared, arrogant. If you want to steal Konoha's treasure, you'll have to get past us first. One person instantly swelled to 5 meters tall, transforming into a rolling meat bullet tank, leaving nothing alive in its path. Hozuki Genjutsu sneered, foolish. Then he unleashed the water bubble technique, countless oily bubbles swirling like phantoms around the meat bullet tank, bursting upon contact. The meat shell tank suddenly turned sharply, crashing into a civilian house and avoiding the enemy's encirclement. Hozuki Genjutsu's clone floated forward, the stomach and limbs of the oily clone swelling and bursting, releasing steam that scalded the Konoha ninja ahead, with the foremost almost vaporized. Charge! Hozuki Genjutsu pointed, and the Kirigakure ninja behind roared and charged, seizing everything they could. Uchiha clan territory. Elder, the Kirigakure ninja have already occupied the Hokage building. Should we assist? A young man asked urgently. The elder said calmly, no need. The second Mizukage's mission is solely to seize the water-style secrets left by Senju Tobarama. Once the task is complete, they will withdraw. If the rogue ninja are not restrained, they will damage our interests. Many of them are the fierce characters we personally imprisoned. They cannot be killed. The young man stood up. I will organize a capture immediately. The elder sharply stopped him. Don't rush. Expel them first. Let them know the Uchiha are not to be bullied. Escaping is not easy. No one wants to be captured again. If you capture them rashly, they will fight to the death. Understood, elder, the young man replied respectfully. You can also secretly recruit some potential talents to bring them into the Uchiha. It will be hard for the rogue ninja to get by in the future. Their potential should not be underestimated, the elder said earnestly. Konoha prison. The bearded man Ishii said excitedly, Lord Minazuki, you are truly a god. You actually destroyed the prison. From now on, I, Ishii, swear to follow you. Please accept me. The man in brocade clothes nodded slightly, a twitch at the corner of his eye, and said softly, don't flatter me. Help me get revenge first, then we'll talk. Lord Shadow has regrouped. Time is tight. Act immediately. Yes, Lord. Ishii quickly scavenged some combat supplies from the prison guard post and followed the man in brocade clothes, rushing deep into the forest. Feiyu stood at the edge of the death forest, staring at the gloomy woods. This was where his mother rested eternally. The surroundings were eerily silent, even the faintest sound of wind seemed suppressed. The aftermath of the great battle in Konoha had intimidated the small beasts in this forest. They all trembled and kept silent, as if fearing that a single sound would bring death. He could not confirm the identity of the enemy, but he already had a suspicion. It was very different from his previous guess of Senju Kayaba, which made him alert. Danger lurked everywhere now. He did not want to be a hero caught in the raging net of power, only wanting to survive and leave. After all, Konoha would rebuild. The elite under the Hokage were all on the front lines, and the clan ninja would not let him fall easily. Whether there was one more or one less of him made no difference. Just as he comforted himself, a harsh voice broke the silence. Damn it! We've come so far and still haven't found him. Where the hell is he hiding? An angry voice roared. Lord, why not meet up with the Mizukage first? We've already left the Konoha border, another person advised quietly. Get lost. If I don't avenge this, how can I find peace? I will tear him to pieces. The man gritted his teeth, his fury raging like a storm. Feiyu was alert, tilting his ear to listen. Hearing the words water shadow, a flash of lightning crossed his mind. Combining this with the recently captured ninja from the mist-hidden village, he suddenly realized these two were not here to find someone else, they had come to seek revenge on him. He cursed bitterly in his heart, blaming the prison's poor security for letting his enemies come knocking at his door. If he had known that Mitoiman Hanu and the other were so incompetent, he might as well have handed over a few corpses directly to them. At least he wouldn't be hunted down as soon as he got out. He silently vowed never to be greedy for credit again and to remember this lesson well. Sir, are you sure the tracking method is correct? We've been circling around for quite a while. Ishii urged anxiously. Shut up. Do you think you can guess my secret technique? He is nearby, just hiding. I'll force him out. Mizunatsuki snorted coldly, his tone full of confidence and arrogance. Feiyu concealed himself in the bushes, only his sharp eyes visible, fixed intently ahead. In front of him stood a tall, slender man dressed in splendid brocade robes, followed by a burly man with a beard, whose right forearm was missing. It's them. Feiyu recognized them at a glance. It was Mizunatsuki and Ishii. Mizunatsuki was wearing the exact same brocade robe as when Feiyu had captured him before, clearly well prepared. Step aside, watch my ninjutsu. Mizunatsuki pushed Ishii aside and quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Secret technique, 1000 kill water flight. Countless water droplets gathered around Mizunatsuki, instantly transforming into sharp ice needles that wildly shot out in all directions. A relentless ice release attack swept over like a storm. Feiyu was prepared, swiftly drawing his kunai, dodging toward the sparser areas of the ice needles, and fiercely defending himself. Clang! 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 The ice needles were cut down one by Feiyu, but this exposed his position. Ha ha ha, hiding so deep, why come out now? Making me lose face in front of my subordinates. Mizunatsuki mocked, a ferocious grin on his face. Haha, you don't know until you see it. Are you from the Mizunatsuki clan? What is your purpose hiding in Konoha? Feiyu laughed lightly, countering with a question, showing no fear despite being outnumbered. To uproot Konoha's foundation and raise the name of Mizunatsuki. Mizunatsuki declared arrogantly, his voice full of dominance. Oh? I heard the water shadow has also arrived? What is your connection to the Mizunatsuki? I remember the second water shadow's surname was Hozuki, right? Feiyu deliberately probed, his gaze scanning the surroundings for enemy reinforcements. Ishii's expression shifted slightly, showing suspicion. Mizunatsuki was furious, pointing at Ishii and shouting, "You!" Before he could finish, Feiyu launched the first attack, targeting Ishii directly, determined to eliminate one enemy with overwhelming force and turn the disadvantage from 2 against 1 to 1 against 1. How could Mizunatsuki stand by and do nothing? His hands quickly formed seals. Ice release, ice prison technique. The ground suddenly cracked, and ice pillars shot up from beneath his feet. Feiyu was forced to break off his attack trajectory and quickly turn to dodge. The ice pillars gleamed with a sharp coldness, as if trying to freeze heaven and earth, forcing him to retreat step by step. Countless spikes erupted wildly like a tide from beneath Feiyu's feet, rapidly spreading until they stopped at a certain distance from Mizunatsuki. Feiyu's eyes blazed as he scanned Mizunatsuki's face, seeing his calm expression, steady breath, and indifferent demeanor, as if toying with an ignorant monkey. Feiyu gritted his teeth, his heart as hard as iron. Besides that bearded guy, it really seems hard to deal with. But luckily, this guy's right hand is crippled, so he can't form seals, greatly reducing his combat power. Ishii, targeted by Feiyu for attack, was filled with rage, wishing he could tear this boy apart. But with his right arm crippled, his strength was greatly reduced, and he could only roar powerlessly in his heart. He quickly looked around, searching for something to use. After a moment, he found a mound of earth resembling a grave and immediately walked over. Fresh fruits and offerings were placed in front of the mound, obviously just presented by someone. This grave was closely related to the battle situation with Mizunatsuki. Without hesitation, Ishii grabbed an apple from the table, wiped it on his lapel, took a bite, and shouted loudly, "Look, there are fruits here. I don't know whose they are, but I'll try them first." Feiyu stared at Ishii's actions, burning with anger, and immediately wanted to break away and attack him. Mizunatsuki would never miss the opportunity. He suddenly intensified his assault, using body techniques to entangle and lock Feiyu tightly. Feiyu was surprised to find that the body techniques of this finely dressed man were on par with his own. In his anxiety, he could only fight head-on. Filled with regret, he had wanted to find a quiet place to avoid disaster, but unexpectedly, the disaster was drawn to him, disturbing even his mother's spirit altar. Seeing this, Ishii became even more reckless, kicking over the offering table, crushing the fruits into a mess. Feiyu roared, "You crippled bastard! I will kill you!" Hearing this, Ishii's anger flared even more. Not satisfied with kicking over the table, he pulled out a kunai to use as a shovel and frantically dug at the grave mound. Ah! Feiyu's eyes turned bloodshot as he stared at Mizunatsuki Yu. His moves became even more frenzied, desperately exchanging injury for injury to force him back. Mizunatsuki Yu was intimidated by Feiyu's momentum, fearful of close combat, and began interspersing ice release ninja techniques to counterattack. Ice release, Wolf Fang Avalanche. More than 10 bubbles suddenly rose in the creek, gradually forming over 10 half-human high ice wolves, exhaling white breath as they approached Feiyu. Wherever they passed, the ground instantly became covered with a layer of ice. Unwilling to be outdone, Feiyu split into 2 shadow clones, adding to his own 3 figures, each entangling with 3 of the ice wolves. Rasengan. Chakra gathered in his right hand, forming an energy ball the size of a ping-pong ball, which he forcefully slammed onto the wolf's head. The ice wolf's head instantly shattered, and its body lost control, crashing heavily to the ground. In just a few moves, it seemed all the ice wolves would be dealt with, but Mizuki Yu began forming hand seals. Ice release, one-horned white whale. The ice surface suddenly cracked, and a 6-meter-long giant white whale burst out of the water, lunging fiercely at Feiyu and the ice wolves. A vast white wave of energy surged forward. Feiyu knew that a direct fight would mean certain defeat. He flashed away, but several ice wolves clung tightly to him. In this critical moment, he decisively ordered his shadow clones to desperately restrain the ice wolves, allowing himself to escape. The white whale slammed into the ground, creating a deep pit. The ice wolves and shadow clones all vanished. 2 memories surfaced in Feiyu's mind. These were the afterimages of 2 shadow clones. Ice pillars filled the bottom of the pit, glaring brightly under the sunlight. Hey! Look over here! Ishii, while watching the spectacular ninjutsu, kicked open a coffin lid, revealing a rotting corpse severely infested with maggots. Ishii covered his nose with his severed arm and grabbed a piece of bone with his left hand, shouting loudly at Feiyu. Feiyu turned around to see white bones floating around a bearded face, the bones being swung around by Ishii, scattering maggots everywhere. You bastard! Feiyu's eyes stung with anger. Furious beyond control, he lunged at Ishii like a hungry tiger. Feiyu was suddenly shocked. Immediately, a mirror-like water screen appeared before him, and from it flashed a figure Mizuki Yu. He formed hand seals with both hands, and in an instant, giant water droplets the size of fists condensed in the air, their surfaces covered with sharp, thorn-like ice spikes, fiercely smashing toward Feiyu. Ice release, Demon Mirror Ice Mirror. Mizuki Yu shouted fiercely, Ice release, Ice Shuriken technique. Feiyu tried to dodge, but countless ice mirrors suddenly appeared around him, quickly surrounding him in a tight circle. In each ice mirror, the figure of Shuei Wuyue was reflected, hands forming seals, water droplets turning into sharp ice spikes, surging wildly toward him. Ice spikes from all directions stabbed fiercely at Feiyu's back like countless blades. In his mind, the brutal image of that bearded man swinging his mother's leg bone like an axe, wildly chopping trees, kept echoing. Ah! Feiyu couldn't help but roar, his head splitting with pain. He crouched down, clutching his head, as the ice spikes pierced his back, blood pouring, his body racked with agony. Shuei Wuyue's face was grave as he continuously performed the ice escape, ice shuriken technique, determined to turn Feiyu into a sieve. However, Feiyu no longer felt the pain in his body and his mind. A clawing figure roared furiously, its voice deafening, "Return my mother! Return my mother! Return my mother!" Feiyu looked closely and saw that the shadow was exactly like himself. He suddenly realized that the consciousness of the original owner of the body before his transmigration was hidden deep within his mind. Don't worry, I will never let those who humiliated my mother leave alive. Feiyu promised softly. The figure immediately quieted, its tone resolute, the words you said must be fulfilled. With that, the figure turned into a wisp of smoke and slowly flowed into Feiyu's eyes. In an instant, his eyes transformed into the unique 3-Tomo Sharingan. A cool sensation swept through his mind. When he opened his eyes, the world was astonishingly clear, even the ant holes on the ground were vividly visible. Feiyu was about to stand up but was forced to inhale sharply due to the excruciating pain in his back wound. He thought to himself, I can't delay any longer, I must immediately deal with the brocade-clad man in front of me. He slowly stood up, his eyes filled with coldness, sharp as knives, scanning the surrounding ice mirrors. Shuei Wuyue, hiding within the ice mirrors, sensed something amiss and exclaimed, You're from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha? Feiyu was momentarily stunned, then suppressed his doubt. At this moment, with the Sharingan, he could see every move of the brocade-clad man, muscle twitches, chakra flow all clearly. Rasengan! He shouted, quickly gathering chakra in his right hand, soon forming a blue energy sphere the size of a soccer ball. He was surprised to find that his chakra flowed smoothly and effortlessly, and forming a massive Rasengan was no trouble at all. Everything has changed. Feiyu rejoiced in his heart, rapidly increasing the chakra input, and the soccer ball-sized Rasengan quickly expanded. The sphere grew larger and larger, forming a huge energy ball 10 times the size of a soccer ball. This was the great Rasengan Feiyu had dreamed of. Shui Wu's face changed drastically. Although he had once used this move against the Ice Wolf, the scale now made his heart chill. Just as he wanted to escape, Feiyu had already locked onto him with the Sharingan and, without hesitation, swung his hand to blast the great Rasengan toward Shui Wu. A tremendous force erupted, and the ice palace shattered into fragments in an instant. Mizunatsuki Yu was struck so violently that his face was a bloody mess, his hands vanished while trying to block the attack, his life hanging in the balance as he collapsed before Ishii. Seeing this, Ishii stood frozen, his hand movements halted, stunned by the sudden turn of events. Feiyu walked slowly toward Ishii, his eerie Sharingan eyes fixed on him. Ishii dared not meet his gaze, lowering his head to bear the pressure, his mind racing to devise a countermeasure. However, under the sharp glare of the Sharingan, every trick was laid bare. The ground trembled, and all efforts proved futile. Ishii secretly mobilized his chakra, his feet burned hot, and his leg muscles tensed as he tried to break free from the restraints. Feiyu's figure gradually came into view, and Ishii's mind was filled only with thoughts of escape. He knew Mizunatsuki Yu had already been defeated, let alone himself with an amputated arm. The sight of Mizunatsuki Yu's tragic corpse crushed his spirit, leaving him weak and desperate to flee this forest of death. Ah! Ishii roared angrily, as if injecting himself with a final burst of courage, and suddenly sprinted toward the fiercest center of battle in Konoha village. Feiyu followed closely behind, neither rushing to capture him nor letting him escape. On the surface, Feiyu held all the advantages. The ice spikes left by Mizunatsuki Yu still throbbed faintly on his body, and his chakra had spiraled out of control after the final strike, forming a massive great Rasengan, nearly exhausting his chakra. At this moment, Feiyu was merely bluffing. But he was in no hurry. The Shinnon's secret technique body activation nourished his body, and the wound on his back was slowly healing. In just a moment, the damaged tissue would repair to minimal harm, and then it would be his time to counterattack. Ishii could not see the gruesome wound on Feiyu's back because they always faced each other in his view, only Feiyu's front was visible. Moreover, the magic mirror ice mirror sealed the battlefield tightly, so although he witnessed Feiyu defeating Mizunatsuki Yu, he was unaware of the hidden truth within. Feiyu's bluff was performed flawlessly, terrifying Ishii into cowardice and making him want only to flee, which led to the current situation. The two fought and chased each other through the forest of death, Ishii occasionally glancing back, hoping Feiyu would spare him, though he knew it was impossible, still clinging to a sliver of hope. After nearly an hour of fleeing, Ishii finally saw the iron fence at the forest's edge, a flicker of joy shining in his eyes. Feiyu knew he could no longer delay. His injuries had lessened, and his chakra had partially recovered through the rations pill, enough to deal with the enemy before him. He suddenly accelerated, catching up to Ishii in just a few strides. The wind howled behind him, and Ishii, terrified, hastily pulled a throwing weapon from his pocket and flung it backward without hesitation. Feiyu had long anticipated Ishii's move and skillfully dodged all attacks. Though the weapon slightly slowed him, they could not change the outcome. Feiyu split off two shadow clones to firmly hold Ishii back. "Please spare me. I beg for mercy. I'm willing to serve you and offer intelligence from Kirigakure," Ishii pleaded. Mercy is possible, but first stop so I can set up a barrier," Feiyu said coldly, his voice carrying an irresistible authority. "Stop joking. If I had stopped, I would have been dead long ago. Grandson, if you want to let me live, I want to let you have it easy either." Ishii roared fiercely, a crazed fire igniting in his eyes. Feiyu sneered disdainfully, showing no fear. Ishii stopped, waved both hands, and countless tadpole-shaped runes appeared on his body, instantly covering him entirely. The chakra inside him surged wildly, leaking out through the runes. Feiyu was extremely shocked. The Ishii before him had turned into a monster filled with chakra, frantically absorbing the surrounding natural energy. Any energy fused with nature will surpass normal limits. Normally, chakra flows through the meridians, but now Ishii was like a powder keg ready to explode at any moment. The fusion of chakra and natural energy caused his body to continuously expand, with bizarre and unpredictable changes. Grandson, today Grandpa will teach you a lesson. Don't be arrogant, no one is easy to mess with." Ishii roared angrily, his skin red like a fully cooked shrimp, wild and arrogant. "Ninjutsu, hell annihilation." Ignoring the intense pain, he charged madly at Feiyu, determined to die together. Feiyu remained calm and decisive, immediately sprinting away from this ticking time bomb. The roles of hunter and prey instantly reversed. The impact of Ishii's body, fused with chakra and natural energy, left him riddled with wounds, his steps heavy and slow. Seeing Feiyu gradually distance himself, Ishii gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with unwillingness and rage. An angry roar tore through the air. Roar! I curse you to not survive, your death will be 1,000 times more miserable than mine. See you in hell. Ishii's eyes blazed with intense hatred as he stared at Feiyu's retreating back, spitting out his final curse. His body suddenly turned into a blazing ball of fire and exploded violently. Boom! The huge blast shattered every corner of Konoha. Even in the capital of the Land of Fire, the ground trembled. The ninjas on the battlefield all turned their heads, locking onto the source of the explosion. Koharu Yutatane and Mito Anya immediately realized the location and shouted in unison, "Death Forest." The Death Forest was just a wasteland dense with trees, not a strategic point. The two relaxed and, taking advantage of the enemy's momentary daze, quickly launched a second round of attacks. A mushroom cloud soared into the sky, piercing the blue. Feiyu was not far from the explosion's center and hurriedly cast a defensive ninjutsu. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. A heavy earthen wall instantly rose, shielding his entire body. But the wall was broken by a falling giant tree, and he was blasted 5 meters away by the shockwave, crashing heavily against a large tree, barely steadying himself. Feiyu wiped the sweat from his forehead, his heart tightening. The power was astonishing. If he were completely engulfed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, he hadn't pushed too hard at the start. He secretly felt relieved, his Sharingan eyes alertly capturing every detail. He was even more curious about why he had awakened the Sharingan. Lord Mizukage, unidentified troops have been spotted in the northwest, suspected to be IWA shinobi. A Kirigakure ANBU bowed and reported to Hozuki Genjutsu. Damn it! That guy is taking advantage of the chaos too? The mustached man gritted his teeth, glaring angrily, and ordered the nearby ninja guys, one last push, then prepare to retreat. Oh, a burst of excited cheers rose around, the atmosphere sharply contrasting with the solemnity of Mito Uzumaki and Koharu Yutatane in the distance. 5 kilometers from Konoha, on a hillside. How is it going? Did the messenger for the mustached guy get in? Woowen, wrapped in bandages from head to toe, asked coldly. Lord Tsuchikage, the mission has been perfectly completed. Should we intercept Konoha and launch a pincer attack on the Mizukage? An elder wearing a dog-headed mask suggested. No, that is pointless. No benefit to be gained. The Tsuchikage sneered. We'll circle behind Konoha, make the mustached guy misjudge the location, and ambush on the main route to the Land of Water. This way, we not only reclaim the Land of Water's resources but also deal a heavy blow to Kirigakure. But can the messenger really deceive the Mizukage? The elder worried. Heh, the mustached guy's skills are limited, don't expect him to hold the Mizukage position steadily. The Tsuchikage smiled contemptuously, unconcerned. At that moment, a deafening explosion came from Konoha, drawing everyone's attention. Woowen watched the rising mushroom cloud, slightly puzzled, but quickly dismissed it. No matter what ninjutsu, it couldn't compare to his bloodline elimination. Speed up, the battle in Konoha is almost over. Woowen ordered. Everyone responded in unison and moved quickly. Woowen was the first to take flight. Feiyu found some flesh fragments at the explosion's center, gathered and packed them, then returned to his mother's grave. He cut off Mizunatsuki's head and, along with Ishii's flesh fragments, offered them before the tomb. He reburied the coffin, tidied the surrounding soil, and cleaned the battlefield traces to avoid leaving any clues. After kowtowing several times, he left without looking back. He wouldn't return for a while. The Death Forest explosion would surely attract extensive investigation. It was better to wait for the dust to settle before coming back. He activated his Sharingan, vigilantly observing the battle near the Hokage's office. He saw a huge mirage beast exhale thick white steam drifting toward the Konoha ninja. Some nearby inhaled the steam and collapsed. The mist-hidden ninja appeared nearby, and Korochi Koharu and Mito Munen launched a furious attack on the mirage beast. Amidst a thick smoke, the mirage beast vanished from everyone's sight. The two hurriedly pursued, absolutely refusing to let the other side snatch Konoha's resources. Even the Mizukage could not stand idly by. Feiyu witnessed all this, puzzled in his heart. Why did Korochi Koharu and Mito Munen not stay behind to clean up the mess, but instead chased after the mist ninja to fight? Being able to fight head-on was not bad, but as soon as they encountered the Mizukage, they immediately cowered like timid turtles. Whether to chase or not was completely meaningless. Perhaps it was pride at work after all. When the Hokage was not in the village, the two teamed up to govern for the first time and encountered such a big problem. If they handled it poorly, they would lose their advisor positions. Feiyu sneered coldly, but his gaze fell on the ruined Hokage building, his eyes flickering with a strange light. With a glance from his Sharingan, he saw a few scattered ninjas moving. He released the hemp ball from his arms for alertness. During the previous battle, the hemp ball had stayed close and quiet. Now it was time for it to play its role. He acted quickly, knocking out the conscious ninjas one by one, then hurried toward the Hokage storage room. Inside the door were various small scrolls, and in the center of the room lay a huge scroll. Feiyu had long admired it, thinking, "This is the Book of Seals by Senju Tobarama." He was eager to open it but was suddenly hit by a small-scale genjutsu. The Sharingan easily saw through it, and he dodged swiftly. Feiyu sighed inwardly. The most dangerous moment is often just before success. Fortunately, he had awakened the Sharingan, otherwise, he would have been knocked out and left to die. Opening the Book of Seals, a variety of forbidden techniques appeared before his eyes: the devastating mutual detonation tag, the incredibly fast flying thunder god technique, the Uchiha countering dark path technique, the half-formed impure world reincarnation, and the theoretical 8 gates formation. Dazzled, Feiyu had no time to think further. Starting from the first forbidden technique, multiple shadow clone technique, he activated his Sharingan for high-speed memorization. Reading 10 lines at a glance, he recorded chakra flow routes and development insights in his mind. This would be priceless wealth. Just as he was about to continue recording, dizziness suddenly struck. It seems the book is enhanced with sealing techniques, causing immense mental pressure. In my current state, I can only read 4 at most. Feiyu weighed silently. He quickly selected the most critical forbidden techniques from the catalog: the 8 gates formation, flying thunder god technique, summoning, impure world reincarnation, and 4 symbols seal corresponding respectively to taijutsu, speed, undead, and sealing. Mastering any one of these would greatly boost his strength. Reluctantly putting away the Book of Seals, he turned to other scrolls, all ordinary ninjutsu. Though not advanced, he could not leave empty-handed. He quickly skimmed and absorbed: multiplication technique, mind transfer technique, fire release, great fireball, water release, water dragon bullet, earth release, earth dragon spear, wind release, vacuum sphere, lightning release, earth walk, Konoha style sword technique, nirvana hermitage. Dust release, original world stripping technique. A white beam of light shot straight from the forest like a sharp sword toward the Kirigakure team. Everything in its path turned to dust, as if erased by an invisible force. Ah! My arm! A ninja's left arm was lightly brushed by the beam and instantly turned to ashes. Hozuki Genjutsu shouted angrily, "Mu, you sneaky scoundrel, you attack stealthily." Mu slowly rose, sneering coldly in response, "I'm not like you, foolishly getting sold out and still helping count the money." Hozuki Genjutsu was so furious his teeth itched. That strike had killed 10 elite ninjas and stolen a large amount of Konoha supplies. The two sides faced off, and the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Hozuki Genjutsu quickly formed hand seals and summoned Shin to assist in battle. Mu did not show weakness either, directly summoning the golem to block the 2's combined attack. Earth release, steel prison technique. Dust release, boundary stripping technique. White energy surged from the golem's body, rapidly expanding, attempting to trap Hozuki Genjutsu and Shin. But Hozuki Genjutsu had long anticipated Mu's trick and calmly responded, quickly performing a countermeasure. A clone appeared. Steam danger explosion. This was a clone with a greasy exterior but water flowing inside, wildly charging and colliding with the boundary stripping technique. It instantly expanded to its limit, and the explosion roared thunderously. The steam from the blast instantly vaporized everything within 100 meters. The clone was precisely decomposed by the boundary stripping technique and vanished without a trace. The duel between the two ninjutsu techniques was surprisingly evenly matched. In the distance, the ninjas of Kirigakure and Iwagakure were dumbfounded, never having seen such a fierce clash. A light graze was fatal. Even a slight collision caused injury. No one dared approach and they all retreated from this fiery battlefield. Under the command of a strategist, the Iwagakure ninjas launched the first attack against the Kirigakure ninjas. The Kirigakure village leader roared, leading his subordinates in a fierce counterattack. Before the battle, the Kirigakure ninjas had already fought a hard battle with the Konoha ninjas, suffering heavy losses. In contrast, the Iwagakure ninjas had conserved their strength, and the tide of battle gradually tilted toward Iwagakure. Damn it! Why haven't Nizunatsuki and the others arrived yet? Weren't they supposed to organize the rogue ninjas? Someone among the Kirigakure ninjas shouted anxiously. Who knows where he ran off to? He's definitely hogging all the benefits again, another person retorted sourly. Truly inconsiderate. These bloodline limit families are already arrogant enough, and now they're throwing tantrums? The Kirigakure ninja cursed angrily. Having long been bullied by the bloodline limit families, he was already resentful, and now that he had become cannon fodder, his anger grew, and his movements began to slow. An orange-haired Kirigakure ninja sensed the situation was unfavorable and quietly moved toward the edge of the battlefield. Upon reaching a safe distance, he turned without hesitation and fled. The Iwagakure ninja opposite was stunned and about to give chase, but seeing his comrades fighting fiercely, he hesitated for a moment before giving up and turning to join other battles. Seeing this, the Kirigakure ninja also imitated and fled, but were seen through by the Iwagakure ninja, who blocked the route back to the village, forcing them to retreat toward Konoha. The battle lasted about an hour. Koharu and Mitomon arrived late. The scene before them was brutal. The ground was covered with rifts left by dust release, trees scorched by the high heat of steam danger explosion, and the surroundings were in ruins, resembling a wasteland ravaged by ancient beasts. Mu and Hozuki Genjutsu perished together from chakra exhaustion, lying in a deep pit. The whereabouts of the Iwagakure ninja were unknown, with charred humanoid remains scattered on the ground, proving there had been fierce conflict. Although some Kirigakure ninja suffered arm amputations and casualties, their torsos were nowhere to be found, which was puzzling. Konoha ninja carefully inspected the area, relieved not to have been caught in the fierce battle. They cautiously took the bodies of the two Kage but failed to find the missing sealed scroll of supplies and had to leave with regret. Just as they left, the head of a black pitcher plant-like monster slowly emerged from the ground, emitting a cold, low laugh toward their backs. A yellow-haired Kirigakure youth trekked through the mountains and forests and finally returned to the village the next day. Without tidying his appearance, he hurried to seek an audience with Hozuki Mirai, the personal guard of the first Mizukage, Byakuren, and the current vice-head of the Hozuki clan. Clan leader, a young man named Zigwashin, requests an audience, a Hozuki clansman respectfully reported. Hozuki Mirai responded lazily, "Whoever comes, no matter how insignificant, probably another worthless sycophant begging for a ninja sword. Just send him away." Clan leader, "He says he has urgent matters to report concerning the Mizukage," the clansman quickly reiterated. "Concerning the Mizukage? Rare. Let him in." Hozuki Mirai immediately became alert. In the past struggle for the position of second Mizukage, he was a strong contender. Although defeated by Hozuki Genjutsu, he never stopped scheming in secret. "Lord Mirai, the Mizukage and the Tsuchikage have already gone to war," Zigwashin reported urgently, his eyes full of expectation. "So even if the Mizukage returns, he will likely be badly wounded?" Hozuki Mirai murmured thoughtfully. "Exactly, my lord," Zigwashin answered firmly. Hozuki Mirai was interrupted by words, but showed no anger. The situation was already clear before her eyes. No matter what choice was made, it would benefit herself. At this moment, Hozuki Mirai stared at the young man in front of her with keen interest, trying to discern his true intentions. "The intelligence you provided is extremely valuable. How should I reward you?" Hozuki Mirai asked calmly. "As soon as the frontline battle began, I rushed back quickly to ensure you were the first to receive the news." Tsukayama Kawatoad fired off two firsts like a rapid fire cannon, trying to up the ante and reveal his true purpose. "I want a ninja sword, to join the 7 ninja swordsmen, and swear absolute loyalty to you. Whatever you command, I will carry out." His voice trembled slightly as he candidly expressed his wish. Hozuki Mirai's gaze was sharp and calm as she assessed him. She had anticipated his request, but becoming one of the 7 ninja swordsmen so easily was absolutely impossible. The 7 ninja swordsmen selected their members strictly, allowing no compromise. "Just right, I am quite disappointed in the strength of the wielder of the great sword Sharkskin. If you can defeat him, the power of the Sharkskin will be yours." After a brief silence, Hozuki Mirai finally threw out the challenge with satisfaction. Tsukayama Kawatoda's eyes were resolute, showing no retreat, but he struggled inwardly. "If I could directly defeat a 7 ninja swordsman, why would I need to ask for help? Why not challenge and seize it openly?" Discontent quietly erupted in his heart. "Rest assured, I guarantee you a fair fight." Hozuki Mirai enunciated clearly, the word fair falling like a hammer. Understanding the implication, Tsukayama Kawatoad quickly promised, "Sir, rest assured, I will not disappoint you." "Heh, then let us see how you perform." Hozuki Mirai waved her hand, her words full of disdain. Feiyu spent the entire night immersed in the Konoha library, his Sharingan nearly collapsing, yet endlessly tempted, mechanically flipping through the pages. At dawn, as faint light noise suddenly arose at the village entrance. He hurriedly cleaned up traces, ensured safety, called for Matwan, and quickly left. Arriving at the death forest near the explosion site, he pretended to be unconscious, lying motionless, waiting to be found. An hour later, two Umbu members appeared stealthily, noticed something unusual but did not suspect, and directly took him to Konoha Hospital. During transport, Feiyu feigned pain from his wounds and leisurely woke up. "Where is this? Who are you?" he asked confusedly. "Umbu, here to treat you." A cold voice replied. "Be gentle, don't hurt me," Feiyu warned. Inside the hospital, a thorough examination was conducted, and the wound on his back was tightly bandaged. One Umbu's gaze was sharp as a hawk, while the other hurriedly reported to the Hokage's advisor. "Umbu, so what? Grandpa here was once Umbu too. Did your captain teach you manners?" The awakening of the Sharingan gave him confidence. He spoke his mind without hesitation, enjoying the thrill of release. The Umbu remained cold and motionless like sculptures. Treated like a criminal, Feiyu felt discontent and rudely lay down with his eyes closed. His exhausted mind forced him to rest. Soon, snoring came from his mouth, startling the Umbu. Later, the interrogation division chief, Katsuhiko Yamanaka, appeared and signaled the Umbu to step back. By evening, Feiyu slept soundly, refreshed and energetic. Opening his eyes, he was met with a sly smile, and his joy instantly vanished. "Yo, how did the interrogation chief get blown here by the wind? Here to question me?" Feiyu mocked. "Hee, I heard you were injured, so I came to visit." Katsuhiko Yamanaka smiled warmly, unfazed by the sarcasm. "Oh? Visiting me? Where's the gift? Did you come empty-handed?" Feiyu looked around the empty hospital room, displeased. I brought the Hokage advisor's leave order." "If you don't want it, fine." Katsuhiko Yamanaka feigned regret and tried to leave. "Wait. Since the Hokage advisor gave instructions, how can a lowly chunin like me ignore them?" Feiyu urged him to stay. Katsuhiko Yamanaka wore an expression of respect for his superior, his voice calm and probing. "The transfer advisor said you fought valiantly against the Kirigakure ninja and were injured, so you're granted a 1-month recuperation leave. Now, can you tell me about the Death Forest incident?" His eyes were sharp, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Feiyu secretly resented it, itching to bite back but helpless. With low strength, who could blame him for having to rely on others? Not taking advantage would be foolish. Feiyu suppressed his displeasure and slowly recounted the events, deliberately hiding the secrets of his Sharingan awakening and his mother's grave, only saying he defeated 2 Kirigakure ninja. One was shattered by a ninjutsu he created himself, the other used a suicide technique, which he cleverly evaded. Hearing the words self-created ninjutsu, Katsuhiko Yamanaka's eyes flickered with doubt, but it wasn't the time to investigate. He only asked why Feiyu was near the Death Forest. Feiyu calmly replied, "The enemy was powerful, suspected to be Mizukige's ice-style ninja, numerous in number. I had no choice but to flee to the complex terrain of the Death Forest. But the enemy had precise tracking methods, which led to that fierce battle." Learning the enemy were vengeful ninja escaped from prison, Katsuhiko Yamanaka's expression changed slightly. Embarrassed, he promised, "This kind of incident will never happen again." Feiyu sneered inwardly, thinking, "Next time? There won't be a next time. Only corpses will come to me." Katsuhiko Yamanaka then changed the subject, asking about the level and power of Feiyu's self-created ninjutsu. Feiyu said lightly, "A minor technique, nothing special, probably around a rank." Katsuhiko Yamanaka didn't believe it. Feiyu had been weak and powerless for years. How could he suddenly create ninjutsu? He tried to provoke him into revealing more. Feiyu coldly replied, "No comment. Believe it or not." Then he closed his eyes to rest, exhausted, and ignoring further questions. Katsuhiko Yamanaka was helpless and could only report to the 2 advisors. They were angry, blaming Feiyu for being ungrateful, but the top priority was restoring Konoha's living environment, so Feiyu's matters were set aside for now. After Katsuhiko Yamanaka left, Feiyu resolutely discharged himself amid the confused looks of the medical staff and began planning his recuperation. Returning home, he looked around. Villagers were busily working. Fortunately, the battle's impact was limited. He did some simple repairs to his house and went back to his bedroom. In one day, Feiyu purchased a large number of scrolls, copied various ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu techniques along with chakra flow routes, and stored them in an underground secret chamber. This would be the key to his power improvement. He carefully studied the sorcerer's secret arts recorded in the Book of Seals. Apart from recognizing a few characters, the rest was shrouded in mist and confusion. Although he could identify each character, he couldn't grasp the overall meaning, which left him frustrated. After a whole day of study with no results, he could only blame his shallow foundation and limited aptitude. He thought to himself, "Why haven't I found the scroll of hidden ninjutsu? Having a master to guide me hand in hand would make things much easier." Even without understanding the principles, imitation could lead to growth. The ninjutsu scroll differs from the secret archive. The former sets the lower limit of release, while the latter determines the upper limit of ninjutsu. The secret archive mostly records S rank or secret ninjutsu. Whoever obtains the scroll can glimpse the essence of ninjutsu. Although it's difficult to fully master, it allows one to draw analogies and perceive the boundaries of spellcasting. Feiyu decided to temporarily set aside those for extremely difficult ninjutsu and first practice the multiple shadow clone technique. On the surface, it only increases the number of clones, but the key lies in the qualitative change. Without a master's guidance, it requires a long time of exploration to get started. He studied for only a short while before grasping the principle. This technique is forbidden because it consumes a huge amount of chakra, and the impact on the brain when the shadow clones return is extremely strong. Although easy to learn, it is difficult to use practically. Feiyu dared not use it lightly, as if trying to scoop the moon from a well, he could only watch. The most critical issue was, his chakra reserves were too low. During the battle with Mizunatsuki-yu, just one large Great Spiral Rasengan consumed half of his chakra. Although he could defeat the enemy, if external forces interfered, the defeat would most likely be his own. Yu took this as a warning. When facing difficulties, he solved them smoothly. The terrifying thing is not how hard the difficulty is, but that the difficulty's existence is completely invisible. He awakened the Bloodline Limit Sharingan, an ability that relies on the eyes to perform secret techniques. Illusions emerge endlessly. Even just making eye contact with an Uchiha can trap one in a hallucination. However, his chakra capacity showed no increase at all. This was merely an organ mutation of the eyes, cleverly exploited. The true bloodline limit is the fusion of two types of chakra, creating a new energy that surpasses the old chakra. This new chakra decomposes in reverse into physical energy and spiritual energy, nourishing the old body, transforming it to adapt to the new power, and driving a leap in the level of life. Feiyu inferred that this leap would eventually elevate him to the sage level, comparable to the six-path sage, becoming the pinnacle of the bloodline world. The fusion of bloodline limits is the first step toward becoming a sage. Therefore, he fused chakra day and night, constantly pursuing breakthroughs. Life's leap inevitably brings a surge in chakra volume. Just look at Mizunatsuki-yu, who fought Feiyu. He easily unleashed massive ice needles, summoned ice wolves and ice whales, and built an impregnable ice mirror fortress, with shurikens densely packed. His expression was calm, his aura steady. If Feiyu hadn't decisively used a secret move, he might have been overwhelmed. This left Feiyu feeling frustrated. Those members of bloodline families never worried about chakra volume, freely performing ninjutsu with immense power. Yet he, though a ninja, was like a beggar, always struggling and calculating carefully. Although he could boost chakra using tailed beasts and cursed seals, that was beyond his current reach. Feiyu looked in the mirror and saw a boy wearing training clothes, limbs weighted down. His expression was resolute, his blood-red eyes eerie, with 3 tomos slowly spinning, mesmerizing. He felt worried once the tomo increased sharply. It often came with severe physical strain and the risk of premature death. Fortunately, he was nearly 17, his body development almost complete, barely able to withstand this mutation. Returning to his bed, Feiyu summoned his summoned beast, Madwan, to assist with training. Bang! As the smoke cleared, a black and white kitten leapt into view. Meow! I was busy comforting a frightened mother cat, and you summoned me again? Madwan complained unhappily. Which is more important, the mother cat or me? Feiyu threw out a deadly choice. Of course the mother cat. You're just the poop scooper. Madwan sized him up, proudly raising his head. Poop scooper? Fine. I'll take you to Konoha, and this is how you repay me? I'll throw you into the wilderness to keep company with wolves. Wolves love cats the most. Feiyu shouted angrily. Meow. No. I'm willing to be your poop scooper. Madwan's fur bristled, then he immediately softened. TCH, cut the nonsense, cat demon, I want you to help me train. Feiyu said impatiently. The Sharingan slowly opened, and Madwan, frightened, tried to escape, but Feiyu grabbed him and threw him over his shoulder. No matter how many times I look into your eyes, they are full of malice, Madwan said with lingering fear. Humph. Feiyu was indifferent after all. The Uchiha clan's reputation was inherently evil and ominous. After the two souls completely merged, Feiyu's spiritual power surged. All the yin chakra was injected into his eyes, transforming into the power of the 3 tomo. This was why his eyes showed the 3 tomo as soon as they opened. At this moment, Feiyu gathered pure dual wind earth attribute chakra in both hands, slowly merging them. A faint purple chakra ripple appeared where his hands overlapped. That was the magnet release he had been desperately seeking. The fusion process was smooth and calm, proving that his abilities were steadily improving. Feiyu's theory finally had a breakthrough this time. Since external chakra could be fused into the body, as long as the body remained intact, there was no problem at all. He scanned around and locked onto the Dantian, that mysterious place, invisible and unproven, yet hinted by countless sages as the core energy storage. Minato Namikaze sealed the 9 tails inside Naruto's abdomen, also near the Dantian, which seemed to imply its true function, storing and controlling energy. The 9 tails, as a conscious energy entity, being bound here was the best proof. This experiment was extremely dangerous and could not be tested with shadow clones. Shadow clones were mere illusions of chakra, far less real than actual body energy. Without the ability to experiment on a real body and no one to cooperate, Feiyu had to do it himself. To ensure success, he went to a mountain tribe's pharmacy and got a bunch of herbs that enhance wind and earth chakra activity. He boiled a large bucket of water, added the herbs in batches, and sat cross-legged inside. Immersed in the water, the wind and earth chakra were easily activated inside his body. He carefully guided them to gather near the Dantian, extracting subtle chakra to attempt fusion. The 2 chakras just touched and immediately entwined like 2 snakes, twisting and chasing, neither willing to yield. Time flew by. Feiyu was fully focused, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, not daring to be distracted for a moment. Fusion in the palms was simple, both hands could clench freely. But the Dantian was different. The control over chakra was much weaker, making fusion much harder. Suddenly, he realized that the control strength of wind and earth chakra directly determined the fusion's progress and success. This was exactly the embodiment of ninjutsu proficiency. Zabuza Momochi needed 44 hand seals to perform water release, water dragon bullet technique, while Tobirama Senju only needed 4. Not to mention Hashirama Senju, who could instantly activate techniques with a clap of his hands. As for Feiyu, Wind-Earth Ninjutsu were just a few clumsy C-rank moves, with no flexible understanding at all. He sighed inwardly, seeing the experiment about to fail and even risking serious injury. At that moment, a miracle happened. The entanglement of the 2 chakra streams suddenly loosened, slowly converging into a grain of sand-sized, magnet-released chakra. Although tiny, this was a qualitative leap. A breakthrough from 0 to 1. A miracle from nothing to something. With this one, Feiyu knew that by simply repeating the steps, he could amplify it 10,000 times. Even more miraculous, when this sand grain-sized magnet-released chakra appeared, a siphoning effect instantly occurred in the Dantian. Chakra from the entire body automatically surged toward the Dantian, moving along the fusion trajectory on its own, forming more and more magnet-released chakra. This magnet-released chakra was still unstable after all. There was no suitable environment inside the body for it to grow, and its birth was just a chance collision. But it was precisely this chance that gave Feiyu an opportunity. Without hesitation, he poured chakra into it. His body emitted waves of agony, as if his cells were being squeezed to their limits, on the verge of collapse, warning him that danger was near. Relying on the experience from the last nether release, Feiyu calmly dealt with it and did not stop. He began slowly breaking down the newly fused magnet-release chakra, converting it into fresh physical energy and spiritual energy to nourish his entire body. Pain and comfort intertwined, he endured quietly until his body could no longer produce chakra, and the magnet-release chakra was completely fused. Slowly opening his eyes, Feiyu let out a long sigh, his heart full of relief and excitement. He never expected a miracle to happen to him. The chakra fusion was complete, but the body transformation was just beginning. Magnet-released chakra needed to be slowly decomposed and transformed into new energy. The nourished body chakra continued to fuse, decompose, and fuse again, cycling repeatedly. Until the body could directly produce magnet-released chakra, bypassing the fusion stage, the level of life would undergo a qualitative leap. The leap was like an inkwash painting of kung fu, not to be rushed. During this time, Feiyu could not use chakra to attack enemies. If the internal balance was broken, all efforts would be in vain. Fortunately, it was currently a recovery period, and whether it could be completed in a month was still unknown. Worrying was useless. The only task now was to recuperate. Eat well, sleep well, and replenish energy. Having been a ninja for many years, Feiyu had never been so relaxed or enjoyed life so much. Time seemed to stand still, no need to worry about life or death, no need to rush or toil, life was so peaceful. He slowly walked to the courtyard, sat down on the ground, sunlight bathing his whole body, closing his eyes to enjoy the rare tranquility. Watching the neighbors busily repairing, Feiyu seemed to travel through time and space, his gaze gradually becoming hazy, his mind emptying until dusk fell. A simple and plain day ended just like that. He rubbed the prepared dinner and went to sleep. 20 days later, the Konoha Hokage advisor's office. In the small room, ninjas were ready to set out. Feiyu, you still have 2 days of vacation, but the war in the Land of Lightning is intensifying. The village's forces all need to go to the battlefield. This urgent recall, I hope you understand. Maito Yen spoke coldly, emotionless, with helplessness in his words. The crowd automatically parted, pushing Feiyu in front of Maito Yen. He showed no expression, only nodded lightly in silent consent. Only he knew his true thoughts. At this moment, Feiyu had no goodwill toward the political group of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. Their words were grandiose, but behind the scenes they constantly hurt others. They shit and then ate it themselves, disgusting. Torikes, you are the captain of this mission. Lead the team to infiltrate behind enemy lines, destroy strongholds, and supply routes. It will be difficult to return to the village in the short term, so make any requests you need. Maito Inen looked at his old comrade, his tone resolute. His identity has changed. His status is different. He is now the village advisor, second only to one person and above thousands, and must prioritize the village's interests, abandoning personal gains. Akito Torikes voluntarily gave up his advisor status and became an ordinary ninja, required to follow orders. Once a partner, now subject to authority. Departure in 3 days. During this time, I will fulfill all your requests. Dismissed. Torikes, stay behind. Maito Inen ordered. Everyone dispersed to prepare individually. Torikes, do you understand the importance of this battle? After Maito Inen and the others left, a gentle expression appeared on his face. Judging by your attitude, it must be important, Akito Torikes answered hesitantly. Extremely important. The frontline situation is unfavorable. The three-tailed Raikage is rampaging, Konoha has suffered heavy losses. The AB duo and Hizashi are barely holding on, Maito Inen inside heavily, deeply worried. If the war drags on and we are worn down by Kumogakure, not only will we lose the top spot among the 5 great ninja villages, but other villages will take advantage of the situation. The second Mizukage is a cautionary example. Konoha is already stretched thin. Unless we bow to the powerful families, survival is difficult. The teacher did his best to avoid this scenario before he passed. You bear a heavy responsibility. While completing the mission, you must ensure the safety of your team. Reinforcements are unlikely, Maito Inen said earnestly. In other words, you are a lone force deep behind enemy lines, facing great risks, surrounded on all sides at any moment. Be extremely careful and come back alive. Maito Inen sincerely advised. Don't worry, I will lead the team back safely. Akito Torikes responded solemnly, whether sincerely or not, treating the latter half of the sentence as background noise. Maito Inen smiled wryly. Having known his character for years, he knew that although he was reckless, he could see the core of the mission. Sometimes, he selectively forgot what others hinted at. Hurry and prepare. Maito Inen patted Akito Torikes on the shoulder, his tone affectionate yet firm and unyielding. Understood. Akito Torikes nodded and turned to leave. Wait, before you go, remember to choose an Akito clan head who has a good relationship with Hizashi. Maito Inen's voice rang out behind him, cold and full of disappointment, as if he had no expectation of his return. Don't worry, I will do it, Akito Torikes promised solemnly. Since Sarutobi Hizashi became Hokage, the Akito clan headship had been passed to him, but unexpectedly, less than a year later, the position was once again uncertain. Feiyu reviewed the gains of the past 20 days. First, he used magnet release chakra to modify his body, completing the modification 5 days ago. At first, progress was slow, and it was expected to take another month and a half, but after the body adapted, the speed suddenly accelerated, becoming as fierce as a sudden storm. Before Mitomon changed his expression, Feiyu successfully completed the transformation, his life level leapt, and his chakra volume surged, increasing more than 5-fold. With a small chakra base, the boost from the first leap was extraordinarily huge. More importantly, the cooperation of the physical activation secret technique was extremely crucial. It raised the upper limit of cellular energy capacity, driving a qualitative change through quantitative accumulation. Feiyu was grateful for Shinong's gift. He didn't expect the secret technique not only to enhance cellular activity but also to increase chakra capacity. This was also the premise for Union Village's cultivation of the lightning release, Thunder God armor, specially designed for those with weaker constitutions, and unexpectedly gave Feiyu a benefit first. The remaining 5 days were used to master this power proficiently. This ability was too strong. Not only could he freely manipulate metal weapons like kunai and shuriken, but magnetic release chakra also carried a powerful sealing attribute. He had been trying to integrate it into the Rasengan to prevent enemies from escaping, but had never succeeded. After returning home, he took all practical items with him and hid the useless ones in an underground secret chamber. All ninja-related items disappeared. Although the captain was Akiyama Torike's, Feiyu remained on guard. They might be treated as pawns or attract Yunin forces to surround and eliminate them. As Mitomon said, the Konoha front might help them wreak havoc in the Lightning Country. It all depended on the will of those in power. Perhaps both sides were betting, and the winner would take all. But with Shimura Danzo stationed at the front, Feiyu had to prepare for the worst. He stockpiled a large amount of rations, pills, explosive tags, shuriken, kunai, and other consumables. Taking advantage of Mitomon's promise, he made a grand gesture to Captain Akiyama Torike's, demanding metal, sand, iron, gold, silver, any metal. He wanted it all. Akiyama Torike's was surprised and asked why Feiyu casually made up a reason to brush it off. Though half doubting, Akiyama Torike still gave him half a cubic meter of iron sand, the cheapest and commonly used material for shuriken and kunai. Feiyu took the iron sand and immediately began magnetic release experiments. His control over the iron sand was still clumsy, but it excited him greatly. He quickly discarded limb weights and used iron sand to attach to his limbs to increase weight. This not only made training more balanced but also covered his body with a layer of iron sand armor, similar to Gaara's sand armor but heavier. Movement was slightly slower, but after becoming skilled, it was no problem. He used transformation techniques to turn the iron sand armor on his hands and face into a skin-like appearance, maintaining it continuously to prevent rejection by others. Feiyu was not like Gaara, who was disliked. He was the son of the Kazekage, a noble identity. Although maintaining the iron sand armor and appearance consumed chakra, compared to the powerful physique after the leap, this consumption was negligible. His daily chakra recovery was rapid and more than sufficient. The strength of his body after the leap was fully revealed. Not only had his chakra greatly increased, but his recovery ability was also astonishing. The enhancement effect appeared, wounds healed rapidly, stamina was as enduring as a mountain, and all attributes soared comprehensively. After using up the iron sand, Feiyu was not satisfied. Iron sand was not like ordinary sand, which was everywhere. It had to be stocked. He couldn't be content with just barely enough. He targeted the weapon workshop he often visited. At the door, the clanging of iron tools rang out inside, and a wave of heat hit him. "Zongbua! I'm here again!" Feiyu shouted loudly. An old man put down his work and smiled, asking, "Young master, what do you want to buy this time?" Feiyu took out a handful of iron sand and handed it over. "You make iron tools, do you have metal granules this size?" Zongbua looked closely. There was nothing special, just ordinary gravel. He returned the iron sand to Feiyu. "This is some scrap from mold edges, can be melted and reused. If you want, I'll get some for you." The old man turned and went into the storeroom, and after a moment came out carrying a wooden bucket the size of a water dipper full of iron sand. Feiyu's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly took it. Grabbing a handful with his left hand, the granules were irregular but just what he wanted. Time was tight, never mind the appearance, as long as it could be used. "Yes. This is exactly what I want, Zongbua, name your price." Feiyu shouted excitedly. "Scrap, cost price for you. Just come here more often," Zongbua said generously with a wave of his hand. Feiyu nodded in agreement and also ordered some metal balls the size of marbles, to be picked up in about 3 days. After paying a deposit, he turned to try his luck at the next weapon shop. There were more than 10 weapon shops in Konoha village, and Feiyu ran through them all in one morning. Luck was poor. Only one had a small amount of iron sand, about half a fist in size, the rest had already been melted. He cursed his bad luck and turned toward the supply exchange to try his luck. The exchange office informed him that the iron sand had all been exchanged, and the warehouse was empty. Feiyu was furious, feeling that the whole day had been utterly unlucky. But he refused to give up, thinking that each major family had weapon workshops supplying their clan disciples. He decided to try his luck with acquaintances. The first person he thought of was Captain Akiyama Torike's. Although the Akiyama clan was not a major family, the clan leader's power was not to be underestimated, and their resource mobilization ability was strong. Feiyu arrived at the Akiyama clan territory and saw people looking tense, as if facing a major event. He stopped a chubby young man and asked, "Brother, what happened?" The fat man was alert. "Who are you? What are you doing in Shodao?" Feiyu acted familiar. "I'm a member of Captain Xufeng's team, here to report something." "Where is Xufeng?" Hearing captain and team member, the fat man's alertness faded. "The Xufeng clan leader is holding a clan meeting." "Wait here, I'm going too." Feiyu pressed, "What's the big deal? You all look so panicked." The fat man looked around and whispered, "Don't tell anyone else." Feiyu quickly assured, "Don't worry, my lips are sealed." The fat man said, I heard it's about replacing the clan leader, a dangerous mission. The leader went out this morning and got a message to handle things first. I heard it was ordered by advisor Menyen. Feiyu's face darkened, cursing inwardly, Menyen Mito, a troublemaker. Not a word of truth. If I hadn't come to Chiodao to gather information, you'd still be hiding it from me? When I get the chance, I'll make you pay. Feiyu, filled with anger, prepared for the next move. A gloom hung over Feiyu's mood. He left the Chiodao clan with a pile of iron sand, nearly spent all his silver, and bought many explosive tags. The prices of war supplies had soared due to the war with Yunin village, weighing heavily on his mind. Back home, he pondered how to survive this mission. Feign injury to refuse? Impossible. Menyen Mito forcibly dragged him to the battlefield. No excuse would work. Defect? Even less possible. Without enough strength, even a regular jonin chasing him would catch him. There is no rogue ninja organization in the ninja world to stabilize self-improvement. Defecting is a death sentence. Decades later, hung on the divine tree by infinite Tsukuyami, with no help in sight. Not to mention, Danzo was eyeing him greedily. Konoha's rules restrained him, but leaving Konoha meant no more constraints. No way to escape, so he had to face the fight head-on. Feiyu was not a coward afraid of death. He had to devise a scientific and efficient combat plan to leverage his strengths. Currently, his combat methods were limited to taijutsu and ninjutsu. Taijutsu was simple and brutal, attacking fiercely up front. His ninjutsu included wind and earth styles, shadow clones, Rasengan, and magnet release. Though the moves seemed simple, they were lethal. In one strike, simplicity meant efficiency. The primary goal of this mission is survival, not completion. He needs to lower his presence. The combat strategy is clear. First, engage in close combat using taijutsu, exchanging attacks and defenses to wear down the enemy's stamina. When his own stamina is nearly depleted, switch to long-range attacks using ninjutsu and ninja tools while recovering stamina. The trump card, magnet release, must be saved for the final strike. With the framework established, the next step is to enrich the details. Long-range ninja tools are being crafted. Ninjutsu is a weak point, so the next 3 days will focus on intensive study. Not aiming for mastery, just to grasp the basics. He entered the underground chamber, picked up the scrolls recording wind and earth nature ninjutsu, and began the tedious training. 3 days flew by, and Feiyu made exceptional progress. Although cramming at the last minute, due to a leap in his physical level, his control over wind and earth chakra greatly improved, easily learning various C-rank ninjutsu. Today's assembly, he packed the mission supplies into his backpack, mostly iron sand, the weight making him feel especially secure. He deliberately bought a pair of brown goggles to hang on his forehead, replacing the forehead protector to conceal the strange gaze after activating the Sharingan. The secret of the Sharingan is unknown. He does not want to expose it. The forehead protector was casually hung at his waist, and he set off fully equipped. Along the way, he encountered scattered ninjas, dressed similarly, but their backpacks were nowhere near as exaggerated as his. At the village entrance, Akimichi Torikes was already waiting. Feiyu joined without expression and began to scrutinize his companions. They also looked at him with strange eyes. He didn't care. The mission was brutal, and few returned alive. There were many new faces in the team, as if they had jumped out of the shadows. Although living in the village, Feiyu felt unfamiliar with them. Judging by their clothing, he concluded that most of these strangers came from the Smoke Ninja village. Could this mission be a joint operation with outsiders? There were also a few guys in the team who were surrounded like stars being worshipped. Feiyu looked closely and was shocked to realize that 2 of them had eyes clouded like cataracts, members of the Hyuga clan. Disciples of a prestigious family also participating in the mission? It was the first time teaming up with noble heirs, greatly increasing his sense of security. The 2 Hyuga heirs were arrogant and rude, looking at people with disdain through their nostrils, which was off-putting. Combined with the appearance of the Byakugan, those who could rival the Hyuga must be from the Uchiha clan. Dark hair, obsidian-like pupils, exuding supreme pressure. They all looked handsome. This was the Uchiha. To be honest, Feiyu's appearance also bore some resemblance to the Uchiha, but without that suffocating arrogance, making it hard to associate him with them. Besides these 2 large groups, there were a few scattered squads of civilians, warily watching the crowds of Hyuga and Uchiha. Feiyu was the most awkward, with no acquaintances around him. This was related to his poor social skills. His ninja career was short. He had only been a genin for a few weeks before being exceptionally promoted to chunin. During that time, he was almost always undercover in the Umbu, where there were no names, only code names, and no one knew each other. Not to mention, his promotion was not due to overwhelming strength but was forcibly pushed by Senju Tobarama to balance the power of the noble clans. This made the veteran Chunin resentful, thinking he had used connections to get ahead. After the last Umbu rebellion, the Umbu were purged or forced to return to the roots. Very few escaped, making it impossible to unite in resistance, so they had to endure silently. The Chunin looked down on Feiyu and his connections-based group, while the Genin envied them for missing that wave of opportunity. Feiyu didn't care about others' opinions, so the awkward situation naturally formed. Fortunately, he arrived late, so the awkwardness didn't last long. It was time to depart. With Akimichi Torafu's command, the team of over 50 people slowly moved forward. Feiyu hung at the rear, walking at a leisurely pace. Ahead, among the large groups of Hyuga and Uchiha, a few people split off to negotiate with those small squads scattered here and there. Soon, some small squads were absorbed into the larger group, while others firmly refused. Feiyu watched coldly from behind, secretly amused. With so many people united, are they afraid the enemy will be blind? They're all being used as cannon fodder by the Hyuga and Uchiha. Just as he was sneering, a young man with Byakugan walked straight toward him, making Feiyu slightly startled. Not even sparing someone alone like him? Are they really that short on cannon fodder? Little brother, what's your name? The young Hyuga greeted warmly. Feiyu glanced at him, silent, quickening his pace to put distance between them. Feiyu was never polite to those with ill intentions, not even bothering to talk. The young man awkwardly dodged, quickly adjusting, and persistently following. My name is Hyuga Ming, just here to make friends. Don't be so cold, not even willing to say your name? Hyuga Ming smiled. Feiyu. He replied briefly. After all, they were comrades on this mission at Woon Ti due to sour relations. Feiyu? The one who tried to assassinate Danzo and was later forgiven by him? Hyuga Ming's eyes widened, as if discovering a rare creature. Feiyu glanced at him sideways, thinking, Danzo sure knows how to manage his reputation, but it's at my expense. Brother, you're amazing. You even dared to assassinate the Hokage's advisor. Hyuga Ming said excitedly. When your parents die by his hand, you can too. Feiyu retorted coldly. Bro, what are you carrying on your back? Looks pretty heavy. Hinata Akira sensed the tension and quickly changed the subject, eyes fixed on Feiyu's backpack as he reached out to open it. Feiyu's figure flashed, dodging away, his face darkening. Hinata Akira's right hand hovered awkwardly in the air, scratching his head in embarrassment. He had intended to open the backpack while Feiyu was off guard, but didn't expect to be caught red-handed. In the distance, a tall pale-eyed youth in Hinata's team kept a constant watch on the situation here. Hinata Akira's real purpose in approaching Feiyu was to scout the backpack's contents, a task he had been personally assigned. The Byakugan detected a dark, indistinct mass inside the backpack. Filled with unease about the mission, he was eager to gather all intelligence, including the items carried by this nominal teammate. Anything useful would be recruited into Hinata's main squad with promises of great rewards. Unexpectedly, Hinata Akira hit a dead end and had to call off the attempt, instead starting to guard against Feiyu during the mission, secretly plotting to eliminate him. Uchiha Hoka witnessed all this, sneering coldly, the Byakugan is nothing special. Want to face off against the Sharingan head-on? Surrounded by useless people relying on external tools, they don't understand that chakra is the true soul of a ninja. The Sharingan swept coldly over Feiyu, already concluding in his mind, his chakra level is only that of an average jonin, barely able to keep up with his teammates. Uchiha's pride would never allow him to stoop to recruiting a substitute. He secretly despised Hinata's clumsy tactics. Akimichi Toraku's watched all this, neither intervening nor stopping it. In fact, he subtly fanned the flames. Intense competition only fosters growth. For 4 days, under the lead of the Smoke Ninja, the group bypassed the battlefields of the Cloud and Leaf villages, sneaking from the Land of Earth all the way to the northern border of the Land of Lightning. Traveling without rest day or night, after 3 days they finally uncovered the Cloud Village's supply route. Over 50 people lay in ambush by the roadside, holding their breath and waiting. Creak, creak, the groaning of wooden boards under weight suddenly sounded as 3 heavy wagons slowly came into view. Just as everyone thought they could wait quietly for the right moment, a sudden angry shout shattered the silence. Ha! Finally found you. Hand over the supplies and prepare to die. A horse-faced youth hiding at the edge of the group suddenly jumped out, shouting as if afraid the others hadn't seen him. Uchiha Hoka's expression changed drastically. There was a spy in the group. At this moment, he was sending signals to the Cloud Village's supply convoy in a ridiculous manner. This absurd and deadly farce was not something anyone could laugh at. The spy had appeared, his movements fully exposed, and the Yunin cleanup forces could arrive at any moment. The supply convoy before them was nothing but bait. The situation was settled, there was no time to overthink. 50 people quickly surrounded the supply team. The horse-faced youth was subdued by Huahua and lowered his head, awaiting punishment from Chiudao Chufeng. This was the first mission after leaving the village, and they had already lost someone. Especially in front of the Hyuga clan, known for their Jujutsu, although it wasn't his main responsibility to detect spies, he couldn't escape the blame for misjudging people. Images of being mocked by comrades and opponents flashed through his mind, and a resolute determination surged within him. The small flaw of failure must be covered by a huge success afterward. He made a silent vow to pull himself together and shine brilliantly in the upcoming missions. Feiyu and the others lifted the curtain on the carriage, revealing baskets full of heavy stones, with no sign of any proper supplies. Those who had once harbored hope finally sobered up. The operation had long been controlled by the enemy, casting a shadow over the mission. "Have they set off?" Koju asked. "According to the plan, they should have already penetrated deep into the Land of Thunder," Mito Munin replied. "Planting a confirmed Yunin spy within the team is a bit too cruel," Koju sighed. "Cruel? War is cruel by nature. Failure is the cruelest of all. Maybe ruthless to Chufeng, but there is compassion for the Nikkari group," Mito Munin said firmly. "As soon as he enters deep into the Land of Thunder, the mission will be accomplished. Let us just hope he doesn't get stuck in a dead end. He is stubborn by nature, that's also why he was sent," Mito Munin said helplessly. At dusk, in a remote village in the Land of Thunder, Chiudao Chufeng and the others sat around a fire, discussing countermeasures. "The traitor within the team has appeared. Don't even talk about completing the mission, just not being ambushed would be considered lucky. In my opinion, we should withdraw from the Land of Thunder first and focus on preserving our lives. Yes, with a traitor present, the mission must be abandoned. Who knows what traps the enemy has laid?" "Exactly, Captain Xufeng, it's time to issue the retreat order." Noise erupted, everyone chimed in, and the atmosphere became chaotic. "No! The mission entrusted by the Hokage's advisor must never be abandoned lightly. Everyone must unite and get through this difficult time." Amid the calls for retreat, a strong and resolute voice cut through the noise, suppressing the clamor. The scene suddenly froze. The silence shattered instantly, anger surged like a tide, and everyone quickly searched for the source of the voice. The familiar Uchiha clan emblem appeared, the air stiffened abruptly, and all eyes quickly averted. No one dared to look directly. "Hokage, what is your opinion?" Akimichi Tsufeng asked calmly, sensing the atmosphere growing cold. Uchiha Hokage replied in a deep voice, "Captain Xufeng, the situation is complicated now, retreating is too risky. The hidden cloud village may have already set an ambush. Let us probe the enemy first, and if the mission fails, then we'll withdraw." Don't deceive yourself." Fuga Akira sneered, interrupting. "Your scheming is just dragging everyone into danger for your own gamble. Don't pretend to be righteous." Hokage's eyes blazed with anger, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "I'm not." Hyuga Akira mocked, "You can't recognize people, and you didn't even know a traitor was in the team? Now you pretend to be fair? Just for the mission log in your hand? You're the only one supporting continuing, how noble of you." Hokage's face turned ashen, fists clenched tightly, fury overflowing. Another burly Hyuga man immediately stepped in front of Hyuga Akira, his aura imposing. Nearby, Feiyu watched like a spectator at a show, leisurely chewing his food, taking in the entire quarrel. "Ahem." Akimichi Tsufeng cleared his throat, breaking the dispute, and everyone turned to look at him. "Continue the mission." His tone was firm, like an order being issued. Some were disappointed, some were ecstatic, and others had long suspected. "To prevent internal traitors from rising again, we will operate in 3 teams. I, Hyuga Ryo, and Uchiha Hoka will each serve as team leaders and strike separately," Akimichi Torikes announced calmly. 3 teams? The crowd was suspicious. "How will the team members be assigned?" someone asked. "I only trust Fuga Ryo. Under the Byakugan, nothing can be hidden from him. He can lead us to break through the encirclement. Lord Hoka is equally reliable, and he agrees with Captain Torikes. There must be a brilliant plan." Everyone expressed their support clearly and decisively. Akimichi Torikes spread out a simple map of the Land of Lightning, pointing out the task assignments. Hyuga Ryo and Uchiha Hoka discussed closely, while the others deliberately kept their distance. The next morning, the 3 teams set out toward their respective targets. Feiyu chose to follow Akimichi Torikes. The team was small, only 4 people, a standard squad size, but it felt more cautious and steady. Feiyu was confident fewer people, smaller target, and Torakaze being a disciple of Senju Tobarama must have hidden deadly moves, making it safer. Along the way, the three occasionally stopped to adjust their route, arriving at the first stage destination by noon, the frontline outpost of the Hidden Cloud Village. The outpost was bustling with people coming and going, guards escorting bodies, passing intelligence, and requesting reinforcements, extremely busy. The four moved silently and without a sound, with Akimichi Torakaze striking first. Multi-size technique. He instantly enlarged, transforming into a small giant. Human cannonball. He curled into a ball and suddenly leapt forward, charging straight at the outpost. Boom! He slammed heavily into the ground, dust flying. The people at the outpost were stunned, unable to react in time, only able to stare as the rolling giant ball crushed forward. Enemy attack. The guard captain roared, shocked but quickly reacting. Lightning release, earth walk. Lightning release, thunder bind. The Hidden Cloud ninjas unleashed lightning techniques, trying to paralyze and block the human cannonball. Feiyu and the others were well prepared. Triple wind release, great breakthrough. Vacuum wave. The intense wind release ninjutsu erupted instantly, wind blades tearing through the lightning, instantly dismantling the lightning release technique. Damn it! Take down those troublesome ones first. The guard leader glared fiercely, leading 7 ninjas to pounce on the 3 like ferocious wolves. The enemies charged forward, originally thinking the 3 were soft targets, easy to crush and move on. Feiyu put on his brown goggles, quietly distancing himself from the other 2, his eyes suddenly activating the Sharingan. The battlefield has always been a hell. As long as you survive, there is hope. Feiyu faced 2 enemies head-on, one with a scar across his face, fierce and brutal, the other with triangular eyes, his gaze piercingly cold. They looked ferocious, but their strength was mediocre. Feiyu wore full-body, sand iron armor, impervious to blades and spears. Their attacks were almost ineffective. The triangular-eyed man struck Feiyu's chest with his left hand but felt a piercing iron pain, as if his hand bones were about to crack. The opponent was not human but an iron wall. The sand iron armor slowed Feiyu's movements, but he quickly adapted. 5 out of 10 enemy strikes were blocked, his defense steadily improving. The 2 fierce men were restrained and slow in their attacks. After a failed surprise attack, they became cautious and schemed secretly. Feiyu was delighted to engage in a battle of wits and courage with the 2, his body gradually adapting to the pressure. Suddenly, a scream came from afar. The 2 fierce men realized they could not delay. If the human tank ninja returned, total annihilation was inevitable. Their eyes met, sneering coldly. You think your iron bones are tough? Let us see if your face is just as hard. Their fists burst forth with violent momentum, aiming straight at Feiyu's face. Feiyu's Sharingan caught the muscle tremors of the 2, discerning their moves. Seizing the opportunity, he used magnet release, 2 kunai whistling into his palm, ready for a fatal strike. The enemy's fists smashed forward, hoping to break the iron wall, but felt only emptiness, their faces showing shock. Feiyu took the chance to stab the kunai fiercely into their chests, instantly ending their lives. Feiyu finished the fight, while the other 2 steadily retreated. Feiyu did not intervene. His comrades knew their limits. He took a brief rest, assisted Shoto in clearing out the remaining lower-level ninjas at the Fengqing outpost, and took the opportunity to gather intelligence and analyze the situation. Emergency on the eastern line of Yunin village, urgent support needed. Medical supplies are depleted, please replenish immediately. 8 Tails is rampaging abnormally, urgent need for raikage suppression. Feiyu quickly filtered through the chaotic information, swiftly grasping the overall situation in the Land of Lightning. Yunin Village and Konoha are both stuck in a stalemate. Whoever gives in first will dominate the battle. Akito Torakaze's surprise attack squad might be the key to victory or defeat, provided the surprise attack succeeds. Feiyu organized the intelligence as an important basis for future merit discussions. Just as he was about to check the battle status, a special scroll caught his eye. Confirmed that Shinnome stole the secret technique scroll, which has been intercepted by Konoha and is very likely in their hands. Requesting Lord Raikage to retrieve it. Yunin Staff Headquarters. Feiyu was shocked the pursuit of the secret technique had not stopped. Yunin Village often uses this tactic, very likely to use it to pressure the palace, demanding Konoha hand over the person. If Danzo intervenes, and Feiyu remains in Konoha, his situation will definitely become perilous. Fortunately, he was ordered to go on an expedition and intercepted this unfavorable information. After destroying the scroll and composing himself, he stepped out of the outpost. Others were bandaging wounds. Seeing this, Akito Torakaze approached and asked, "How was the harvest?" Feiyu nodded and handed over the intelligence. Akito Torakaze glanced through it briefly and returned it. The four took a short rest, then stepped out of the destroyed outpost, heading deeper into the heart of the land of lightning. Big brother, are we really okay leaving the battlefield like this? Hyuga Akira asked anxiously. Don't worry. Captain Torikes will understand. This is also for the greater good. Hyuga Ryo answered firmly. Our people at home are scouting. If anything happens to them, the only ones we can rely on will be us. Hyuga Ryo's eyes were resolute, his voice filled with unwavering confidence. The people behind him, hearing his call, were instantly invigorated. The initial shame of fleeing was swept away, replaced by a determination to fight for the entire team's retreat. Everyone was caught up in a passionate fantasy, as if they could hear their comrades' praise in the next moment. Stop! Hyuga Ryo shouted angrily, breaking everyone's fantasy. Ahead, more than 30 cloud-hidden ninjas stood, their eyes sharp like hawks, staring intently at them. The leader laughed wildly. Look what I found. Byakugan. 2 of them. I'll gouge out your eyes and spare your lives. Hyuga Ryo's face changed abruptly, and Hyuga Akira put away his playful grin, staring seriously at the opponent. Those targeting the Byakugan were the Hyuga clan's mortal enemies. Byakugan, activate. Hyuga Ryo quickly took a gentle fist stance, locking his target on the one coveting the Byakugan. Gentle fist technique, 32 palms of the 8 trigrams. He leapt forward, directly attacking the opponent, injecting chakra into the opponent's acupoints, attempting to block the enemy's chakra pathways. Hyuga Akira and the others stood ready, preventing the Cloud Ninjas from launching a group attack. The Cloud Ninjas watched coldly, as if they didn't see their leader being attacked, only filled with hostility, staring fixedly at the Hyuga clan. 32 palm strikes were delivered, but the opponent didn't move an inch, instead wearing a mocking smile. Finished? Then take this. Before Hyuga Ryo could react, the opponent kicked him hard in the chest, knocking him heavily to the ground. Were you just scratching an itch just now? The opponent stretched his body, assuming a warm-up stance full of ridicule. Blood dripped from the corner of Hyuga Ryo's mouth, his eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible. I clearly sealed the pressure points, so how can he still move? He questioned frantically. What a soft fist. All taijutsu is useless before me. I have steel release, invincible. The opponent laughed arrogantly. Invincible. Invincible. The Cloud Ninja's momentum pressed down like a mountain, forcing the Konoha ninjas to retreat, leaving only Hyuga Ryo half lying on the ground. Hyuga Akira wanted to boost morale and break through the encirclement in one go, but the Cloud Ninja captain appeared instantly and dove down. Akira, watch out. Hyuga Ryo shouted in pain. What? Hyuga Akira only heard the shout without paying close attention, but his instinctive reaction had already kicked in. A shadow covered him, the overwhelming pressure forcing him to stiffen and look back, only to see a pair of greedy eyes. Return to heaven. Without hesitation, Hyuga Akira unleashed his ultimate move, deflecting the Cloud Ninja captain's attack and staggering back into the crowd. 8 trigrams empty palm. Hyuga Ryo mustered all his strength to stand up, suddenly slashing out 2 waves of energy with both hands, striking the Cloud Ninja captain. The opponent staggered from the impact, struggling to regain balance. The Cloud Ninja captain roared, "Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish." Ignoring the retreat of the Konoha forces behind him, he focused all his attention on Hyuga Ryo. Seeing Hyuga Akira escape successfully, a faint smile flashed across Hyuga Ryo's face, then quickly turned serious. I won't let you take a single step away while I'm alive. His gaze was resolute. What are you waiting for? Chase down the Konoha deserters. The Cloud Ninja captain shouted angrily at his subordinates, and the Cloud Ninjas immediately scattered. Captain of the Cloud Ninja turned to Hyuga Ryo, sneering, "What hero act are you putting on? Heroes die sooner or later." Hyuga Ryo remained calm and deliberately delayed. Though heroes die, they die with meaning. I'll make sure you die without any meaning. Aren't you trying to protect that Hyuga brat? I'll spare your life just to torment him before your eyes, making all your efforts a joke. The Cloud Ninja captain sneered coldly, unleashing steel release and suddenly overpowering Hyuga Ryo. In an instant, Hyuga Ryo's limbs were all broken, his breath shallow, with only a thread of life remaining. At the same time, Uchiha Hokage faced a formidable enemy. The opponent claimed to be the Cloud Ninja frontline deputy commander, a disciple of the third Hokage, wielding the unique technique Lightning Release, Chakra Mode, unstoppable as he rampaged through the Konoha formation, causing heavy casualties. Uchiha Hokage sensed the danger, realizing this enemy was beyond his ability to handle, and the situation was on the verge of exploding. Akimichi Torikes barely supported himself with wind release, instinctively falling to the rear of the team and turning to flee first. The people of Konoha were stunned instantly, unable to believe their captain, the pride of the Uchiha clan, had chosen to retreat without a fight. What about the honor of the Uchiha? Captain Torikaze, ahead is the Cloud Hidden Village's supply relay outpost. The Cloud Hidden Village's eastern and western line troops all collect supplies here. If we destroy it, the enemy's supply chain will be cut off, and the frontline battle will surely tilt in Konoha's favor. Feiyua's teammate pointed to the valley, ice firm. But the Cloud Ninja will never let us off easily. They will vent all their fury from failure on us. Death is certain. Feiyu warned calmly. Our goal is to disrupt the Cloud Ninja's rear. Cowering is useless. The teammate retorted, full of fighting spirit. The moment we set foot in the land of lightning, the mission was already accomplished. The higher-ups have arranged spies. Feiyu said disdainfully. Spies are an accident. You can't blame the higher-ups. An accident? Such a critical matter, no accidents. Only fools like you believe that nonsense, getting fooled and helping the enemy count their money. Feiyu mercilessly struck at his teammate's weak point. The teammate's face flushed red, speechless. From the outposts we destroyed before, the Cloud Hidden Village has already begun to prepare thoroughly. Continuing along the old route, we are very likely to encounter an ambush. This supply relay outpost in front of us is probably a trap, waiting for us to fall into it. Feiyu analyzed calmly. Akimichi Torikaze nodded, agreeing with Feiyu's judgment. Although this might be a trap, we must take it. The Hokage recently summoned me through Enma to order the complete destruction of important cloud-hidden facilities. Konoha is barely holding on. This outpost was carefully selected by me to maximally disrupt the Cloud Ninja's battle rhythm. Akimichi Torikaze said in a deep voice. Anyone who wants to quit, I won't stop you. The right to survive is in your hands. He added coldly. Feiyu was silent for a moment, hope igniting in his eyes. Since Konoha needs us so much, we can't give up easily. At least probe a little, maybe I'm overthinking. Although Feiyu didn't want to fight a life or death battle again, the consequences of Konoha's defeat chilled him to the bone. This conflict was the aftermath of the First Ninja World War. If they lost from the start, it wouldn't just be about ceding land and paying reparations. The Second and Third Ninja World Wars would cause Konoha to completely lose the initiative, be besieged by the four great nations, and the Land of Fire would very likely be divided and wiped out. Feiyu could not imagine this cruel future. Although he was a time traveler, over the years he had gradually fallen in love with Konoha and was unwilling to be uprooted. With his decision made, Aki Michifu began assigning tasks. Feiyu, the three of you will attack the outpost at dusk. Don't go too deep, just lure out the enemy's main force, then retreat. I will take advantage of their lowered guard to destroy the outpost. Captain Michifu, where is the rendezvous point? Feiyu asked. No need to gather. After you lure the enemy, protect yourselves, find a hidden spot, and wait quietly for the war between Yunin and Konoha to end. Aki Michifu calmly arranged the plan. The three exchanged worried glances. There was a death-defying resolve in Aki Michifu's words. He clearly had no plan for what to do if he got surrounded. Time was tight. The outpost guards began their routine patrols, dispatching many scouts. The group had to end their communication and quietly hide. Feiyu secretly activated his Sharingan to see through the outpost. Dense chakra fluctuations surged. Several powerful chakra users sat firmly in command, their presence oppressive. Feiyu roughly estimated about 100 Yunin. The three-man team faced an enormous challenge against this force. There had to be at least 30 enemies for Aki Michifu's attack plan to be perfectly executed. Late at night, inside the outpost. The wind howled, leaves rustled in the treetops. Two Yunin tightened their clothes, complaining incessantly. This is such an overreaction. Having us stand guard in this cold weather. Enemies in the heart of the Land of Lightning? They would have been scared off long ago by the name of Yunin Village. One Yunin scoffed. Better safe than sorry. I heard several outposts have already been destroyed. We might be next, the other replied warily. Who dares provoke Yunin in the Land of Lightning? The first could hardly believe it. I heard it's Kono, ha! Before he finished, a shadow flashed swiftly, a sharp blade sliced his neck. Blood gushed out. He struggled to cover the wound but eventually suffocated and collapsed. The other Yunin was listening intently, suddenly fell silent, and turned to meet crimson eyes. The three Tomo slowly rotated in those eyes. His world instantly collapsed, and he crumpled to the ground. After dealing with the two, Feiyu quickly scanned the surroundings. Inside the outpost, lights were bright, laughter and drinking sounds filled the air outside. Nothing seemed amiss. He breathed a quiet sigh of relief. His first time using genjutsu went exceptionally smoothly. Unlike what the Ninja Academy teachers taught, ordinary genjutsu consumes a large amount of chakra to construct space, but the Uchiha Sharingan uses eye power to directly create illusions. This eye power not only makes the illusion more realistic but also serves as energy to cast genjutsu. Feiyu quickly set traps. Chakra threads wrapped 3 layers around the outpost's entrance, hung with numerous explosive tags. Seismic tags were buried in the ground so densely that there was almost nowhere to stand. The outpost was large, so the 3 divided responsibilities. If contact was lost, they would act on schedule. As the attack time approached, Feiyu used secret poison. A bamboo pole was pushed through the window into the room, releasing toxic smoke. Cough, cough. What's that smell? A one-eyed cloud ninja near the window coughed from the choking smoke, but the noisy commotion drowned out his warning. He staggered to stand, dizzy and disoriented, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed unconscious. The wine table was overturned, jars and bowls shattered, the noise drawing everyone's attention. The poisonous smoke drifted in with the wind at first. People thought he was drunk, but upon smelling the strange odor, they all covered their noses, burning with anger. Several others were poisoned and collapsed. Seeing the situation was critical, Feiyu threw out a stone wrapped in explosive tags and quickly retreated. Boom! Boom! Loud explosions shattered the outpost. The cloud ninja rushing out of the building stepped on a trap and fell heavily to the ground. Explosions also came from the outposts on both sides in the distance. Feiyu focused and observed, seeing his teammates launching an attack. Soon after, fierce fighting broke out. Clearly his teammates had not escaped smoothly. The enemy's defense was tight and they detected the attack immediately. Enemy attack! A cloud ninja with a broken leg screamed, waking Feiyu. With hands flying, Feiyu hurled kunai wrapped in explosive tags, creating louder noises to attract the enemy's attention. The explosions indeed drew over 50 cloud ninjas rushing over. Feiyu cursed and turned to flee, unwilling to fight head-on. While escaping, he continuously threw specially made marbles backward. Using magnetic release and wrist strength, the marbles whistled through the air, hitting enemies, splattering blood, and leaving bloody holes. Damn it! A jonin roared in anger, chasing but failing to catch him, howling furiously. Rumble! An even more deafening roar exploded deep within the outpost. The cloud-hidden jonin ignored Feiyu and quickly turned to look. A huge black energy sphere was sweeping across the outpost's sky, lightning slithering wildly over its surface, dazzlingly bright. They had fallen into the enemy's bait and switch trap and were preparing to reinforce Chiodaochu Feng. Feiyu would never let them succeed easily. Though he didn't know how many surrounded Chiodaochu Feng, if he could hold off some enemies, it would ease his pressure. Feiyu quickly threw out 3 smoke bombs, and thick smoke spread instantly, surrounding the 50 cloud ninja and himself in an instant. He showed no mercy, pouring the iron sand from his backpack and performing his newly created magnetic escape ninjutsu. Magnetic escape, kunai rain. The iron sand rapidly gathered behind him, transforming into black kunai that shot toward the cloud ninja in the smoke like a poisonous rain. Kunai incoming, watch out! The cloud ninja jonin shouted as a sand iron kunai pierced his back, the pain forcing him to warn others while swinging his blade to defend. The blade flashed repeatedly, but strangely, the kunai clung to the blade like magnets, making the blade heavier and heavier, weighing him down until he was gasping for breath. Suddenly, the iron sand kunai slid down the blade, gathering at the hilt and locking his hands tightly. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't raise his hands again, and the kunai left hundreds of bloody marks on his body like poisonous needles. Wind release, great breakthrough. Another cloud ninja Chunin refused to be beaten, wildly waving his hands to activate wind release, dispersing the smoke. As the smoke cleared, the cloud ninja finally saw the scene clearly. The iron sand behind Feiyu was still slowly gathering, the black kunai writhing like venomous snakes. The cloud ninja were heavily injured, with over 20 casualties, and even the jonin pierced in the back was barely clinging to life. Charge! I don't believe a nobody Konoha ninja can hold off so many of us, another cloud ninja jonin roared angrily. He only had the advantage of a sneak attack in a direct fight. He is definitely no match for us. Full assault. Don't give him a chance to use his ninjutsu. The cloud ninja frantically closed in on Feiyu, intending to get close and cut off his strange ninjutsu. But when they approached within 10 meters, the iron sand beneath Feiyu's feet began to gather into a solid platform, enough for him to stand on. The ninjas stared in shock as Feiyu slowly rose into the air. Not skilled enough yet, the chakra consumption is just average, Feiyu murmured with a slight smile, manipulating the iron sand. His gaze swept over the cloud ninja on the ground, a mocking smile on his face. He had clearly heard their earlier roars, and now he wanted to see how they would deal with him. Impossible. Someone can actually fly, the cloud ninja jonin shouted in frustration, disbelief filling his eyes. Only legendary sages have this ability. How did he do it? Don't overthink it. It's said the second Hokage could also fly. He must have used some trick to fool us. Right, it must be that. The Cloud Ninja forced themselves to believe, fear barely concealed in their eyes, yet they still stared intently at Feiyu, trying to find a flaw. Look! That black thing under his feet is the platform supporting his flight. If we break it, he'll reveal his true form. A sharp-eyed Cloud Ninja Chunin pointed at the iron sand beneath Feiyu's feet, speaking coldly. Good. I'll use ninjutsu to take it down. The Cloud Ninja Jonin nodded, cracking his knuckles, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Feiyu. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A blood-red giant dragon soared out behind him, roaring as it lunged at Feiyu, as if releasing the caster's fury. Feiyu calmly raised his hand, forming the sea seal, chakras surging as the iron sand quickly condensed before him into a solid semicircular barrier. The water dragon bullet slammed into the barrier with a loud crash, but the shield only trembled slightly. Phew, that's a relief. My magnet release isn't skilled enough yet, but it just managed to block the water dragon bullet's vanguard. Feiyu wiped the sweat from his forehead, secretly relieved. What? How is this possible? The Cloud Ninja Jonin couldn't believe it. His all-out water dragon bullet was easily blocked, and his eyes suddenly filled with fear. Could it be that we really have no way to deal with him? Despair surged in the hearts of the Cloud Ninja. His technique must have limits. Everyone, use your strongest lightning release together and focus your attack. The Chunin who had just discovered the secret of Feiyu's flight shouted decisively. The group quickly formed a formation, hands rapidly forming seals, chakras surging violently within them. In an instant, blinding lightning wrapped their bodies like a raging storm. Lightning release combination, Lightning Mu-Wu. A combined ninjutsu performed by 30 Cloud Ninja, its power multiplying geometrically. Chain lightning shone as bright as daylight, tearing through the night, slicing the darkness, flickering over each Cloud Ninja. Feiyu was no ordinary opponent. From his high vantage point, he calmly acted to disrupt the enemy's lightning release. Wind release, Vacuum Great Sphere. Wind release counters lightning release. A massive air cannon burst from his mouth with a roar, whipping up fierce winds and sandstorms, trees swaying as if a typhoon was raging. However, as the hurricane swept through, the lightning only partially dissipated, and the Cloud Ninja remained as steady as a rock. Feiyu's expression changed drastically. The situation was clearly unfavorable. The lightning grew denser and denser, violently conducting among the group, and with each person it passed, screams of pain echoed. This ninjutsu was cruel and merciless, harming both enemy and self. As energy depleted, the lower-ranked Cloud Ninja had no chakra left and could only serve as physical bridges, supported by their willpower. When the bridge finally broke, the Jonin immediately guided the lightning and launched a furious barrage at Feiyu. Seeing this brutal scene, Feiyu's heart pounded violently. They would rather harm themselves than eliminate him. He was shocked by Yunrun's ruthless decisiveness. He quickly controlled the iron sand beneath his feet, slowly rising into the air, drifting toward the outpost. Can't beat you, so hiding should be fine, right? At the same time, a thicker iron sand barrier condensed between him and Yunrun. Even the wisest can make mistakes. Feiyu forgot that the main component of iron sand is iron, whose conductivity turned the barrier into a conductor. Chain lightning effortlessly penetrated the iron sand barrier, rushing straight at Feiyu. Feiyu stared at the dazzling lightning, suddenly recalling the risk he had overlooked. Before he could react, the lightning was already within arm's reach. He stood firm to face the enemy, his courage never absent. It was just that youthful impulsiveness once cost him his life. Now he had learned to evade. But when evasion was impossible, he could only counterattack head-on. Clatter! The chain lightning drilled segment by segment into Feiyu's face, traveling along his body. The white light shone through his muscles like a human-shaped lighthouse, illuminating the darkness. The lightning tore through his flesh, yet Feiyu, nourished by the body activation secret technique, stubbornly maintained his balance. In fragility, he stimulated his cell's potential. Though destructive, the lightning brought new life. The new cells inherited the old constitution, now also imbued with lightning attributes. Unintentionally, he had initiated the first step of the lightning release chakra mode, lightning tempered body. The lightning release chakra mode is a top secret technique of the Cloud Hidden Village. It nourishes cells through the body activation secret technique, then uses the thunderclouds that gather year-round atop the mountain to temper the body with lightning, enhancing the cell's capacity and resistance to lightning attributes, reaching a preliminary level. Other ninja villages cannot replicate this because they lack the body activation secret technique and the special thundercloud environment. Yet these two elements unexpectedly fell into Feiyu's hands, The body activation secret technique was passed down to Shinong and then obtained by Feiyu. The lightning tempering was achieved by those 30 yunrun through mimicking lightning releasing ninjutsu. Feiyu faced the attack without fear. Although he had only practiced the body activation secret technique for a few months and his body was not yet fully strengthened, he had just undergone a life leap and barely met the minimum threshold to learn the lightning release chakra mode. Electric sparks danced wildly over his entire body like angry snakes, with astonishing power, dissipating completely only after half an hour. Among the cloud ninjas opposite, many lower rank ninjas were mixed in, so the full power of the ninjutsu was not unleashed. This, however, turned out to be Feiyu's blessing, giving him a free lightning training session. The cloud ninjas followed the lightning, their eyes burning with excitement. Ha ha! Hit by our combined ninjutsu, if you don't die, you'll at least be crippled. That's right. This is a secret technique improved from the first Hokage's lightning observation, with damage doubled at each segment. We released over 30 segments this time. For this move, 5 lower rank ninjas died on the battlefield. The power speaks for itself. When that Konoha ninja dies, I'll tear him to pieces to avenge my brother. Yeah, he killed so many of us. We can't let this go. We must demand compensation from Konoha. Feiyu listened to their arrogant shouts, a faint cold smile flickering in his heart. If they knew this move consumed a huge amount of chakra, cost 5 lives, and in the end became a free accompaniment for his physical training, they would be utterly desperate. Not wanting to keep the cloud ninjas waiting too long, Feiyu fully absorbed the lightning damage and slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was calm as he coldly swept over the noisy crowd below. Several cloud ninjas, seeing that he was still alive and could open his eyes, involuntarily took a few steps back, their eyes full of terror. Others followed his gaze and saw his upper body muscular and bare, his pants torn, hair standing on end, and a stern aura pressing down on the entire scene. Although his appearance was somewhat disheveled, it made the cloud ninjas pale and involuntarily gasp, teeth clenched tightly. Feiyu sneered aloud, revealing a row of shining white teeth. What? No more words? Speak up. Tell me everything clearly. The cloud ninjas looked at each other, unsure whether to flee or fight. Their chakra was nearly exhausted from the combined ninjutsu, leaving them in a dilemma. Feiyu gave them no time to hesitate. Sand and iron slowly gathered on his right hand, rapidly swelling into a huge iron arm that fell heavily. With magnet release control, this iron arm swung in midair, and the cloud ninjas rushing toward him were instantly swept away by the immense force, crashing heavily to the ground, their fate unknown. The other cloud ninjas panicked and scattered in all directions. Some hid in deep pits, thinking they could escape. Feiyu glanced coldly, and the iron arm split off several kunai, precisely shooting into the pits, stabbing those cloud ninjas into porcupines. At the same time, a fierce battle erupted inside the outpost. A thin cloud ninja was carrying 2 swollen-faced Konoha ninjas, Feiyu's teammates, originally the core force meant to attract the guards. Unexpectedly, they were simultaneously captured by cloud ninja experts. The 2 ninjas were barely breathing, and Akimichi Torafu burned with rage in the heat of battle. The plan was for the 3 Chunin to retreat safely while he took on the most dangerous part, but he hadn't expected that the hidden cloud village had experts capable of capturing his 2 subordinates. He hesitated not at all, activating the family secret technique, partial multiplication art, his right leg suddenly swelling like a giant pillar, sweeping away everything. Houses and trees along the way collapsed one after another, and 3 or 4 cloud ninja died miserably among them. That frail cloud ninja, however, remained calm and unhurried, casually flinging 2 Konoha ninjas toward Akiyama Torake's face, then lightly leaping up to dodge the destructive attack of the giant leg. Akiyama Torake abruptly stopped his secret technique, his palms enlarged, firmly catching his teammates, gently placing them back on the ground, instantly preparing to fight again. The frail cloud ninja man charged at Akiyama Torake's like lightning gathering in his hand, his right hand stabbing straight into Akiyama Torake's back, quickly grabbing and tearing apart a large piece of flesh. Akiyama Torake groaned, gritting his teeth to complete the action of protecting his subordinates, staggering to his feet, his gaze coldly fixed on the attacker, shocked in his heart. How could he close in so quickly from such a distance? So fast that even he didn't react in time. Just as the 2 prepared to fight fiercely, a dazzling white light suddenly appeared in the distant sky, shooting straight into their line of sight. Both involuntarily looked over. Akiyama Torake's heart sank. That was the direction Feiyu had drawn the cloud ninja away. Wow! It's a combination ninjutsu, explosive effect. A sure death if hit. Looks like that little rat who escaped is doomed. Konoha is complete now. Ha ha ha. The frail man taunted, his voice full of contempt, directly sentencing Feiyu to death, pressuring Akiyama Torake's psychological defense. Akiyama Torike's heart grew heavy, knowing it might be an enemy trap, yet he couldn't help but be drawn to the dazzling white light, as if the darkness had been completely driven away. Seeing this, the frail man secretly rejoiced, his speed suddenly surging, launching a ghostly series of attacks. Akiyama Torike's blocked left and dodged right, but simply couldn't keep up with his opponent's speed. His eyes could track the attack trajectories, but his body was sluggish, forced to endure blow after blow, the oppressive pain nearly driving him to despair. What exactly are you for a monster? To have such speed? Akiyama Torike's gasped, supporting his knee and retreating repeatedly, his stamina nearly exhausted from the earlier continuous attacks. You don't even know my name? Remember it well, I am Kumagai Ken, the renowned lightning release ninja of the Cloud Village, not inferior to your Konoha's Sharingan. Kumagai Ken boasted proudly, deliberately playing with his messy hair. Lightning release, compared to the Sharingan, it's far inferior. Akiyama Torike spat out these words intermittently, full of contempt. What? How dare you belittle lightning release? Come and taste my power. Kumagai Ken was furious, his fists wrapped in lightning, his internal lightning chakra erupting, stimulating every cell, greatly enhancing his speed and reflexes. Lightning release, thunder rampage true martial dash. Lightning release, thunder rampage true martial cannon fist. He launched 2 consecutive moves, darting like lightning, his fist winds tearing through the air, attacks unrelenting. Although Kumagai Ken had not fully mastered this power, his rage made him reckless, pushing himself to the limit. He had always dreamed of elevating lightning release to the pinnacle of the ninja world, at least to be as famous as the Sharingan. Half a lifetime of effort was met with just the words far inferior, piercing his heart, vowing to make Akiyama Torike's pay for this. The lightning figure dove like an arrow released from a bow, fists pounding like a storm upon Akiyama Torike's. Akiyama Torike's refused to be outdone, quickly pulling out the family secret 3-color pills from his ninja tool pouch, swallowing the green spinach pill without hesitation. Instantly, his physical ability tripled, and his strength increased by 30%. In an instant, he could accurately predict Kumagai Ken's path without needing to chase his speed. Akiyama Torike's discovered lightning release's fatal weakness. Although fast, it was like fragile porcelain, any slight flaw would cause severe injury. He began setting fierce attacks along Kumagai Ken's inevitable path, relying on his increased strength, knowing that a single hit would severely wound his opponent. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Kumagai Ken avoided direct confrontation, attempting a flank attack, but was blocked by Akiyama Torike's partial multiplication technique. His hands swelled like giant mountains, swinging left and right, offense and defense without blind spots, the two locked in a tug of war. In the midst of the fierce battle, Feiyu easily harvested Cloud Village ninjas on the other side, though some slipped through. It did not affect the overall situation. Feiyu prepared to retreat quickly, using the cover of night to hide in the shadows, waiting quietly for the next opportunity. The struggle ended. Beautiful hopes were ultimately shattered by harsh reality. Just as Feiyu prepared to withdraw, a hurried voice interrupted his movement. "Are you a Konoha ninja? I am Uchiha Hoka. Please help me." A shadow floated in the air, Uchiha Hoka called out tentatively. Feiyu's heart tightened, trouble had arrived. He feigned indifference, quickly manipulating the sand iron beneath his feet, flying swiftly into the distance. "I recognize you. You're the one carrying the big pack, don't think you can escape. The Cloud Village frontline deputy commander is right behind, he's extremely fast, you can't get away. Take me to Captain Torike's quickly, only he can stop them." Hoka shouted urgently. "Deputy commander?" Feiyu was half doubtful, stopping his movement, looking down at him and the people behind. "That's right. We're already surrounded by the Cloud Village. They've mobilized a large force just to capture us." Hoka was disheveled, his voice trembling. "Surrounded? Impossible. Even if we suffered heavy losses, they wouldn't abandon the front line to capture us." Feiyu was skeptical, but in critical moments, caution was necessary. He knew well that he could fly among the clouds, who could stop him? Yet the Konoha ninjas were in trouble. Akiyama Torike's was a trusted partner of the current Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. If Feiyu did not help, it might bring resentment. Just as he was deep in thought, another group of people stumbled in. The leader wore tattered white clothes, with the right sleeve missing, and his eyes meridians bulging, clearly using a dojutsu. "Feiyu. Is that you?" a voice thundered. Hwaha and Feiyu were drawn in, carefully scrutinizing the newcomers, their hearts jolting. "Hinata Akira? What happened to you?" Hwaha asked. "Don't ask, take me to Captain Shifong quickly. I have important information." Hinata Akira interrupted urgently. Feiyu was puzzled. Why was everyone rushing to Shifong? Terrible luck. They had to save them if they met them, but if someone returned alive to Konoha and spread bad rumors, it would be a big problem. Though he didn't care about gossip, he feared Danzo might use the opportunity to stir trouble, with unpredictable consequences. Captain Shifeng is over there, follow me. Your people can help, he is probably under attack. Feiyu swooped down from midair, gathering sand and iron, heading straight for the outpost. The faces of Hwaha, Hinata, Akira, and their group behind them turned ashen. Seeing Feiyu appear in the fierce battle made them anxious. They had thought Feiyu would solve the enemy and they could breathe easy, but this was only the beginning. Arriving at the outpost, Shifeng was indeed surrounded by layers of Cloud Ninja. But strangely, the Cloud Ninja did not attack. Instead, they focused on watching, as if the fight was too intense for them to notice Feiyu and the others sneaking in. Feiyu quickly observed that Shifeng was already showing signs of fatigue, moving sluggishly, unable to keep up with the high-speed Cloud Ninja assault. Attack! Feiyu shouted angrily. The Konoha ninjas launched their jutsu simultaneously. Fire style, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. Earth release, earth dragon bullet technique. Multiple jutsu unleashed together, fire borrowing the wind's momentum, wind borrowing the fire's power, instantly tearing through the Cloud Ninja's encirclement, blasting a blood-red rift. Ah! Konoha ninjas are here, watch out! A Cloud Ninja Jonin screamed, burned by flames. Konoha reinforcements. Retreat quickly. Konoha's here. They're too strong, we're no match. Don't panic. Stay close to me, wait for Lord Kumagai Kenta to act. The Cloud Ninja fell into chaos, scattering like headless flies, panic spreading rapidly. Although some Jonin tried to organize a counterattack, they were drowned out by the overwhelming noise of confusion. Tonight the outpost was attacked, and the Cloud Ninja were already terrified. If it weren't for Kumagai Ken guarding it, it would have likely fallen into an even greater disaster. Ken couldn't afford to fight with a Kinabushikaze in a flash. He slashed down a Konoha ninja who had sneaked into the crowd and caused chaos, shouting angrily, "Everyone stop! Anyone who moves will be killed without mercy." Just like him. As he spoke, he raised the corpse high, intimidating everyone. The outpost instantly fell into a deathly silence. Ken's sharp gaze swept through the dark corners, determined to root out the hidden Konoha ninja, but without any clairvoyant skills, he could only rely on intuition to search. Just as the tension peaked, Uchiha Hoka roared, "Attack together! Take down these arrogant Cloud Ninja!" Leading the charge, the ninjas' blades flashed, their fury overwhelming as they surged toward Ken. Ken sneered coldly, throwing the corpse into the enemy ranks, then instantly used communication release, his figure vanishing like a ghost as he slipped into the Cloud Ninja. He ordered coldly, "Cut them down." The Cloud Ninja's morale soared, fiercely attacking with numerical superiority, trying to overwhelm the dozen or so Konoha ninjas, their faces twisted into ferocious smiles. Feiyu angrily scolded Uchiha Hoka for acting on his own and ruining the plan, but forced by the situation, he ordered, "Charge. Capture a Kinabushikaze and retreat immediately." Relying on his precise judgment of the situation, Feiyu temporarily took control of the overall situation and devised a desperate counterattack plan to disrupt the Cloud Ninja and rescue a Kinabushikaze. Uchiha Hoka overstepped his authority, forcing his subordinates to expose themselves to the enemy while he hid behind the scenes, watching coldly. Though Feiyu didn't understand his actions, he had no time to investigate and decisively ordered, "Use yourselves as torches to cover a Kinabushikaze's retreat." The Cloud Ninja charged with full force at the Uchiha team, with only Ken blocking outside the battlefield. 2 fists could not match 4 hands. Although he used the rapid communication release, he was still overwhelmed by numbers and suffered serious injuries. Ken's eyes blazed with fury as he watched a Kinabushikaze and the others escape, his rage exploding. He wildly struck out, hitting the Cloud Ninja who had yet to subdue the Konoha ninjas. The Cloud Ninja, confused by the swift communication release attacks missing their marks, mistakenly thought it was a Konoha counterattack and cursed angrily. "You little Konoha brats dare to fight back! That hurts so much! Taste my power!" The Cloud Ninja's furious counterattack caused heavy casualties among the Konoha ninjas. Konoha's reinforcements were slow, morale waned, and complaints about the temporary captain Feiyu began. "Feiyu, you bastard with no parents, why haven't you come to save us yet? Hoka! What about the promised support? Why is no one coming? Hoka, where are you? Bah! That Uchiha kid ran off early, totally unreliable. Uchiha Hoka, Feiyu, you both won to escape retribution. Others will abandon you to die, just like we are today." Despair spread among the besieged Konoha ninjas. Some cursed, others recalled Hoka's promises before dying. Would Feiyu really abandon us? He is afraid someone will escape and accuse him of leaving us to die. So many people, he will never give up on breaking through. Although taking the initiative means being surrounded, casualties can be minimized with attacks from both inside and outside. We resist symbolically, putting all the pressure on Feiyu and the others, why not? Looking back now, everything was built on the mercy of Feiyu and the others, but with so few survivors, who would stand up for those acting on their own? Greed blinded them, and it was cleverly exploited by Uchiha Hokage. No one else can be blamed. They cursed the culprit, but Feiyu in the distance did not hear a word. They ran for half an hour and finally stopped on a small hill. Feiyu counted the number of people, 17 including himself. Approaching Edo Chufeng, he saw him unconscious, his face twisted in pain. No one dared to disturb him. Feiyu scanned the group and said in a deep voice, "Everyone rest for a bit. Ming, Hokage, come here. Explain the situation you encountered, analyze the enemy, then decide the next step." You all encountered ambushes from different enemies? Feiyu stood on the hill, his gaze sharp, questioning the two behind him. Hinata Ming frowned, "That's right. They were spread out everywhere, as if they had foreseen our movements." Uchiha Hokage sneered, "It's no surprise the border defenses didn't stop you. You fled before fighting out of cowardice. Running into ambushes is just bad luck." Hinata Ming retorted, "Better to be scared before fighting than to abandon your teammates. How many of your team are still alive?" "Enough." Feiyu interrupted, frowning deeply, "We're still in the land of thunder. No infighting first, let's clarify the situation." He turned to the two, his voice low, "Is the enemy really as strong as you say?" Hinata Ming's face was grave, "My gentle fist has no effect on steel release." Hokage exaggerated, "The frontline deputy commander is so fast it's impossible to react, even more so than a sensor ninja." Feiyu pondered, "If the enemy is encircling from 3 directions, with sensor ninjas pursuing from behind, the situation is precarious. The enemy consists of 3 top captains leading Cloud Ninja. Behind them are only Hinata Ming, Uchiha Hokage, and himself. Edo Chufeng is still unconscious, and the other Konoha ninjas are panicked, losing control at the slightest disturbance. 3 against 3 offers no advantage, 1 against 3 still holds a glimmer of hope." Feiyu's resolve hardened, "Do not return to Konoha, fearing being used as cannon fodder by the higher-ups. First, eliminate the cloud-hidden main force, then seize a hilltop to become king." He shared the plan with the two. Hope flickered in Hinata Ming's eyes, thinking of rescuing their trapped elder brother. Hokage's face darkened, powerless to resist, with teammates lost and fighting alone. The 3 reached a consensus and conveyed the plan to everyone, causing an uproar. After a moment of thought, everyone silently accepted it, recognizing it as the only way out. The 3 major cloud-hidden pursuit squads. We only know the enemy positions inside the outpost. They are letting their guard down and will never expect us to counterattack. For our comrades' revenge, and to ease our guilt." Feiyu's voice thundered. The group below the hill responded in unison, their fighting spirit ignited. At this moment, the worst thing is to act like headless flies. Sticking to the plan is the only way to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Although Feiyu's clothes were tattered and his goggles chipped, he looked even more heroic and vigorous. 2 companions who could not fight took care of Chodout's Yufeng, while Feiyu led the charge toward the outpost, with everyone closely following. Meanwhile, inside the supply transfer outpost, the buildings had collapsed everywhere. Kumagai-kan sat gloomily on a stone block, his eyes dim. Beside him stood a burly cloud ninja, angrily scolding, "Kumagai-kan, you're useless. You can't even handle such a small matter and actually let the Konoha leader escape." The cloud ninjas working nearby heard this and tensed up, as if foreseeing the brutal fate awaiting the burly ninja. They all lowered their heads, afraid of being implicated. But the chaos they expected did not occur. They only heard the ruthless leader reply coldly, "Mind your own business. This is my territory, don't go around bossing people." Everyone stared in shock at the burly man before them. He sneered, "That's all the tough talk you've got? Look at your subordinates, what have you done to them? We're all ninjas from Kumogakure, don't be so harsh." Everyone lowered their heads even more, enduring his sharp gaze. Kumagai-kan scrutinized him for a moment and asked, "Where did your subordinates go? Why is there no sign of them?" The burly man shrugged, "They all scattered, went to look for the Konoha people. The few little pests left aren't worth my effort. The deputy commander is busy outside. I'm not about to steal his credit." Kumagai-kan stared at him and sneered, "That's not like you. If it weren't for your imposing presence, I'd think you were a fake sent by Konoha." The burly man smiled bitterly, "What does it mean to be human or not? I see this war clearly. It's just the village elders propping up the third Hokage. As long as we don't lose face too badly, it's fine. Us old subordinates, the golden and silver horns, will probably be swept into the dust after the war." Kumagai Ken snorted coldly. If it weren't for the sneak attack, how could Lord Goldenhorn have fallen so quickly? The result is Lord Goldenhorn is dead and branded a traitor. Struggling is useless now. Unless you can defeat the current Hokage, the burly man said coldly. Kumagai Ken was powerless. I can't. If you can't, then face reality. The burly man leaned close and whispered, did you hear? The second such Hokage was recently taken out, and the third just took office. What do you think would happen if we went to join him? You. Kumagai Ken was about to speak in surprise but was interrupted by a loud explosion. He stood up angrily and looked toward the center of the blast. Flames scattered, and the newly repaired buildings instantly turned to ruins. Burning with rage, he vowed to make the culprit pay. Boom! Fei Yu showed no mercy. Seeing the outpost guards turn into a construction army, he decisively ordered an attack, aiming to weaken the Cloud Ninja forces. Fei Yu, Hyuga Akira, and Uchiha Hokage targeted Kumagai Ken sitting on the stone block. Just as they were about to strike, Hyuga Akira caught sight of the burly man beside him, and a terrifying figure flashed through his mind, overlapping with the man before him. It's him! Hyuga Akira warned. Who? Uchiha Hokage asked in confusion. Steel release. Hyuga Akira struggled to utter the two words. What? How could he be here? Hoke was shocked. Don't panic. So what if he's here? Once the bow is drawn, there's no turning back. The Great King has arrived, and today, everything will be settled here. Fei Yu coldly glanced at the burly man. Ha ha ha. Didn't expect to just be sitting at home and have fortune fall from the sky. To actually run into someone from the Hyuga clan. Your brother even told me to treat you well before he died. The burly man sneered. The previously captured Hyuga Ryo was from the branch family with the Byakugan, no problem. Whether main or branch family, they were all experimental subjects for the village. Breaking the caged bird curse seal would allow continuous acquisition of the Byakugan. Just need to capture a few branch family members, and the credit would definitely be his. The escaped Byakugan reappeared before him, and the burly man was overjoyed, promptly declaring that Hyuga kid is mine, no stealing. Kumagai Ken disagreed and was about to argue. But seeing the Sharingan flicker in Uchiha Hoke's eyes, he immediately agreed and warned not to steal other prey. Before the battle even began, both sides first divided the prey, making Hyuga Akira and Uchiha Hoke furious enough to want to attack their respective targets. Fei Yu shouted to stop them. Hoke, Akira, you deal with the Cloud Ninja using message release. Leave steel release to me. Finish the fight quickly and then support me. The battlefield instantly tensed, a storm about to break out. Got it. Hyuga Akira nodded without hesitation, his eyes full of determination. The pressure from the steel release ninja suffocated him. He would never want to experience that helplessness of being surrounded again. Someone stepping forward to block was naturally welcomed. Uchiha Hoke did not object either. He originally wanted to slack off, and 2 against 1 suited him perfectly. His eyes suddenly bloomed with red light as the Sharingan activated. He calmly retreated, ready to provide support at any moment. Kumagai Ken's gaze was like an eagle's. Seeing the prey trying to escape, he immediately pursued. The burly man smirked, mockingly watching the obvious trap being easily triggered, but he did not stop it. Confident as he was, 1 against 3 was more than enough. It didn't matter if Kumagai Ken fell. The key was not to let Hyuga Akira escape. Hyuga Akira and Uchiha Hoke selected an open area, and the burly man finally relaxed. As long as the prey remained within sight, escape was impossible. The last failure was only because a stronger Hyuga Ryo existed. The burly man's eyes gleamed as he sized up Fei Yu, praising, "You've got some guts. Knowing how fierce my steel release is, you still dare to stay. I want to see how painfully you die." Fei Yu glanced at him sideways and sneered, "Bloodline limits, that's all. Who doesn't have some bloodline? Steel release is nothing special." First time I've seen someone so full of hot air. If your strength matched your mouth, that would be interesting. You'll see. Fei Yu waved his hand provocatively. Words failed to reach an agreement, and without hesitation, the burly man activated steel release. His black skin instantly became as hard as iron, exuding a chilling aura that was intimidating. Fei Yu's right-hand sand iron slowly floated, converging into a thick wolf tooth club, the shaft covered with sharp barbs, exuding a chilling aura. "Let us test your steel release hardness first." Fei Yu roared, smashing the club fiercely toward the burly man's entire body. The burly man remained motionless, eyes tightly shut, allowing the wolf tooth club to strike hard. Clang! The sound of metal clashing exploded, but the burly man was unfazed instead. The impact slightly loosened the sand iron armor on Fei Yu's body. "How is it?" The burly man sneered coldly. No wonder he gives Hyuga Ryudo such a headache with his steel release. Feiyu nodded, thinking to himself, ordinary attacks simply can't hurt him. Having had enough fun, the burly man drew a seemingly ordinary stick from his waist, but one section protruded on one side. Holding it in his right hand, it resembled the baton Feiyu used in his past life, only much larger. Whoosh, whoosh. The baton swung like the wind, repeatedly clashing with the wolf tooth club, sparks flying, sand iron shaking off in waves. Feiyu didn't want to drag things out. He controlled the sand iron in his backpack to surge out like a tide, suddenly slamming it toward the burly man. The burly man showed no fear, clenching his fists tightly, striking the sand iron curtain hard, forcibly punching a large hole through it, and advanced toward Feiyu with an invincible momentum. Feiyu was troubled by his iron shell turtle armor. The burly man hadn't even used his ultimate move yet, but he had already forced Feiyu to retreat repeatedly. So far, no attack had been effective. Feiyu took a deep breath, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique, the spiral sphere. This unusual move compresses chakra continuously, then instantly releases tremendous power, hoping to break through that tough defense. Lightning release chakra mode. Lightning wildly danced around the burly man, electric sparks flashing, attack frequency sharply increasing, the baton swinging like a lightning afterimage. Several strikes hit Feiyu, the transmitted electric current causing a slight sting. The lightning passed through the baton and sand iron, bringing a strange tingling sensation that, instead of harming Feiyu, gave a faint pleasure. However, the weapon striking the sand iron surface generated vibrations. The sand iron gradually blackened and charred. The lightning's power was immense, the temperature soaring as if about to melt the sand iron. Ice and fire intertwined. Feiyu felt pain yet enjoyment, but knew he couldn't fight for long and acted immediately. Large chunks of sand iron fell off his body. This high-intensity battle allowed no reserves. Feiyu poured all his strength into the attack, the sand iron spreading across the ground like a black flood. The burly man was surprised that Feiyu had been holding back all along. No wonder the weapon strikes felt unusual. It turned out he had laid down this solid protective layer early on. After shedding the sand iron armor, Feiyu quickly charged at the burly man with fierce offense. During the attack, the sand iron beneath his feet condensed into sharp ground spikes aimed at vulnerable joints, but it was completely ineffective. The burly man, his body forged like steel, showed no flaws against extreme attacks. Coupled with the lightning-fast boost of the lightning release chakra mode, he was nearly invincible among the Jonin. Lightning plow heat blade. He suddenly accelerated, bending his right arm, condensing sharp lightning chakra, and thrust it straight at Feiyu's vulnerable neck. Feiyu's Sharingan flickered, and iron sand quickly climbed and surrounded his neck, forming a 2-inch thick sturdy shield that blocked the attack. The burly man was pushed back by the impact, his gaze firm. Feiyu sneered coldly, "Barbarian from the Cloud Ninja, just waiting for you to get close." The burly man's heartbeat suddenly quickened, but he quickly calmed himself. "No one among the Jonin can break my steel release, let alone this suspected genin brat." Just as his right hand was about to touch the neck, the iron sand surged toward his arm like a wild beast, and iron sand rapidly wrapped around his legs. The ground's iron sand surged wildly under Feiyu's magnetic control. Within 3 seconds, the burly man's hands and legs were tightly bound by iron sand. The heavy 1,000-pound iron chains made him unable to move an inch. If not for the support of steel release, his hands would have already broken. Restricted in movement, he could only watch helplessly as Feiyu made his next move. Feiyu's right hand condensed a blue chakra sphere, with a mesh pattern on the surface and restless chakra inside. The sphere rapidly expanded, growing from the size of a ping-pong ball to a giant 3-zhang orb, its dazzling blue light dispelling the surrounding darkness. In the burly man's eyes, Feiyu looked as small as an ant, his gaze firmly fixed on the Rasengan. Snapping back to reality, the giant sphere was forcibly compressed by Feiyu to half its size, and the intimidating energy radiated from his palm. The burly man wanted to escape but was heavily restricted by the iron sand. Moving a few steps made his limbs weak. He regretted underestimating basic training, confident that steel release was invincible and that even top-tier fighters could dodge. He never expected to encounter this group of unknown ninjas at this remote outpost, with life and death peril looming. Fortunately, teammate Kumagai was still nearby. With astonishing speed and communication release, if he called for help, support would arrive in time. "Kumagai-ken! Come save me!" he shouted. On the other side, Kumagai-ken, who had been toying with the whole crowd, froze, stopped what he was doing, and looked in the direction where Feiyu was with a puzzled expression. A giant blue chakra sphere hovered in the air, reflecting the terrified face of the burly man. Although Kumagai-ken was not under the pressure of the Rasengan, he recalled the energy ball from the battle between Hokage and the two-horned monster. That dark brown energy ball was powerful enough to level mountains, and even the strongest shield Hokage could only avoid its edge. I absolutely cannot let him release that move, or death is certain. Kumagai Ken thought to himself, quickly using the transmission technique, lightning fast, to approach Feiyu. At this moment, Hyuga Akira and Uchiha Hokaku were still gasping for breath. Seeing they were powerless to stop him, they felt the urge to retreat. The opponent was far beyond their match. The two of them, even combined, were suppressed. Although the Sharingan tracked the transmission technique's trajectory, their reactions were slow, and they could only endure the attacks, already covered in wounds, in a short time. The Byakugan fared worse. Although it could see Kumagai Ken's movements, it was still difficult to reverse the situation. He couldn't hit any of the pressure points, and every move was easily dodged. Gentle fist techniques were completely ineffective. These two opponents were simply beyond their ability to handle, so they gave up struggling, wearing smug smiles, determined to let Feiyu experience the feeling of being dodged. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air behind suddenly surged, a sharp oppressive force striking like a blade. A gleam of joy flashed across the burly man's face. Feiyu pushed off with his heel, a strand of iron sand flew from his body, quickly forming a platform that lifted him, suspending him midair. He didn't immediately take off. First, to deliberately lull the Cloud Ninja into complacency, and second, to test which teammates were reliable. The answer was clear at a glance. It's well known that the 5 elements cycle through mutual generation and restriction, but Flying Ninja crush all ground-based ninja. Kumagai Ken and the burly man were dumbfounded as Feiyu stood aloft in midair. You impossible! Kumagai Ken was shocked and at a loss. He was the king of ground speed, with flawless attacks. Now the offense and defense were reversed, and he was helpless. All ranged attacks were blocked by the iron sand beneath Feiyu's feet. Trying to carry the burly man away to escape? The iron sand coiled like a snake, and he dared not risk becoming like the other, passively awaiting death. With no options left, he gave up on rescue, hiding in a place he thought safe, watching helplessly as the huge Rasengan in Feiyu's hand repeatedly contracted and expanded. Finally, Feiyu lost control and slammed it down hard. Super Giant Rasengan! The momentum was like a mountain collapsing and the earth cracking. The moment the giant sphere touched the ground, all buildings and trees within a 1-kilometer radius were obliterated, reduced to dust. Silently, only a circular deep crater remained on the ground, its surface smooth as a mirror. The burly man inside the crater had vanished without a trace, leaving only a pool of blood-stained iron sand as a warning that he had once existed. After witnessing this massacre, Kumagai Ken silently concluded the burly man was dead and left the outpost without looking back. All thoughts of the Sharingan and Byakugan were cast aside. Hyuga Akira and Uchiha Hokaku awkwardly looked at Feiyu hovering in midair but didn't feel they were at fault. Feiyu mercilessly sentenced the two to death in his heart. Other Cloud Ninja at the outpost saw Kumagai Ken run first and scattered in all directions. The Konoha ninja who wanted to pursue sensed the tense atmosphere and silently stopped. Feiyu quickly gathered the rations and clothes, stuffing them into his huge backpack. Hinata Akira walked over with a smile. Feiyu, you're amazing, you even took down a Cloud Ninja steel release user. When we return to Konoha, I will definitely report to the Hyuga clan leader that you saved me. If you have any requests, just say it. The Hyuga clan has abundant resources. Uchiha Hoka was not to be outdone, that's right. Uchiha fire release ninjutsu is unrivaled in Konoha. Later, I'll have the elders give you some powerful secret techniques, how about that? Feiyu sneered coldly, you guys better make it back alive first. You definitely will. You're so strong and can fly, easily breaking through the Cloud Village's encirclement. Uchiha Hoka was full of confidence. What does me being able to fly have to do with you? Feiyu retorted, still smiling. Of course it matters. You can scout from the air and draw fire, making it safer for us to escape. Uchiha Hoka said matter-of-factly. Oh? I scout from the air and draw fire, what can you guys do? Hinata Akira noticed the change in Feiyu's tone and tugged on Uchiha Hoka's collar, signaling him not to get agitated. What can we do? Of course, escape under your protection. Are you unhappy with the reward? If so, just say it. The Jade Sharingan is not impossible either. Ambition flickered in Uchiha Hoka's eyes, as if he were the king of the Uchiha clan. The capable do more. Captain Kaze is unconscious now, you are the strongest, so you must take on more responsibility. The Byakugan is extremely exclusive, outsiders can hardly succeed in the genjutsu. That's why our Hyuga clan is so stingy. Hinata Akira spoke steadily, as if instilling an iron rule. Feiyu had almost finished packing and had no desire to waste words with the two of them. He knew clearly these promises were nothing but castles in the air, empty and grandiose pledges. He had been through too many false hopes and was numb to them. Not to mention these clan kids who could be cannon fodder at any time. Even if the clan leader stood before him and said these things, he wouldn't believe it. He didn't want to be held back anymore. Relying on people like them gave him no sense of security. Enough. You can promise so much, so why not cooperate with the Cloud Ninja? Maybe if they're in a good mood, they'll let you off. Feiyu interrupted coldly and headed straight toward Aki Michitori's hiding place. What do you mean? You don't trust us? We're on the same team now, can't you overcome some difficulties? Uchiha Hoka asked through gritted teeth. No. It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that what you say is useless to me. The lives and deaths of you small fries have nothing to do with me. Before, I only played along for Captain Kaze's sake, but I didn't expect you to be this useless. Sigh. Feiyu sighed, lifted Aki Michitori, and the iron sand beneath his feet suddenly soared into the air. Where are you going? Hinata Akira shouted in horror. That's none of your business. Take care of yourself. I hope Konoha still sees you alive, not as a corpse. Feiyu responded coldly. How can you do this? The ninja code clearly says you can't abandon your teammates. Hinata Akira tried to bind Feiyu with rules and regulations. The rules are written for the weak, the strong make their own rules. Feiyu sneered coldly and turned to leave. Talking so much, but still trying to run? Get down here. Uchiha Hokaku shouted angrily, striking without hesitation. Fire release Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique. Balls of flame shot from his mouth like bullets, rapidly expanding until they formed fireballs the size of fire crows, rushing straight at Feiyu. Feiyu waved his right hand, and the sand iron shield instantly formed, blocking all the fire crows. He stared coldly at Uchiha Fire Core, ultimately choosing not to strike back. Fire Core was pierced by this icy gaze, his whole body trembling, cold sweat sliding down his forehead. The image of the Cloud Ninja escape, which even he was powerless against, surged into his mind instantly. Feiyu flew away from the outpost, disappearing into the darkness. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, a surge of anger rising in his heart. A damn civilian scum dared to escape alone? Since when did civilians become so arrogant? In the Warring States period, such people were merely laborers digging mines and farming, to be dealt with as one pleased. After leaving the main force, Feiyu deliberately took a wide detour, hiding his course, slowly ascending, and concealing himself in the clouds to avoid the Cloud Ninja's search. He decided to fly west along the coastline of the Land of Thunder, landing in the Land of Hot Springs, rather than the originally planned route near the Land of Fields, to avoid the blockade of the Cloud-hidden village as much as possible. They did not know that there was a flying ninja in Konoha. The coastal defenses were weak, and although the Cloud Ninja were aware, if Feiyu kept pressing on without stopping, there was hope to leave the Land of Thunder before the blockade was strengthened. The two flew continuously for more than 3 days. On the morning of the 4th day, Akimichi Torakase gradually woke up, looking around to see a vast sea of white clouds. It was the first time he had seen such a sight, and he was stunned for a long time. Where is this? Akimichi Torakase asked blankly. In the sky, Feiyu replied calmly. Are we dead? Is this heaven? Why is there nothing here? Akimichi Torakase asked suspiciously. Not dead, just flying in the sky. Ninjas like us, born only for killing, will definitely go to hell after death, Feiyu said seriously. After hearing this, Akimichi Torakase was first stunned, hesitated for a moment, then asked incredulously. Flying up to the sky? Hiss. He looked down at the sand iron beneath his feet, tentatively stepped on it, and suddenly realized his situation. Captain Torakase, how are your injuries? Can you still fight? This is the Land of Thunder's border, full of dangers. Feiyu asked urgently as Akimichi Torakase's consciousness cleared. Akimichi Torakase moved his body lightly, accompanied by the click of joints, patted his chest, signaling that he had recovered. Recovered so quickly? Feiyu found it hard to believe. No big deal, just ate the Akimichi family's 3 color pills. The side effects passed, so I'm fine, Akimichi Torakase explained calmly. However, during the fight with that Cloud Ninja, there's still a wound on my back that needs dressing. Speaking of the Cloud Ninja, where are the others? I remember many came to rescue before I lost consciousness. Why is there not a single shadow now? Akimichi Torakase looked around anxiously and asked. Feiyu was silent for a moment, then truthfully recounted everything that had happened afterward. Hearing that he had killed the steel-release ninja alone, Akimichi Torakase was so shocked he was speechless. In his impression, Feiyu was nothing more than a mediocre chunin with no potential, from an ordinary family, with average talent, struggling even to become a jonin. His future was destined to be ordinary. But now, Feiyu had awakened a bloodline limit and, with his nascent power, easily defeated the steel-release ninja who struck fear throughout the Cloud Ninja world. That was an opponent who even gave him headaches when they met. Akimichi Torike's eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked Feiyu up and down. Feiyu wore an ill-fitting jacket over his upper body, his solid muscles faintly visible, radiating a strong sense of pressure. The goggles on his head were damaged in battle, with a large hole smashed through the lens. This disheveled appearance revealed how fierce the fight had just been. Feiyu's victory was by no means accidental. Akimichi Torike steadied his mind and continued listening to Feiyu's story. Upon learning that Hyuga Akira and Uchiha Hokaku had not blocked the Sun-release ninja as planned at a critical moment but instead let him pass, he frowned deeply. But he said nothing further, well aware of the cunning and difficulty of dealing with the Sun-release ninja, and remained silent about their actions. Next, Feiyu displayed his divine might, forcing the Sun-release ninja to retreat, abandoning the traitor, and even suffering a sneak attack from Uchiha Hokaku. Akimichi Torike patted Feiyu on the shoulder, understanding his choice without reproach. After all, he had seen Feiyu save him with his own eyes. Who else had the right to judge others? Everyone has their own path. Then, Akimichi Torike asked about magnet release in Rasengan. Feiyu evaded the question perfunctorily, his tone full of caution, leaving Akimichi Torike silent. Akimichi Torike knew that the second Kazekage shaman had once used the one-tail Shikaku to deeply study magnet release, achieving great breakthroughs. Not only did he master the secret art of sand manipulation, but he also passed it on to the hidden sand village. The young blue-haired ninja Kajihiko also mastered magnet release, with ruthless methods and almost no record of failure, proving the great power of magnet release. Now Konoha also had a ninja with the magnet release bloodline limit, which pleased him. If Feiyu cooperated, Konoha could develop specialized tactics against magnet release, effectively countering the rise of the hidden sand village. But Feiyu was full of suspicion and distrust toward the village, which Akimichi Torike understood. Who could easily trust a village that had neglected and abandoned them? He decided to take responsibility. After returning to the village, I will report this to the Hokage's advisor. Don't carry any psychological burden, just follow my orders, Akimichi Torike said in a deep voice. Feiyu looked up, surprised, then after a moment of silence nodded. Captain Torike, I've used a lot of chakra, carrying 2 people flying for 4 days. My chakra is almost depleted. We need to find a place to rest tonight. Akimichi Torike nodded. Good, I also need to bandage my wounds and find a secluded spot. Let us land directly. Feiyu turned around, back to Akimichi Torike, concentrating his Sharingan. His gaze was like a blade, sweeping over the land. The Sharingan couldn't perceive everything like the Byakugan, but it could detect chakra flow, accurately sensing whether any ninja were hiding nearby. Half a minute later, he confirmed there was no chakra fluctuation within a 1-kilometer radius. It seemed they had successfully bypassed the ironclad encirclement set by the Cloud Ninja. The two landed steadily in a hidden mountain hollow. This place was inconspicuous, with 5 or 6 households standing quietly, smoke curling up from their chimneys, like a peach blossom spring forgotten by the world. The villagers worked from sunrise to sunset, their faces blooming with pure and warm smiles, untouched by the ravages of war. In the evening, 2 unfamiliar travelers arrived, claiming to be passing through the land of hot springs on their way to visit relatives. Although the villagers did not know where the land of hot springs was, they warmly welcomed them, each bringing out the food they had painstakingly harvested, competing with one another. Today, Koizumi and his father went hunting in the mountains and encountered a huge beast, a bear. They struggled with all their might to drag the bear back home. The bear's fat was terrifyingly thick. It must be preparing to store up for hibernation. An old man proudly patted the shoulder of a middle-aged man beside him, who smiled sheepishly with his son. That's nothing. A few days ago, Xiaosheng's father hunted a big tiger, and the tiger's skin sold for a lot of money in town. Another old man with a limp was unwilling to be outdone, waving his hands to illustrate the tiger's enormous size. Xiaodao Yufeng and Feiyu laughed in agreement, the warm atmosphere burning like a flame. The night was quiet and pleasant. After bandaging their wounds, the two prepared to leave. The villagers all came to see them off, and the children tightly held the kunai Feiyu had given them, their eyes moist. When the adults noticed, they immediately confiscated the weapons, causing the children to cry heart-wrenchingly. I didn't expect to encounter such warmth in the land of thunder. Feiyu sighed. If there were no wars, people everywhere would be like this, Xiaodao Yufeng said calmly. May the war end soon. Since the era of the second Hokage, the ninja wars have lasted 4 years. The death toll is incalculable. All we know is that corpses lie everywhere. Soon. If the 2 countries keep fighting, neither can hold out. No one wants to be someone else's prey. Are you still planning to return to the village only after the war ends? Yes, just consider me a lucky survivor after the war ends. You don't have to be so modest. I guarantee you'll be hailed as a hero when you return. You've done great deeds for the village, and the Hokage will surely reward you. Xiudao Xufeng said firmly. What great deeds! I just passed through the land of thunder. It was all thanks to the Hokage's advisor's proper command, Feiyu said without hiding his disdain. Xiudao Xufeng fell silent, knowing old impressions are hard to change. As long as Feiyu does not betray the village, everything will be fine. The two traveled together, Feiyu continuously chewing on ration pills, trying to speed up chakra recovery. The pills had a mild effect, but it was better than nothing. 15 minutes later, Feiyu keenly sensed a strange atmosphere. Since leaving the village, even the insect sounds had vanished, large flocks of birds scattered in fright, and the air was oppressively heavy. He exchanged a glance with Xiudao Xufeng, his alertness sharply rising. Fire release, fire rat jade. 2 blue fireballs flew out from the bushes, the flames transforming into agile fire rats in the air, wildly chasing the two. Feiyu hesitated not at all, summoning a sand iron shield to block. The fire rats cunningly circled around but were firmly crushed by the sand iron, turning to ashes. Before Feiyu could react, a blood-stained middle-aged woman suddenly leapt out from the bushes, claws reaching toward Feiyu. Partial multiplication technique. Xiudao Xufeng's hands suddenly grew as large as mountains, grabbing the sand iron and striking hard. The claws collided with the sand iron, sparks flying. Using her claws for leverage, the woman nimbly leapt up and slid half-crouched along the ground. A blue tail rose behind her, her pupils turning into narrow vertical slits, blood aura swirling around, fierce like a wild beast. A beast has appeared. The blue flames suddenly blazed, awakening Feiyu's long-dormant memories. That familiar face, the distinctive clothing, outlined the image of a rebellious warrior. He instantly recognized her. Two Tails Jinchuriki. Feiyu said in a low voice. Oh? You know me? The Two Tails Uzukimon looked at Feiyu in surprise, a trace of doubt flashing in her vertical pupils. Heh, I won't forget. I remember back then when Golden Horn beat me into a broken sack, I saw it all with my own eyes. Feiyu chuckled with a mature tone. Two Tails Uzukimon's expression changed. That humiliating battle deeply wounded her heart. Since then, she had trained hard and finally gained preliminary control over the chakra of the Two Tails and Tabi. She had always thought that except for the Hokage, those who knew had long since fallen. She was confident that even if she faced that situation again, she would never flee in disgrace. Though she might not win, at least she wouldn't be easily caught. This guy before her, who witnessed everything and spoke with a judging tone, ignited an unprecedented fury in her. Prepare to die. The Two Tails Uzukimon's tailed beast power erupted, her speed suddenly increasing. Coupled with her elusive movements, she was confident she could subdue the kid before her in one strike. Captain Xufeng, don't interfere. This is an old grudge between her and me, it must be settled. Feiyu blocked Xiudao Xufeng, who wanted to step forward. Then be careful, don't hesitate to call me. You're young, you have plenty of time to grow. Xiudao Xufeng nodded in warning. Cat tail kick. The Two Tails Uzukimon dashed to Feiyu like a leopard, swinging her claws, her tail suddenly sweeping fiercely. Ineffective. Feiyu was well prepared, imitating Gaara's sand iron tactics. His body was slowly wrapped by the sand iron, forming a hard sand iron armor. The two-tailed Yagumo's cat paw slaps felt like tickling, causing no harm at all. Her speed couldn't match the swift ninja, and Feiyu's sharp Sharingan caught her. His defensive stance was already ready. Her tailed beast's tail strike missed and was easily dodged. Taking advantage of her backflip tail swing, Feiyu suddenly grabbed one of her legs with his left hand, hanging her upside down in midair. His right hand condensed a black prism, stabbing straight into her back. Arrogant because of your taijutsu? Let me show you some real power. Feiyu sneered coldly, his movements extremely fierce. Magnet release, sand iron triangular prism. Her right foot, tightly bound, struggled in vain to break free, while Feiyu's left hand clamped down like iron pincers, holding firm. A gust of fierce wind came from behind. The two-tailed Yagumo didn't hesitate, exerting force from her lower back, her body rising, clutching the black prism tightly with both hands. Using the momentum, she spun around. Lightning release, Thunderfawn attachment. Her hands quickly formed seals, and she sprayed out lightning from her mouth. The electric light rapidly attached to her cat paws. She condensed the lightning release armor on her strongest attacking cat paw, the lightning shining like sharp fangs. The lightning-charged cat paw instantly sliced Feiyu's black prism into several segments. Although the prism slowly healed under magnetic force, her attack was indeed effective. Fei Yu watched coldly. The sharp cat paws were no longer just tickling but a deadly strike straight to the bone marrow. The remaining sand iron wriggled under the magnet release, gradually forming a huge black fist. Magnet release, sand iron fist. As the black fist took shape, Fei Yu swung it like lightning, delivering a series of fierce blows to the two-tailed Yagumo. One-handed attacks weren't enough. His body as sand iron armor transformed into a giant palm, suddenly lifting her high. His freed left hand also charged up, the black giant fist swinging left and right. The two-tailed Yagumo struggled to resist, but her cat paws were weak and powerless, while the giant fists were heavy and forceful, hitting her blow after blow. Before she could recover, the second punch came down. She became Fei Yu's punching bag, relentlessly battered by the gusts of his fists. Akito Tofu watched from afar, his teeth almost aching, muttering in his heart, "Is Fei Yu being too ruthless?" He didn't know how much trouble Fei Yu had suffered from her before. Now that he was taking revenge, it was only natural. Akito Tofu's compassion quickly vanished after the battle, even feeling it wasn't satisfying enough. The black giant fist thunderously smashed toward the two-tailed Yagumo. The energy emitted from the tailed beast chakra cloak blocked part of the attack, but the fist began to deform, with black iron spikes protruding from the front, stabbing fiercely at her. The two-tailed Yagumo understood that enduring any longer would mean death. She gritted her teeth, severed the sand iron bindings, staggered backward, and desperately tried to escape Fei Yu's attack range. Fei Yu's face showed reluctance and excitement as he slowly withdrew the sand iron giant fist. After many battles, magnet release had become his weapon. With a thought, the sand iron could freely change shape, obeying his control. The two Yamogi clan members kept coughing up blood, their backs a mass of mangled flesh. Their eyes were filled with terror. The pain pierced their bones, awakening her memories of Fei Yu. A few months ago, he was still a clumsy kid, awkward in movement, mediocre in ninjutsu, unable to escape her pursuit. In just a few months, he transformed into a demon on the battlefield. Even now, he hadn't suffered a single scratch from her. Yet she was covered in wounds, caught by his flaws and killed with a single decisive strike. If not for her experience and decisive action, she would have fallen long ago. The kid in front of her was already so difficult to deal with, let alone the suspected Konoha Jonin expert by his side, whose secret techniques were unknown. At this moment, she regretted why she had come here. She had intended to relax during training but encountered two Konoha ninjas. Considering the battle between Yunin and Konoha, the Konoha ninjas appearing within the Land of Lightning were no ordinary people. As the village's ultimate trump card, the Jinchuriki could not be deployed lightly and had to win with a single decisive blow. This delayed her arrival on the battlefield. Now facing two enemy ninjas, she should have been pleased to test her skills. But the result was unbearable. 30 years of ninja experience could not match his growth in just a few months. She was desperate. If Fei Yu continued to improve unchecked, who knew what terrifying existence he would become? He must be eliminated. The two Yamogi clan members were resolute in their hearts, the tailed beast chakra surging, the tailed beast cloak growing thicker, and a fiery red tail gradually forming behind them, shifting from illusion to reality. If not suppressed, the two tails might break free. Akimichi Torafu was shocked at the sight and urgently warned, "Fei Yu, end the fight quickly. Otherwise, if the tailed beast breaks free, we will become the primary targets." "Do you need me to intervene?" "No." Fei Yu rejected coldly. The ground's iron sand rapidly gathered, and behind him unfolded a pair of massive iron sand wings about 9 meters wide, slowly vibrating. Against these steel giant wings, Fei Yu appeared small but dazzling. Magnet release, iron sand heavenly wings. Akimichi Torafu was dumbfounded. The overwhelming iron sand made one's skin crawl, and now the iron sand obeyed Fei Yu's command as if he were the king of iron sand. This spectacular scene could only be compared to the era of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. That aura of supreme dominance was no exaggeration. No one could ignore that small figure. Everything was triggered by him. The iron sand wings vibrated faster, lifting Fei Yu as he spun and lunged toward the two Yamogi clan members. Iron sand fell from the wings, transforming into thick sunbon-like needles, raining down on her. At this moment, the two Yamogi clan members were subconsciously communicating with the two tails, completely unaware of the external killing intent. "Two tails, we have to work together again. Lend me your power," she shouted angrily, the chained two tails following like a shadow. You call on me when you face a tough enemy? Let me out, and I'll crush everything for you." The blue-tailed beast sneered. "If I let you out, the Land of Lightning will suffer catastrophe. Don't throw a tantrum. If I die, you won't escape death in the end." The two Yamogi clan members coldly warned when Yutari refused to compromise. "I'm not like you weak humans. Even if I die, I will be reborn 3 years later. Give up. If you want my help, first agree to my terms. Yutari's eyes shone like lanterns, his gaze firm and unyielding. Jinchuriki rarely face life or death tests and are usually tightly protected by the village, making it hard to enter fierce battles. If he didn't seize this opportunity to demand a high price, who knew how much longer he would remain bound? Although the chance of being released was minuscule, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, she would fight with all her might. Once the tailed beast was unleashed, the consequences would be far more severe than just the land of lightning suffering. The moment the tailed beast broke free, it would surely die on the spot. The two Yuzuki clan members did not fully understand all the consequences of the tailed beast leaving its body, but common sense told them it would bring great disaster. Yet, Yulv refused to relent, and the enemy was incredibly powerful. Without the tailed beast's assistance, she feared she would not escape death. His's stabbing pain spread through her body, instantly awakening the main consciousness of the two Yuzuki clan members. She suddenly became alert. Time was running out. The thick senbon pierced through her stomach, firmly pinned to the ground. Where the sand iron touched her body, it gradually spread, corroding the inside. Feiyu did not understand why the two Yuzuki clan members had frozen, and quickly launched an offensive. The sand iron fell from the wings, transforming into various sharp weapons, attacking her fiercely. The sand iron firmly pinned her body, and behind her, the sand iron detached from Feiyu, forming a giant cone connecting heaven and earth, roaring as it fell. If it struck, it would shatter her skull and turn her flesh into a bloody pulp. I agree to your terms. The two Yuzuki clan members' hearts felt like they were being cut with a knife, their bodies bound, and in despair, they gritted their teeth and shouted out. "Ha, too late, I no longer need you." The teasing voice of the two tails Matatabi sounded coldly. The sealing jutsu slowly unfolded on her abdomen, the tailed beast struggling wildly. Although the seal took effect, unfortunately, the spot where Senbon pierced was right on the edge of the seal. Magnet release chakra inherently has sealing properties. Although Feiyu had not fully mastered it, it was enough to pry open the sealing barriers of the hidden cloud village. The tailed beast used this faint sealing energy to gradually dissolve its bonds. Just before the Senbon struck the head, the barrier was broken, and the two tails Matatabi was freed. Meow! A deafening roar tore through the air. A large cat with blue flame-like fur appeared, two tails extending from its back, its eyes lantern-sized and of different colors, staring directly at Feiyu. A giant spike descended from the sky, but the big cat merely swiped its paw once, sending Feiyu's all-out attack flying away. The surface of the iron sand was covered in stains. The cat licked its paw leisurely, looking down at the tiny human before it with ease. Feiyu was firmly locked in the gaze of those blue eyes, his whole body stiffening, a deathly aura quietly rising, but suppressed by instinct, showing no ripple. Eh? The two tails Yotabi murmured in surprise, not expecting its eyes that could pierce the yin-yang world to fail on this little guy in front of it. Such a scene had only appeared on the bodies of the Six Paths sages. Back then, Senju Hashirama also stiffened for a moment when stared at, relying on the powerful yang energy within to suppress it, completely different from this instinct-driven creature before it. Yotabi was puzzled and could only blame the Six Paths sages for planting a hidden factor in the human world. She had just escaped and did not want any further entanglement with the Six Paths sages. Though a life created by the Six Paths sages, thousands of years had passed and the feelings had long faded. Moreover, she had been severely betrayed by the Six Paths sages, the tailed beasts executing orders to be friendly with humans. All suffered disasters. Some were used as weapons, some became experimental subjects, and some were even treated like punching bags. She scanned the two Yuzuki Gate members collapsed on the ground, preparing to leave, but was drawn by a faint aura in the air. She lightly sniffed the air, then looked at Feiyu with puzzlement. Lord Two Tails, any orders?" Feiyu anxiously asked as the tailed beast seemed about to leave but then returned, his chakra gradually accumulating. The consumption was enormous, far beyond what the tailed beast could handle. At this moment, Akinadu Kazekage was restrained by the two tails' yin-yang eyes, trapped in a deathly illusion, unable to escape. Feiyu's life principle was simple: bow when you must, and never delay revenge. "Nothing, it's just that you carry a scent I'm familiar with, though it's very faint now," Two Tails Yotabi said calmly, but with an indescribable depth in her tone. "A familiar scent? Is it because of these clothes?" "I got this outfit from the Yunin village outpost. It might be related to your old acquaintance," Feiyu explained straightforwardly as he took off his jacket. "It's Xiao Hua's scent. Is it still by your side?" Two Tails Yotabi frowned slightly, her voice tinged with nostalgia. "Xiao Hua? What Xiao Hua?" Feiyu was stunned. "A black and white little cat. It's probably in Konoha now. Want to see it?" I made a summoning contract with it, so I can call it any time, Feiyu answered confidently. No need, I'm just reminiscing. It's been 100 years since I last saw it. Take good care of it. Erwei Yuluo said, then turned and left without even glancing at the two from the Yomu gate on the ground. 100 years? Feiyu was shocked. He never would have imagined that the mischievous little Ma Tuan was already a centenarian. Oh, right. Before that woman came, she massacred a village, leaving behind traces of your aura. It might be related to you. Erwei Yuluo suddenly remembered. Before he finished speaking, he leapt up and vanished into the air. Only Feiyu's solemn expression and the two barely breathing from the Yomo gate remained. After Erwei left, Feiyu was silent for a moment, then swung his blade and severed the two's heads, ending their lives. Even if he hadn't acted, once the tailed beasts separated from their Jinchuriki, they would inevitably die. Upholding humanitarian principles, Feiyu gave them a swift end. After slaying the Yomo gate, Feiyu was filled with emotion. No matter how powerful an existence is, being beheaded with a single strike reduces them to a speck of dust. Without being a Rikudo-level strongman, one is ultimately just an ant. The revival of Kaguya decades later, the future wars, none can escape the threat of death. If the enemy gains intelligence, they can be targeted at any time. He could no longer rely on others. Any external force could alter the world line. Moreover, he had already intervened multiple times, and the world line had long since twisted beyond recognition. The three great sacred lands were secretly amassing power. Watching intently, Uchiha Madara lurked in the shadows, waiting for a chance to overturn the world. The two reincarnations of the Sage of Six Paths stirred up turmoil in the ninja world. Korezetsu schemed for a millennium, resorting to any means for Kaguya's revival. Otsutsuki Sharon distorted Hamura's will, reshaping the world. More formidable enemies would appear in the future, such as Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Kinshiki, Ishiki, Urashiki. Countless conspiracies brewed in the ninja world. The savior might not complete their mission in life. Even if he didn't save the world, he had to earn the right to survive for himself. This resolved Feiyu's determination to become strong. Compared to dying unnoticed in some remote mountain valley, he wanted to live longer and fully enjoy this vibrant world. Cough. A dry cough interrupted his thoughts. Feiyu snapped back to reality, rushed to Akimichi Chofu, helped him up, and quickly patted his back to aid his breathing. Phew, what a long nightmare. Akimichi Chofu gasped, sweat beads rolling down his forehead, his face full of lingering fear. Captain Chofu, are you feeling better? You were caught in an illusion just now. Feiyu asked with concern. Much better. I thought I was really dead. The illusion was exactly like reality. I almost couldn't tell the difference, Akimichi Chofu explained. As he spoke, he suddenly remembered there was still a huge creature unresolved. He jumped up abruptly and searched around. What met his eyes was only a decapitated corpse, lying tragically on the ground, with broken trees crushed nearby, leaning crookedly. No sign of the tailed beast. He scratched his head in confusion. Could the tailed beast in the illusion have been just a phantom? His mind was in chaos. He urgently needed confirmation and turned to Feiyu, asking, Feiyu, I remember after the two tails appeared, I was hit by an illusion. What happened after that? Two tails? It never appeared. I killed the Jinchuriki with one slash. You were probably hit by the tailed beast's evil influence and fell under an illusion, Feiyu lied. It was hard to explain why the two tails left on its own. Could it be that I am familiar with it? What was said? If that were true, the village would likely force him to hand over information about acquaintances. The tailed beasts are the village's ultimate trump card. Controlling their power grants a significant status. After all, ordinary people are not like Senju Hashirama, who could easily tame the tailed beasts. Capturing a tailed beast is far more difficult than catching a kitten or puppy. As the saying goes, tenfold profit makes people take risks, 100-fold profit can make people lose their humanity and commit murder and arson. Not to mention this kind of no-cost deal, where 1,000-fold or 10,000-fold profit is incomparable. As long as the right methods are used, even the wildest tailed beast will obediently listen. Who can resist such temptation? Never test human nature with profit. This was a truth he remembered deeply from his previous life. After hearing this, Akimichi Chofu nodded, half believing and half doubting, putting the matter aside. His problem now was not only his confused mind but also his sudden physical weakness, as if he had just endured a serious illness. Captain Chofu, I noticed the Jinchuriki was covered in blood before the attack. I'm worried the village we passed through might have suffered something terrible. Let's go check it out, Feiyu suggested, recalling what the two tails said before leaving. Akimichi Chofu hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Although he was indifferent to the casualties in the Land of Lightning's village, others had helped him before, so he couldn't be so indifferent. He struggled to stand, found a tree branch to use as a cane, and the two staggered back toward the village. It took only 15 minutes to leave the village, but half an hour to return. At the village entrance, the once neat houses were mostly collapsed, and the air was thick with a pungent metallic stench. Deeper into the village, bodies of men, women, and children were piled up, and the livestock were reduced to blackened skeletons scattered around. There was not a single living soul in sight. Feiyu's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot, his Sharingan involuntarily activated, the tomo in his pupils spinning rapidly, forming a residual image that seemed to gradually merge. But suddenly, a roar interrupted his emotions. Awu! A small, earth-colored mutt stumbled out from the bushes, desperately crawling toward the pile of corpses with its front legs, its hind legs limp and dragging on the ground, whimpering pitifully. Is this the only breath left in the entire village? How cruel! Is she really from the land of lightning? To do such a thing to her own people, isn't she afraid of retribution? Akimichi Chofu sighed. Feiyu sneered coldly in his heart, retribution has already come interfered with by the tailed beast, abandoned in battle, corpses exposed in the wilderness. These are all good people. But good people don't get good returns. Whoever has power can act without restraint, Feiyu reflected, the harsh reality laid bare before him. Though a minority, it revealed the essence of the world. Probably that woman found out we were taken in and dealt this cruel blow. It's also a kind of revenge for a meal, Akimichi Chofu said. Feiyu was silent. He didn't want to waste energy digging a pit and directly used ninjutsu. Earth release, earth core hole. The earth trembled violently, dust billowing, and the ground suddenly sank to form a 5 square meter deep pit. Feiyu placed the villagers' bodies into the pit one by one. After finishing, he formed hand seals and cast a technique. Earth escape rock plate seal. The walls of the earth pit suddenly rose by a meter, slowly closing from above, sealing the pit's opening. Before long, a brand new grave appeared. A sandy-colored earth dog lay beside it, its hind legs weak, only able to support its upper body, eyes fixed unblinkingly on Feiyu. Feiyu finished tidying up, and the earth dog whimpered softly, wanting to turn and leave. After a few steps, it was enveloped by a shadow. It was Feiyu. He bent down and picked up the earth dog. It did not resist, its eyes pitifully staring at him. Feiyu sighed, "You're the only one left in the village. Come with me. Otherwise, your owner will blame me for not saving you. Your owner doesn't owe me, but I won't let you starve." The earth dog seemed to understand vaguely, nodded, and licked Feiyu's palm with its tongue. Akite Keisuke witnessed this scene, his heart filled with comfort. A kind heart will eventually be seen. He always unconsciously showed kindness. Today, he discovered another of Feiyu's virtues: when treated sincerely by kind people, Feiyu will sincerely reciprocate. He silently noted this, preparing to report back to the Hokage. Along the way, he continuously gathered information about Feiyu. Initial judgment: Feiyu harbors goodwill but acts impulsively, lacks a sense of security, and has great potential. The flames of the Konoha ninja flickered endlessly in the wind. When the older generation fades, it will be up to young people like Feiyu to take the lead. If not burning oneself to protect Konoha's foundation, then what else? Let us go, and don't run into any more ninjas from the hidden cloud village. Akite Keisuke murmured after a moment's thought. Feiyu nodded, slinging the earth dog over his shoulder, turning away without hesitation. The earth dog whimpered softly, as if bidding farewell to its old master. The village's silhouette gradually disappeared, joyful animal calls resumed in the forest, and tranquility returned as if nothing had happened. Only the blood-stained village and the solitary grave remained. Learning from experience, the two deliberately chose a path through uninhabited wilderness. Rugged rocks and dense forests, the trail winding and twisting. When thirsty, they scooped clear spring water. When hungry, they ate carried rations and soldiers' pills. This continued for half a month. Akite Keisuke's condition neither improved nor worsened. The pursuers never appeared. It was estimated that the Jinchuriki had also slipped away secretly. It would probably be a long time before the hidden cloud village noticed the disappearance. After the coastline appeared in sight, Feiyu's chakra recovered, and he set up a sand iron platform, lifting both of them into the air. Finally out of the land of lightning. Feiyu looked at the receding land and exhaled deeply. It's been a tough journey. Akite Keisuke sighed. Unrestricted by terrain, their speed doubled. Both relaxed, no longer worried about pursuers. Ahead was the boundless sea, with no landmarks. Using his limited geographical knowledge, Feiyu estimated, fly west for 4 days, then turn south for 3 days, and they would reach the land of hot springs. 2 people and a dog squeezed onto the small iron sand platform. Seeing the vast blue sea for the first time, Feiyu was extremely excited. He hadn't seen such a magnificent sea surface in 2 lifetimes, imagining ships shuttling through it, waves surging. But after flying for half a day, the sea was calm and still, with no ships in sight, not even seabirds. No schools of fish, and certainly no whales. The dry, monotonous scenery made them restless. Fei lay helplessly on the platform, while Chiodao Tsufeng looked haggard and sickly. The two ate the sour-tasting military rations, bitter beyond words. Having not seen meat for a long time, Feiyu's eyes turned green at the sight of it, and even the dog was afraid to show itself, hiding in Feiyu's arms, only appearing at mealtimes. Feiyu was penniless, having thrown away all the iron sand he had bought at great expense before leaving the village. On the vast, lonely sea, carrying the heavy iron sand was a burden. Chakra was limited and had to be used wisely. He had to thank his body's growth, otherwise the meager chakra he had before wouldn't have lasted a day. Captain Tsufeng, I heard your family just opened a barbecue restaurant. After the mission, will you treat me to a big meal? Feiyu said casually. Up to you. I'm no longer the clan leader, so my words don't count. As long as you pay, everything is negotiable. TCH, you have to mention paying? Captain Tsufeng, you've got no status. The former clan leader was still the clan leader. Can't the Chiodao clan at least give you an elder title? Feiyu's interest grew as he saw Chiodao Tsufeng's stingy look. Who can say for sure? The Chiodao clan has many elders. Anyone over 60 has the elder title. Even if I became an elder, it wouldn't matter. That's true. From the perspective of the higher-ups like Mizuto Munin, you're just a dead man. No one in the village believes you anymore, let alone lets you take charge of the Chiodao clan again. They'd be lucky to give you some idle position. How could someone abandoned still harbor goodwill toward the village? Feiyu grew more passionate as he spoke. Sigh, the village one team mistreats someone who has contributed, don't be too extreme. Extreme. Chiodao Tsufeng calmly advised. Feiyu quickly added, exactly, the village one team mistreat those who have contributed. But whether you have contributed depends entirely on the word of those in power. If they say you're a traitor, you're a traitor. If they say you're a hero, even if you betray them, you can become a hero. Chiodao Tsufeng was silent, bitterness filling his heart. He had seen this many times. The Uchiha clan, once co-founders of Konoha with the Senju clan, were branded an evil family by the village because Uchiha Madara killed Senju clan members during the Warring States period. Behind this was his teacher Senju Tobarama. 12 days later, the outline of an island finally appeared on the sea surface, and the two cried out in surprise. After enduring hardships, they had finally reached their destination. The vast sea was dead silent. Feiyu had deviated from the course for a time, adding 5 extra days. Chakra was nearly exhausted, but they finally set foot on the land of hot water. Fishing boats slowly rowed toward the sea from the shore. The fishermen stared at the black mass overhead, exclaiming in alarm, thinking they had encountered the Dragon King's aquatic army. When the shadow dispersed, revealing 2 human figures, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Feiyu stepped onto solid ground and asked with relief, Captain Tsufeng, what's the plan now? Head straight back to the village? Chiodao Tsufeng thought for a moment, let us rest first in the land of hot water. The land of fire is unstable. If we run into a surprise attack from the Cloud Ninja, the consequences would be unimaginable. Feiyu smiled, good. Winter is coming, and the war between Konoha and the Cloud Village is almost over. We'll rent a small courtyard and get through this time safely. I can also take care of you. Chiodao Tsufeng nodded and smiled, The two arrived at Fengyao town on the outskirts of the capital of the land of hot springs. They found a young boy to help and rented a detached courtyard in a remote area. With no money to their name, they had to sell the equipment from their ninja tool bags to the landlord, barely scraping together enough for a month's rent. Although the landlord was displeased, he had no choice but to compromise under Feiyu's fierce gaze. Feiyu's clothes were stained with blood, his hair disheveled, looking like a refugee. But the ninja tools at his waist and the murderous look in his eyes revealed he was no ordinary person. The landlord cast a resentful glance, and the boy responded with a bitter smile. The transaction was filled with threats, but there was nothing they could do. Feiyu picked up the key with satisfaction, knowing that although it was somewhat unreasonable, the long journey had drained his spirit, and he just wanted to rest early. The two casually ate some dry food, soaked in a hot spring, and then fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in Junin village. Reikage ordered the two-tails Jinchuriki to join the battle, but he was nowhere to be found at his residence. The elders anxiously sent people to search everywhere, turning the village upside down, but still no sign. Time was running out, winter snow was approaching, and if the war dragged on, it would only become more difficult. Just as the elders were at their wits' end, a guard brought news. A passing merchant claimed to have seen the two-tails Jinchuriki, though he was not certain. The elders immediately invited him inside, wearing a rare gentle smile. "Sir, are you sure the person you saw was this one?" The elder handed over a portrait of the two-tails Jinchuriki. The merchant nodded. It was just a quick glance, but the figure was very similar. "Where did you see him?" the elder asked urgently. "Over there, about 30 kilometers away, southwest direction." The merchant pointed into the distance. "Thank you. Please rest first." The elder's joy was hard to hide, already secretly planning to rush to the scene. After the merchant left, the elder's expression suddenly changed. He whispered to the guard, "Summon. Prepare the manpower, we set off in 1 hour. This time, I will personally lead the team." The guards responded in unison, their figures flashing as they instantly disappeared from the hall. Meanwhile, the merchants were led into a luxurious guest house. Their originally brown skin gradually turned pale, their faces twisted in writhe, and in the blink of an eye transformed into a completely snow-white monster. He sneered coldly, silently slipping into the ground, vanishing without a trace. 1 hour later, the elder led a group of Yunin ninjas, their momentum like a rainbow, stepping out of the village gate and rushing southwest. No one noticed a white shadow quietly trailing behind, clinging tightly to the rear of the group. 30 kilometers from the village, the Yun ninjas saw no abnormalities and grew suspicious. The elder said calmly, "There must be some clues nearby, spread out and search." "Yes." The Yun ninjas responded and scattered, instantly vanishing into the forest. The elder stood alone, his expression deep. Suddenly, a black shadow slid down from the treetop, quickly covering him. Instantly, the elder lost consciousness, the black shadow sticking to him like taffy, slowly merging into the depths of the forest. The white monster appeared, looking exactly like the elder, taking his place. "Elder, we found nothing. Nothing around at all. Not even a shadow was seen." 15 minutes later, everyone returned to the elder's side and reported in turn. The fake elder showed no expression, pointing to 2 corpses. "The clues have long been apparent, follow me." Soon, they found the 2 corpses in a gruesome state, flesh missing, maggots writhing. The clothing vaguely identified them, they were the two-tails Jinchuriki. The newly promoted ninjas showed horror on their faces, some vomiting. Who did this? So cruel. Judging by the fallen trees, Lord Uzuki's gate was likely besieged and died exhausted. Iron sand everywhere, could it be the work of Kagehiko, who has recently risen to fame in the Land of Wind? These guys from the Land of Wind dare to provoke the Yun ninjas. We must report to the Hokage. A new force has appeared on the battlefield, hostility is obvious. Do not announce the Land of Wind's involvement for now, leave the decision to the Hokage. The fake elder made the final call. At the Yunin front line, inside the Hokage's tent. The Hokage was furious, smashing the tea table with a punch. "Damn sand ninjas, taking advantage of the situation to sneak in, they must pay the price." The deputy commander in blue said in a deep voice, "Lord Hokage, please calm your anger. It may not be the sand ninja, but rather a Konoha Jr. causing trouble." "Why do you say that?" The Hokage furrowed his brows. According to the captive's confession, Konoha has awakened a magnet-release bloodline limit user who can manipulate iron sand. Konoha? Why have I never heard of this person? An awakened magnet-release user able to defeat the two tails? Absurd! He is not valued in Konoha and has never publicly shown his strength. Only after being captured did we learn of his abilities. He was accompanied by Akiyama Torakase, a disciple of the second Hokage. No accurate information? The captive said he once attempted to assassinate Konoha advisor Danzo Shimura. Danzo had sent someone to contact Kumogakure, wanting to eliminate this person, but did not take it seriously, which led to today's disaster. I see. There are already cracks within Konoha. We need to formulate a special plan to completely dismantle them. Yes. Lord Hokage. I have already started planning to implant Kumogakure's secret techniques into the captive, making him serve us, then create an escape incident. When he returns to the village. Do not spread any rumors in the village that are unfavorable to magnet release users, and do not escalate hatred towards Danzo. That way, we can easily eliminate him. The deputy commander said gratefully to the Hokage. Exactly. Konoha has lost another major enemy. This matter will be dealt with after the peace talks. The Hokage raised his brows slightly, satisfied. He appreciated someone preparing in advance for him. Peace talks? Lord Hokage, we clearly have the advantage now. Why shake hands with Konoha? Everyone in the tent saw an opportunity and asked questions to gain presence. Humph. The Two Tails Jinchuriki died tragically, the Two Tails is missing. Was the attacker Konoha? If it were Kumogakure, would we still continue the war? After 4 years of fighting, Kumogakure's strength has greatly diminished. The Hokage responded coldly. The priority now is to find the Two Tails, not to waste time here with Konoha. The Land of Lightning is not as wealthy as the Land of Fire. Recovery will take time. Do I need to teach you such common sense? You all only care about your clans, not the village. All of you, get to the battlefield and be cannon fodder. The Hokage roared. Everyone turned pale, deeply regretting. So poor. You dare call yourselves bandits with this little money? What a disgrace. Feiyu counted bills with his right hand while stepping on a blood-stained man with his left foot. The man listened miserably, wishing he could crawl into a hole. Ninja Lord. I only rob rich merchants, never harm the innocent. The man pleaded shamefully. Oh? You think I'm innocent? Feiyu pressed down harder. There is a wanted notice in town. I dare not enter the town and can only ask those who are alone to help buy things. I have never hurt anyone. The man gasped, defending himself. Oh, so I'm the unlucky one? Feiyu teased. I don't dare, I'm the unlucky one. The man's face turned pale. Get lost. I'm in a good mood today and want to make a fuss, but if there are bandits like you nearby, you better tell me everything. Feiyu sneered. The man trembled as he pointed to several places. Feiyu quickly left. The man secretly felt relieved that he couldn't stay in the soup country any longer. He had heard that the fire country was full of bandits, which suited him just fine, so he packed his bags and set off for the fire country. Feiyu put the silver notes into his ninja tool bag and headed straight in the direction the man had indicated, not worrying at all about the truth of the information. A casual inquiry would easily verify it. Night fell, and Feiyu returned to the rented small courtyard, carrying a large fan of pork. His ninja tool bag was bulging, clearly showing he had a fruitful day. Not bad, quite a haul. Aki Mishifu sat in the rocking chair, enjoying the breeze like a retired old man. The Land of Soup really has a thriving tourism industry. The bandits there are loaded, far beyond ordinary chunin. I'm starting to feel a bit nostalgic. Feiyu laughed. Business without capital is good, but if you meet a strong opponent, it's a disaster. So, what's the news from Konoha? Aki Mishifu asked. Bandits run rampant in the Land of Fire. No one dares to pass through there, so there's no news to be heard at all, Feiyu replied. Sigh. Aki Mishifu sighed. He was feeling weak and sickly now, powerless to help Konoha. Don't think about those worries. Tonight, let's have a good barbecue. I heard the Aki clan's ancestral skills are excellent. Consider yourself lucky if you get to try it. Feiyu shook the pork. Then let me treat you. Aki Mishifu smiled, dispelling the gloom. The next morning, Akimichi Chikafu and Feiyu sat face to face. Captain Chikafu, is your Akimichi clan's secret technique related to yang-natured chakra? Feiyu's eyes were clear as he asked innocently, staring at Akimichi Chikafu. Yes, it is. Akimichi Chikafu hesitated slightly, feeling there was no secret since most Konoha ninja already knew this, and nodded. Oh? Then why can't I convert chakra into yang nature through nature transformation? Feiyu quickly followed up. He first threw out a well-known question that wouldn't raise suspicion, guiding the other to open up. Then he would move to the core content. Ordinary people tend to continue along the line of the answered question since there was no denial or core secret revealed earlier. This is the law of zero and infinite times. Once zero becomes one, the rest becomes much easier. Yang-natured chakra and yin-natured chakra cannot be produced by ordinary ninja through nature transformation. Special methods must be used. Akimichi Chikafu answered without hesitation. Captain Chikafu, what are those special methods? Feiyu chuckled inwardly, knowing Chikafu had taken the bait. Well. Akimichi Chikafu regained his rationality, his tone becoming hesitant. Seeing this, Feiyu immediately put on a pitiful act, his eyes shimmering with tears. Captain Chikafu, you don't know, I just graduated from the Ninja Academy less than a week ago and was immediately recruited into the Yambu by the second Hokage. I didn't even have a basic Jonin instructor, only attended a week of Umbu training, and was sent straight to the battlefield. My foundation is too weak. Those veteran Chunin in the village, even though I was specially promoted by the second Hokage, all exclude me. I'm isolated and helpless in the village. Finally, I meet a strong Jonin like you, and even you start to brush me off? As he spoke, a few tears squeezed out of Feiyu's eyes, sparkling like crocodile tears. Akimichi Chikafu looked on, his heart softening. He knew that indeed a group of freshly graduated genin had been pulled into the Yambu to balance the power of the noble families. But after the rebellion of the Umbu captain Yo, most were purged. He hadn't expected Feiyu to have such a background. Truly tragic. No wonder he lacked a sense of belonging to the village he had always been used as a pawn. Who wouldn't be dissatisfied? Akimichi Chikafu sighed helplessly. His master's plan hadn't been executed before the Ninja World War broke out, forcing the position to be handed to the divided Sarutobi clan, hoping to prevent Konoha from being controlled by the noble families and maintain some balance. The original plan was shelved, and the pawns among the ninja were left to fend for themselves. The new Hokage had no use for targets watched by the noble families and discarded them like worn-out shoes. His master's fault, the disciple must repay. Realizing this, Akimichi Chikafu began to explain in detail. In the ninja world, yin and yang chakra are rarely used by traditional ninja, and very few can master them. The Akimichi clan specializes in yang release, while the Nara and Yamanaka clans focus on yin release. Though both are basic nature transformations of chakra, why are yin and yang attributes so different from the other 5 natures? Because they relate to the fundamental composition of chakra. Physical energy symbolizes yang, and spiritual energy symbolizes yin. Chakra must be produced by the combination of both. A single energy cannot form it. But the resulting chakra attribute must correspond to its dominant energy, creating a paradox. After long research, the Akimichi clan discovered that each person's body energy and spiritual energy fuse in different proportions. Some people have a predominance of body energy, and over time, their chakra attribute tends toward yang. So the Akimichi clan absorbs a large amount of nutrients, stores physical energy, ensuring it far exceeds spiritual energy, so that at critical moments they can mobilize the powerful yang energy within their bodies. Traditional ninjas rarely use yin-yang chakra because their production efficiency is low. Compared to the common 5 elemental chakra types, the difference is like a stream versus the ocean, so it was abandoned. After hearing this, Feiyu seemed thoughtful and nodded with a sigh. Master's guidance is so important, otherwise I would have had to figure it out on my own for a long time. So, as long as the proportion of physical energy increases beyond spiritual energy, yang chakra can gradually be produced? Feiyu asked. You also need conscious control, because the 2 types of chakra energy. The fusion ratio is deeply ingrained in the body. To achieve the effect, you must keep trying until it becomes an instinct of the body. Akimichi Torikase said in a deep voice, his tone firm. Feiyu nodded seriously but still had doubts. Everyone's constitution is different. His spiritual energy was exceptionally abundant, and his Sharingan awakened directly to the 3 Tomo stage. Among the Uchiha, some can only reach 1 or 2 Tomo in their lifetime. After transmigrating, his soul merged with the natives, quickly completing a lifetime of cultivation. According to Akimichi Torikase's explanation, what level must his body reach to barely maintain balance? The key to mastering the bloodline is to fully master the 7 great ninjutsu: yin release, yang release, wind release, lightning release, earth release, water release, and fire release. None can be missing. Yin release is driven by the Sharingan, and the 5 basic elemental ninjutsu are easily mastered through changes in chakra nature, so Feiyu doesn't need to worry much. The remaining yang release, however, gives Feiyu a huge headache. Now that he has encountered a yang release expert, if he doesn't seize the opportunity to attach himself, when will he? After Akimichi Torikase's detailed explanation, Feiyu was shaken. Yang chakra is a direct manifestation of physical energy, and increasing physical energy must strengthen yang release. He decided to intensify his training, diligently practicing the inkstone-like technique, persevering without slack. He drew on the experience of the flexible conversion between Sharingan's ocular power, spiritual energy, and yin release, searching for an organ inside his body to serve as a transfer station for physical energy and yang release, enabling lossless conversion and on-demand use. Feiyu named this power Yang Force. Although it is far from the Yang Force granted to Naruto by the 6 Paths Sage, he firmly believes he will surpass all. He chose the heart, the center of blood circulation, where red blood cells flow like tides, making it the most convenient place to extract physical energy without draining it, only taking what is needed. The next step was to create a storage space for Yang Force inside the heart. The inspiration came from the yin seal later used by Tsunade, although Tsunade was still a child at the time and had not yet developed this technique. Feiyu was not in a hurry, guessing that Tsunade's development of the technique was not far off. In his past life memories, it was rumored that this technique was developed with the assistance of Uzumaki Mito as a top-tier medical sealing technique, requiring extremely high skill. Tsunade's own talent was limited, so she might have succeeded only with Mito's help. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Feiyu focused on refining his physical energy, striving for a one-hit success. He immersed himself in beautiful visions, unaware that this top-sealing technique was not easily obtained. Seeing his complacent expression, Akimichi Torake shook his head and laughed. Young people always love to dream. I was like that too, but my dream was just about eating. Boom! Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Fire release, Fire Dragon Bullet. Combination ninjutsu, Earth Dragon Flame Bomb. A middle-aged man wearing the Hokage's sacred robe quickly formed hand seals. The ground suddenly cracked open, and a black giant dragon's head broke through the soil, about the height of a person, spewing rolling mud balls. At the same time, he breathed out fierce flames, instantly igniting the mud balls. The flaming mud balls combined the speed of fire release with the power of earth release, compensating for the individual weaknesses of both. The sky was filled with flaming mud balls shooting into the enemy camp like arrows, causing devastating casualties in an instant. Behind him, the Konoha ninja erupted in thunderous cheers, and the man in the sacred robe, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wore a satisfied smile on his face. Under Danzo's baiting formation, the third Raikage AI had successfully fallen into an encirclement. Sarutobi Hiruzen took advantage of the Cloud-Hidden Village camp's lack of personnel, led a strong assault, and broke the deadlock between Konoha and the Cloud-Hidden Village. This battle was aided by Feiyu and others, causing disruption in the Land of Lightning, dispersing a large portion of the enemy forces to capture the Konoha strike team, leaving the front line vulnerable, which Konoha seized to launch their attack. Hokage-sama. Multiple Konoha prisoners have been found ahead. A Dark Ops ninja wearing a monkey-faced mask suddenly appeared beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharp as lightning, and responded in a deep voice. His expression brightened, and Sarutobi Hiruzen asked sharply, "Where?" "Take me there quickly." "Yes." The Dark Ops ninja responded loudly and immediately led the way. Before long, they arrived at a simple tent. The Dark Ops ninja lifted the curtain and whispered, "Hokage-sama, they are right here." Without hesitation, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped inside. A pungent stench of blood and rot hit him. Several Konoha ninja, missing limbs, curled up listlessly, as if their will had been completely shattered and frozen here, utterly unaware of the changing world outside. Seeing this tragic scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned deeply, a trace of pity flashing in his eyes. "Quickly transfer them back to our camp. We can't afford any delay from Danzo's side, it must be fast." "Yes." The Dark Ops ninja immediately called several lower-ranked ninja and directed them to carry the wounded. Stepping over the scattered debris on the ground, Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered sternly, "Take all who are useful. Destroy all who are useless." Every time someone passed by, the ninjas showed him a smile of reverence, their eyes full of submission and admiration. This warmed Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, sweeping away the gloom from just moments ago. He thought to himself, war truly is the fastest shortcut to gaining prestige. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence. "Ah! My eye! Who took my eye?" Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow and quickly walked toward the source of the sound. He saw a Konoha ninja, a single blood-red Sharingan spinning wildly in an empty eye socket, the other eye already removed, his gaze terrifying yet filled with ignorant pain. "Boy, what happened?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was gentle but carried undeniable authority. "My eye is gone. Who stole my eye?" the boy shouted in panic. "Was it a ninja from Kumogakure? What is your name? How did you end up here?" Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly analyzed. The boy hesitated, then his anger exploded instantly. "That's right. It was the Cloud Ninja who stole my eye. It's all Feiyu's fault. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have ended up like this." The remaining Sharingan suddenly spun rapidly, quickly evolving into a double tomo, radiating a strong sense of oppression. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared intently, thinking to himself, "No wonder this is the legendary bloodline limit. Even with only one left, it can still evolve. But Feiyu? Why does that name sound so familiar? You're from the Uchiha clan? What is your name?" Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to question. "My name is Uchiha Hokage. Feiyu betrayed us. He even kidnapped Captain Tsufeng." Hokage's voice was resolute, as if burying all his pain deep inside. "Captain Tsufeng? You mean Akimichi Tsufeng?" Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. "That's right. Feiyu kidnapped him while he was unconscious and defected." Hokage repeated firmly, leaving no room for doubt. Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered the Umbu in a deep voice, "Take this boy to a safe place. When we return to camp, I want to question him thoroughly." Turning to Hokage, his tone softened, "Hokage, rest first. Don't worry about your eye for now. For your achievements, I will have the Uchiha clan leader personally equip you with a Sharingan." Hokage, who had been despairing, felt the Hokage's promise ignite his confidence like a ray of light. His resentment instantly focused on Feiyu, vowing, even if Feiyu returns alive, he will never live peacefully in Konoha. This tragedy is entirely his responsibility. Feiyu exposed our location, defected at the opportune moment, and took Captain Akimichi with him. Hokage concealed the fact that Feiyu awakened his bloodline limit and swept through the steel release ninjas, placing all the blame on him. How did you get captured by the Cloud Ninja then? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked thoughtfully. After Feiyu's defection, we hid as ordered by Captain Sufeng, waiting for the war to end. Unexpectedly, in less than a day, the lightning release ninjas returned in force, bringing a large number of troops. The Yun ninja forces, we fought them but were ultimately defeated and captured. Uchiha Hokage said in a deep voice. Fought? You make it sound easy. Everyone else is badly injured or disabled, only you are unharmed and kept in a separate room. How do you explain that? Shimura Danzo sat beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, his gaze sharp. My eye was gouged out by the Yun ninja, can't you see that? Uchiha Hokage retorted angrily, puzzled why Danzo ignored Feiyu and instead focused on him. What did you say? How dare you question my eyesight? Danzo exploded in anger, his eyes like blades staring at Uchiha Hokage's one eye, showing no sympathy, as if mocked by Yunin village. Aren't you Shimura Danzo also one-eyed? Then I'll send you a kindred spirit, you two will surely get along. Uchiha Hokage sneered coldly. The move by the hidden cloud village was ruthless, yet it precisely enraged Danzo. As a battlefield commander of thousands, Danzo's arrogance instantly crumbled. No matter how glorious his battle achievements were, the humiliation of being stabbed in the back by his own ninja could never be erased. Danzo had not yet fallen into the dark ninja who would stop at nothing for power. He was newly tasting the sweetness of power as an advisor to the Hokage, enjoying glory and intolerant of gossip behind his back. He hated Feiyu to the bone, wishing he could tear him to pieces. The tool in front of him, used by the hidden cloud village to mock him, also disgusted him immensely. He had to make Uchiha Hokage disappear immediately. Namikaze, this guy is very likely a spy sent by the hidden cloud village. My men will take over the investigation and guarantee you a satisfactory answer, Danzo suggested coldly. All right. These ninjas rescued from the hidden cloud village must be thoroughly screened. I'll leave it to you, Namikaze nodded. And the Feiyu defection incident, the village should issue a wanted notice for a rogue ninja and treat him as an S-rank rogue ninja, Danzo added immediately. The rogue ninja wanted notice isn't urgent. We can't convict based on one side's words. This matter needs to be handled carefully. Namikaze, newly appointed Hokage, had his own considerations and did not fully accept it. The matter is clear, why hesitate? Danzo was dissatisfied. Namikaze stared at Danzo, feeling he was unusually sensitive to the name Feiyu, which only aroused his suspicions and strengthened his own judgment. I'll decide on this. Take him away first, quickly screen him, and send him back if there is no problem, Namikaze ordered. Danzo knew the Hokage had made up his mind. Continuing to argue was useless. He snorted coldly, stood up, and walked out of the main tent. Two masked ninjas with icy auras quickly appeared and grabbed Uchiha Hokage. Where are you taking me? Lord Hokage. Uchiha must not be insulted. The clan leader will come to negotiate immediately. Uchiha Hokage struggled desperately, invoking the family name to try to intimidate the Hokage. Sarutobi Namikaze did not stop them but waved his hand to signal the two root ninjas to speed up. Hokage was taken out of the main tent. Namikaze's expression shifted from cold to pale. A marginal Uchiha dared to use the family name to pressure him, extremely arrogant. He secretly resolved to put the plan to suppress the Uchiha on the agenda as the first thing upon returning to the village. Lord Hokage, mission accomplished. Konoha has already set its sights on that Uchiha Hokage. The Hidden Cloud Deputy Commander reported respectfully, dressed in blue. The third Hokage smiled calmly, not bad. Once the seed of suspicion is planted, though it may not sprout immediately, it will eventually spread. Just need daily watering. The elders and clan leaders exchanged glances. Those useless ninjas returned to Konoha still require preparation of bargaining chips, otherwise, the Hidden Cloud Village cannot gain the upper hand in negotiations, the deputy commander added. I'll leave this to you. I heard there are ninjas from other villages appearing on the battlefield. The Hokage ordered coldly, lock onto the direction of the Hidden Smoke Village, go all out. First make the Land of Fields pay compensation, publicly condemn Konoha for dragging other countries into the war, and quickly create momentum. Understood. Lord Hokage, traces of the two tails have been found in the northwest of the Land of Lightning. Your personal intervention is required to capture it. Don't let your guard down. Has the Jinchuriki been chosen? This time it must be someone obedient, no more disappearing acts. If the land of lightning suffers from the tailed beastess rampage again, the daimyo will hold you responsible. Gentlemen, there's a younger sister in the Yuzuki clan. We have a good relationship with her, and with a little guidance, she can be useful. Oh? A younger sister? What's her name? Gentlemen, you die. She's the one. Inside a cave in the land of lightning. Damn Feiyu. Running away without me, all the benefits I promised go to waste. Serves you right if you choke. Uchiha Waka, you can't escape the arrogance of the Uchiha even in death. You killed so many people and are weak, what's the point of playing hero? A pale-eyed youth shouted, cursing relentlessly. Feiyu, dressed in loose training clothes, twisted and turned in the courtyard, sweat soaking his garments, his breathing mingled with dust flying around. Nearby, Akimichi Torafu, sunbathing, had his face covered by the dust and reluctantly moved to another spot. More than 10 shadow clones identical to Feiyu formed a circle, shouting in unison, "Ha! Ha!" Their voices thundered as they forcefully split leaves with their hands. These were his shadow clones, rigorously training the S-rank ninjutsu wind release, Raisin Shuriken. The battle against the steel release ninja completely awakened him. Lacking a lethal finishing move was a fatal weakness. If he hadn't cleverly set up formations to restrict the enemy's movements, if he hadn't been able to leap into the air, if the opponent hadn't been arrogant enough to delay calling for help, he wouldn't have won. In the end, he relied on continuously compressing the Rasengan, luckily slaying the enemy but nearly endangering himself. He decided to devote himself to mastering the forbidden ninjutsu wind release, Rasengan Shuriken. This technique is incredibly powerful. It once killed Kakuzu, who had 2 hearts, with a single strike, a weaker member among the shadow-level elite. Although Kakuzu was weak, having undergone the Earth Grudge Fear modification and enhanced by Earth Release, he could even withstand explosive tags detonating, yet he was helpless against Wind Release, Rasengan Shuriken. Even better, after mastering this skill, one can fuse other elemental ninjutsu into it, making a single S-rank ninjutsu equivalent to multiple techniques, yielding huge benefits. The reason this technique is forbidden is that it harms both the user and others, but it is a trump card for survival. Feiyu has found a way to avoid self-injury by imitating Naruto's later Nine Tails chakra mode, using magnet release to control metal, isolating the palm from the dissipating wind release energy to protect the meridians. And the only metal in the ninja world that can perfectly conduct chakra is chakra conductive metal. Although rare, as long as one searches diligently, quite a few can still be found. After understanding these, Feiyu began to train without any reservations. Step 1, split the leaves. Step 2, cut off the waterfall. Step 3, perfectly integrate wind release chakra into the Rasengan. He encountered difficulties right from the start. Splitting leaves seemed simple, but Naruto practiced with 1,000 shadow clones for a whole month. Feiyu only had a dozen or so clones, making it impossible to sustain. Progress was slow, but he did not get discouraged. The ninja war was nearing its end, and there was still time before the next battle, so there was no rush. He strengthened his body with medicinal baths while refining his chakra control, vowing to refine his chakra down to 0.07 millimeters, striving for perfection. Akimichi Torake's watched Feiyu train hard, his gaze resolute. Yujin was shocked. He was surprised that Feiyu had already awakened the powerful magnet release yet was still doing the most basic training, not rushing to develop ninjutsu. He sighed inwardly. Feiyu, so young and already at Jonin-level strength, still so diligent, there must be an extraordinary reason. Time flew by as Feiyu trained tirelessly, and a month later. That early morning, Feiyu got up as usual, opened the window, and saw a silver-white scene. His heart stirred. The snow has come. The day to return to the village is not far off. Half a month ago, Akimichi Torake's had recovered and returned to the village to help Feiyu fight for fair treatment. Feiyu rarely felt a trace of warmth, a strange emotion he hadn't felt since losing his mother 4 months ago. He developed a slight dependence on the village. After all, no one can abandon their roots. Just after sweeping the snow from the courtyard and preparing to train, he was interrupted by the sound of footsteps crunching on the snow. A tightly wrapped black figure appeared outside the yard. The small courtyard was secluded, and no one usually visited. This sudden figure made Feiyu alert. His eyes locked on the figure, and a sense of danger swept over him instantly. The person wore a black long coat, a burly body tightly wrapped, a gray triangular mask on his head, with a metal forehead protector in the center slashed by a horizontal scratch. His right hand held a briefcase, and his left hand gripped a wanted poster. His sharp green eyes scanned continuously, occasionally looking up to stare at Feiyu, as if verifying something. Feiyu's heart tightened. Extremely unlucky. A month ago, he was still comparing the strength of Kakuzu and the steel release cloud ninja. Now this person appeared in front of him, making him feel like a student caught red-handed, full of bitterness. He suppressed the turmoil inside and cautiously asked, "What brings you here?" Kakuzu spoke coldly, "Feiyu, the bounty is 35 million ryo." Feiyu cursed in his mind, quickly turned and entered the house, manipulating the newly collected iron sand to urgently pack important items, preparing to flee. Kakuzu said calmly, "Stand still, I'll make your suffering less." Feiyu replied without hesitation, "You're crazy." Kakuzu sneered, "The prey's last struggles are useless." Feiyu knew he was powerless to confront a shadow-level expert head-on. One wrong move and he'd be instantly killed. Running away was the only way out. He urgently pondered escape routes. Kakuzu's appearance disrupted the plan. Originally, he intended to quietly return to the village after the war, avoiding the higher-ups and not being assigned dangerous missions. He had an intense aversion to the Konoha leadership and avoided meeting them whenever possible to prevent trouble. Currently, there were 3 options. 1. Return to the village immediately. Kakuzu would not dare to storm the village directly, so returning was safe and secure. 2. Head to the front line of the Land of Fire. There were many Konoha ninja there, with the Hokage present, so Kakuzu wouldn't act rashly. 3. Shake off Kakuzu and hide. But this was the most dangerous. Feiyu had been almost shut in the Land of Hot Water, yet was found, indicating his movements were controlled by the black market exchange. The exchange was very likely secretly established by Black Zetsu to collect strong bodies for creating advanced white Zetsu, using extreme methods. The ninja world was full of their informants. Any bush could be hiding enemies, making hiding hopeless. Feiyu decisively abandoned the third option. After a moment of thought, he decided returning to the village was the best strategy. Fully focused, the front line was like walking on thin ice. Danzo could stab him in the back at any time. Moreover, Akiyama Torakase had already infiltrated the village, providing some security. Feiyu didn't hesitate, suddenly breaking through the back window and flying out instantly. He completely ignored Kakuzu's pursuit, manipulating iron sand to switch directly into flight mode. Kakuzu followed closely, furious, quickly forming hand seals, water release, water curtain barrier. A strange masked monstrous face appeared on his back, black tendrils connected to his body. The mask opened its huge mouth, gathering a massive water sphere inside, growing larger as if about to burst its mouth. Boom! The water sphere shot out like a cannonball, directly hitting Feiyu. Feiyu heard a sharp whistle and without hesitation, split the iron sand to form a shield, placing it behind him. Bang! The water cannon struck the shield, blasting out a deep bowl-shaped dent. The force was undiminished, and it immediately hit Feiyu, staggering him and nearly causing him to fall off the iron sand platform. Feiyu's heart tightened. This Akado's long-range ninjutsu was incredibly powerful. A direct confrontation would surely mean death. He sped up his flight, determined not to be caught. Akado snorted coldly, stepping forward with long strides, relentlessly pursuing. As a shadow-level strongman, his speed was extremely fast, and his pursuit techniques were endless. In moments, he was still firmly on Feiyu's tail. Feiyu looked back and cursed angrily, "If you have time to chase me, why not go find some other bounty?" He gave it his all but still couldn't shake Akado. Akado clung on like a piece of dogskin plaster. For 2 days and 1 night, the chase spanned from the Land of Hot Springs to the Land of Fire. Feiyu continuously drew out iron sand, turning it into thousands of flying darts shot backward. But Akado performed a strange ninjutsu. The thousands of darts struck him without causing any harm, instead causing Feiyu to waste his iron sand, making him curse furiously. Akado was unwilling to be outdone, frequently using secret techniques to sharply increase his speed, forcing Feiyu to concentrate his chakra to control the iron sand and speed up his escape. Suddenly, Akado extended his left hand, detaching his wrist from his arm, releasing countless black threads that whipped out like long whips. Secret technique, Tentacle Fist. Feiyu was hit by the whip transformed from Earth Grudge Fear, and when he tried to grab iron sand with his left hand, he was nimbly dodged, losing a large amount of iron sand instead. With less and less iron sand, the shield grew thinner and thinner. Feiyu was burning with anxiety. If he didn't quickly find a way to shake off Akado, he would definitely be caught. He made a firm decision. Once back in Konoha, he would collect hundreds of tons of iron sand to wear down his opponent. Looking around for cover, under the moonlight, faint campfires flickered in the northeast, with shadowy figures moving about. No guarantee, but he would test it first. Feiyu turned and headed straight for the campfire. 15 minutes later, a group of injured ninja appeared before him. Feiyu's sudden attack shocked them. They all stood up, eyes wary. In the valley, when someone suddenly appears, anyone would be on guard. Feiyu carefully counted over 20 people, all wearing the Smoke Village forehead protectors. Only 2 were uninjured, the rest were covered in wounds. The leader's appearance was instantly recognizable, and Feiyu quickly identified the group's identity without hesitation, speaking out, "Are you ninja from the Smoke Village?" A middle-aged man responded coldly, "That's right. Who are you? Why are you here?" Feiyu's eyes flicked, calmly replying, "I was sent by Kosede Yusuke with important news." "What? The Great Elder sent someone?" Everyone stood up in shock and excitement. The Great Elder they spoke of was the former leader of the destroyed Smoke Ninja Village. The scarred ninjas had clearly escaped death from the battlefields of Konoha and Kumogakure, filled with hatred for Konoha and Kosede Kyoko, daring to flee on their own. They had no allegiance, and the cost of running away and betraying was heavy, but Feiyu's words sparked a glimmer of hope in their eyes. He said the Great Elder has reached an agreement with the Land of Wind and is preparing to rebuild the Smoke Ninja Village. "Now, your strength is needed," Feiyu babbled, leaving everyone dumbfounded. "Great! With the guidance of the Great Elder, we will definitely be able to revive the Smoke Ninja Village." The middle-aged man's voice trembled with excitement. "How did you find us?" the short leader asked suspiciously. Stars sparkled in Feiyu's eyes as he put on a look of admiration. "The Great Elder said that the Smoke Ninja Village was deceived by Koza Kyoko, and only you all have remained clear-headed. I searched all over the Land of Fire, and I never expected to actually run into you." The short leader breathed a sigh of relief and repeatedly praised, "The Great Elder truly lives up to expectations, very reassuring." Feiyu suddenly sighed, and the tense atmosphere instantly rose. Everyone's eyes were sharp, fearing he might be hiding something. "But when I was looking for you, Konoha discovered me, and the bounty was posted on the black market. Worse still, the day before yesterday I encountered a powerful bounty ninja and urgently need your help." Feiyu changed his expression, his eyes full of expectation. "No problem. What as a bounty ninja? The people of Smoke Ninja Village are not afraid. Little brother, leave it to us. Take us to see the Great Elder tomorrow," the middle-aged man said boldly. "Right. If a bounty ninja dares to come, we'll make him know the power of Smoke Ninja Village," the short leader echoed. Amid the crowd's cheers, Feiyu entered a simple tent where the table was covered with food. He was extremely hungry, almost finishing the sour rations. The Land of Fire has no ninja village, supplies are scarce, and Feiyu bought just enough to get by at a high price. Amid the noise, a cold aura suddenly attacked. A green-eyed shadow-level expert stepped in, the oppressive feeling crashing down like a mountain, causing everyone's hearts to tighten sharply. "It's him! Brothers, charge! Let him taste the power of Smoke Ninja Village!" Feiyu shouted, igniting everyone's fighting spirit. "Exactly, take him down." A lower-ranked ninja's face flushed red as he quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a secret technique of Smoke Ninja Village. Secret technique, Dust Assault. Thick gray smoke surged like a tide, instantly enveloping the surroundings, making it impossible to see a hand in front of the face, with only faint flickers of firelight shimmering. Dark currents surged, the air suddenly solidified, as if foretelling that everything was undeniably real. Ninjutsu, Rising Smoke. Secret technique, Air Stripping. The ninjas of Smoke Ninja Village saw their comrades launch the attack first, their anger quickly igniting their fighting spirit. They all joined the battle, unleashing ninjutsu like raindrops, mercilessly. Thick smoke rolled and spread rapidly. The air was gradually sucked away, turning the corner where the enemy stood into an oxygen-free death zone, like an abyss trying to suffocate him alive. Taking advantage of the chaos, Feiyu threw several smoke bombs. The gray smoke instantly thickened, as if becoming solid and taking shape. The ninjutsu interacted with the environment, producing unexpected miraculous effects. He secretly rejoiced, "Thanks to the brothers of Smoke Ninja Village, when I return to the village I will definitely thank your master properly." Then, without hesitation, he chose a direction, turned, and dashed off without any attachment. Kakuzu saw a group of unknown small minions swarming him, and his anger surged like a tidal wave in an instant. 2 days of pursuit had drained his energy, but his killing intent remained undiminished. He would show no mercy to enemies who dared to make a move. He took off his outer garment, revealing skin covered with stitched wounds, scarred but incredibly resilient. Thick smoke concealed his terrifying visage. Earth Grudge Fear Mode activated. Wind Release, Oppression. Fire Release, Head Scorch. Combined Ninja Art, Blazing Wind Chaos Wave. Countless black lines surged out from his body, 5 eerie masks floating behind him, the white-based red and pale green masks opening their mouths to spew forth. The white-based green mask unleashed a giant high-pressure storm, violently dispersing 1/3 of the smoke. Immediately after, the white-based red mask spewed a sea of flames, like burning waves, instantly igniting all the smoke. Explosions erupted one after another, flames and fierce winds fueling each other, growing more intense. The wind aided the fire's power, the fire borrowed the wind's momentum, the sky filled with a sea of fire as if the apocalypse had arrived, seemingly intent on burning everything to ashes. Thousands of meters away, Feiyu could feel the heat of the flames, as if the earth itself was scorched with giant holes, the burning momentum overwhelming. Half an hour later, the screams from within the smoke gradually faded. Kakuzu ceased outputting fire-release chakra, only letting the wind-release mask continue howling, completely blowing away the remaining smoke and dust. The shinobi of the smoke-hidden village were burned to charcoal by the flames, drifting away with the wind. Camps, trees turned to ashes, and the ground began to carbonize. Kakuzu's ninjutsu power was terrifying. Looking around, there was no sign of Feiyu. He thought he must have escaped. At his speed, he is impossible to track. 2 days of pursuit turned to nothing. Though no losses were suffered, the money slipped away before his eyes, breeding resentment. He memorized the patterns on those forehead protectors, vowing to take revenge. Phew! Finally shook off this bad luck. Though I owe the brothers of the smoke-hidden village a dead comrade doesn't mean I'm poor. I'll burn some paper money for them when I get back, so they can have it better in the underworld. Feiyu exhaled deeply and quickened his pace. He switched from flying to stealth, walking and stopping intermittently, always maintaining concealment. For 3 days, no one could find his trace. Korezetsu's figure could not publicly appear in the ninja world for the time being and had to rely on Uchiha Madara's power. He secretly transmitted his location through the bounty exchange, making it impossible for pursuers to lock on precisely. Constantly changing locations caused the information passed through the exchange to always lag behind, so bounty ninjas could only chase traces from several hours ago, unable to approach the real body. Kakuzu's ninjutsu, though B rank, can increase or decrease in power and range with chakra, boasting tremendous power and wide coverage. Truly enviable. I must learn it someday to enrich my ninjutsu repertoire. Feiyu thought to himself, his eyes shining with determination. His mind began to formulate plans. Feiyu stroked his chin, thinking as he walked. The first thing upon returning to the village was to master the 5 chakra nature transformations. Once he could awaken the Sharingan, he could easily copy others' painstakingly refined ninjutsu. How exhilarating! Next, he wanted to learn the S-rank forbidden technique wind release, spiral shuriken, and he would need to collect chakra-conducting metals to perform it. Speaking of chakra-conducting metal, Shikamaru had previously crafted a white fang, though it's unclear how many remain. After returning to the village, I must visit his home to investigate. The mountain clan hadn't awakened magnet release before and was easily subdued by him. Now, with greatly increased strength, after consuming his items, they have to spit out part of it to break even. Otherwise, relying on a few medicinal herbs, it would take ages to recover the cost. Taijutsu and chakra training are daily routines, no need to elaborate. However, several forbidden techniques stolen earlier from the Book of Seals must be studied. Mastering one can significantly boost strength. Also, Tsunade SS rank medical forbidden technique in seal needs to be clarified whether it is unique to the Uzumaki clan or her own creation. Calculating carefully, Feiyu's tasks are heavy, each relating to his future path, whether facing enemies or ultimate goals, all are crucial. After the Great War ends, the ninja world will rest for over 10 years. He sets a small goal for himself, to advance to shadow-level strength through bloodline elimination. Why are those people sneaking around? Feiyu, immersed in thoughts of a bright future, suddenly notices several figures hiding in the bushes, occasionally peeking out. Seeing him appear, the 3 rush over without hesitation, furious, their faces screaming, "You're doomed." Feiyu remains calm, sand iron wrapping around his legs and hands, instantly forming a black long sword firmly held in his hand, swinging it out in a slash. The 3 hurriedly pull out kunai to block, but as the black sword touches the kunai, the blade splits open a gap, bypasses the kunai, and instantly closes again. Terrified, they watch as the black sword slashes heavily at their necks, severing all 3 heads with one strike. The 3 corpses fall together, blood splattering. 2 others in the grass stand dumbfounded, unsure what to do. From a distance, they don't realize the truth of the black sword, thinking Feiyu used an illusion, sitting still and starting to disrupt their internal chakra, trying to break free from the illusion. Feiyu sneers, sand iron transforming into 2,000 branch needles, pinning the 2 down. When the sand iron touches their bodies, they realize everything is real, no second chance. With full resentment, they die. After clearing the enemies, Feiyu scavenges many valuable items and finds Hidden Cloud Village forehead protectors on them, instantly puzzled. Since when did Hidden Cloud ninjas become so foolish? They are completely different from the Cloud ninjas he met in the Land of Lightning, illogical, attacking anyone without reason. Soon, he discovers there is another reason behind the attack. Ah Shui, we got it, let us go. Ah Shui? Ah Chuan? Where are you? Just as Fei Yu rummages through the spoils, a sudden shout comes from afar. He looks up. Two burly men come running, panting, and tense. One is holding a struggling, powerless man. The struggle was slight, causing no trouble for the captors. The captured person's eyes were tearful, searching everywhere for hope. Fei Yu stood up, and three pairs of eyes all stared at him in unison. Two pairs were shocked and confused, while one pair pondered for a moment before bursting into delight. Who are you? Why are you here? What about Ashui and the others? The bare-handed big man stepped forward, blocking the captors and trying to shield the bound person. Ashui? Are you talking about this? A few unlucky fools? Fei Yu noticed his little gesture and couldn't help but smile, but didn't expose him. Instead, he pointed at the few bedraggled Yin ninja behind him, his tone full of mockery. Look, these are the ones. What? You actually killed Ashui? The big man in front stared at the direction Fei Yu pointed to, shock flashing in his eyes, then he roared angrily. Damn it! Ashui is the son of our Yunin village elder. You're dead meat. Sooner or later Yunin will take revenge. Another big man holding the bound child threatened furiously. Fei Yu pretended to be terrified, patting his chest with his left hand, smiling even more playfully. Oh, Yunin village? Sounds pretty scary. You. The man holding the child's fingers trembled, too angry to speak. Enough talk, attack first, let him taste our power. Another big man shouted an order angrily. That's right. We're not like Ashui's bunch of idiots, we're the real deal, Yunin Jonin. The Yin ninja big man pumped himself up, but his voice inadvertently revealed their true status. The bound child's expression slowly shifted from surprise to worry as he stared at Fei Yu. Jonin were top-tier experts in their minds, highly respected even in Konoha. He had once met Fei Yu briefly and thought Fei Yu's strength was average. No one in the village had mentioned his name, so he definitely wasn't a Konoha Jonin. After all, Konoha's Jonin were all famous. Facing two Yunin Jonin, Fei Yu's situation was not optimistic. Even Konoha Jonin of the same rank wouldn't underestimate them. After all, every Jonin had their unique skills and were rarely defeated easily. Suddenly, a Yin ninja big man's muscles bulged, his aura oppressive, charging at Fei Yu like an angry beast. His uniform was almost torn, his raised arms seeming ready to tear everything apart. But this momentum didn't last long. The charging Yin ninja big man was instantly hit in the chest by the Rasengan Fei Yu condensed in his right hand. After long battles and chakra control training, Fei Yu could easily form a basic Rasengan as naturally as breathing. With a thought, the Rasengan took shape. The Rasengan touched the Yin ninja big man's chest, releasing high-density chakra, instantly shattering his sternum. But the attack didn't stop. The Rasengan penetrated the chest cavity, spinning the Yin ninja big man like a whirlwind, sending him flying backward and crashing heavily beside a tree, his life uncertain. Fei Yu looked at the fallen Yin ninja, secretly surprised. Yunin Jonin? That's all? Just decorative pillows, flashy but useless. The other Yin ninja Jonin and the bound child widened their eyes, unable to believe their companion was so easily defeated. Was the enemy too strong, or were they too weak? Who exactly are you? Why are you meddling in the affairs between our Cloud Hidden and Konoha? I advise you to mind your own business, or the Cloud Hidden will make you pay the price. The remaining Cloud Hidden ninja's voice trembled, yet was fierce. He had no idea that the Fei Yu before him was the highly sought-after magnet-release ninja from the Land of Lightning, who had once defeated a steel-release bloodline limit user in the Two Tails Jinchuriki on the battlefield. Fei Yu was not using magnet release at this moment, which caught the opponent completely off guard. In his mind, such a powerful magnet release ninja would surely head to the front lines to serve Konoha after completing his mission, and would never appear near the village. However, the complex relationship between Fei Yu and the political faction of Sarutobi Hizashi turned the impossible into possible. The peace talks from Yunin village to Konoha did not pass through the battleground between the two villages, but were conducted only by the elder left behind in Yunin village personally gave the order, accompanied by his son the very Ashui who was once killed by Fei Yu. According to the news from Ashui, the Hokage of Konoha has achieved his political goals and now urgently needs to stabilize his position through peace talks. A warmongering leader cannot gain the recognition of all factions within the village. The elders have paid a great price for this opportunity for peace talks. It was originally thought that the task of these gilded peace talks would be completed smoothly, but unexpectedly, Ashui announced to everyone along the way that the elders, under the instructions of the Hokage, planned to kidnap a high-ranking Konoha official through the peace talks to gain leverage for Kumogakure. Everyone was half in doubt, but Ashui was unyielding, speaking firmly and promising many benefits. To secure backing, the group agreed to the operation. After extensive investigation, they decided that kidnapping Tsunade, the princess of the Senju clan, was the safest option. Tsunade had not graduated from the ninja academy, and it would be easy for two jonin to kidnap an unknown genin. More importantly, she was the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, a noble identity, and a successful kidnapping would surely earn the praise of the Raikage. With a try-it-out mindset, the two Cloud ninjas nervously stepped into the Konoha barrier, while the others waited outside to provide support. They brushed off negotiations with the Hokage's advisor and immediately launched a series of actions. Unexpectedly, by sheer luck, the plan succeeded. Taking advantage of Tsunade teaching at the ninja academy, he directly abducted her. Until now, Konoha had not noticed the plan was perfect. But coincidentally, while the kidnapping was successful, the outside support was quietly killed by Feiyu, who looked down on them. Ah! The cloud-hidden big man's arm binding Tsunade was bitten hard by her, causing him to scream in pain and involuntarily loosen his grip. Tsunade seized the opportunity to break free, quickly circling behind Feiyu and flashing a ferocious smile at the cloud-hidden big man. Yet on her tear-swollen face, this ferocity somehow appeared somewhat endearing. The cloud-hidden big man could only watch helplessly as the hostage escaped his control. Just as he was about to counterattack, he was pinned down by Feiyu's blazing, flame-like gaze, unable to move. Any rash move would lead him to follow his comrade's fate. He felt deeply frustrated, prideful as a cloud-hidden jonin, respected by everyone in the village, yet here in this remote corner, he was frozen by a single look. He wanted to flee but feared exposing a flaw behind him, risking a fatal strike from his opponent. Despair surged in his heart. The reinforcements were defeated, and he was unable to fight back. Where was the rescue? Feiyu saw that the death wish in his eyes had not yet been extinguished and ignored him, instead scanning behind at Tsunade with interest, checking if she was injured. Tsunade felt that invasive gaze tighten her heart, but she forced herself to stay calm, meeting his eyes. Seeing concern there, warmth surged in her heart, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. He. How do you plan to deal with the person who kidnapped you? Feiyu patted Tsunade's head and asked an unexpectedly playful question. Of course, I can't let him off easily. Tsunade frowned, thinking deeply, her answer vague. Don't worry. I'll make sure to torment him well and help you get revenge. Feiyu smiled knowingly. The cloud-hidden big man heard their wild words and burned with rage. A proud cloud-hidden jonin, even if he died in battle, would never suffer such humiliation. He roared, rallied his spirit, and prepared to fight Feiyu, while cautiously defending. But this cautious counterattack only delayed his defeat. He watched in horror as the scene before him unfolded. Behind Feiyu, black matter slowly rose, condensing into a massive shadow, like a sky full of black sand, covering his vision. Magnet release. The cloud-hidden big man shouted in despair. Before the shout fell, the black sand, like living worms, frantically burrowed into his mouth, nose, and ears, corroding the inside of his body, bringing destructive pain. The remaining black sand continued to writhe, unstoppable. The iron sand, like a living creature, entwined his entire body, tightly binding him like chains, climbing wildly until it completely penetrated the Yunin giant's body. The Yunin giant man desperately tilted his head back, but was powerless to stop the invasion of the iron sand. His belly was flat at first, then rapidly swollen as a woman 9 months pregnant. Every breath was painfully ground by the iron sand. The iron sand pierced his eardrums, buzzing incessantly, and large amounts of iron sand tightly wrapped around his head. The tragic scene pierced Tsunade's heart, a chill crawling up her spine. The bloody truth of the ninja world was laid bare before her eyes. From now on, she was no longer the innocent and lively Senju princess, but a true Konoha ninja. Feiyu only needed a thought to make the Yunin giant man's intestines rupture and belly split. But he did not rush to act. Instead, he turned his head to stare at Tsunade. How is it? Are you satisfied with this method? Enough. Tsunade's eyes widened. Although disgusted, she stared fixedly. She was the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama. Reality did not allow her to be weak. She had to witness the enemy's death with her own eyes. Hearing Feiyu hint at even more cruel methods while still asking for her opinion made her feel unprecedented respect. Not because of her grandfather's name, but because she was treated as a complete warrior. Her favor toward Feiyu suddenly increased. She quickly nodded, rejecting nightmares, deciding to let Feiyu give the Yunin jonin a thorough punishment. The Yin ninja howled repeatedly, pain overwhelming him, consciousness blurred, letting the intense pain consume all thought. With a thought, Feiyu gathered the iron sand into sharp shuriken, suddenly thrusting outward. The belly had the most iron sand, forming the largest kunai. The swollen belly turned into a sharp weapon, instantly piercing the Yun ninja's abdomen. The pain struck like lightning through his consciousness, all suffering cut off by the blade. The howling weakened until silence. Tsunade looked at the scarred Yun ninja, stuck out her tongue, her eyes full of "You're really cruel." Feiyu rolled his eyes at her. He had no interest in picking up the blood-soaked spoils, only regathered the iron sand into kunai and swiftly flew toward the first fallen Yunin giant man. Whether he was playing dead or unconscious, it was a sure kill. Let us go. Dead people are no fun, there are plenty more behind. Feiyu saw Tsunade curiously looking around at the other Yun ninjas, revealing her childish innocence. She was only 10 years old, lively and active, full of curiosity about everything. Usually, when elders told Warring States stories, she listened with great interest. Now, seeing battle for the first time, she was so excited she gestured non-stop, without a trace of fear at seeing death. What do you mean? Plenty more in the future? Tsunade caught up with Feiyu and looked up to question him. You'll understand sooner or later. Feiyu said casually. Humph. You old guys all use that line, always saying you'll understand when you grow up to brush me off. Her little face scrunched up like a bun, no one could fool her. Feiyu couldn't help but chuckle. It's not that I'm afraid you can't handle it, it's that you're too young, too much exposure would affect your character. Feiyu explained. Tsunade was not convinced and snorted coldly. Who said I'm little? I'm already 10 years old and about to graduate as a genin. Wow, impressive. I only became a genin at 14. Feiyu praised. That's because you don't know who I am. Genin is nothing, sooner or later, I'll catch up to you and then tell you, you're too weak, you shouldn't know these things. Tsunade waved proudly. Oh, then Lord Tsunade will have to take care of me more in the future. I'll definitely follow you loyally. Feiyu promised sharply. Gladly, gladly. Tsunade responded cheerfully, completely unaware that these words would later become a reflection of her life. The two changed the subject, the atmosphere eased, and they prepared to continue forward. The iron sand slowly gathered like a tide, quickly solidifying into a firm platform beneath their feet, carrying them straight into the sky, flying toward Konoha. Wow! You can actually fly! Tsunade excitedly lay on the platform, her scream cutting through the cold wind, experiencing this incredible sensation for the first time. Feiyu smiled proudly. That's nothing. Even more amazing things are coming. He suddenly accelerated, the iron sand platform rising rapidly, the cold wind slicing through the air like blades, and the scenery rushing past the ground made Tsunade both amazed and scream. At this moment, Feiyu perfectly captured Tsunade's attention. With mysterious power and sincere regard, he successfully sparked her interest. From then on, whenever Tsunade felt bored, the first person she thought of was Feiyu. The hero saving the beauty trope may be old, but it never goes out of style because it always works. Feiyu was grateful to those few desperate cloud ninjas. It was their appearance that gave him the breakthrough to approach Tsunade. When Tsunade mastered the Yin seal, it was only natural for him to shamelessly ask for a share of the inheritance. Although his goal was obvious, achieving it inevitably involved taking risks. Moreover, he was not the mastermind behind it, just going with the flow, a godsend opportunity not to be missed. Half an hour later, the huge city gate of Konoha came into view, with two genin lying collapsed in front of its soldiers who usually guarded the gate when Feiyu came and went. Tsunade, her face flushed, jumped down from the iron sand and crouched to carefully examine the strange substance beneath her feet, her eyes full of novelty and curiosity. Feiyu approached the two genin, lightly pressing his fingers against their nostrils to check if they were still alive. A rhythmic breath passed through his fingertips. He relaxed and began gently shaking them, trying to wake them. Hiss! The moment the two genin opened their eyes, they gasped sharply, their heads throbbing with unbearable pain. Quickly reacting, the two leapt up and shouted in unison, "Enemy attack!" Feiyu couldn't help but chuckle, and Tsunade behind him was also drawn by the sudden shout, dropping the sand iron helplessly as she watched the two's comical actions. Extremely slow to react. The enemy was easily dealt with by him, and only then did they realize? As expected, passing Chunin and Umbu members gathered one after another, facing this strange scene, all puzzled and confused. The two gate-guarding genin, seeing no enemy appeared, were first bewildered, then realized they had just been unconscious and had now awakened, the enemy threat eliminated, their faces flushed and hearts pounding. Enough! Register your identities quickly, I don't have time to watch you act. Feiyu ordered coldly. Okay, may I have your name and the time you left? One person was responsible for registration, while the other explained to the onlookers and prepared to report the matter to the Hokage advisor. Lady Tsunade, when did you leave? There's no record here. The registering genin looked puzzled, flipping through the records but finding no trace, unable to help but ask curiously. What do you think? Tsunade replied disdainfully. The genin awkwardly scratched their head, thinking, it must be the enemy who knocked us out causing this mess. The two bypassed Feiyu and walked into the village. Feiyu watched the lively village, feeling deeply moved. I have to report to the Hokage advisor. You should hurry home, your family will be worried. Feiyu pointed to a fork in the road ahead. I've been gone so long, and the village hasn't had a single clue. Although I usually skip class and am not home, I can't be this careless. I have to ask the Hokage advisor how they got the position without knowing I was kidnapped. Tsunade said angrily, intending to find Mito Munin and Tsurun Koharu for an explanation. Just on the way. Feiyu scratched his head, secretly admiring Tsunade's strong personality. Having someone accompany him to report also meant less trouble being questioned. Inside the Hokage advisor's office, Tsurun Koharu and Mito Munin looked embarrassed, hearing Tsunade's complaints with no defense. The facts were clear, leaving them speechless. Uzumaki Mito sat below, her gaze gentle and full of pity as she stared at Tsunade's tear-streaked face. That's how it was. I met Brother Feiyu, who single-handedly swept through the enemy ranks, defeated them all, and finally saved me. Tsunade clung to Uzumaki Mito's embrace, and before finishing, secretly glanced sideways at Feiyu. The other three all turned their eyes to Feiyu, two with scrutiny, one with gratitude. Feiyu calmly took over the conversation. After all, the purpose of this trip was not only to testify but also to report the latest situation in the village to the Hokage advisor. That's right. The Yunin dispatched 4 ambush ninjas, followed by 2 jonin. When I passed by, those 4 charged at me without a word. I thought they were Yunin forces attacking the Land of Fire, so I didn't hold back and took them out instantly. Feiyu spoke lightly, but every word was as sharp as a blade. These words struck the three present like a thunderclap. Feiyu? Once an unknown Chunin, now effortlessly killing 2 jonin plus 4 yunin? The leap was unbelievable. Unless he had been hiding his strength all along, but such scheming and depth for a 16-year-old boy? Akimichi Torikes once said Feiyu single-handedly defeated the 2 Tails Jinchuriki, and the 2 advisors were half in doubt, thinking it was exaggeration. Now with the ironclad evidence before them, bodies strewn about, how could they not believe? Could those 6 Yunin have willingly sacrificed their lives just to build Feiyu's reputation? They did not doubt the truth, having seen those 2 Yunin jonin with their own eyes. Though not elite level yet, the 2 together could fully contend with an elite jonin. They only needed to send someone to verify the bodies, and the truth would be clear. Suppressing their shock, they acknowledged Feiyu's strength had reached jonin level. Their attitude had to change. Jonin were the top forces of the ninja village. Feiyu had not shown this potential before, so he was overlooked. Now, the situation had completely changed. Even if Feiyu had once assassinated their old friend Danzo, that was in the Hokage's eyes a thing of the past. As advisors to the Hokage, they had to firmly stand on his side. Realizing this, Torikes and Mito Munin smiled gently, their attitudes softened. Feiyu, your appearance is extremely crucial. With the village's high-level forces all deployed, the Yunin dared to rampage and abduct at the Ninja Academy, truly unforgivable. Torikes first praised then reproached, his words fierce. Exactly. We thought they came as peace envoys, but they harbored ill intentions. Lord Mito, rest assured, we will report to the Hokage and show no mercy. Mito Munin comforted Uzumaki Mito, repeatedly assuring her. Uzumaki Mito, widow of Senju Hashirama, had silently supported the first Hokage from the Warring States period to the founding of Konoha. Though holding no official position, she was respected. Torikes and Mito Munin had grown up under her watchful eye. Even Konoha's powerful could not be rude to her. Uzumaki Mito understood this respect stemmed from reverence for Hashirama and was never abused. Her face showed no signs of age as she smiled calmly. Good that little Tsunade is fine. Don't trouble the monkey, he just became Hokage. We old folks must understand his difficulties. That will be all. Lord Mito, thank you for your concern. We will inform the Hokage and ensure proper arrangements. Torikes responded respectfully. I'll take Tsunade back now, so as not to delay your important matters. Uzumaki Mito stood, nodded at Feiyu with a smile, and turned to leave the Hokage's advisory room. The 2 advisors suddenly stood, and Torikes respectfully escorted them out. Tsunade kept looking back step by step, her gaze fixed tightly on Feiyu still standing in the room. Strange, why didn't he leave with them? Could it be the matter was already settled? Feiyu smiled faintly, giving a see you next time look, then turned to Mito Munin. He thought to himself, Akimichi Torike's face really holds up. Before, their expressions were grim, but now they were full of goodwill smiles. Having connections in the court really makes things go smoothly. The door slammed shut, leaving only Mito Munin and Feiyu inside. Mito Munin said in a low voice, sit down. From now on, serving the Hokage together, don't be so distant. Understood, Lord Munin. Whatever orders you have, just say the word. Feiyu's attitude was respectful yet sharp. If others respected him an inch, he would return a foot. As for whether he could complete the task, first he would speak the right words loudly. Mito Munin smiled, your previous performance was outstanding. Whether it was blocking the main route to capture Kinkaku, or this recent raid on the Land of Thunder, the village remembers your contributions. The village will never treat you unfairly, he said confidently. You also know that Danzo, as the head of the Umbu training division, wields terrifying power, and his words carry extra weight in front of the Hokage. These 2 missions of yours were both secured by Danzo. You should thank him properly in the future. Mito Munin shifted his tone, skillfully washing his hands of responsibility while planting a seed for his old comrade Danzo. Hokage advisors are ranked, and after the suppression of the Umbu rebellion, Danzo was directly appointed as head of Umbu training, firmly controlling a portion of Umbu power. Now he follows the Hokage on the front lines, guarding the Land of Fire's defenses, his status unshakable. In contrast, Mito Munin and Tazuna Koharu can only follow behind the Hokage doing menial tasks, with no real power. Now they are assigned within the village to handle stability and logistics. Recently, several shocking incidents have occurred one after another: the second Mizukage's raid on Konoha, mass prison escapes, and countless rogue ninjas who now hate Konoha. Now Princess Tsunade has been kidnapped, yet they remain clueless, exposing their incompetence. This situation must be reversed. The problem is, no one has the strength, and no one listens. Because of this, those coveting Konoha dare to act recklessly. They understand that Konoha's great clans would not support the Hokage's political faction without reason. Interests are key. Resources are limited. If you give benefits to one, others will be unbalanced and will push back. The situation is unstable, the Hokage is not in the village, and they dare not easily suppress the unrest. But now, Feiyu has appeared powerful and uncontrolled by any faction. How could they not be excited? Since Feiyu attained Jonin-level strength, attitudes have changed dramatically. There are many top Jonin in the ninja world, but never too many. The number of Jonin in a village directly reflects its strength. Jonin are built through resources, experience, and ninjutsu, indirectly reflecting the village's resource strength. The strong consume resources, and the strong remain strong. This is the fundamental reason why there are only 5 great ninja villages, not due to lack of people, but limited resources. Feiyu perfectly meets all of Mito Munin's requirements. He skipped the resource cultivation phase and immediately showed his value. Having participated in the fierce battles of the First Ninja World War, he proved he is no greenhouse flower. He acts decisively when it counts. As the first high-ranking official to recognize his value, both Mito Munin and Danzo have high hopes for him. As long as his conditions are met, the village's highest leaders will also accommodate him. Mito Munin is well aware of the conflict between Feiyu and Danzo, which fills him with confidence in their cooperation and determination to seize this opportunity. Lord Munin, that sounds great, but this isn't another tricky mission, is it? Just say it straight if it's not difficult. I won't refuse. Feiyu cut to the chase, his gaze firm. Mito Munin chuckled lightly. No matter how dangerous the task. This job doesn't even require a Jonin. There are plenty of Chunin in the village who can be put to use. Training a Jonin takes too much time and effort. If you have any ideas, just say them. Mito Munin's eyes sharpened, his tone resolute. But I'm still just a Chunin. This has nothing to do with me. Feiyu spread his hands helplessly, his face full of resignation. Simple. I'll submit your promotion report immediately. Once the Hokage approves, you'll officially be a Jonin. Mito Munin's words just fell when he brightened, promising without hesitation. That fast? I heard that promotion to Jonin requires completing special missions. One special promotion caused controversy? Feiyu was stunned, wondering when Mito Munin became so generous, but the thought of taking advantage made him voice his concerns. During wartime promotions, who dares to complain? Besides, your achievements and strength speak for themselves. If anyone dares to question, tell them to come to me. I'll defend you. Mito Munin waved his hand grandly, full of authority. All right. Feiyu looked at him with a serious face, feeling even more puzzled. How did that old guy, Mito Munin, suddenly change his attitude? Could it be that he was under some kind of illusion? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt, silently reminding himself, if there's a problem, find the leader. That's a basic principle of being a person. After 2 months away, Feiyu stepped into the Akimichi clan territory once again. The gilded clan emblem on the gate gleamed brightly, revealing the long-standing heritage of the family. Hey! You actually came back alive? Incredible! A familiar voice came from behind. Feiyu turned around and saw a chubby young man wearing bright red, loose clothes, his face full of smiles and looking adorable. It's you! Long time no see. Looks like you've gained quite a bit of weight. By the way, what's your name? I still haven't remembered it. Feiyu greeted him with a smile. Akimichi Dingxiang, and you, the chubby youth responded cheerfully. Dingxiang? Feiyu repeated, unable to hold back a laugh as a funny memory came to mind. Seeing the other's expression change slightly, he quickly stopped smiling. My name is Feiyu. Thanks for your help last time, but don't say anything about it. Before he finished speaking, Akimichi Dingxiang suddenly lunged forward, covering Feiyu's mouth with his right hand and making a shu gesture with his left. Shoo! This has nothing to do with me, the chubby guy whispered a warning. Feiyu hurriedly nodded in agreement. When Dingxiang released him, he let out a long breath. Don't worry, I understand. I won't betray you. Why are you back at the Akimichi clan today? Still looking for Elder Tsufeng? Dingxiang asked. Elder Tsufeng? Feiyu was instantly surprised. Akimichi Tsufeng had actually stepped down from the clan leader position and become an elder? He quickly realized this was a high-level decision in the village to prevent Tsufeng from disappearing on a mission, arranging for someone from the Fire Shadow faction to succeed as clan leader. Unexpectedly, Tsufeng had returned safely and could only temporarily hold the elder position. That's right, I just got back to the village and was planning to see him. Follow me, I know where Elder Tsufeng is. Dingxiang led the way, guiding him through the clan territory. Feiyu followed Dingxiang, turning left and right, feeling a bit dizzy, until they finally arrived at a grand courtyard. Akimichi Dingxiang strode toward the door. Elder Tsufeng. Look who I brought. His voice was loud, shouting before even entering the courtyard. Elder Tsufeng? Hearing this title, Feiyu raised his eyebrows slightly, curiosity stirring in his heart. Is that Dingxiang? Come in quickly. A deep and powerful, yet very familiar voice came from behind the door. Xiaodao Dingxiang quickly pushed open the door, and a warm breath hit him, sharply contrasting with the biting cold wind outside, making Feiyu shiver involuntarily. He then hurriedly followed inside. Captain Chufeng, I just got back to the village and came to see you first thing. Feiyu greeted Xiaodao Chufeng, who was sitting cross-legged. I thought you wouldn't be back until after the war, but you came back early, completely different from what you said before. Xiaodao Chufeng's eyes were full of surprise. He remembered advising Feiyu to leave together before, but Feiyu had sworn not to return to the village until the war was over. What changed now? Xiaodao Dingxiang sat down casually, picked up the teapot, poured a full cup, and drank while listening attentively, clearly interested. Don't mention it, I've had nothing but bad luck, running all over the village chasing a bounty rogue ninja, almost didn't make it back. Feiyu's face was full of bitterness as he sat down. Bounty rogue ninja? You're wanted? Xiaodao Dingxiang's eyes lit up. Yunin village must hate me to the bone now. The two tails disappeared long ago, and if caught by another village, Yunin would have to pay a huge price. Feiyu sneered coldly. Only the 5 great nations are this tough. If other villages catch a rogue ninja, the rakeage just glares and they have to obediently return them. Xiaodao Chufeng analyzed. The two tails caused them enough trouble. I heard the rakeage, like our Hokage, didn't he even get to show up before Konoha declared war. The rakeage's report must have been even more embarrassing. These big shots are really extravagant, putting a 35 million bounty on me. Feiyu was indignant. Wow, that's not low. Xiaodao Dingxiang exclaimed. Yeah, but don't worry, which jonin in the village hasn't been wanted? The bounty amount is also a proof of strength. Xiaodao Chufeng comforted. I'm not afraid of a high bounty, but that rogue ninja is dishonorable. I don't know who tipped him off, but he came straight to my place. Luckily, I got up early, or I'd have been done for in my sleep. Feiyu said angrily. That rogue ninja must be very strong, right? You defeated the two tails Jinchuriki, an ordinary rogue ninja wouldn't be a match. Xiaodao Chufeng was puzzled. I'm not afraid of ordinary rogue ninjas. But this time it was Kakuzu. Kakuzu? You know him? Feiyu raised his voice, exaggerating. Kakuzu? Never heard of him. Xiaodao Dingxiang shook his head. Of course you haven't heard of him. Everyone who has heard of him has been hunted down by him. Feiyu gave him a cold glance. Kakuzu? I heard he is a rogue ninja from Takigakure. Xiaodao Chufeng pondered. That's right, that Kakuzu. He once assassinated the first Hokage and escaped successfully. I've seen the world I ran as soon as I saw him, so I wasn't caught. Maybe he is still lying in wait in some valley for me. Fei Yu said proudly. Xiao Dao Ding Xiang clicked his tongue in amazement. Escaping from the first Hokage's grasp, extraordinary strength, and even after more than 10 years, his reputation still stands. Don't leave the village during this time. Kakuto can't find you, and naturally, he will leave soon. Aki Mishikfen advised. I've already planned ahead. This time I didn't come for Kakuto. Captain Chu Feng, you have rich experience and have been a clan leader. You must understand these complex situations. Help me analyze them. Fei Yu's gaze signaled to Akimichi Ding Xiang that it was time to leave. Akimichi Ding Xiang pretended not to hear, quietly sipping tea with a calm expression, but his body remained perfectly still. Fei Yu hesitated about whether to reveal his thoughts in front of outsiders. Although he and Aki Mishikfen were not close friends, they were mentor and friend, so it was acceptable, but Akimichi Ding Xiang had only met him twice, making it hard to judge his character, causing inner conflict. Aki Mishikfen noticed the hesitation and said, Don't worry, Akimichi Ding Xiang is trustworthy, he's my younger brother. He won't spread what you say recklessly. That's right. Don't underestimate me. Akimichi Ding Xiang also chimed in. Alright, it's nothing major. Just not good if it gets out. Fei Yu only trusted Aki Mishikfen in Konoha. He told him everything about the Hokage building without reservation. After listening, the two widened their eyes, especially Akimichi Ding Xiang, whose face turned extremely unpleasant, clearly disappointed. Fei Yu, you're overthinking. That guy, Mito Munin, always speaks in circles. Since becoming the Hokage's advisor, he's become even more cunning. If he didn't hide his intentions, it would make his words seem less clever. Aki Mishikfen laughed and began analyzing the hints in Mito Munin's words. Mito Munin wants to win me over? Fei Yu asked incredulously. Exactly. You're already a jonin, how do you still have no political awareness? Akimichi Ding Xiang said with dissatisfaction. What does being a jonin have to do with political awareness? Besides, I haven't officially received the Hokage's appointment yet. Fei Yu retorted stubbornly. Becoming a jonin means you can hold important positions in various departments. With your current status, which one is in high ranking? Among the 50 chunin, those promoted to jonin are considered talents. When leading a team on missions, you can command a ninja squad, and in dangerous situations, your subordinates can shield you. You act decisively and influence Konoha's future development. Tell me, does this have nothing to do with politics? Akimichi Ding Xiang analyzed calmly. Fei Yu stroked his chin, deep in thought. Akimichi Ding Xiang's words awakened him from his dream. He immediately understood Mito Munin's intention to win him over with promises of benefits. He couldn't help but pat his thigh, almost missing a great opportunity. Fortunately, Mito Munin had left a way out. No, I have to quickly figure out what I need. Once this opportunity is gone, it's gone for good. Fei Yu suddenly stood up, ready to go home and plan carefully. Hey, where are you going? Akimichi Ding Xiang asked in surprise. Of course, home. Why go home? We can still help you strategize. Hearing this, Fei Yu thought it made sense, turned around, sat back down, and gestured for Akimichi Ding Xiang to continue speaking. Akimichi Chasho looked at his scheming expression and shook his head helplessly. That depends on what you want to become. A Hokage advisor wielding great power, or a formidable ninja feared throughout the shinobi world? Two completely different paths. Akimichi Chasho took a sip of tea and spoke leisurely. Fei Yu saw him putting on airs and held back from hitting him. He still needed people now, so he could only endure for the time being. Akimichi Torikes watched his younger brother's performance and sighed inwardly, showing off just because of a little experience, too reckless. He really feared that one day he would suffer because of his loose tongue. If you want to be a high-ranking official with great power, you have to seize the opportunity to fight for positions. For example, this time the Cloud Ninja stormed into the Ninja Academy to kidnap Princess Tsunade precisely because the principal position was vacant, allowing someone to take advantage of the situation. If you want to soar in strength, you have to take the path of a powerhouse, pursuing divine weapons, super forbidden techniques, and such. Fei Yu nodded, deeply feeling that Akimichi Chasho's analysis hit the mark, and he gained a clearer understanding of the situation. He reflected that from chunin to jonin, all it took was effort to increase influence, other things were secondary. But once you became a jonin, the situation changed. Some people exhausted their potential and could only fight for power to pave the way for their descendants. Some grew tired of fighting and pursued pleasure, also joining the power struggle. Those who could steadfastly improve their strength were very few. After all, jonin were already the upper echelon of the shinobi world. But Feiyu knew that Jonin had not yet fallen into a life of drunken revelry. In the later stages of the shinobi world, strength was collapsing, world-destroying techniques emerged endlessly, illusions were everywhere, and even hiding was difficult. Only strength was the most reliable companion. Power and status were but fleeting illusions. The most typical example was Danzo Shimura, who painstakingly defeated Hiruzen Sarutobi, seized power while Tsunade was unconscious, became Hokage and attended the 5 Kage summit, only to be killed by Sasuke in a remote corner. Power without strength is a castle in the air. Feiyu understood in his heart that what he needed was continuous training, constant improvement, and ultimately to become a strong warrior with a bloodline limit in 6 paths level. Of course, what I said before applies to ordinary circumstances. Now the situation is a bit different. Akimichi Chasho teased again. What's the situation now? Feiyu asked humbly. This concerns your future attitude and must be clarified. Akimichi Chasho's eyes were sharp, and his words carried an unshakable firmness. The third Hokage just took office. Although he stabilized his position through the war with the Cloud Village, do you think those great clans will voluntarily relinquish power? Don't dream. Now, the only way to consolidate power is to promote commoner ninjas like you. His tone was low but resolute. Feiyu took a deep breath, setting aside Akimichi Chasho's mockery, and finally understood his own situation. No wonder Mito Munin turned around so quickly, disregarding Danzo's usual grudge against him and actively trying to win him over. He sneered inwardly. This was the harsh reality of the power gap. If they had the overwhelming strength of Senju Hashirama, who would dare question them? They would just kill them outright. After Akimichi Chasho's guidance, he began to understand the complex game between the Hokage and the advisors. Hokage advisors both depended on the Hokage and competed with each other. They temporarily united against common enemies, but once interests were involved, they fought openly and covertly. To increase one's voice before the Hokage, one must have absolute strength. Danzo had already taken the lead, firmly controlling the Umbu training department, and even if the Hokage had problems, he had to consult Danzo first. After seeing off Akimichi Chasho and Torikes, Feiyu walked home alone. The streets were bustling but could not hide the undercurrents. The moment the Hokage and his people returned to the village was the starting point of the Konoha storm. He had to seize this window of opportunity to maximize his benefits. Although it felt like dividing Konoha, if he didn't fight, he would only be crushed. This was a battle with only offense and no retreat. 2 months later, Feiyu returned home. The yard was overgrown with weeds, the yellowed grass blades lifeless, yet still stubbornly standing tall like an island guarding the last vestiges of life. He pushed open the door, and a familiar scent greeted him. His soul, tempered by the trials of war, finally found a moment of peace. His spirit immediately relaxed, returning to its usual laziness. "Miss, the neighbor is back," a slightly aged middle-aged man respectfully said to the beautiful woman before him, his eyes lowered, showing no sign of neglect. "Finally back. Uncle Nakamura, bring me the pastries I prepared. I want to visit him." The beautiful woman's spirit lifted, her lazy posture instantly filled with energy. "Yes, Mississippi." The middle-aged man took the order and withdrew. Soon, he returned holding a delicate food box. The woman stepped out lightly and came to Feiyu's door, gently knocking. Knock, knock, knock. The rhythmic knocking sounded inside. Feiyu, who was cleaning using the shadow clone technique, was momentarily stunned, thinking, someone's looking for me right after I got back? What a coincidence. He didn't think much of it, leaving a clone to continue cleaning, and went to the door, responding loudly, "Coming." Creak, the red lacquered door was pulled open, and a pair of clear, bright eyes immediately came into view. She wore a purple brocade dress that highlighted her slender figure, her loose hair naturally falling, exuding the pure aura of a girl next door. "Oh, Miss Kyoko, what a coincidence. You came right after I got back. Come in and have a seat." Feiyu smiled as he welcomed her. "All right, brother Feiyu." Kosaka Kyoko replied joyfully, her face full of happiness. Suddenly, a dissatisfied voice sounded, "What coincidence? The miss watches here every day and even bought the house next door just to be the first to know you're back." Feiyu turned his head and saw a displeased middle-aged man, his tone full of discontent. "Hee, Uncle Nakamura, I was too excited just now and didn't notice you. Come on in and have a seat." Feiyu was unfazed and warmly invited him. "That's more like it." Uncle Nakamura grunted. Kosaka Kyoko lightly complained a few words, to no avail. Uncle Nakamura still acted as he pleased, like a true master of the house. Such an attitude might surprise others, but Feiyu was already used to it. Uncle Nakamura was entrusted by Kosaka Kyoko's father before he left, bearing the heavy responsibility of taking care of her daily life. Seeing the miss suffer, he was furious. Kosaka Kyoko had been under his care since childhood, regarded him as family, and respected him greatly. I haven't been home for a long time. The house is full of dust, and there's no place to settle down, so I won't invite you in. Feiyu moved over a stone block, boiled some water, and began to brew tea. As Koza Kyoko sat down, she showed no concern for the simple surroundings. However, Nakamura Takuto, standing behind her, was displeased, his face as hard as iron, as if Feiyu owed him a huge debt. She placed the food box in her hand on the stone block, her eyes shining with anticipation. Feiyu was straightforward. He enjoyed the tea and pastries with great relish. Delicious. Your cooking is amazing. Feiyu praised enthusiastically, completely forgetting the rule of eat without speaking, sleep without talking. Of course. The young lady has been making this for you continuously for half a month. Nakamura Takuto snorted coldly. Koza Kyoko's cheeks flushed slightly, and she dared not look at Feiyu's expression. Miss Kyoko, you really went to a lot of trouble. I've been surviving on military rations for the past 2 months, so suddenly eating something so delicious feels a bit unfamiliar. Feiyu said sincerely. Brother Xiaoyu, as long as you can eat your fill, that's good. She finally relaxed her worried heart. How's the battlefield situation? Is it dangerous? She asked with concern. Sigh, a battlefield is a battlefield. It's hard to say if it's dangerous or not. I infiltrated behind enemy lines, so I don't know the situation at the front, but it probably isn't that bad. Feiyu considered carefully, not daring to mention the deserters from the Smoke Ninja village. He had no evidence and didn't want to slander the comrades who had taken hits for him. The war is almost over, and the Smoke Ninja village will be rebuilt. But by the end of this year, you probably still have to stay in the land of fire. As he finished speaking, Koza Kyoko and Nakamura Takuto's expressions darkened. Last year, the Smoke Ninja village was still prosperous, overshadowing the 5 great ninja villages, but now it had been defeated by the Mist Hidden village and had become a thing of the past. If you have any difficulties, tell me anytime. I consider you friends, and I won't refuse to help if I can. Feiyu saw the heavy atmosphere and quickly tried to comfort them. Brother Feiyu, don't worry, if anything happens, I'll definitely come to you. You have your work, so I won't disturb you. Koza Kyoko saw he was a bit uneasy, composed herself, and stood up to take her leave. Feiyu saw them out the door, then turned inside deeply. In this cruel world, everyone is a victim. If you are not optimistic, you will only be swallowed by pain. War is the never-ending main theme, whether between people or villages, life is mercilessly harvested. Forget it, thinking too much is meaningless. The hard truth is to take good care of yourself first. Watching the busy figure of his shadow clone, he raised his teacup and marveled at the wonder of ninjutsu. Time is maximized, yet he himself is freed. The next morning, Feiyu came to the office of Hokage advisor Mito Munin. After a night of deep thought, he decided to focus on improving his strength and had no interest in the position proposed by Akinokido Chosho. Lord Munin, I've made up my mind. I'm here to report now. Feiyu sat upright, his tone firm. Speedy decision, settled in just one day? Mito Uzumaki pushed up his glasses and smiled. Yes, I just became a jonin, and my strength still needs steady improvement. In previous missions, I severely lacked magnet release iron sand. I hope the village can supply it. Iron sand? No problem, go to the supplies department and get 5 tons to start with. Uzumaki agreed readily. Long-term battles made me realize my tactics are too single. My chakra nature is primarily wind and earth, and I'm very interested in converting to the other 3 natures. If the village has related books, I want to learn more. The village does have materials on chakra nature transformation. In exchange for secret scrolls, I will reward you based on your contributions. Mito Uzumaki said coldly, without hesitation. Feiyu's eyes lit up, and without hesitation he said, I also want to learn sealing techniques. Mito Uzumaki frowned, wondering why Feiyu would give up magnet release and instead study sealing techniques. But after a moment's hesitation, he nodded. The village has basic sealing techniques, which can be made available to you. Feiyu was firm. Chakra conduction through metal is crucial for me to develop ninjutsu. Mito Uzumaki shook his head speechlessly. You still want that stuff? Feiyu did not back down. The second Hokage's water release secret technique is even coveted by Kirigakure. I want to learn it. Mito Uzumaki was silent, thinking this guy is truly insatiable. I have never touched a rank or S-rank ninjutsu. I must seize this opportunity. As for genjutsu, the village has many secret techniques. I want to enrich my offensive methods. Mito Uzumaki's expression grew serious, but Feiyu became even more demanding. I heard the Uchiha clan's Sharingan greatly enhances vision. Can the village negotiate with the Uchiha clan to give me one for research? Feiyu's eyes shone with fanatic light. Mito Uzumaki abruptly interrupted. Enough! He scolded, the Sharingan isn't something you can just ask for. Don't bring up such absurd requests again. Feiyu's heart tightened, knowing he had crossed a line. I can meet the previous conditions, but the Sharingan and Chakra Conduction Medal are off the table. Mito Uzumaki refused decisively. Feiyu probed, actually, the others don't matter, these two are the most critical. I'm willing to give up the rest. Impossible. Don't even think about it. Mitoiman coldly refused, cutting off all hope. Feiyu was helpless. Alright then. But inwardly he sneered, this recycled knowledge was just a calculation, ultimately only exchanging for 5 tons of iron sand. He never mentioned a position, everything was arranged by Mitoiman. Difficult tasks, he shrugged off, easy tasks, he completed at will. Mitoiman looked at Feiyu's back and cursed silently. Do you think Konoha is your home? Asking for things without doing any work, what's the use of supporting you? Feiyu took the material requisition slip signed by Mitoiman and handed it to the materials manager. Upon hearing it was a special instruction from the Hokage's advisor, the manager immediately greeted him respectfully. But when the manager looked closely at the slip, he was stunned. 5 tons of iron sand. This wasn't war supplies, but raw materials for processing, requiring the entire village's craftsmen to work day and night for half a month to complete. The manager was embarrassed. This is too difficult to handle. Feiyu ignored him, tossing out a sentence, come pick it up in a month. He turned and left, leaving the manager with a face full of difficulty. He also took disposable scrolls of ninjutsu and genjutsu, satisfied, and went home to prepare for a month of secluded training to greatly increase his strength. By noon, Feiyu was walking down the main street of Konoha, ready to find a barbecue restaurant for a big meal. The mission bonus had just arrived, and he felt he owed it to himself to enjoy it properly. Hey, did you hear? Among the Kirigakure ninjas who attacked Konoha before, there was a master from the Minazuki clan who was slain by Feiyu Jonin, and Kirigakure retreated, a scruffy bearded uncle said to a woman washing vegetables nearby. Uncle, that news is old, the woman replied while washing vegetables. Lord Feiyu was already ordered to raid Kumogakure, single-handedly accomplishing such a great feat. The woman gave the bearded uncle a disdainful look, full of contempt. Your knowledge is really poor. Really? That's Kumogakure, a village on par with our Konoha. Lord Feiyu truly is an unfathomably powerful expert, the bearded uncle said in surprise. I heard he even took down the two-tails Jinchuriki. Do you know what a Jinchuriki is? Those monsters tied at the village gate over 10 years ago. An old man sunbathing also joined in. What? Aren't those the monsters personally captured by the first Hokage and later sold to other villages? The bearded uncle was shocked, speechless. Of course. When those monsters appeared, Lord Feiyu struck a few times, and the monsters ran away with their tails between their legs, completely unable to fight back, the old man vividly recounted. Amazing. I wish my son had Lord Feiyu's abilities. The bearded uncle sighed. That's easy. Just have your son apprentice under Lord Feiyu. I heard Lord Feiyu is still young, and your son is smart and clever, it should be no problem. The old man began to offer advice. Feiyu listened to their discussion, his mouth twitching, glancing around nervously, afraid of being recognized. He was the very Feiyu who could go anywhere and do anything. He quickly lowered his head, pretending not to care. A few days later, Feiyu's deeds spread like wildfire. Everyone in the village was talking about it, and even some lower-ranked ninja joined the discussion. Some even came forward as eyewitnesses, as if they had personally experienced it, shocking everyone. This was obviously impossible. Feiyu had been hiding at home all week, afraid of running into acquaintances and being questioned. He knew that his deeds could not have spread without reason, and many details had been exaggerated. Clearly, someone was deliberately hyping it up. At the scene, only 4 people knew the truth: Uzumaki Mito, Tsunade, Tenten Koharu, and Mito Munin. The first 2 were excluded by Feiyu. The Senju clan's affairs had them overwhelmed, so they couldn't help promote him. Among the remaining 2 Hokage advisors, combined with previous analysis by Akiyama Torakase, it was very likely that Mito Munin was behind the push. The external clamor could not shake Feiyu's resolve. He devoted himself to studying the nature changes of the other 3 chakra natures. Building on the work of predecessors, Feiyu easily grasped the basic principles of chakra nature transformation and tried them one by one according to secret steps. He started with fire release. As an awakened Sharingan user, it was extremely unreasonable that the Uchiha clan's chakra lacked the fire release nature. Feiyu made it his top priority. Chakra is a combination of spiritual energy and physical energy. A ninja's innate chakra nature is hidden in the physical energy, while the nature change through later training is related to spiritual energy. In release can create form from nothing. Susanoo is an example. Using this principle, Feiyu attempted to change his chakra nature. After just one day, he successfully mastered the nature change of fire release. Perhaps because he already had the fire release gene hidden inside him, just not activated. By leveraging the influence of spiritual energy, he amplified this gene and achieved it easily. Next was the troublesome lightning release. His body had been tempered by lightning and already had memory of it. Feiyu believed he would master lightning release soon as well. Following the principle of starting with the easy and moving to the difficult, he immersed himself in the sea of chakra for a whole week. One morning a week later, someone notified him to go to the Hokage advisor's office. Lord Mitomunin wanted to see him. He arrived late, and the room was already full of people, making him suspect he had come to the wrong place. After carefully checking the sign at the door, he hesitated but then walked in. To his surprise, there were many familiar faces. Yamanaka Katsuhiko, Senju Keo, and a group of people with red eyes and stern expressions, clearly members of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. The aura of bloodline limits was overwhelming, and their pride was palpable. It seemed they were either clan leaders or clan members sent to observe. The atmosphere is really formal, Feiyu thought with a start. He found a corner to sit, silently waiting amid the puzzled gazes of the crowd. Suddenly, a cold voice came from in front of him. A full figure turned around, revealing a simple, honest face that slyly winked at Feiyu. It was Akiyama Tisho, clearly showing that the Akiyama clan valued him greatly. Feiyu did not guess toward the clan leader but simply nodded expressionlessly. Akiyama Tisho smiled awkwardly, his face darkened, and just as he was about to speak, the door was suddenly pushed open. Mitomunin entered with Tenten Koharo, and the noise instantly quieted. Some looked puzzled, some stared at Feiyu thoughtfully, and others were indifferent, waiting for the two to take their seats. Everyone already knows, the ninja from the Cloud-Hidden Village launched a surprise attack on the Ninja Academy under the pretense of peace talks and kidnapped Konoha's Princess Tsunade. Fortunately, Jonin Feiyu appeared in time to rescue Tsunade, preventing a greater disaster. Mitomunin cleared his throat and began. The root cause behind this is that the Ninja Academy principal position has been vacant, allowing external enemies to take advantage. The previous principal was concurrently the second Hokage. Back then, when the Ninja Academy was newly established and regulations were incomplete, the second Hokage devoted himself to perfecting the system. Now, we need a Jonin who can inherit the second Hokage's legacy to lead the Ninja Academy's normal operation and protect Konoha's future. I propose that Jonin Feiyu temporarily serve as the second principal of the Ninja Academy. Mitomunin looked back on the past with a firm tone, then shifted to a shocking proposal. Feiyu Jonin? Who? I've never heard of him, the elderly man with ninja tools hanging at his waist whispered to the person beside him. I haven't heard of him either. I know all the Jonin in the village, but the name Feiyu is unfamiliar, replied the frail middle-aged man next to him. Heh, how long has it been since you two left the village? Rumors about Feiyu are everywhere outside, and you haven't heard a thing? The one-eyed man sneered. Tell us then, Clan Chief Moonlight, the old man eagerly asked. Since the Wind Demon Clan Chief mentioned it, I'll share what I've recently heard. The Moonlight Clan Chief straightened his expression and began recounting Feiyu's deeds. Everyone listened in stunned silence, unable to believe that such a strong figure had suddenly appeared in Konoha, and no one had known before. The Wind Demon Clan Chief felt a tightening in his chest. The name Feiyu seemed familiar, but he couldn't recall why. Once back in the clan, he would definitely send someone to investigate thoroughly. Oh? Feiyu Jonin is quite powerful? I wonder how he compares to the Uchiha clan. The frail middle-aged man deliberately raised his voice to provoke. Uchiha Tomoya snorted coldly and remained silent, remembering his father's parting advice, do not easily make enemies because of others' provocations. The provocation failed, and the frail man turned away in frustration, his effort wasted. In the corner, Feiyu looked like a country bumpkin newly arrived at the Grand View Garden, curiously observing the various expressions of those in the room. Mitomunin and the others were silent for a moment before continuing. Feiyu, step forward and let everyone get to know you. All eyes turned to Feiyu, full of caution and suspicion. Is that him? Too young, isn't he? The frail man muttered quietly. Yeah. No one has seen his real skills, just hearing rumors isn't enough. The Moonlight Clan chief coughed dryly. A Jonin is a strong warrior who has undergone countless trials and is recognized by the village. He's so young, don't tell me you pushed some useless kid up here, a man with protruding front teeth bluntly questioned. Don't say that. The Hokage's advisor must have tested him, otherwise, why would the clan chiefs be summoned so formally? The head of the Saratobi clan defended him. Who knows what those testing standards are? Maybe they only check if he's loyal to the Hokage? Uchiha Tomoya sneered. Once Uchiha spoke, the crowd's response grew even more intense. Clan Chief Uchiha is right. The village belongs to everyone, not just you to decide. I think we should let everyone see this Feiyu guy's strength with their own eyes. If he can withstand an attack from Clan Chief Uchiha, then he's a true hero. Strength is definitely not an issue. The sickly Anma provoked again. Anma clan leader. If you have issues with the Hokage's advisor, just say it directly, don't drag me into it. Uchiha Tomoya retorted angrily. No, I trust the Hokage's advisor, I'm just afraid the Uchiha clan leader might mind, so I'm speaking up for you, no need to thank me. The Anma clan leader chuckled, his tone flippant. No need. Uchiha Tomoya snorted coldly. The feud between the two great Genjutsu bloodline clans is well known. The Uchiha have always denied the title of Genjutsu clan, but the Anma clan never accepted that. In the realm of Genjutsu, two tigers cannot share one mountain. The Anma clan is confident, unless the Uchiha admit defeat, which is impossible. The hostile relationship is deeply rooted. Enough. I called you here today not to discuss, but to inform. Whether you agree or not, if you have objections after the Hokage returns, raise them then. Everything will be decided by the Hokage. Mitomanen suppressed the tense atmosphere among the clan leaders with a cold voice, passing the decision to the Hokage. Who would dare defy? Everyone harbored different grievances but had no power to argue, so they suppressed them and prepared to challenge again after the Hokage's return. Feiyu stood among them but was secretly targeted. The Anma clan leader took advantage of the distraction to secretly cast Genjutsu on him, trying to make him attack the others, but Feiyu's powerful mental strength instantly broke it. Feiyu turned sharply, his sharp gaze locking onto the Anma clan leader. Anma, however, smiled easily as if nothing concerned him, though his eyes had deep suspicion. How is this possible? A nameless jonin easily breaking my Genjutsu? Even with chakra restrictions, it shouldn't be this easy. Anma was puzzled. Beside him, Uchiha Tomoya sneered mockingly, the Anma clan's tricks are petty thefts, insignificant before true strength. Other clan leaders sensed the situation, put away hostility, and all smiled to show goodwill to Feiyu. In the ninja world, only the strong earn respect. No one wants to offend a capable young man without reason. Goodwill surged, but Feiyu remained unmoved, only remembering one phrase, if others don't offend me, I won't offend them. If they do, I will wipe out their entire clan. He etched Anma's face deeply in his mind, vowing to make him pay blood for blood. The meeting ended, everyone left orderly, Feiyu following closely. As he was about to go downstairs, Mitomanen called him back, clearly with something to say. Feiyu turned as usual. At that moment, Sandiron silently slipped through the crowd, entangling the laughing Anma clan leader's feet. In an instant, Anma lost balance, his body pitching forward as if about to fall. The jonin on guard quickly cleared a path, watching as Anma tumbled down the stairs, landing awkwardly. Ah! Anma cried out in pain, clearly breaking bones, collapsing on the ground. Those around him gloated, offering no help. Those who do many evil deeds will bring about their own destruction. Uchiha Tomoya sneered past, his tone full of mockery. The Sandiron particles scattered on the stairs made everyone think deeply. They now had a clear understanding of Feiyu's character, sharp-tongued and merciless. Staff from the Hokage building arrived. The crowd had dispersed, leaving only the injured Anma clan leader. The staff helped him up, notified the Anma clan members, then left one by one. Half of Anma's face was gloomy, the other half in pain, his gaze fixed on the direction of the Hokage's advisory office, his heart turbulent. You really don't take losses lightly. Mito Uzumaki said softly, a complex look flashing in his eyes. The noise outside caught his attention, and he lightly tapped him with his fingertip. I'm not his father, so why should I take the loss for him? Feiyu said firmly, showing no sign of backing down. Don't mention him. Let us talk about your next move. Mito Uzumaki immediately changed the subject, his tone serious. The Hokage will be back soon. Preparation time is at most a month, at least 10 days. The Hokage personally approved your induction ceremony. Opponents will definitely try to stir up trouble, so you must stand firm. If you fail, my first recommendation will become a joke, and I'll lose all prestige in front of the Hokage. Mito Uzumaki warned earnestly. Don't worry, I'll prepare with all my might and leave them speechless. Feiyu puffed out his chest, brimming with confidence. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Don't underestimate your opponents. This is the list of families marked as hostile at the meeting. Here, take it first. Koharu, the assistant, said coldly, handing over a notebook. Feiyu took the notebook, several names glaringly listed: the Onma clan, the Inazuka clan, the Tsukakage clan. Next to the Uchiha clan was a question mark, full of meaning. Leaving the Hokage advisory office, Feiyu went home to continue training, completely undeterred by the list. He accepted Mito Uzumaki's arrangements only to make his presence known in Konoha, letting those minor players know Feiyu was not to be trifled with. For those hostile to him, this was also a warning to recognize the gap and stop causing trouble, just like today's conflict with the Onma clan leader. As for the position of ninja school principal, Mito Uzumaki had already said not to worry about administrative affairs, as there were dedicated people handling that. Feiyu only needed to maintain strategic deterrence and drive away those short-sighted little punks. Feiyu was happy to have the leisure and nodded in agreement. Though he felt somewhat sidelined, it didn't matter. Principal, Hokage, these were just empty titles, and his eyes only strength truly belonged to him. He didn't think much and continued to study chakra nature transformation until evening. Just as he was about to rest, Mudun suddenly emerged from the shadows. Seeing Feiyu's surprised expression, it sniffed closely, confirmed the scent was unchanged, and then relaxed. Heh, it's actually Xiaohua. When did you visit my humble abode? Feiyu's mouth curled with sarcasm. The ugly cat hadn't been seen at home for a week. It seemed she had really been lured away by another female cat. Meow. Where did you hear that name? Mudun's fur bristled, eyes full of disbelief. Mind your own business. Feiyu replied proudly. It must be those annoying big toads. They're the most active in the ninja world, even Konoha has seen them. Mudun concluded. Oh, you even know toads? Feiyu was curious, wanting to know if the toads Mudun mentioned were from Mount Mayaboku. If not toads, then who else? Mudun held its head, deep in thought, looking conflicted. Stop guessing, it's the Two Tails Yubi. Feiyu probed, trying to learn about Madwan's past. Ah. It's that bitch Yubi, I never expected that. Madwan looked full of disgust. You two are close? How did you meet? None of your business. Don't ever mention Xiaohua again, or I won't let you off. Madwan raised his paw threateningly. Tell me about your relationship with Toad and Yubi, or tomorrow I'll spread your Xiaohua secret all over the city. Feiyu retorted without backing down, countering with a threat. You're ruthless. Madwan glanced at their sizes and had no choice but to back down. Those damn toads never do anything right, always preaching peace in the ninja world, but scheming behind the scenes. They've been up to no good for hundreds of years, planning mischief. As for Yubi, I was really blind to have liked that bitch before. Luckily she was sealed away, or I'd be under her control every day, meddling in everything. So annoying. Madwan frowned, his face dark and sour like a bitter melon. Quite the lucky guy. You've even hooked up with the Two Tails. Feiyu gave a knowing smile, the tacit understanding between men fully displayed. Feiyu's seductive glance swept toward the blind man, but Madwan coldly shot back, don't talk nonsense if you can't handle it. Then he launched into a tirade about the hardships of living with Yubi, which Feiyu listened to with great interest. Speaking of which, those Toad's sage arts are pretty impressive. Do you have any connections to teach me a few moves? Feiyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The sage arts of Mayaboko Mountain were studied even by the Six Path sages, their power not to be underestimated. As a late-stage sage art capable of countering the Orb Path Jade, the earlier you learn, the better. Feiyu's target was Madwan. Although Madwan always claimed to know sage arts, he never actually demonstrated them, making it hard to tell if it was true. But Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze, and Naruto all used them with remarkable effect. TCH. Mayaboku's sage arts are only suitable for frogs. Even if you learn them, it means you carry frog genes and will eventually mutate into a frog. You want to turn into a frog? Madwan looked utterly disgusted. Feiyu imagined himself turning into a frog, slimy skin, bulging eyes, short limbs with suction cups. The thought made him shiver all over, and he quickly shook his head. Then do you have any contacts in Dragon Cave or the Wet Bone Forest? Feiyu switched tactics, targeting the other two great sacred places of sage arts. Forget it. Wet Bone Forest is the scariest. The slugs you see are all controlled by the same will. Eventually, you'll be assimilated, your consciousness devoured, and your body transformed into an unpredictable monster. Madwan described vividly, delighting in scaring Feiyu. Feiyu was initially frightened, but when he saw Madwan's mocking eyes, he immediately sensed a flaw and knew there was trickery involved. He temporarily gave up, suppressing the idea of learning sage arts. Feiyu said sternly, you really are enjoying this. But don't celebrate too soon, the Two Tails has already broken free and is coming for you. I met her recently, and the first thing she did was smell me for your scent and ask where you are. I didn't lie. Enjoy your last moments. Meow. Hurry, bring me all the information on that ninja called Feiyu. The Anma clan chief was helped back home, shouting in fury. Supporting his nephew Anma Asahi, who trembled with fear sensing his uncle's anger, afraid of being punished for a misstep, he nervously took the order to fetch the documents. Soon, he returned holding a stack of files respectfully. The clan leader scanned the documents, his anger boiling over. He slammed them on the table and demanded harshly, is this all of it? Anma Asahi looked at the files trembling. They read, graduated from Konoha Ninja Academy, joined the Umbu 1 month after 17 years, mysterious background, kept a low profile during the Umbu rebellion but was implicated, mother died enraged, attempted to assassinate Danzo, listed as a purge target. What does unknown mean? Is this how you handle things? Why wasn't the mission in the Land of Lightning reported in detail? The clan leader's face twisted with uncontrollable fury. Anma Asahi answered in a trembling voice, Uncle, there were no informants placed in the Umbu during that time, so the background couldn't be verified. The ninja on the Land of Lightning mission were all wiped out except for him, so? You didn't investigate further? There are so many survivors in the Umbu. Question each one thoroughly. He has a grudge against Danzo and claims to have formed an Umbu training division. The Anma clan must send someone to participate. The clan leader changed the subject and gave detailed instructions for his nephew's actions. Anma Asahi was overjoyed, nodding repeatedly, unaware of the cold, sinister gleam flashing in his uncle's eyes. Meanwhile, the Tsukakage clan, Inazuka clan, and Uchiha clan all took action, strictly preventing any accidents. The Kazama clan mobilized all members, thoroughly investigating Feiyu's past through family weapon channels, tracing back from when he first learned to speak and walk, with meticulous detail. The Kazama clan leader noticed black iron sand in the corner of the stairs and felt a chill, sensing something was wrong. In the Senju clan territory, the situation was straightforward. Senju Keo returned to the clan, first meeting with his mother Uzumaki Mito, then calling Tsunade to evaluate Feiyu. Tsunade spoke frankly, Feiyu? He is meticulous and strong. He shows no fear facing powerful enemies. Two Cloud Ninja Jonin were easily subdued by him, with no chance to resist. Anyone else would have fled without a trace. Senju Ko's eyes deepened as he caught key information from Tsunade's brief words: extraordinary strength, able to suppress two Jonin, responsible, willing to step forward, very likely friendly toward the Senju clan. Tsunade even called him brother. This implied Feiyu was friendly, not hostile, to the Senju. He smiled and said to Tsunade, alright, go play outside. This matter doesn't concern you. Tsunade pouted in protest, no way. Such an important topic and I'm left out? I'm also Senju clan. Besides, Feiyu saved my life. I have to be involved when it concerns him. Senju Ko was helpless. His mother gently patted Tsunade's head before reluctantly agreeing and instructing secrecy. Feiyu is friendly to the Senju but problematic toward the Anma clan. He offended Anma before even becoming the Ninja Academy principal. We need to assess whether he is worth the clan's investment. Senju Ko frowned, recalling the morning's events. Uzumaki Mito sneered, so what if it's Anma? You're too timid, afraid of everything. Even a newly promoted Jonin from a commoner background isn't afraid of Anma, but you're always scared. Senju Ko retorted, the Senju clan is different from Feiyu. I have to consider the clan's future. Without the Hokage's backing now, we must act cautiously and not give others leverage, or the Senju clan will fall from its high position. The Senju clan's dominance in Konoha isn't because of the Hokage, but because your grandfather and great-grandfather fought for it bit by bit, not by compromise. Uzumaki Mito said sternly. Well, we don't have their strength, Senju Ko muttered plaintively. That's because you're too weak. Always yielding, never strong, used to a comfortable life. You don't see Senju clan members on the front lines in Konoha's battles, so don't talk about falling from grace. Uzumaki Mito scolded fiercely. Tsunade secretly clicked her tongue beside them. It was the first time she had seen Grandma so furious and frightened. She threw out a line, I promised Jiraiya to go out and play, and ran out the door. Half a month later, early in the morning, the sound of gongs and drums thundered through the village as they went door to door, notifying everyone that the Hokage was returning today. The villagers were ecstatic, all stepping out of their homes, eyes fixed on the village entrance. A large procession slowly appeared, cheers echoing throughout the village. At the front of the procession, Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a broad smile, frequently waving to the villagers. Wherever they passed, thunderous applause followed. The tall and dignified image of the Hokage was deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. The procession quickened its pace, and it was not until noon that the long line finally began to thin out. Feiyu stood among the crowd, looking at the celebrations ahead and the row of bodies at the tail of the procession, as if two worlds were splitting apart. Applause and flowers belonged to the living, while grief and tears were reserved for the departed. At that moment, Feiyu gained a deeper understanding of death and resolved to become the one who was blessed. Advisors, thank you for your hard work. We are short-handed, yet you have still managed to maintain Konoha's stability. Your contributions are invaluable. The Hokage entered the office and, facing the four advisors, first acknowledged their efforts. He continued, regarding your proposal for Feiyu to serve as the principal of the Ninja Academy, I am in principle in favor. What are the attitudes of the other clans? Some oppose it, but not many, the majority. This matter has nothing to do with me. Mito Munin responded coldly. Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzo's heart jolted sharply. While on the front lines, the village's major clans had sent people to inquire about Feiyu. At the time, he was puzzled why, but now he understood. He glanced at the Hokage and cursed inwardly, such an important matter, yet I wasn't consulted, leaving me so passive. The Hokage was about to nod, but Danzo interrupted coldly, is it appropriate to appoint a ninja suspected of desertion as principal? Suspected of desertion? Mito Munin's expression changed, exchanging a confused look with Konohamaru, wondering what Danzo was up to. The Hokage's mind stirred, recalling Uchiha Hokage whom he had met at the border of the Land of Fire. But then he thought again, Feiyu had already returned to the village, so the desertion suspicion was baseless. He could not destroy a Jonin's future on unfounded accusations. He said gravely, Uchiha Hokage's identity is questionable. The interrogation yielded no results, so he was returned to the Uchiha. As for his claims, they are clearly provocations. Feiyu will assume the position of Ninja Academy principal, but must be assigned dedicated aides to prevent political involvement. The inauguration ceremony will proceed as scheduled in 1 month. Mito Munin received the order and immediately began preparations. Danzo's face darkened as he returned to the Umbu training room. He first went to the Hashirama cell cultivation laboratory and, learning that progress was slow, his anger flared, as if everything was going wrong. Lord Danzo, the sample's vitality is too strong. Ordinary adult test subjects cannot withstand the erosion. The person in charge was sweating profusely. What can be done? Danzo gritted his teeth. We need to strengthen the test subjects, preferably selecting those who can control chakra. This will increase the success rate. The person in charge asserted. I hope so. I will provide prisoners of war from the Hidden Cloud Village. If you fail again, you will be the next test subject. Danzo turned away coldly, his words echoing in the darkness, terrifying the person in charge. On the training ground, a cat-faced Umbu suddenly appeared. Lord Danzo, you have finally returned. The Feiyu intelligence has been completely secured. Please give your orders. Danzo had long forgotten about this matter, but nausea surged in his heart when reminded. He coldly looked at the cat-faced Umbu crouching on the ground and waved over 2 guards, take him to the laboratory. His mind is dull, but his body can still be useful. The cat-faced Umbu struggled in terror. Lord Danzo, what exactly have I done wrong? You can't treat me like this. Hurry up. Danzo waved irritably. The guards roughly covered his mouth, knocked him unconscious, and dragged him toward the laboratory. Upon hearing the news, others secretly intensified their training, fearing to provoke Danzo's wrath. Feiyu sat alone at home, having already learned from the Hokage's advisor about the appointment ceremony scheduled a month later. He sneered inwardly, this ceremony is made grandiose, clearly a setup. To let dissatisfied clans take the opportunity to act and openly eliminate him. What a brilliant scheme! If he refused on the spot, wouldn't it shock everyone? But Feiyu knew he couldn't do that. Since he enjoyed the convenience provided by the Mito clan, he had to pay the price. This was not a small favor but a rare opportunity that could greatly save his contributions in time. Precisely because of this, the Hokage's advisor dared to set such a condition, which would normally be impossible. Although that knowledge and experience could be repeatedly used, for Feiyu, a common ninja, it was priceless. Time saved was life saved. He had already mastered the chakra nature transformations of fire, wind, lightning, and earth, and progress with water nature was also smooth. He believed he would soon be able to control the 5-element chakra, laying a solid foundation for his future achievement of the bloodline web. At this moment, his shadow clone was training the wind release, spiral shuriken, exuding a formidable aura. The shuriken ninjutsu initially showed its power. Feiyu could already hold a leaf in his palm and slice it in half with one strike. Next, he aimed for the ultimate challenge, cutting off a waterfall. The target was the Valley of the End, the battlefield where Indra and Ashura's fates intertwined. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, Uzumaki Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke all repeatedly reconciled and broke apart here until Kaguya was completely sealed. Feiyu carried a large amount of ration pills and entered the Valley of the End alone. The cold wind howled, the earth gradually froze, but only one waterfall's water flow still roared. He stripped off his clothes and swam in the icy water to adapt to the cold. The roaring water struck his whole body, aiding his training. Strength rapidly condensed between his fists and feet, and his body grew increasingly resilient. What? My iron sand was taken by the Wind Demon clan? Feiyu was furious and questioned the person in charge of the material exchange. On the day the 5 tons of iron sand were finally available, he interrupted his training and rushed to the village, only to be told the goods had been taken by someone else, enraging him. The person in charge said helplessly, "They had an order issued by Lord Danzo I couldn't refuse. We can't provoke Lord Danzo, please understand. If it's not urgent, I promise to personally deliver the goods to you in a month." A month? The appointment ceremony was in half a month. He would face it empty-handed. Danzo's scheme was silent and ruthless, leaving no room for argument. Going directly to the Hokage? Feiyu knew there were too many reasons, and bringing up small matters to the Hokage would only show his incompetence. He sneered coldly, "If you can't provoke Danzo, do you dare provoke me?" The person in charge smiled bitterly. "Danzo is the Hokage's advisor, with high priority. You have to understand me." The order came directly from Danzo. Feiyu was silent, then said coldly, "Remember what you said today. I'll come back in a month." The person in charge sighed deeply, accompanied him out the door, secretly cursing Danzo for making things difficult. Looking at the remaining iron sand in the warehouse, he sneered, "With the backing of the Mizuto clan, you think you can run wild? Wait for a month, and see how I deal with you." He whistled and returned to the office as if nothing had happened. Feiyu returned home sullenly, not bothering Danzo. Danzo made the first move and even colluded with the Wind Demon clan, truly partners in crime. With enemies gathered, he smiled, "You like playing by the rules? Then I'll play with strength." The moon hung high in the sky. Feiyu, dressed all in black, blended into the darkness and infiltrated the Wind Demon clan's territory. The route he had scouted during the day was precise and accurate. 2 torch-bearing guards patrolled outside the warehouse door but could not see him in the darkness. Feiyu slipped in lightly. The guards continued their leisurely patrol as usual. These rich guys, truly dripping with wealth. Feiyu activated his Sharingan and scanned the warehouse by moonlight. Several rows of kunai hung on thin threads, neatly arranged on racks in astonishing numbers. Piles of explosive tags were stacked in boxes, and Wind Demon shurikens were piled in a corner, their cold gleam chilling the spine under the moonlight. Various weapons were arranged in an orderly fashion, the warehouse filled with dazzling items, but he could not find the 5 tons of iron sand he was urgently searching for. Though there was plenty of iron sand, the wealth before Feiyu satisfied him even more. The Wind Demon clan's reputation was well deserved. Their weapon crafting skills were unmatched except by the distant Western artisan nations, with few able to rival them. The weapons piled in the warehouse were enough for an ordinary genin to use for a lifetime. And this was only what was displayed openly. Deep inside the warehouse were neatly stacked storage scrolls, 30 in total. Each scroll contained weapons equivalent to 3 warehouses. Truly, no one gets rich without unexpected fortune. Feiyu instantly summoned 20 shadow clones, each retrieving the pre-purchased storage scrolls, sealing every weapon without exception, packing them all up to take away. Just as he moved swiftly and efficiently, a sudden voice rang out. "Who's there?" "It's me, Takumi. The clan leader told me to put these 3 newly received iron sand scrolls into warehouse number 3. "Oh, Takumi, since the clan leader ordered it, go quickly, don't delay." Footsteps approached, and Feiyu's heart stirred. He was in warehouse number 3, and the iron sand was being delivered here. Truly, after searching high and low, it came effortlessly. He hadn't expected such a big gain tonight. He thought iron sand was rare, yet someone brought it right to his door. Feiyu sneered and gladly accepted it. The shadow clones packed all the warehouse supplies neatly, arranged them in formation, waiting for the original to act, then scattered to escape. Feiyu himself was not idle. He condensed a huge, spinning Rasengan, quietly waiting for the warehouse door to open. These 2 patrolling fools, they don't even come to help me." Wind Demon Takumi muttered as he approached warehouse number 3. As the door opened just a crack, Takumi saw a blue light flash rapidly toward him. His vision was swallowed by the blue light, followed by intense pain as if torn apart by a giant drill, his internal organs twisted and deformed, blood gushing out, and he died instantly. A few meters away, the patrolling guards were also engulfed by the massive blue shadow. Just as they tried to flee, they were caught in the blast, their consciousness struggling in chaos. What kind of monster is this? Zung! 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 The Rasengan tightly held in Fei Yue's hand erupted like a dam breaking, instantly engulfing everything within 5 meters. The sound of chakra colliding thundered through the silent night. The head of the Kazekage clan was abruptly awakened from deep sleep, sitting up sharply and staring toward the source of the noise. Clan members also woke up in panic, shouting that their territory was under attack. Something that had never happened since the Warring States period was now repeating here. Fear spread among the people, thinking the shadow of the second Mizukage's sudden assault had returned. What's the situation? The clan leader's face darkened as he hurried to warehouse number 3. A huge crater on the ground hinted at a fierce battle. Clan leader, all the ninja tools in warehouse number 3 have been looted. The patrol members in Takumi were all attacked and killed. Their bodies are right nearby. A bald man with bloodshot eyes said angrily. Xiang, my condolences. It's my fault for sending your nephew to deliver the scroll late at night, which led to this. But rest assured, Takumi's death will not be in vain. The culprit will pay the price. The clan leader's words were full of resentment and determination. Kazekage Xiang's eyes welled with tears as he nodded repeatedly, as if hearing the strongest promise, his mood gradually stabilizing. Has the loss in warehouse number 3 been fully accounted for? The clan leader continued. All counted. 40,000 kunai lost, 50,000 shuriken, 1,000 Kazekage shuriken, 5,000 giant shuriken, 20,000 explosive tags, 30,000 barrier tags, 10,000 ceiling tags, 5 tons of magnetite, plus large orders from the Land of Grass, Land of Rain, and Land of Tea. The total loss exceeds 300 million ryo. A woman holding a notebook reported gravely. The surrounding clan members gasped in disbelief at the scale of the disaster. The Kazekage clan was facing an unprecedented crisis, closing in fast. The loss was so huge. A single A-rank mission pays at most 1 million ryo. They would need to take on 300 missions just to cover this deficit. The warehouse space is limited. Even if only the highest value, smallest volume explosive tags were stored, it's impossible to lose this many. What exactly happened in warehouse number 3? The Kazekage's face changed drastically as he asked urgently. Clan leader, most of the lost items were supplies ordered by other countries. Most were stored using scrolls, saving a lot of space. They were all in warehouse number 3, originally scheduled for delivery tomorrow morning. We never expected such an accident tonight. The woman's tone was calm, as if she had anticipated everything. What? There were custom orders from other countries too? The Kazekage was shocked and quickly asked, can the supplies from the other 2 warehouses cover tomorrow's deliveries? Impossible. The Land of Rain's gas masks were specially made. The other 2 warehouses have no stock. Even with round-the-clock work, it would take half a month to complete. And that's just the Land of Rain's order. Other countries' custom weapons or even more, all brand new models. The woman answered without hesitation. This is a big problem. Delaying weapon sales is minor. Losing credibility is the real disaster. The Kazekage muttered, deep in thought. After a long pause, he finally ordered, summon the clan's senior leaders for an immediate meeting. Then he turned and left. In a dark corner, ninjas wearing various animal masks were drawn by the commotion and quietly approached. From a glance, the brightly lit but dilapidated buildings looked as if hit by a hurricane. The crowd under the torches showed mixed expressions, anger, schadenfreude, and mostly indifference. 2 members of the Umbu split up and stealthily headed straight for the Sarutobi clan, preparing to report to the Hokage overnight. Others searched for clues or closely followed the disappearing Kazekage, determined to uncover the truth. Feiyu, with a shadow clone, circled around Konoha village to ensure no one was tailing him. He repeatedly activated his Sharingan, eyes sharp. After winding through many turns, he returned home. A thin layer of dust at the door showed no footprints, proving no one had visited during his absence, and his lingering doubts were finally eased. Looking at tonight's spoils, Feiyu couldn't stop smiling. No need to worry about ninja tools for the next few years. Those so-called Noble Wind Demon clan had their warehouse left unguarded by heavy troops. Did they really think Konoha was completely safe? Today, he gave the Wind Demon clan a harsh lesson. Those nobles usually act arrogantly and bully others with their power. That would be one thing, but once they provoke a ninja who doesn't follow the rules, the only outcome is clan annihilation. Why was Uchiha Itachi able to team up with Obito to wipe out the Uchiha clan overnight? It's because these nobles were arrogant every day, and no one dared to act against them until when action was taken, it was a dead end. The Wind Demon clan paid a price for their lesson. Hopefully, other great clans will take this as a warning. Feiyu chuckled inwardly, feeling he had done Konoha a great favor. He happily moved the spoils into the underground secret warehouse. The space was gradually getting tight, so he planned to expand the warehouse soon. Early the next morning, before news of the Wind Demon clan's warehouse robbery spread, Feiyu quietly set off for the Valley of the Inn to continue his ninjutsu training. Father, have you heard? The Wind Demon clan's warehouse was robbed last night. Uchiha Z ran to his father early in the morning, shouting excitedly. Don't be so impatient, stay calm. The thin old man responded calmly. Father, this is serious. The Wind Demon clan has monopolized Konoha's ninja tools for years and is famous far and wide. This time, not only were ordinary supplies stolen, but also custom orders from multiple countries that were due for delivery today. Their reputation is completely ruined. Uchiha Z paced anxiously. In that case, take all those orders at once and show the Uchiha clan's resolve. Come. The old man's voice was cold but carried unquestionable authority. I have already sent people to negotiate. Uchiha Chia nodded, his tone steady. Have the culprits behind the looting been found? The old man's gaze was sharp as he continued to inquire. No traces were left behind, as if it was premeditated. However, news came from the material exchange point that the Kazekage clan intercepted a batch of iron sand meant for Feiyu yesterday, but that very night it was completely looted. There are many suspicious points, Uchiha Chia said with a furrowed brow, analyzing. Oh? That young man strongly supported by the Hokage faction? There has been constant activity recently. It seems he is not exactly a law-abiding character, the old man said calmly, but with a hint of contempt. What should we do then? Uchiha Chia asked. What to do? Of course, watch the storm unfold. He is just a low-level jonin, not even daring to touch the Uchiha family's whiskers, the old man sneered. Hokage Tower, inside the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama. You must severely punish Feiyu this time. We only diverted a little iron sand, yet suffered such retaliation. If he has other grudges, the consequences will be even worse. The Kazekage clan leader's face was anxious, tears mixed with snot, his tone agitated. Sigh, Kazekage clan leader, the matter hasn't been fully investigated yet, don't rush to conclusions. The Hokage smiled lightly, seemingly unconcerned. How could it not be him? Hokage-sama, you don't know, the Kazekage clan has long-standing grudges against him. His mother might have been mistakenly killed by clan members because he disobeyed orders. This time, just for diverting iron sand, he was retaliated against so severely, showing his deep-seated hatred. Shimura Danzo also agreed on this matter. You must uphold justice for us. The Kazekage clan leader's voice choked, emotions running high. Do you have evidence? Proof that Feiyu did this? The Hokage asked calmly. The evidence is in his house. Just search it, and you'll catch him red-handed. The Kazekage clan leader asserted. No evidence, no breaking into someone's home without permission, that is not acceptable. The Hokage waved his hand repeatedly. The Kazekage clan leader suddenly stood up, shouting angrily, the honor of the Kazekage clan must not be tarnished. If the Hokage does not act, don't blame the Kazekage clan for taking other measures. They demand an explanation. No. Without evidence, any action is invalid, the Hokage firmly refused. I want to obey orders, but the clan's emotions are intense and hard to control. Hokage, don't say I didn't warn you. The Kazekage clan leader coldly dropped a harsh warning and turned to leave. The Hokage's gaze was deep as he stared at his departing back, silent, his eyes wandering restlessly. At this moment, outside Feiyu's house, a group of Wind Demon tribe youths stormed in aggressively, kicking the door and shouting curses, their voices shaking the neighborhood. Feiyu! You useless bastard with no parents, come out! Dare to do but not dare to face it? Keep hiding, see if I don't tear your house down. Dare to bully the Wind Demon tribe, don't you even know the meaning of death? Grab your weapons. No more nonsense, just tear down his house and see how he hides. 7 or 8 youths grabbed weapons and wildly smashed the courtyard walls and the main gate. Other neighbors tightly closed their doors and windows, pretending to have nothing to do with Feiyu. Only the next door household was an exception. The main door slowly opened, and a young, beautiful girl stepped out, frowning tightly as she questioned, Who are you? Why are you destroying Brother Feiyu's house? The Wind Demon youths were stunned by her beauty and aura, frozen in place. Didn't you hear me? Why are you destroying Brother Feiyu's home? The girl's voice grew louder as she cautiously stepped back half a step. Hey, little girl, what is your relationship with Feiyu? The youths exchanged smiles and teased. Calling him big brother? You must be pretty close. If we catch you, Feiyu will definitely come up empty-handed. Look at your fair and tender skin, you must have suffered a lot with Feiyu, huh? Let big brother take good care of you. The girl's eyes turned cold, her posture straightened, and her aura suddenly intensified. Stop talking nonsense. Does it hurt? Don't worry, my skills are way better than that guy Feiyu's. I won't let you get hurt. That's right, we're going to have some fun tonight. Maybe if we're in a good mood, we'll even let your big brother Feiyu go. Ha ha ha. The wind demon youths laughed wildly, their mouths spewing filthy curses like venomous snakes. Some were already eager, stepping forward, ready to act. Xiao's Wuxingzi, you bunch of bastards. She was stunned, never expecting such people to exist in Konoha. She had been pampered since childhood and had never seen such outrageous filthy language. Tears instantly welled up in her eyes. She hurriedly stepped back, tightly gripping the door handle, trying to close the door to stop them from breaking in. Crying? Crying? Ah, don't think you can run. We're not done playing yet. The young man from the Kazama clan became even more arrogant, trying to force his way into the courtyard. Stop. Don't bully the lady. Nakamura Takuto shouted angrily and slammed the door shut. A finger was caught in the door crack, and with a loud clang, the sound of a bone-breaking crack was heard. The Kazama youth screamed in pain like a pig being slaughtered, his cries echoing through the air. Kazama K howled in pain. How dare you break the young master's finger? He is the son of the clan leader. The anger instantly ignited the hatred of all the Kazama youths. They recklessly opened fire on Feiyu's house next door, their curses shaking the sky. You filthy bitch, you're in big trouble today. Catch her for me. I want to teach her a lesson in public. Kazama K howled, vowing revenge to the death. Young master, rest assured, even the king of heaven himself couldn't save you today. The crowd, as if injected with adrenaline, frantically smashed the gate. Soon, a large hole was smashed in the gate, and the Kazama clan members streamed in, only to find the courtyard empty. Find her for me. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you have to. Kazama K's eyes blazed with fury. Bring her on, young master. We will definitely get revenge for you. The Kazama clan followed the secret side door in pursuit, their momentum unstoppable. Kosaka Kyoko and Nakamura Takuto staggered out, preparing to find the Hokage to demand justice. As foreign envoys representing the Smoke Ninja village, they could not simply swallow their anger. They arrived at the Hokage's building, only to find the Hokage absent, and even the Hokage's advisors nowhere to be found. The entire building looked like a ruin, with no one in control. Helpless, the two searched all over the village but found nothing. Suddenly, they saw Mudon, the summoning beast who often visited Feiyu's house. Mudon, do you know where Feiyu is? We have an urgent matter. Kosaka Kyoko asked, panting. Feiyu? He is in the Valley of the End. Just follow this stream and you'll find him, Mudon replied lazily. Thank you. Kosaka Kyoko breathed a sigh of relief. As the two turned around, the young man from the Wind Demon clan silently closed in. Run. Why aren't you running? You filthy bitch, let us see where you can hide. Wind Demon K's face twisted, sneering as he advanced. Miss, run quickly. I'll hold them off. Nakamura Takuto stepped forward, gripping his long sword, his eyes resolute. Old man, get lost. Wind Demon K's follower roared, trying to break through Nakamura's defense. Not a step further unless I die here. Nakamura Takuto responded coldly, drawing his sword, its blade flashing with a chilling light. Koza Kyoko, you must survive. Nakamura urged. She nodded helplessly, preparing to retreat. Filthy bitch, you're not leaving. When I catch you, I'll make you taste the hell on earth. Wind Demon K roared his threat. Nakamura, burning with rage, stepped forward steadily, launching a fierce blade drag attack. The follower with the killer hairstyle beside Wind Demon K kicked Nakamura down, then flipped out a ninja tool pouch, spinning 4 kunai in his hand, their sharp gleam dazzling. The kunai shot out like lightning, precisely embedding into Nakamura Takuto's limbs. The kunai pierced deep into flesh, but Nakamura Takuto, relying on incredible willpower, suddenly pulled them out, blood splattering, the wounds piercing through, yet showing no sign of retreat. Damn it! Old man, you're tough. Wind Demon K roared, leave 2 behind, the rest follow me. Don't think you can escape. Nakamura Takuto staggered to his feet, firmly blocking everyone, not retreating an inch. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Wind Demon K formed hand seals, a yellow lightning orb suddenly appearing, its electric light striking toward Nakamura Takuto like a venomous snake. The lightning orb pierced instantly, as if alive, burrowing into the weak spots of his body, ruthlessly tearing flesh from his limbs. Blood gushed out. Nakamura Takuto gradually weakened, collapsing heavily to the ground. I thought Konoha was a place of light and prosperity, but I didn't expect such filth in the darkness. Mudon watched coldly, full of emotion. Who is speaking? Just as he was about to chase Koza Kyoko, Wind Demon K suddenly stopped, alert to his surroundings. Young master, it seems to be that cat. The follower's sharp eyes pointed at the black and white kitten. Cats can talk? Kazama K stared at the little cat in disbelief. Madwan's expression was calm, as if savoring the recent battle, his gaze deep. Ninja cat, catch it and send it back to the clan as a spirit beast. Kazama K ordered greedily, and everyone quickly moved. Boss, don't worry. The follower said confidently. Just as everyone was about to act, Matwan suddenly made a move. His hands were as agile as human palms, quickly forming seals, and he shouted. Reverse summoning technique. Thick smoke spread, and moments later, Feiyu appeared before everyone, shirtless and soaked from the waist down. Koza Kyoko. Before Feiyu could react, she ran up crying and hugged him tightly. Big brother Feiyu. They beat Uncle Nakamura like this and still want to capture me. Koza Kyoko wept. Feiyu glanced at the fallen Nakamura Takuto, furrowed his brows, his gaze sharp as a blade, staring directly at the Kazama youth who looked like he wanted to tear him apart. Take care of Uncle Nakamura first, leave the rest to me. Feiyu ordered calmly, and Koza Kyoko obediently nodded. Who are you? Why are you bullying my friend? Feiyu's voice was steady, his eyes piercing. Oh, playing the good guy? Weren't you hiding behind a woman just now? Kazama K sneered, full of contempt. What nonsense! Feiyu looked confused. You're really stupid. They want to cause trouble for you. This woman is innocent. Matwan explained. Enemies? Then why are you causing trouble for me? Feiyu's tone was calm, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. Cut the act. Return what you stole, or blood will spill 3 feet high. The followers shouted angrily. What things? How would I know? Feiyu feigned innocence. Talking tough? Teach him a lesson. Kazama K was furious. Fire release, great fireball technique. The follower quickly formed hand seals and spat out a blazing fireball, rushing straight at Feiyu. Feiyu sneered coldly, you started it, don't blame me for being ruthless. In an instant, he mobilized the iron sand, condensing it into a solid shield to block the flames, completely isolating the fireball outside. Seeing his ninjutsu easily blocked, the follower's anger surged. Feiyu's eyes narrowed sharply, his chakra suddenly surged, and the fireball instantly burned more fiercely, the heatwave forcing the surface of the iron sand shield to begin melting. With a thought, several protrusions appeared on the iron sand shield, quickly transforming into thousands of fine threads that shot out along the fire's path. How dare you ambush us, despicable and shameless! Shouted the Wind Demon Clan's subordinate, repeatedly forming hand seals as spells immediately unfolded. Earth release, earth flow wall. Wind release, great breakthrough. The flames were swept up by the hurricane, intensifying the blaze, but the iron sand threads were blocked by the earth wall. In the first round, both sides were evenly matched, but the Wind Demon Clan appeared anxious and flustered, while Feiyu remained calm and composed, adjusting the situation with just his thoughts, revealing the clear gap in strength. Wind Demon Gue was burning with anxiety. He knew that battles in Konoha had to be swift and decisive. He didn't know how long his father could delay the Umbu. If the Umbu arrived to stop them, the plan would fail. He pulled out several scrolls from his ninja tool pouch. As the smoke dissipated, various strange ninja tools appeared. These secret devices were specially made by the Wind Demon Clan to counter Feiyu's iron sand. They had originally planned to ambush Feiyu when he joined, but due to the urgent situation, they had to use them first. Among them was a seal-shaped ninja tool made of a powerful magnet. Once it stuck to Feiyu's iron sand, it could use ropes to pull it out of his control range. There were also non-metallic lethal ninja tools, extremely deadly. Wind Demon Gue was full of confidence and signaled his subordinates to attack. Snap! The magnetic seal stuck firmly to the iron sand shield. The follower shouted loudly, pulling the rope tight and yanking back with great force. HM? Feiyu raised an eyebrow as the iron sand shield began to slip out of his control. He decisively abandoned the out-of-control part, revealing the Wind Demon Clan's pulling scene before his eyes. Wind Demon Gue was extremely disappointed. He hadn't expected Feiyu to be so decisive as to give up the tug of war. He thought to himself that next round he must increase the seal's contact area, so even if Feiyu abandoned it, it would be useless. Prepare to die. Wind Demon Gue roared, brandishing a giant shuriken, quickly forming hand seals, shuriken shadow clone technique. The shuriken instantly multiplied from 1 to 10, howling as they smashed toward Feiyu like a reaper wielding a scythe, fierce and imposing. TCH. Feiyu sneered coldly, pulling out the scroll he had stolen the previous night. The iron sands surged like a tide, quickly condensing into a solid shield that pinned the 10 shuriken firmly, unable to move an inch. So you're the thief after all, finally revealed. Wind Demon Gue shouted proudly. What did you say? I just bought this on the black market, don't accuse me without evidence. Feiyu retorted disdainfully, moving swiftly. The sand and iron transformed into tentacle monsters, quickly wrapping around all the Wind Demon Clan's followers and Wind Demon K's neck, dragging them on the ground, gouging deep furrows. Damn it! Let me go! Wind Demon K struggled fiercely but was tightly bound by the sand and iron, powerless, his back aching unbearably, cursing furiously. You thief, the master has seen through you and you still deny it, dare to resist? You must want to die, how dare you provoke the Kazekage clan? Caught red-handed, stop denying it. My father is nearby, surrender now, or you won't even get the chance to beg for death. Where is this place? Where have you dragged me? Father, come save me quickly. Kazekage K gradually sensed something was wrong. Having been dragged for a long time and with his father still not appearing, the situation was completely out of control. The original plan was for him to cause a big commotion, his father to ambush and stop the enemy nearby, and for his father to intervene if he got into trouble. Now isolated and helpless, terror surged in his heart. He struggled even more fiercely, his back covered in scars. In a dark corner, the situation was tense beneath the surface. At the landing spot, two groups faced off, swords drawn and tensions high. Xingniao, what are you doing? Why are you stopping me from rescuing my son? The Kazekage clan leader frowned deeply, barely able to hide his anger. Xingniao replied coldly, Kazekage clan leader, you must first give the Yangbu an explanation before leaving. Explanation? What explanation? Don't delay me from saving my son. The Kazekage clan leader looked confused. An explanation for obstructing the Umbu's mission. Xingniao's gaze was like a blade, piercing through his ignorance. Who was obstructed? Do you have proof? The Kazekage clan leader still pretended innocence. Xingniao would not tolerate excuses, since you can't explain clearly, come with us to the Hokage. Lord Hokage will judge. Going to the Hokage is fine, but I must save my son first. The Kazekage clan leader gritted his teeth. You must go to the Hokage first to clarify things. Xingniao was resolute. No time to waste. The Kazekage clan leader was urgent. Come with me. Xingniao would not relent. Furious beyond control, the Kazekage clan leader waved his hand. The bald strongman Kazekage Sho stepped forward to fight on his behalf, while the leader himself vanished from sight in a flash. Xingniao was about to give chase but was firmly grabbed by the shoulder by Kazekage Sho, unable to move an inch. The Kazekage clan leader originally intended to rush straight to Feiyu to rescue his son, but then reconsidered. His clan members were not with him, and Feiyu was a jonin, possibly with hidden traps or weapons. If he fought alone, he would surely suffer losses. So he changed course to seek out the Hokage's advisor, Shimura Danzo. He thought that with the advisor's backing, the Hokage would surely show respect and not allow him to act recklessly. Feiyu dragged Kazekage K and the others to a desolate training ground, sneering as he prepared to teach them a lesson and make them suffer first. Before he finished speaking, he quickly struck, breaking several of their limbs, causing them to scream in pain. Ah! My hands! My legs! I am of the Kazekage clan, how dare you treat me like this? It's over. My ninja way is destroyed. You're destined for hell. We're all Konoha ninjas, let's talk it out, ah! All of Kazama K's subordinates collapsed to the ground like wrecks. He swallowed hard, eyes full of fear, yet still refused to give up bargaining. Feiyu, don't do anything foolish. I can overlook the matter with warehouse number 3, just release me and I will plead with my father. Otherwise, don't expect to buy ninja tools in Konoha. Feiyu crouched down, sneering mockingly, oh? The Kazama clan is so powerful? You even control my ninja tool purchases? Seeing this, Kazama K pressed the advantage. We have shares in all Konoha weapon shops, the Kazama clan's word counts. Release me, your ninja tools are free, and your friends get discounts. Feiyu sneered coldly, that good? I don't believe it. Kazama K urged anxiously, I'm the clan leader's son, even the elders listen to me. Whatever you want, just say it. Feiyu calmly said, what you say is useless. I have a question for you. If you can answer, then you win. Kazama K confidently replied, I know everything about the Kazama clan. Even if I don't, I can ask the clan members. Feiyu said in a low voice, you know about the Umbu rebellion 4 months ago, right? Kazama-Kei thought for a moment, I remember. The Hokage's advisor personally asked us and promised benefits. We sent troops to help the Hokage suppress the rebellion. Feiyu nodded, good. The clan members you sent, the ones who captured the Umbu family members, do you know them? Kazama-Kei, I know them, can recite their names. Want to hear? Feiyu straightforwardly, no need to bother. What's the name of that blood-covered strong man? What happened to him later? Kazama-Kei answered, Kazama-Tai, low status, went insane after mission failure, was sent outside the clan, now probably sent to the land of rain. Feiyu stroked his chin, finally identifying the culprit who attacked his mother. He had been gathering information all this time. Now a jonin, decisive in action, avenging family is only natural. After a moment of thought, Feiyu snapped back to reality, saw Kazama-Kei's face full of expectation, smiled slightly, and said coldly. His laughter was icy and piercing, thanks for the intel you gave me. Don't mess with me next life. I'll make you taste complete agony. Kazama-Kei's expression quickly fell from hope to despair, but his eyes remained stubborn. I didn't hurt your friend. That fallen guard was their doing. If you want revenge, go after them. Feiyu sneered coldly, his voice like a blade, don't worry, they won't escape. It's just that their fate is even worse than yours. He raised his hand, drawing a kunai blade from his ninja tool pouch like a sharp knife, pointing it lightning fast at Fengma Goei's neck, his murderous intent surging. Stop! A thunderous shout suddenly rang out, shaking heaven and earth. Feiyu slightly rose, turning his head to look behind him. The Fengma clan leader was striding forward, his aura like a gambling king's entrance, overwhelming and unmatched. Behind him followed a group of masked ninjas, their cold eyes like blades, hostility clearly revealed. Feiyu snorted coldly, dare to show off with the body flicker technique? Fine, I'll let you see what consequences mean. The kunai blade sliced through the air without hesitation, stabbing into Fengma Goei's neck. Shock and unwillingness intertwined in Fengma Goei's eyes. He never expected his father's arrival to become his death trap. He wondered why his father shouted from afar and why he dared to act in front of the clan leader. Isn't the Fengma clan a major clan of Konoha? Gu-er. The Fengma clan leader cried out in heart-wrenching pain, each sound like a lament. How dare you! He roared as he charged forward, his gaze fierce as a blade, vowing to tear Feiyu apart. Feiyu responded calmly, scared? Let me show you the pain of losing a loved one, then we're even. Humph. Nonsense. Today you must die with Goer. No matter who comes, it's useless. The Fengma clan leader's momentum surged like a rainbow, and the Umbu ninjas behind him also stood solemnly, swearing to protect their leader to the death. Feiyu. You are utterly arrogant, daring to harm the only son of our Fengma clan leader. You must be brought to justice to restore peace to Konoha. Surrender obediently, or don't blame us for being ruthless. The Umbu ninjas spoke righteously, their tone like a newly born Naruto Uzumaki, trying to suppress Feiyu with words. Feiyu, however, scoffed disdainfully, plugging his ears and pretending not to hear. Behind him, the iron sand immediately transformed into iron balls, tightly wrapping Fengma Goei's followers, suspending them in midair, struggling helplessly. Ugh, ah! The space inside the iron sand kept compressing, bones cracking, blood faintly flowing out, with only the last breath remaining for several followers. In the distance, the clan leader's eyes widened in fury, and without hesitation, he made a move. Lightning release, Thunder Fong. He swung two short knives with both hands, the blades absorbing lightning, the thunder light exploding at the tips into sharp long spears, the attack fierce. Feiyu's eyes lit up, chakra conducting metal. This thing is destined for me. He quickly condensed iron sand in both hands, formed hand seals to activate lightning release chakra mode, his arms tightly wrapped in armor formed by lightning and iron sand. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal clashing filled the air. Feiyu gripped the short blade with iron sand in his hand, firmly restraining the clan leader's offensive, leaving him unable to move an inch. Humph! You think catching me means you've won? You've just become a jonin, how can you compare to me, an elite jonin? The Wind Demon clan leader sneered, his eyes filled with unwillingness and struggle. He was unwilling to give up the two short blades made of chakra-conducted metal. He had clearly heard Feiyu's greed just now and would never let the other succeed easily. The chieftain's heart surged with turmoil, Feiyu's lips curled slightly, and he steadily manipulated the iron sand to extend along both arms, instantly tightening the battle situation. He writhed, trying to replicate the ultimate move that had defeated the steel release ninja. But this time, the Wind Demon chieftain no longer cared about saving face like the steel release ninja. Seeing the situation worsening, he shouted loudly, "Help me quickly, take down this guy. I've got him." The Anbu ninjas recalled Danzo's instructions before departure: if you get the chance, be sure to eliminate Feiyu. Without hesitation, they sharpened their blades and closed in on Feiyu. Seeing the Anbu ninjas approaching, Feiyu bared a set of sharp white teeth and sneered coldly, "Do you really think catching me means an easy end?" The Wind Demon chieftain was immersed in the thrill of revenge, as if already witnessing Feiyu being cut in half by Danzo's subordinates. Feiyu's words snapped him out of his dream, his brows furrowed. "What?" Feiyu responded coldly, "You're really stupid. You're distracted asking for help while fighting a bloodline limit ninja." He suddenly manipulated the iron sand, which quickly gathered into a hard iron arm, replacing his own hands. Feiyu's hands were freed from restraint, completely substituted by iron sand. The Wind Demon chieftain was shocked, never expecting the magnetic release bloodline limit to be controlled like this. With his hands replaced by iron sand, Feiyu was limited by distance but gained a deadly advantage. He could only pray the Anbu ninjas would act quickly. Feiyu was no longer the rookie he once was. The battles in the Land of Lightning had transformed him. His chakra control had greatly improved, and after long study, his Rasengan was strong in both offense and defense, with tremendous power. Rasengan Sky-Piercing Extreme Sharp / Flash, Type 1. Blue chakra wildly danced and spun in Feiyu's hands, gradually condensing into a basketball-sized energy sphere. Chakra was continuously infused, the energy fluctuations awe-inspiring. After improvements, this expanding Rasengan compensated for the lack of single-target damage while maintaining powerful destructive force. The Wind Demon chieftain struggled frantically. Seeing the Rasengan appear, he regretted his earlier greed for weapons and not letting go sooner, and also regretted his reckless and thoughtless charge. Though he knew Feiyu had the ultimate technique to kill steel-release ninjas, and the intelligence said it required long charging, he never expected the threat to be so imminent. The Anbu ninjas' chakra erupted beneath their feet as they tried to rescue the chieftain, but it was too late. Feiyu sneered. Seeing the enemy close, he suddenly pressed the Rasengan against the Wind Demon clan leader. Chakras seemed to find an outlet, and the energy ball rapidly expanded, instantly covering half a football field, enveloping the Wind Demon clan leader and all the Anbu. Shing! Clang! The Anbu ninja tried to block with their weapons but were cut through by countless chakra threads. All targets covered were instantly pierced by chakra and turned to dust. The Wind Demon clan leader suffered the heaviest injuries. The spiral chakra ravaged his entire body, leaving him a bloody mess in moments. After a few breaths, this elite jonin who had survived since the Warring States period was completely silent. At this moment, the huge chakra fluctuation shocked Konoha. The semicircular Rasengan was clearly visible. Nearby ninja all retreated, filled with fear. Wind Demon Show led the Hokage's Anbu to break the deadlock, rushing over quickly. Though unclear about the situation, he thought the clan leader was using a new ninjutsu, and the actual effect had nothing to do with Feiyu. He shouted urgently, "Clan leader! I've brought people. The Hokage told us to go to him first." Hearing this, Feiyu withdrew his chakra. The expanding Rasengan quickly shrank and dissipated, revealing several figures whose fates were uncertain. Wind Demon Show saw Feiyu safe and the clan leader fallen, shocked into silence. The Hokage's Anbu were also stunned by the situation but quickly regained composure. One spoke. "Feiyu, the Hokage wants you to come over." Feiyu cast a deep glance over everyone, sheathed his chakra shortblade, and turned to leave. He understood this was an excuse to escape. As long as he left the scene, the Anbu's suspicions could not be pursued. Let them say whatever they want. Wind Demon Show roared, trying to stop him from leaving. But the Anbu members held him back tightly. "Where are you going?" "The Hokage sent us to find Feiyu." "The mission isn't over yet. You need to summarize your request first." Inside the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was heavy. The Hokage glanced back and forth between Feiyu and Wind Demon Show, as if weighing something. Wind Demon Show's eyes burned with anger, staring fixedly at Feiyu. Feiyu sat lazily, expression indifferent, as if unconcerned. Behind them, several heads of Konoha's noble families quietly listened. Soon, several Hokage advisors entered, each with a serious expression. "Since everyone is here, just say clearly why it has come to this." The Hokage cleared his throat and spoke coldly. Fongamo Xiang took the initiative to attack first. "Hokage, Feiyu sneaked into our Fongamo clan territory late at night and stole weapons from the warehouse, worth the equivalent of 300 million silver taels. Among them, 3 orders were from other countries, damaging the Fongamo clan's reputation." The clan leader confronted him, only to be brutally killed by him. At these words, the heads of the families all gasped sharply, their eyes shocked as they stared at Feiyu. Feiyu, however, still sat there nonchalantly, and no one knew what he was thinking. Especially the Anma clan leader, whose eyes flickered with complex light, his face occasionally showing a hint of ruthlessness. Unreliable. Theft and murder? What does that have to do with me? Feiyu waved his hand to interrupt. Stop talking nonsense. I saw the murder scene with my own eyes, and you still deny it? Hokage, the Fomyamo clan must get an explanation. Otherwise, who will guarantee the safety of the clan territory? With the forging of ninja tools halted, Konoha ninjas will have to go to battle with wooden sticks. Fomyamo Xiang's tone gradually took on a threatening edge. The Hokage narrowed his eyes slightly, scanning everyone silently. But in his heart, he was even more determined to suppress the noble families. If even a clan leader's son dared to be arrogant in front of him, what status could the clan leaders still have? Look at your ability. If you don't do it, someone else will. Without Zhang the butcher, don't think you can still eat a pig with hair on it. Feiyu provocatively taunted. Fomyamo Xiang was burning with rage, being compared to a pig slaughterer. He had never heard of that butcher named Zhang. He must be some unknown nobody from a corner. At this moment, he swore to defend his family's honor to the death. Feiyu coldly stared at Fomyamo Xiang. Don't show off your fists in front of me. If you piss me off, I'll cripple you on the spot. Don't say I didn't warn you. Fomyamo Xiang was intimidated by this cold murderous aura, instantly sobered up, obediently sat down, blushing as he cupped his fists toward the clan leaders behind him. Honorable clan leaders, Feiyu refuses to admit the ironclad evidence and keeps talking nonsense. I ask you all to uphold justice for the Fomyamo clan. The old clan leader died wrongfully, the murderer roams free, where is justice? The head of the Fuma family died tragically, the murderer must be severely punished. Fuma Sho, we support you and will never let the culprit escape. But the culprit hasn't been caught. We can't just accuse anyone. One must be fair in doing things, not impulsive. The clan leaders verbally expressed support but avoided eye contact with Feiyu. They were willing to rally for the Fuma clan but dared not take real action. The clan leaders were smart. They knew the Fuma clan head's ninja skills were formidable and that he would become the principal of the ninja academy in the future. They could not afford to offend him. Fuma Xiang's face flushed red. Seeing no one would help, he sat down dejectedly, staring fixedly at Feiyu, silently vowing to carve a piece of flesh from him. Not wanting a stalemate, he turned to the Hokage. Hokage, the Fuma clan members cannot die in vain. The Ambu and I witnessed it ourselves. It was he who killed the clan leader. Shun Ti. Have the Ambu come for a confrontation, the Hokage said coldly. So no one can accuse me of favoritism. No sooner had he spoken than a man wearing a bird-faced mask entered the door. That was the bluebird who had confronted Fuma Xiang earlier, also the highest leader of the Ambu, responsible for delivering messages from the Hokage to Feiyu. The Hokage's gaze was sharp as he instructed, Bluebird, everyone is very confused about the situation. Explain the scene clearly. Remember, only state facts, no speculation. Bluebird replied respectfully, yes, Lord Hokage. That day, Fuma Xiang and I went to the training ground together. There were only a dozen or so corpses on site. Feiyu was standing beside the bodies, examining them carefully. The Hokage pressed, anything else? Bluebird shook his head, no, that's all I saw. The Hokage nodded and signaled Bluebird to step back. After Bluebird left, the Hokage turned to Fuma Xiang, is what Bluebird said true? Fuma Xiang snorted coldly, more or less. But Feiyu appeared at the scene, so he must be the culprit. I even saw him release a ninjutsu with my own eyes. Feiyu scoffed disdainfully, how do you conclude it's me? I was just passing by and only checked the scene after seeing it. Maybe you attacked from a distance, and I caught you, so you're blaming me. Fuma Xiang shouted angrily, you're twisting facts. Feiyu sneered, twisting? You covet the clan head's position and staged the assassination yourself. I was just passing by and got used as a scapegoat. Fuma Xiang stammered, I covet the clan head? Nonsense. The eyes of the other clan leaders began to shift subtly. Some doubted Feiyu, others silently supported Fuma Xiang. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Feiyu's tone was firm, if you haven't trained enough, don't play. I'm not a low-ranking ninja to be manipulated by the Fuma clan. Don't drag others into your family power struggles, it only makes your Fuma clan look weak. Fuma Xiang's face reddened, trembling as he pointed at Feiyu, speechless. The tension was palpable. Feiyu slapped the table, enough. Fuma Xiang embezzled and framed me after seizing power. He is to be fined silver as compensation. Fomyamo Xiang roared angrily, impossible. One shouldn't be so shameless. Feiyu sneered coldly, one shouldn't be shameless? If you're shameless, you have to pay the price. Before he finished speaking, Fomyamo Xiang, furious to the extreme, spat blood and collapsed, unconscious. Feiyu shrugged. Can't argue, so you play the victim? Useless. That's just the way it is. Everyone worked together to carry Feng Moxiang away. No one cared about the cause of his death. The clan leader was dead, and no one was willing to offend the living for the dead. Interests come first, ruthless and heartless. Those with clear eyes could see that the Feng Mo clan would decline from this point on. Feiyu's shamelessness and ruthless style were fully revealed. As long as no one caught him doing something wrong on the spot, he could deny it outright, and no one could do anything to him. He cleanly and decisively killed the Feng Mo clan leader, whether by ambush or direct confrontation, proving his strength. At this moment, Feiyu was qualified to stand on equal footing with the other clans, at least on the surface, temporarily ignoring the forces behind the clans. The Moonlight clan leader and the Inuzuka clan leader walked side by side, the atmosphere heavy. That kid Feiyu was too ruthless. The head of a family was killed just because he said so, the Moonlight clan leader said in a low voice. No one expected it to be like this, and it's hard to say who's next. The Inuzuka clan leader responded nervously. We, the Moonlight clan, have no grudge against him. If he were to make a move, he wouldn't come after me first. The Moonlight clan leader frowned deeply. At the cloth meeting, you actually questioned him to his face, clan leader Inuzuka. You'd better be careful. The Moonlight clan leader sneered with a smug expression. Clan leader Inuzuka snorted coldly. Don't think I don't know what you said behind my back. You clearly said you wanted to teach him a lesson at the inauguration ceremony. I heard it loud and clear. The Moonlight clan leader's smile instantly froze, and he sighed. What terrible luck. How did such a jinx appear? Our Moonlight clan only runs a few small taverns. We can't compare to the Wind Demon clan's enterprises, and our strength is worlds apart. Clan leader Inuzuka's expression softened. Exactly. Looks like I need to focus less on family business and more on improving our strength, so we don't end up being easily slaughtered like little chicks. The Moonlight clan leader pondered for a moment. In the end, the Moonlight clan inherits the second-generation Konoha-style swordsmanship, closely tied to the Hokage faction. The family's strategy must change going forward. We can't keep clashing head-on with the Hokage. The Inuzuka clan also nodded in agreement. Right, we can't compete with the Uchiha or Hyuga. They are the true noble houses. We're just a few commoners banding together to get by and keep warm. Before the words finished, the Moonlight clan leader nodded firmly, having decided not to easily get involved in the disputes among these great clans anymore. Meanwhile, countless small families either sided with the Hokage faction or chose to remain neutral. The Wind Demon clan's bitter lesson was deeply remembered. Though the benefits were many, when life was threatened, no one would easily compromise. Feiyu's recent actions had shaken them profoundly. Inside the Hokage's office, Feiyu was left behind while the Hokage and several senior officials discussed important matters. After the last person left, the Hokage spoke. Feiyu, you were too reckless this time. Luckily, it didn't attract too much attention, or you wouldn't be able to explain yourself. Feiyu responded calmly. Who asked him to provoke me? Lord Hokage, you still need to find a way to appease the people of the Smoke Ninja village. Their leader's daughter was chased all over Konoha. That's the real trouble. What I did was just a personal grudge. It's no big deal. The Hokage smiled wryly, thinking this time he had really shot himself in the foot. He had expected the Wind Demon clan to cause trouble at the Hokage building and temporarily evacuated the senior officials, but he didn't expect it to turn into such a big mess. This also exposed the reckless behavior of these great clan heirs in Konoha, and stricter control was necessary. He then asked, how is the preparation for the inauguration ceremony going? The next steps are crucial. You may have given them a warning, but some are stubborn. If something goes wrong, all efforts will be wasted. Feiyu frowned and glanced at Shimura Danzo beside him, not going smoothly. The iron sand I ordered was intercepted. The person who intercepted it has quite a reason. I'm afraid Lord Hokage will have to step in to coordinate. The Hokage's eyes widened, about to get angry, but Shimura Danzo spoke first. I approved this batch myself. Hizashi, when you first took office, the Kazekage clan helped a lot. Now this matter falls on me, and for the sake of the Hokage's reputation, I had to agree to them. Between the lines, Shimura Danzo portrayed himself as a model who cares about the Hokage's concerns, and the Hokage's anger was suppressed. That's fine, half a month is enough. Danzo, send someone now to take charge of the supply of materials. The sand iron must arrive on time. This matter must be accomplished. Leave it to me, Ichigo. Shimura Danzo agreed wholeheartedly, not even glancing at Feiyu, as if this were just a trivial matter. Feiyu secretly resented in his heart. These shameless guys would sooner or later have to taste some bitterness. Hurry up and get ready, don't delay the important matters. Lord Hokage, I take my leave. Leaving the Hokage building, Feiyu hurriedly rushed to Xiao Zhuixingzi's home. As one of her few friends in Konoha, he had to be responsible. Pushing the door open, Xiaozhua Xingzi was in a panic, thinking the bad guys had come again. Her whole body trembled, and she could barely stand. It was exhausting. Feiyu smiled brightly. Don't worry, Xingzi. I've taken care of all those little punks. No one will dare bother you anymore. As soon as Xiaozhua Xingzi saw Feiyu, she threw herself into his arms, tears welling up in her eyes, and said, Big brother Feiyu, I was really scared. There are so many bad people hiding in Konoha, and they're so blatant about it. I'm so afraid. Feiyu caught her steadily, patted her back to comfort her. Don't be afraid. The bad guys will never appear again. I promise. I'll be staying next door for a while, not going anywhere. Just call me if you need anything, and I'll be there right away. Kyoko Kosaka buried her head in his arms and nodded reassuringly. I trust Big Brother Feiyu the most. You will definitely protect your little sister. Feiyu stroked Takuto's hair and asked, How is Uncle Nakamura? We should still go to the hospital for a checkup. Kyoko Kosaka's eyes darkened. Uncle Nakamura just woke up. Although he lost a lot of blood, he can recover by taking some blood-nourishing medicine. There's no need to trouble the hospital. Feiyu was unconvinced. That's not okay. You are honored guests of Konoha, and with such serious injuries, how can you delay treatment? Kyoko Kosaka shook her head. Big brother Feiyu, don't worry. Uncle Nakamura is fine. He just discussed something with me that might need your help to talk to the Hokage about. Feiyu was curious. What is it? Tell me. I have some influence with the Hokage. As long as it's not too difficult, I'll definitely help you. Kyoko Kosaka whispered, It's about rebuilding the Smoke Ninja Village. Feiyu frowned. Oh? Are they eager to return because they were wronged in Konoha? No, it's the ninja from the Smoke Village who, after seeing the strength of Konoha and Kumogakure on the battlefield, have the idea of joining Konoha. They no longer want to be caught struggling between the great nations. Feiyu asked, Are there many of them? About half. Mostly Chunin and Genin, with almost no Jonin. Feiyu pondered, What do you think? I just discussed it with Uncle Nakamura. We think this is a good opportunity. The request to join Konoha is likely to be accepted. After all, this concerns the diplomacy between the two countries. If they become Konoha people, there won't be any problems. Are you planning to stay as well? Feiyu touched his chin, feeling somewhat conflicted. If the ninjas from Yenran village joined Konoha, it could strengthen their power, but they might also become pawns in the struggle among the three factions. The situation among the Hokage camp, the noble forces, and the neutral faction was already clear, and it was unlikely that the outsider ninjas would escape being used. But these were not his main concerns. He clarified the key information and left the rest to Kasako Kyoko and the Hokage to handle. He was just an ordinary jonin. Although he had been in the spotlight recently, he preferred to keep a low profile. Kasako Kyoko sighed, This is their choice, I shouldn't interfere. The rest depends on their fate. Feiyu laughed, That's true. If possible, I would help secretly. Things aren't as bad as imagined. The Hokage is still quite capable. Once Uncle Nakamura wakes up, we'll go find the Hokage and clarify this matter. I believe he will give you a satisfactory answer. After half a day, Feiyu came to the center of power again, this time bringing along Koza Kyoko. The Hokage saw this and smiled warmly. Feiyu? Again? Is there something you want to discuss privately? Feiyu introduced, Lord Hokage, Genin Kyoko has something she wants to talk to you about. The Hokage's expression changed slightly. Oh? We haven't decided yet, why the rush? Genin Kyoko spoke sincerely, Lord Hokage, I'm not here to blame anyone, I have something else to say. The Hokage sensed the goodwill, gestured to sit down, and his expression softened. Feiyu smiled and said, Then you two talk, I'll be going now. After saying this, he turned and left. He wasn't ignoring Genin Kyoko, but he wasn't qualified to intervene. The Hokage wouldn't promise benefits to outsiders in front of Konoha ninja. It was a matter of principle. Feiyu walked along, thinking as he headed toward Hatake Tsukumo's house. It had been a long time since they last contacted each other. The last time they met was. The war ended, the temperature dropped sharply, and commission missions suddenly decreased. With a bit of luck, he stepped inside. At the door, Hatake Tsukumo was wielding the sharp white fang, the blade flashing like a tiger, fierce and imposing. Nearby, a girl of the same age sat on the ground, her face slightly flushed. Tsukumo, you're really something. The war just ended and you haven't even put your sword down? Feiyu called out from a distance. Tsukumo sheathed his sword and smiled as he approached. I heard you got promoted to Jonin. Haven't congratulated you yet. Don't leave tonight, let us have a drink. Feiyu shook his head. Have you forgotten the 3 ninja prohibitions? Tsukumo scoffed, we've all been on the battlefield, what are the three prohibitions? Change your appearance, the izakaya owner 1T recognized me anyway. Feiyu raised his cup and drank, I heard you took down several jonin on the battlefield, impressive. Tsukumo was modest, it was just a successful sneak attack, my real strength is far behind. Feiyu patted his shoulder, don't be modest, promotion to jonin is just around the corner. Tsukumo shrugged, thanks to the sharpness of White Fang, the Cloud Ninja were caught off guard. Once they're alert, sneak attacks will be difficult. Feiyu's eyes lit up, speaking of White Fang, there is something I want to trouble you with. Speak. Do you still have any of the chakra conductive metal we seized last time? Give it all to me, I have a big use for it. Shuoma nodded, there are a few more pieces, come back with me to get them. Feiyu handed over a scroll, this is for you, don't let me take advantage of you for nothing. Shuoma unfolded it with curiosity, and on the left side was boldly written, Secret Technique of Physical Activation. He focused intently on studying it, and after a moment, looked up with a face full of excitement, such an important thing, really giving it to me? Feiyu calmly sipped his drink, it's important to you, but to me it's just knowledge that can be infinitely copied. Not as precious as metal, but the idea is rare. Shuoma nodded in agreement, I need this foundational stuff. I plan to make a big breakthrough in swordsmanship, and this secret technique is indispensable. Feiyu smiled, as long as it's useful. Maybe in the future you can pass it on to your son, consider it an early gift for my future nephew. Shuomo scratched his head, a smile full of warmth on his face. Deep forest of the land of thunder. The third Hokage, panting heavily, walked over to his assistant, pulled a towel from a stack, wiped his sweat, and then ordered the sealing captain standing ready beside him, hurry up and seal the two tails. How is Makoto's mood? The sealing captain replied solemnly, Lord Hokage, rest assured, the new Jinchuriki is full of confidence, vowing to surpass his sister and perfectly seal the two tails. Lei Ying nodded, okay. The sealing personnel quickly formed an array, creating a structured barrier. The two tails and the two wooden figures involved in the ritual seemed to open a passage. The two tails silently vanished, leaving only the spell marks on the wooden figures. Hokage stared ahead and suddenly asked, how is the investigation into the missing secret technique in the village going? No news for so long? The assistant was stunned, Lord Lei Ying, the general staff has already officially reported. Lei Ying was puzzled, report? When? I don't remember. The assistant replied, right before the Konoha raid team set off, it was delivered to the battlefield command post in the form of a scroll. Got it. Impossible. I've never seen a report like this. Then, shall I go to the general staff department to verify? Those guys in the staff department only know how to slack off. It's been so long without any news, don't expect them to take the initiative to reply. The assistant's face flushed red, caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to support Lei Ying or argue logically, and could only stand there awkwardly. In a remote small forest of the Uchiha clan territory, on an abandoned training ground covered with fallen leaves, a one-eyed boy limped in and sat down against a decayed tree stump, his face full of anger and unwillingness. Damn it! Konoha village is completely ruined. They even dared to break the promise made by the Hokage. Neither the clan leader nor the elders have ever taken me seriously. He was Uchiha Hinakaku, recently rescued by Uchiha Chiya from Danzo's hands. When the Hokage conveyed the guarantee from the front line to the clan leader merely gave him a cold glance, said nothing more, and casually threw him back to the clan territory, disappearing without a trace. He originally thought the clan leader would consider the Hokage's face, but it turned out to be nothing but insincere words, dismissing him with just a few sentences. Thinking of the elder's ugly face, he couldn't help but sneer coldly. You are still too young, your eyes have not fully developed, the Sharingan cannot be transplanted for the time being. Come find me when you turn 20. As for these eyes, leave them in my care. Trust in this elder's credibility. A promise is a promise, 20 years means 20 years. Inside the fire core, a cold snort escaped. 20 years? What if you die tomorrow? Who will I reason with then? If the clan goes back on their word, suing the Hokage won't help. Hatred quickly consumed his heart. The suffering endured during missions, the torture under Danzo's interrogation, the indifference of his own clan all wrapped around his soul like venomous snakes. What irritated him even more was that Feiyu was about to become the principal of the Ninja Academy, having just killed the Wind Demon clan leader, preparing for the inauguration ceremony, basking in glory. Hello, fellow villagers. I am the so-called Almighty Feiyu you've all heard about. Although rumors fly everywhere, I have to admit, there is some truth to them. I am now the principal of the Ninja Academy. Laughter erupted. The Hokage's speeches were usually serious, but this time he was relaxed and humorous, like chatting with old friends, making everyone feel at ease. In Tsunade's eyes shone a radiant light. Feiyu on stage seemed to illuminate the entire world. No one could steal his spotlight. Beside her, Jiraiya felt a bit jealous, muttering, "He is just a principal, no need to be so proud. When I become Hokage, I'll definitely be more popular than him." Tsunade snorted coldly, "You becoming Hokage? Are all the people of Konoha dead?" Jiraiya was about to retort, but Feiyu continued speaking, so he had to restrain himself. Although jealous, he secretly planned to learn something. Although serving as principal, I will never betray everyone's trust and promise to achieve the following points. 1. Ensure school safety. No unauthorized outsiders will be allowed to trespass on this sacred place. Student safety is always the top priority. Unless you graduate, it's not my concern. Otherwise, any issues can be brought directly to me. Good. Thunderous applause. The war had just ended, and everyone was most in need of a sense of security. Feiyu's words struck straight to the heart. Behind the stage, Xuanqin Xiaochun and Mito Munin were sweating coldly, worried that Feiyu would expose old matters, leaving them no face to continue holding their positions as Hokage advisors. Fortunately, Feiyu knows his limits this time. He has just reasoning. No beating around the bush, I'll get straight to the promises ahead. First, improve the quality of teaching. Every genin who graduates from the Ninja Academy must be able to handle tasks independently and avoid detours. Diligence and hard work must be deeply ingrained in the hearts of every teacher and student, becoming their lifelong creed. Clap, 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 clap. The applause was thunderous, even more enthusiastic than before. Besides the villagers' approval, the lower-ranked ninja who had already graduated and came to watch also applauded. They deeply understood the hardships of the ninja world, especially for civilian ninjas who struggled to survive on their own, completing dangerous missions where a single mistake could mean death. This shared resonance stirred their passionate response. Second, be loyal to the organization and loyal to Konoha. All ninjas must follow the leadership of the Hokage to make the village stronger. With the right values, everyone will think as one and work together with united effort. No genin should separate from Konoha or be hostile towards it. Respect your teachers, unite and help each other. This is my promise to everyone. As soon as the words fell, the Hokage's face blossomed into an even more confident smile. He led the applause, his eyes full of trust in Feiyu. After all, there are not many people who can be flawless and thorough. This powerful and resolute speech moved all the parents, most of the genin who had just left the school, and the political group led by the Hokage. With the speech over, the next step was a contest of strength. Those powerful families who were dissatisfied would inevitably seize the opportunity to jump out, and Feiyu's task was to completely conquer them with strength and solve the problem through force. Does anyone still have objections? If no one opposes, Feiyu will officially take over as principal of the Ninja Academy. The Hokage announced generously, his gaze sweeping over the clustered family factions. Since the Hokage says so, I have something to say. Our Kurama clan has worked hard and contributed greatly. The position of principal should be held by someone from our clan. It's inappropriate to appoint an unknown young man as a mere formality, the Kurama clan leader said coldly. Wow! The crowd erupted in uproar. No one expected someone to disrupt this near unanimous approval. It was clearly a provocation. The villagers didn't understand politics, they only knew to support whoever was good to them. Feiyu was deeply trusted, so the Kurama clan's opposition sparked public anger. The Kurama clan? Who has ever heard of you? We all have no objections. You're the only one dissenting, making you look like a lone wolf. Look at your scrawny figure, you'd fall over with a gust of wind. You as principal? How can we feel at ease? You're malnourished yourself. Whether the students you teach can even walk is questionable. A burst of mocking laughter erupted. Even Tsunade, who was mingling in the crowd, had her expression darkened to the extreme. She desperately wished her father would step forward and say something. After all, he had recently praised Feiyu highly. However, her father remained motionless like a stranger, standing in the area allocated to the major Konoha clans, as if nothing had happened. The Onma clan chief stood proudly on the stage, completely unfazed by the surrounding noise. At this moment, he only wanted to teach Feiyu a lesson, avenge a past grievance, and ideally, pull him down from the principal's position. It seems the Onma clan leader is very dissatisfied with me. Just right, I haven't taken action for a long time. Onma clan leader, want to give it a try? In the ninja world, only strength speaks. All that hard work and merit is nonsense. Feiyu responded proudly as well. I'll pass, my health hasn't been good lately. Our clan's elite, Onma Yohei, will come to seek advice from the principal. The Onma clan leader sneered, refusing to fight personally. He knew very well that the Wind Demon clan leader had just died a tragic death, so he dared not act rashly. Winning would bring no benefit, but losing would mean total loss of face. Seeing Feiyu's thick-skinned and ruthless nature, what if the next move was a heavy strike that he couldn't defend against at all? So, he took the opportunity to send out the clan's long-renowned top jonin, whose strength was in no way inferior to the Wind Demon clan leader, specifically to observe Feiyu's fighting style up close. Shubuz erupted from the audience. The Anma clan leader was determined and resolute in sending someone into the fight. Feiyu paid no mind today. He intended to make all the dissenters completely convinced, no matter who they were. In the Anma clan area, a figure flashed by. He rushed onto the stage like a bolt of lightning, instantly appearing behind the Anma clan leader. His figure was tall and upright, like a giant, the sunlight stretching his shadow long, enveloping the entire scene. His limbs were muscular, with purple-blue veins tangled like a spider web all over his body, exuding a strong sense of oppression. As soon as Anma Yohei appeared, the atmosphere on site suddenly grew heavy, and the hissing quickly faded. His aura was 1,000 times stronger than the Anma clan leaderess. Hokage and the others furrowed their brows, their expressions serious. No one had heard of this name before. He was clearly a top expert secretly trained by the Anma clan, specialized in delivering a decisive blow at critical moments. Hokage glanced at Feiyu, seeing that he showed no fear or pressure, and secretly relaxed, his eyes full of anticipation. Feiyu sneered with a hint of contempt. Isn't the Anma clan all about practicing in escape and having weak physiques? You, a muscular man, haven't awakened your clan's bloodline limit, have you? Anma Yohei snorted coldly. Enough nonsense. Soon, I'll show you whether I've awakened my bloodline limit or not. The Anma clan leader, seeing the tense atmosphere, quickly stepped off the stage, leaving it to the two of them. He patted Yohei's sturdy arm, his face full of pride. In the audience, Jiraiya muttered softly, that physique, easily twice my height, muscles bursting all over, clearly a master of taijutsu. Orochimaru stared intently at Yohei, a trace of envy flashing in his eyes. You're wrong. The Anma clan is famous for genjutsu, and now they've compensated for their taijutsu weakness. Their strength is even more terrifying. Tsunade looked around, unable to find any advantage for Feiyu, and finally could only shout with conviction, I believe in Feiyu. He will definitely win. Anma Yohei struck first, his movements cautious, clearly prepared with intelligence from the clan leader. Secret technique, auditory and visual severance. An invisible wave instantly spread, plunging Feiyu's vision into complete darkness and his ears into dead silence. His sight and hearing were instantly stripped away. Ordinary people would panic, but Feiyu remained as steady as a mountain, well prepared. He quickly shed the sand iron armor on his body, as if his entire being transformed into a tide of sand and iron, filling the entire stage. The sand iron waves surged violently, filling every corner. Feiyu did not take the traditional route to break genjutsu. He knew well that the Anma clan's bloodline limit was hard to break, so he directly used his sand iron form as an extension of touch, unleashing a storm of sand waves that wildly attacked Yohei. Yohei's feet were entangled by the sand and iron, struggling desperately to break free. He pulled out a kunai and slashed, cutting through the weak points of the tentacle-like limbs. But the sand and iron surged like a flood, wrapping around his other ankle, leaving him overwhelmed. Just as he struggled to escape, a blue sphere flashed into view, and a sharp pain struck his abdomen. He gritted his teeth, collapsing in pain and losing consciousness. This secret jonin, not yet famous, was defeated by Feiyu in just 3 moves. Yohei fell, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief for Feiyu, the applause thunderous. Only the Anma clan leader's face darkened, unwilling to accept such an easy defeat. He snorted coldly and turned away. Yeah. I knew Feiyu could do it. Tsunade jumped excitedly, her cheers shaking the sky. Jiraiya stared in shock, unable to believe it. The pressure brought by Anma Yohei was easily wiped out? Just with one ninjutsu? Feiyu is too strong. Tsunade's figure lingered in his mind. That seen endless sand and iron flooding like a torrent, sealing off all escape routes from all directions. Then, a powerful Rasengan exploded, and the enemy fell without a chance to fight back. Isn't this exactly the ultimate combat posture he had painstakingly pursued? Beside them, Orochimaru frowned slightly, his gaze deep. He clearly saw the moment Anma Yohei cast genjutsu, but didn't he understand why it had no effect on Feiyu, or rather, though it had some effect, it was completely neutralized. With his strong talent, Orochimaru quickly discerned the truth. Anma Yohei never unleashed his true strength and was overwhelmed by Feiyu's relentless assault. Others harbored their own thoughts and kept silent. After defeating Anma Yohei, Feiyu's vision quickly cleared. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as his gaze swept across the areas divided among the clans. His voice was cold. Anyone else want to oppose? Step forward and try. Don't end up regretting it. The clan leader's expression shifted slightly, but they remained silent, avoiding eye contact as if this scene had nothing to do with them. They knew well that even if they were dissatisfied, they would not challenge the Hokage's authority at this moment. After all, without breaking Feiyu, the Hokage's top enforcer's magnet release, any rebellion would only help Feiyu establish his prestige. Feiyu nodded with satisfaction and signaled to the Hokage behind him, indicating that he had done what he needed to do. The Hokage smiled gently, took over the conversation, and generously announced, "If anyone has questions, whether individuals or clans, feel free to speak openly. This is your stage." He spoke eloquently, trying to stir a reaction from some of the irritable clan members, but they remained unmoved. The Hokage sighed in resignation and quickly wrapped up the event, ending this formal performance. Time flew by, and a month passed. The Ninja Academy entered a large-scale holiday. In the cold winter wind, every household in the village was busy preparing for the new year. Looking back at the past and looking forward to the future, this period was exceptionally peaceful for Feiyu. No annoying tasks, nor enemies threatening his life at every moment. Only Danzo lurking in the shadows, but he did not take it to heart. Danzo was now fully focused on studying Hashirama's cells and had no time to pay attention to Feiyu's existence. The village fell into a strange balance. Feiyu created a clone every day, sending it to work at the Ninja Academy, while he himself devoted himself to training. Chakra control, taijutsu, ninjutsu all improved comprehensively. The once weak newly promoted Jonin had transformed into a seasoned and powerful veteran. Just as every household was busy preparing for the new year, two unexpected visitors arrived at Feiyu's doorstep, a blonde girl with a ponytail, outgoing and relaxed, occasionally patting her companion beside her with her right hand. The other person had snow-white hair, faint red marks at the corners of their eyes, wore patched clothes, carried a gift, and looked somewhat reserved. "Feiyu, we come to see you." Tsunade's cheerful voice came through even before she stepped into the courtyard. "Tsunade, it's you. Come in." Feiyu smiled helplessly. During ninja school, Tsunade often ignored etiquette and barged into his office. She frequently interrupted his nightly training. Once, when she found out that the Feiyu in the principal's office was actually a shadow clone, she was furious, feeling deceived. In the end, she asked his father to teach her the shadow clone technique, arranged for one clone to pretend to attend class while another harassed him in the office, and the originals at home and Feiyu himself faced off, neither yielding. After many twists and turns, Tsunade gave up the struggle and instead brought her companion. Though this visit was unexpected, it was not abrupt. Feiyu was used to it and did not avoid her during training. The white-haired youth accompanying her looked wary, while Tsunade, familiar and at ease, picked up a cup from the tea table, filled it with tea, drank heartily, and kept marveling aloud. "Feiyu, you really don't socialize? Just lock yourself up to train? How long do you plan to keep training?" "Until I become Hokage, then it will be over," Feiyu replied calmly. "Humph. I really don't get you all. Why does everyone want to be Hokage? Is it that great? My grandpa and second uncle are busy to death, and in the end, I don't see much benefit," Tsunade muttered, pouting. At that moment, Feiyu was hanging upside down, supporting himself with his hands on the ground, heavy sand iron molds pressing on his legs, training his arm strength. Hearing this, Jiraiya did not argue and let her say whatever she wanted. "Jiraiya, what are you standing there for? Come over and do it." Tsunade waved her hand with the authority of the host, inviting Jiraiya to sit down casually. "Principal Feiyu, hello." Jiraiya looked reserved, bowed respectfully, and then sat down properly. Hey, what's with that attitude? Jiraiya is my friend too, don't be so cold." Seeing Feiyu's indifferent attitude, Tsunade immediately stood up for Jiraiya. Feiyu smiled helplessly. All right, little Jiraiya." He wasn't deliberately cold but kept a respectful distance. After all, the future Sannin were disciples of the Hokage, a pure Hokage faction. After the third Hokage died in battle, the Hokage's advisor strongly recommended him as the successor. Besides, Jiraiya later dealt with Mount Mayaboku and the mysterious Great Toad, things Feiyu had no interest in. He feared that too much involvement would affect these people's fate trajectories. What if the Hokage thought Jiraiya bore Feiyu's mark and angrily removed him? Losing one of the Sannin, and then they all died at Hanzo's hands, what would happen then? Tsunade blinked. "Is that it?" Feiyu impatiently said, "Then what do you want me to do? Bow down and surrender?" "No, as principal, don't you care about the students' lives? You're too irresponsible. All talk, no action." Feiyu was speechless. Jiraiya hurriedly spoke. "Tsunade, don't say that about Principal Feiyu. He's busy right now. It's only natural for elders to greet the younger generation. It's what I should do." Tsunade said discontentedly, "You're to blame too. Why are you so awkward? That's not like you at all. Let me say it for you, so you don't feel embarrassed." Jiraiya grew anxious. Some things could be asked of others, but some had to be done personally. He quickly said, "Principal Feiyu, I came today to ask you to be my master. You are powerful, please accept me." He placed the gift in front of him, knelt heavily, bowed his head low, and remained motionless, waiting for Feiyu's response. "No." Feiyu refused decisively, without hesitation. Jiraiya looked up in disbelief, his youthful face full of despair yet tinged with unwillingness. "Wow, Feiyu, you're so heartless." Tsunade was surprised, seeing Feiyu so cold and ruthless for the first time. "I'm not heartless, the school has rules. Jiraiya, don't worry. Next year's graduates will be assigned Jonin instructors. You don't need to be concerned," Feiyu explained. Tsunade joked, "Oh, so it's the first graduation, no experience yet." But Jiraiya said firmly, "No. The Jonin instructors assigned by the school can't possibly mentor someone for life. Orphans like me can only be side characters. Teacher Feiyu, please accept me." Tsunade frowned, Feiyu, I almost got fooled by you. So that's how it is." After being exposed, Feiyu blushed and cleared his throat. "Don't jump to conclusions. According to some rumors, this year the Hokage might select 3 disciples from the graduating class to inherit the legacy. I'm telling you in advance, don't spread it around." "What? The Hokage is taking disciples?" Tsunade was shocked and turned to Jiraiya. "Stop begging him. Stick with your sister, and I guarantee you a Hokage disciple spot. Although you're usually a bit lecherous, little brother is still qualified." "No. Only seizing the opportunity in hand is a real chance, everything else is temptation. Giving up an opportunity for temptation will ultimately lead to having nothing." Jiraiya shook his head, unmoved by Tsunade's words. He knew Tsunade was the granddaughter of the first Hokage, and promises were almost always kept. But Jiraiya didn't dare to gamble, especially since he was at the bottom of the class with nothing outstanding about him. The Hokage would definitely choose disciples with great potential and excellence, like Orochimaru. Moreover, he heard that the Hokage was recruiting disciples, and he hurriedly came to find Feiyu, leaving him aside, which seemed too opportunistic. "Jiraiya, I didn't expect you to have this kind of awareness. I've really underestimated you all this time." Tsunade patted his shoulder with relief. She couldn't bear to see Jiraiya so humiliated, and said to Feiyu, "Feiyu, you're too cold. Look at this. Jiraiya is already like this, what more do you want him to do to prove himself?" Feiyu felt his hand strength training was up to standard, executed a neat reversal and landed steadily, the sand iron mold suspended in midair, motionless. "This isn't a matter of attitude, it's a matter of principle. If I found a genius at school and directly tried to recruit them, wouldn't the school become my backyard? The Hokage would never allow that. The ninja world values fairness." Jiraiya's expression darkened, the path of the ninja growing increasingly confusing. Orphaned from birth, he had been caught in conflicts since he became aware, tasting the darkness of the world early on. He knew that if he wanted something, he had to fight for it himself. He had thought that with Tsunade guiding him, the story would have a good ending, but he realized he had been too naive. Tsunade sneered, "Always talking about peace, always mentioning the ninja world war, you people just put on a show, as if no one would believe you without grand principles. There's no one here, Jiraiya, you just stay. If he won't take you as a disciple, then just learn secretly. Whatever he does, you just follow along and see what he can do to you." Tsunade suddenly came up with a sneaky idea. Jiraiya's eyes lit up, his gaze flicked to Feiyu, and seeing he didn't mind, he breathed a sigh of relief. He took out a gift he always carried, several packs of ordinary tea leaves. He poured out the weak tea, replaced it with fresh tea bags, moving quickly. Under Tsunade's encouraging gaze, he found a rag, and in no time wiped the floor until it shone, reflecting his figure clearly. Feiyu's mouth twitched as he recognized that it was the ragged towel he used to wipe his face, so worn out it was barely recognizable, but he couldn't bear to throw it away. Looks like he needed to buy a new towel. Tsunade saw Jiraiya working enthusiastically and nodded with satisfaction. "Jiraiya, just stay here. Such a big house is a waste for Feiyu to live alone. Don't go back to the orphanage." Turning to Feiyu, he clenched his fist and said, "Feiyu, I'm entrusting Jiraiya to you. He is an important follower of mine. If anything happens to him, I'll hold you accountable." Feiyu was speechless. Tsunade turned around and disappeared, and the atmosphere immediately became awkward. Jiraiya couldn't hold back his frustration and cleared his throat. "Ahem, Feiyu, don't mind Tsunade's words. I'll leave a bit later." Feiyu shook his head. "Don't call me teacher, just call me by my name. She let you stay here, so just stay here for now." The entire Konoha was built by her grandfather, so taking up some space doesn't matter. Jiraiya scratched his head, not knowing how to respond. Gurgle. The loud rumbling of his stomach echoed. He stood blushing, embarrassed and at a loss. Feiyu reluctantly got up and busied himself in the kitchen for a while. 15 minutes later, 2 steaming hot dishes were brought out. Though simple, their aroma was enticing and stimulated the appetite. My stomach was rumbling like thunder, and it even had a rhythmic beat like drumming. Feiyu was speechless. Your stomach can even keep a rhythm while growling? He placed the dishes on the coffee table and looked at Jiraiya, who was calm and indifferent. What are you waiting for? Do you want me to feed you? Jiraiya beamed with joy, sat cross-legged, grabbed his chopsticks eagerly, and shouted, I'm about to start. He ate ravenously, as if he hadn't eaten in 8 lifetimes. Feiyu watched the food on the plate quickly diminish and asked, how many days have you gone without eating? Are you that hungry? Not long after, I ate like this. Jiraiya answered vaguely. Feiyu's eyes were complex. As expected, poor children have to grow up early at such a young age. They endure hardship and work hard. The orphanage had limited food, and without practicing the skill of competing for food, there simply wasn't enough to eat, leaving them hungry at night. Adolescents are in the midst of growing, and if their nutrition is insufficient, their development will inevitably stall. Naruto Uzumaki was the same at graduation. He was even half a head shorter than the shortest in the class. Although Naruto had a leftover house, Jiraiya stayed at the orphanage, without even a private space. Thinking about it this way, Tsunade really cared, indirectly helping him find a place to settle. The environment of the point, although this is someone else's lament. You can stay here. That room was where I used to sleep. After dinner, I'll go over and tidy it up, Feiyu said, pointing to the side room with a straightforward tone. Jiraiya listened, nodded vigorously, almost knocking over his rice bowl. He hurriedly steadied it, afraid of appearing careless in front of Feiyu. A member of the Umbu ninja knelt on one knee, his voice steady. Hokage-sama, the Hidden Cloud Village has sent someone to negotiate. Hidden Cloud Village? What is there to discuss? The Hokage sat in his office chair, frowning deeply. My subordinate is unclear on the specifics, only that they must meet the Hokage in person to reveal the truth, the Umbu reported truthfully. Must? Poof. The Hokage's face darkened. After a moment of thought, he finally waved his hand to signal, arrange the meeting. At the same time, he summoned 3 advisors to bolster the atmosphere. 15 minutes later, a thin old man wearing the Hidden Cloud Village forehead protector stepped into the Hokage's office. The 3 advisors stood ready, the tension palpable. Greetings, Hokage-sama. I am the Hidden Cloud Village's chief advisor, temporarily acting as elder. Entrusted by the Hokage, I have come to reclaim the lost secret techniques of the Hidden Cloud Village, the old man said calmly, yet with an imposing presence. Shin Shimura Danzo snorted coldly, the loss of the Hidden Cloud Village's secret techniques has nothing to do with us Konoha. Don't try to blame us just because you can't find your things. The old man ignored Danzo and continued, investigations show the secret techniques are very likely in Konoha. If not returned, the Hokage will launch a second Great War. The Hokage must answer carefully. Koharu Udatane's face turned ashen. Do you think this is a place where your Hidden Cloud Village can run rampant? The kidnapping of our Konoha ninja hasn't been settled yet, and now you come here to push your luck? The old man was stunned. Kidnapping? I am unaware of that. I only know Konoha took the Hidden Cloud Village's secret techniques and must return them. Koharu Udatane was burning with anger and about to retort, but the Hokage calmly spoke. What secret techniques? Is there evidence proving Konoha took them? The old man said, the details of the secret techniques cannot be disclosed. We have special channels. We only need to summon the ninjas dispatched to the Land of Lightning border at that time to uncover the truth. Mito Uzumaki could no longer tolerate it. Hokage-sama, drive this old man out of the Land of Fire. He has no sincerity. The Hidden Cloud Village came to negotiate, but we don't have to agree to their unreasonable demands. The Hokage shook his head. Bring out the list of personnel dispatched back then and summon them one by one to the Hokage's office. Outside the window, an Umbu flashed and quickly issued orders. Mito Uzumaki coldly stared at the Hidden Cloud Elder. The Hokage was forced into a corner, and the advisors shared the same resentment. Only Shin Shimura Danzo had experienced the Hidden Cloud War and understood that Konoha was no longer able to resist. The Hidden Cloud Village disregarded the threat of war from other countries, but Konoha was different. Although the Land of Fire does not border the other 4 great nations, if it ignores the surrounding smaller countries, enemies will break through easily. Once the Land of Fire shows a weakness, it will be torn apart by other nations, triggering unpredictable chain reactions. At this moment, Feiyu was training chakra and sensed someone spying. Opening his eyes, he saw an Umbu wearing a mask crouched on the wall, eyes sharp. Seeing Feiyu awake, the Umbu said in a low voice, "Feiyu, the Hokage summons you. Go to the office." Feiyu replied softly, "Mm." The Umbu said again, regarding the secret techniques of the Yunin inheritance, "The Hokage has been cornered by Yunin and is at his wit's end. Prepare yourself mentally first." Feiyu smiled slightly. The Umbu's behavior was strange, implying that the Hokage had been pushed to the brink, and even the Umbu sided with the ninja from the same village, which made him chuckle. After watching the Umbu leave, Feiyu closed his eyes again. Jiraiya, who was observing nearby, asked in confusion, "Feiyu, aren't you going? What's the rush? So what if we leave the Yunin village hanging?" Feiyu said he wasn't in a hurry, but in his heart, he began to calculate the Yunin inheritance. The secret technique was obviously the body activation secret technique he had mastered before. The opponent's aura was imposing, clearly having obtained definite information from elsewhere, knowing that thing was on him, otherwise, they wouldn't be so arrogant. Admit it? Absolutely not. That was a treasure he had seized by strength, why should he hand it over? Not to mention the unreasonable demand to check Feiyu's memories, who allowed others to rummage through his mind? Especially Feiyu, a soul transmigrator, whose brain held countless secrets that must never be leaked, or the consequences would be unimaginable. He could only feign ignorance and hold out to the end. He devised a strategy, to insist he knew nothing, but to prevent the Yunin village from pestering him endlessly, he had to find them a scapegoat. The Shinong of the Kongnin village was the most suitable. Shinong had long backed up the data, and it was common for small countries to be oppressed by big ones. With a plan in mind, Feiyu relaxed. The Hokage's patience was running thin, and without hesitation, he headed straight to the Hokage's office. As soon as he entered, all eyes turned sharply to him. Displeasure, hostility, and anger intertwined. Feiyu remained calm and composed, saluted, and then stood casually. Suddenly, a person flashed out from behind Elder Yunin, abruptly blocking his way. His movements were reckless as he raised his hand to inspect, not only wanting to look but also to touch. How could Feiyu allow the other party to succeed? His right hand suddenly shot out, gripping the man's arm like an iron clamp, squeezing until it creaked. "Ah!" Yun cried out in pain, clutching his twisted and deformed arm as he staggered backward. His foot slipped, and he fell to the ground, rolling in agony. The eyes of everyone inside the room focused once again. A Chunin looked on with a complex expression. He was Xiao Dao, who had once fought alongside Feiyu to intercept the Sky Country's caravan. At that time, his comrades from Bird Village were killed by the Cloud-Hidden Village, but he had miraculously survived. Seeing his old comrade so powerful, decisively breaking Yun's arm, the humiliation was instantly wiped away. A surge of satisfaction rose in his heart, and he grew even more curious about Feiyu's confidence. How could he dare to act so boldly in front of the Hokage? "Feiyu, you." The Hokage was stunned. He had thought it would be a simple inspection, with the Chunin suffering some humiliation and the village compensating afterward. He never expected Feiyu to be the one who arrived late. As soon as he appeared, the Hokage had a bad feeling this matter would not end quietly. Feiyu disregarded everyone and directly broke Yun's arm. The Hokage scanned the crowd, noticing the Konoha ninja's faces full of schadenfreude, occasionally glancing at the Cloud-Hidden Elder as if venting on Feiyu's behalf. The Cloud-Hidden Elder showed no expression, his inner thoughts unreadable. Behind him, two attendants were filled with rage, their eyes full of disbelief. "Humph! Who do you think you are? Dare to lay hands on me?" Feiyu snorted coldly, his tone contemptuous. "You're too arrogant. How dare you harm a Cloud-Hidden ninja? Aren't you afraid of sparking a war between our two villages?" A Cloud-Hidden attendant stepped forward angrily, questioning him loudly. Feiyu sneered, "What is it to me? You have plenty of excuses if you want to start a war. Don't try to scare me with this. I wasn't raised to be scared." The man was silenced by the retort, his face darkening as he turned to the Hokage for help. "Hokage, is this really the attitude of Konoha?" Seeing the situation, the Hokage cheerfully put on a stern face. "Don't rush. Your village also needs to consider the feelings of Konoha's ninja. As for the others, forget it, but Feiyu is a Jonin of Konoha, not someone ordinary." With these words spoken, although the Konoha ninja felt reluctant to be compared to common dogs and cats, they had no grounds to argue. Those assigned to elimination missions often had exhausted potential and were useless to the village. The best outcome was to live peacefully. Even with a prodigy like Feiyu around, the Hokage didn't believe another like him would appear. Moreover, since these people's loyalty was questionable, to prevent defection or being swayed by enemies, he had decided to hand everything over to Danzo afterward. It was just right. The Anbu training is short-handed. Once they arrive, the Hokage faction's combat power will definitely soar. Fei Yu? Could he be the ninja who caused a commotion in the Land of Lightning and killed the Two-Tails Jinchuriki? The cloud-hidden elder's eyes brightened, his tone probing. Fei Yu grew even more arrogant. Old man, do you recognize my grandfather? You! The cloud-hidden elder's anger flared. His grandfather had long passed away, yet this youngster dared to make trouble. Such arrogance was unseen for many years. What? Running wild in Konoha, what do you want? If you have nothing to say, better go home and sleep. Fei Yu deliberately provoked, his words harsh, stirring the elder's mind. Fei Yu understood that angering his opponent and making them act impulsively in rage was the purpose of his visit. He deliberately spoke harshly to disturb the elder's thoughts. Heh, kid, you're still green. Want to be my grandfather? You're far from it. The cloud-hidden elder's anger exploded, his words sharp as a blade. Fei Yu snorted coldly. Seeing that the other party was unmoved, his interest instantly faded. Suddenly, he raised his leg and kicked fiercely at Yunrun, who was wailing incessantly in front of him. Shut up, don't disturb my peace. The kick landed on Yunrun's neck, and he immediately fainted, lying face down on the ground. Everyone was shocked, mistakenly thinking Fei Yu was at fault. They all raised their weapons, and the two accompanying ninjas also felt a chill in their hearts. Fei Yu's reputation was well known as a rising star jonin of Konoha. Everyone had been warned in advance. Be sure to be careful if you encounter him. Unexpectedly, upon arriving at Konoha, they found Fei Yu's temper fiery and merciless, with his subordinates like fish on a chopping board, at others' mercy. Elder Yunin's eyes flashed with fire as he coldly waved his hand. Two accompanying ninjas nervously circled around Fei Yu, carefully moving the unconscious comrade aside. The action was comical, causing everyone to burst into laughter, their laughter booming. Ha ha! The atmosphere suddenly lightened, and the Yunin entourage moved more swiftly. In this room, only you possess the secret techniques of the Yunin legacy. Please, Hokage, be sure to return them. Elder Yunin did not engage with Fei Yu but directly shifted the pressure onto the Hokage, making his intention clear. Ahem, Fei Yu, have you obtained any secret scrolls near the Land of Thunder? If so, hand them over. The village will provide you with fair compensation. The Hokage spoke sincerely, with a hint of probing. Fei Yu's eyes lit up, the word compensation piquing his interest. He happened to have a batch of intelligence scrolls seized from a surprise raid on an outpost, which came in handy. He hesitated as he pulled a storage scroll from the ninja tool pouch. When unrolled, a stack of scrolls as thick as an arm came into view. Elder Yunin, seeing this, his eyes gleamed brightly as he quickly recognized the exclusive mark of Yunin village and eagerly wanted to take a closer look. Though there were doubts in his heart about why there were so many secret technique scrolls, he had no time to hesitate. He quickly concluded that these were lost items from Yunin, and after receiving permission, he grabbed a scroll and began to read carefully. The writing clearly stated, Yunin village's eastern line troops have suffered setbacks, urgent reinforcements needed. Medical supplies exhausted, immediate replenishment required. 8 tails rampaging, need rakeage to suppress. It was a frontline report that shocked the Yunin elder. Although much of the information was outdated, it proved that these had fallen into the outside world, undoubtedly intercepted by the Konoha raiding team. Fei Yu was one of them. These are not the inherited secret techniques I came looking for. Elder Yunin denied angrily. Honorable envoy of Yunin, words must be kept. You just admitted it was a lost item of Yunin, then denied it again, contradicting yourself. Isn't that embarrassing for Yunin? Mitomon sneered coldly, seizing the opportunity to strike. Elder Yunin was embarrassed, knowing he had misspoken. Seeing the secret technique fall into Konoha's hands shocked him deeply, and he hurried to make amends. The item belongs to Yunin, but it is not the inherited secret technique we were searching for this time. Is that so? The Hokage doubted, noticing the elder's earlier excited expression still lingering in his eyes. He picked up a scroll and read it again suspiciously. After a moment, he smiled bitterly and shook his head silently. Fei Yu had already planned against Elder Yunin, causing him to lose his composure. The Hokage asked coldly, Fei Yu, is that all? Fei Yu replied innocently, Hokage-sama, this is everything. There is nothing else. Elder Yunin cleared his throat. I remind you, that Shinnong from the Land of Sky disguised as a merchant and stole the inherited scroll. He must have come into contact with you when passing through the Land of Fire. Fei Yu snorted coldly, as for that Shinnong from the Land of Sky, you can go find him. What are you showing off here for? Do you think Yunin is that powerful? Elder Yunin was furious, no one had dared speak to him like this for a long time. Today, in Konoha, he was provoked. Who knows what schemes you Konoha have? Most likely you ordered it. The land of sky is tiny, how could it dare to target Yunin village? Feiyu sneered, oh? Just speculation, no evidence? Wasting time. He turned and bowed to the Hokage, Hokage-sama, I have other matters. I take my leave. Elder Yunin shouted in alarm, you cannot leave. The item must be on you. How could a mere Chunin be promoted to Jonin in such a short time? You must have stolen Yunin's secret technique. Hand it over, or face the consequences. Everyone in the room was shocked, their gazes sharp. Shimura Danzo was especially intense. Promotion from Chunin to Jonin is extremely difficult. The 5 great nations each have their own inheritance methods to ensure stable high-level combat power. The land of fire is rich in resources and secret techniques, the strongest. The land of wind has vast deserts and unmatched scorpion poison puppets. The land of water is surrounded by sea with concentrated bloodline clans. The land of earth has long-standing secret inheritance in the Stonewall region. The land of lightning has high mountains and thunderclouds, forging unstoppable lightning-style armor. Elder Yunin gritted his teeth, furious at Feiyu's arrogance. Yunin village has profound heritage and must never fall into others' hands lightly. Even if Konoha might have obtained the secret technique, the loss of Yunin's secret techniques cannot be allowed. They must force Konoha to submit, sign a treaty, and eliminate hidden dangers. The Raikage was even prepared for battle. The Hokage, fully aware of the seriousness, calmly advised, Lord Yunin, don't rush. Let's investigate thoroughly first. No. The culprit is right here. Are you going to protect him? Elder Yunin was furious and resolutely refused. The Hokage's expression darkened, signaling Feiyu to leave first. Feiyu mistakenly thought it was to show off and nodded in agreement. Suddenly, iron sand around Feiyu stirred wildly, large pieces falling off and quickly transforming into 3 claw-like tentacles, swiftly sweeping toward the 3 Yunin guards. In an instant, 3 sharp spears pierced the enemy's chests, blood splattered, and the 3 Yun ninjas fell to the ground. Everyone was dumbfounded, leaving only the solitary Elder Yunin, who, witnessing the brutal scene before him, felt his heart shake like thunder. The iron sand remained motionless, as if transformed into a stubborn stone. Feiyu moved swiftly, killing without hesitation, then with a swift step, fled at top speed, not even giving the others a chance to catch their breath. The crowd showed troubled expressions, not expecting him to be so ruthless, killing and then just running off, leaving a mess for others to clean up. Humph! Elder Yunin roared in anger and sprinted in pursuit. But being old and frail, he simply couldn't keep up with Feiyu's lightning-fast speed. With a body flicker technique, Feiyu vanished instantly at the edge of sight. The Hokage and the advisors exchanged glances, sighing with headaches. Feiyu really knew how to cause trouble. Not only did he ignore the Hokage's intentions, but he also escalated the situation, creating even more problems. The group silently resolved that from now on, anything involving him must be communicated in advance to prevent his chaotic interference. The elder of Yunin village was isolated and helpless in Konoha, deeply fearing the emergence of reckless youths like Feiyu who disregarded diplomatic relations between the 2 countries. He directly ordered the kill. After a week of negotiations, he made significant concessions and left in disgrace, not even pursuing the 3 deceased subordinates. Feiyu returned to a life of peaceful detachment, with a clear goal to achieve bloodline elimination. A ready-made template lay before him, dust release formed by the fusion of fire, wind, and earth chakra natures. Feiyu had fully mastered the transformations of all 5 chakra natures a week ago. After long practice, the magnet release formed by the fusion of wind and earth chakra was now second nature to him. His current task was to improve his control over fire chakra, striving for balance among the 3, so that the fusion of dust release could proceed naturally. To enhance fire chakra, the first step was basic chakra training to fundamentally improve chakra quality. The second was frequent use of fire release ninjutsu to strengthen affinity with the fire nature. The urgent task was to learn more fire-style ninjutsu. Speaking of fire style, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan and fire style techniques had long been renowned throughout the world. Although he had looted the Konoha ninjutsu warehouse last time and obtained many fire-style secrets, Feiyu knew well that the Uchiha clan must have some ultimate secret techniques yet to be revealed. He left 2 shadow clones behind to guard and focused on studying the secret ninjutsu, while he himself went to the Uchiha territory to look for opportunities. Moreover, he possessed the Sharingan, so if all else failed, he could directly copy the techniques. On the way, Feiyu keenly sensed a strange atmosphere, as if being watched by shadows. He became alert, pretended to be indifferent as he passed through, then changed his appearance and secretly scouted. The scouting results shocked him. Several Umbu ninjas exuded a cold aura, alert to their surroundings, surrounding Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Hoko. Hoko's face was twisted, sinister and ruthless, one eye covered by an eye patch, the other blood red, clearly in a state of intense emotional turmoil. Danzo was calm and unhurried, as if he controlled Hoko's lifeline. Think it through, Danzo said calmly. If that Cloud Ninja hadn't self-destructed, neither you nor I would have guessed that you were trained as a spy by the Cloud Ninja. Hoko hurriedly defended himself. I'm not a spy. My memories were tampered with. It's the Cloud Ninja's conspiracy. Whether you're a spy is for me to decide. Besides, your eyes are still controlled by the Cloud Ninja. If you don't want to be a spy, don't you want to take back your eyes? I heard the Hokage once promised you the Sharingan, but it was seized by your clan. If you don't fight hard, you'll never get your eyes back. Hoko's expression struggled. Then what should I do? You know everything. Holding the leverage spy operations are meaningless. Danzo's smile was deep. No matter, first agree to the Cloud Ninja's demands. Besides, I have my own grudges with that Feiyu guy. Now that he is valued by the Hokage, I can't act rashly. Wait until. He was completely losing power, his life hanging by a thread. Moreover, the Cloud Ninja's plan happens to coincide with mine. When I achieve my goal, not only the Cloud Ninja, but all the ninjas in the village combined won't be my match. Shimura Danzo's face flushed with a sickly red, as if success was just one step away. His mad gaze made Uchiha Hoko's heart tighten. He took a few steps back, memories flooding his mind with a hint of fear. Soon, Danzo reined in his expression, his gaze sweeping over the retreating Hoko, shaking his head in disappointment. You don't need to think too much now, just listen to me. I will help you negotiate with the Cloud Ninja. Soon, you will be able to take back your eyes. Uchiha Hoko's core was heavy. Whatever you say, I'll do it. His life was like a dark shadow. He once thought he could become strong through his own efforts, but the appearance of the Cloud Ninja's envoy completely shattered that illusion. When that thin old man appeared, memories that should not have surfaced flooded his mind. Those were scenes from when he was captured by the Cloud Ninja, and all the promises he made to return to the village and act as a spy to hand over his eyes. He confirmed the memories were real, but he also knew they seriously interfered with the plan. He wanted to give up, but Danzo's words cut through it. He guessed the Cloud Ninja was secretly monitoring him and colluding with Danzo. Even the Hokage's advisor was involved, fueling his anger. Threats were not enough. They even sent official people to watch him. Tenzo's threat left him powerless to resist. Unlike Feiyu, who had the strength to break the deadlock, he could only act cautiously within the rules set by others. Once he crossed the line, he would face total destruction. In the corner, Feiyu listened angrily. He shouldn't have been soft-hearted back then. He should have taken out that old man early on. Now that the opponent had returned, it seemed the situation was complicated and inevitably connected to him. He pondered repeatedly and could only conclude it was the secret technique of physical activation. Among the many high-ranking officials in the Hokage's office, perhaps someone had heard him mention that promotion to Jonin is related to the secret technique. If this information leaked, it would shake Konoha. Amid the public outrage, even he would find it hard to cope and would have no choice but to hand over the secret technique. Feiyu decided to take the initiative, using the chaos to convert the secret technique into a bargaining chip to gain more benefits and minimize losses. It just so happened that he was training his chakra control and needed various elemental ninjutsu, water, lightning, fire, to be prepared in advance, avoiding the trouble of gathering them later. Clan leader Tomoya, you know that the Cloud Ninja previously sent people to demand this secret technique. Opportunity waits for no one. One step ahead means every step ahead. When your Uchiha produce another shadow-level expert, it will be effortless. Feiyu said firmly. Uchiha Tomoya raised an eyebrow. Is it really as miraculous as you say? Is the effect that obvious? Feiyu spoke earnestly. Absolutely. Before Cloud Ninja train their body techniques, they must first master this secret technique. It shows it's the foundation. Your Uchiha already have the strength to become shadow-level warriors. Solidifying the foundation naturally greatly increases your chances of victory later on. Tomoya remained silent for a long time, his expression shifting unpredictably, but he did not respond. Feiyu added, think about it, why hasn't the Uchiha ever become Hokage? Their strength doesn't match the previous Hokage, and the villagers don't trust them, so naturally, they won't vote for you. Once you produce someone stronger than the Hokage, won't the next Hokage position be secure? A flicker of emotion passed through Tomoya's eyes. Becoming Hokage was the dream of countless Uchiha clan members. Since Uchiha Madara, every clan leader regarded the Hokage position as the ultimate goal. Now that the path was right before him, how could he not be tempted? In the future, under his leadership, the Uchiha would become the strongest clan in Konoha, surpassing the Senju clan. The feat that even Uchiha Madara could not accomplish would be realized by him. Future generations would revere him like a god. The temptation surged like a tide, stirring Tomoya's heart. But the premise was that the secret technique Feiyu mentioned could truly strengthen a ninja's foundation. He asked in a low voice, "The exchange is possible, but some fire-style ninjutsu do not involve Uchiha clan secrets, so they must first show me the secret technique. I have to verify its authenticity myself before deciding the next step." Feiyu readily agreed and handed over the initial version of the scroll stolen from Kumogakure by Shinnon to the Uchiha. The secrets about Shinnon had long been privately kept by him, only accessible to the trusted Hatake Shumo. Anyone else who tried to touch them would pay with blood. Uchiha Tomoya frowned as he examined it carefully. After a while, he suddenly revealed a sharp smile, showing his neat white teeth. "Feiyu, you really are a great benefactor to the Uchiha. These fire-style ninjutsu are nothing. Follow me." Feiyu couldn't help but smile. "Just don't blame me later." He followed Tomoya into a secret underground chamber, where a heavy atmosphere of history greeted them. This family had continued since the Warring States period, and the yellowed scrolls told stories of ancient times. Feiyu flipped through them cautiously, afraid of tearing them. Could he afford to pay for that? By evening, Feiyu left the Uchiha territory satisfied. The clan leader personally saw him off and promised that in the future, they would exchange good things directly with him, much more favorable than the village's exchange office, and he would never be treated unfairly. This was the style of a great family, leaving no room for half-heartedness in winning hearts. Compared to that, the cheap tricks of the Mito clan were shallow and exposed their lack of depth. Feiyu was impressed by the grandeur of the great family but also disdainful. "Such a great family is still being played by me? Once my bloodline elimination succeeds, I won't just dominate the ninja world, I'll even rival the scions of these long-established families." He decided to strike while the iron was hot and not delay. It took a whole day just to study the fire-style ninjutsu. Who knew how long the others would take? He had to find a way to speed up. Early the next morning, Feiyu hurried out. Jiraiya was puzzled but didn't interfere and continued his own training. Konoha's ninjutsu was unrivaled in the ninja world, with wood style and fire style being the most exquisite. Where Konoha's leaves dance, the flames never die out was no empty phrase. Back then, Senju Hashirama's wood style prison combined with Uchiha Madara's blazing attacks shocked the ninja world. The brutal deaths caused Konoha's reputation to soar, and both ninja clans and commoners submitted. Speaking of fire style, besides the Uchiha, the Sarutobi family was also renowned. Yes, the Hokage's family. But this matter couldn't be handled by privately trading with the Hokage. For the greater good, the Hokage, knowing the secret Feiyu held, would definitely advise him to hand it over to Konoha rather than trade privately with the Sarutobi family. After all, with the Hokage in charge, the interests of Konoha must be protected. So Feiyu had to look for other opportunities. He heard that the Hokage had a son about his age, Sarutobi Sasuke, who was deeply trusted by the family. Just what he wanted. Those old guys were difficult to fool, but the young ones didn't matter much. Except for Hatake Shigemo, who was honest and too shy to take advantage. "Sasuke, remember me? We were good friends at the Ninja Academy." Feiyu slapped him heavily on the shoulder in a carefree manner. Sarutobi Sasuke was stunned by the sudden attack. He knew Feiyu, his Ninja Academy grades were mediocre, and in 6 years they had barely spoken. Now they were friends? "Have you heard about the recent events?" Feiyu looked around and lowered his voice, asking like a thief. Sasuke grew nervous. "What events?" Feiyu's eyes widened in shock. "You haven't heard? The Cloud Ninja sent people to demand secret techniques. It's related to promotion to Chunin and Jonin." Sasuke, isolated at home with no news, doubted. "Really? How could the Cloud Ninja lose something like that?" Feiyu laughed. "Who knows? I owe my quick promotion to Jonin to it." He turned to size up Sasuke. "Sasuke, you've been a Chunin for quite a while. Why haven't you become a Jonin yet? Did I beat you to it?" Sasuke's expression was complicated. The Hokage said I need more training." Feiyu sneered. "Don't fool yourself. The Hokage is just afraid of gossip and doesn't really believe in your strength. Look at me, promoted early and even became the principal, living the high life." Sarutobi Sasuke forced a smile. "You can go to the battlefield, no one objects to your promotion." "I can't. Last time I wanted to go to the front line, the great elder directly poured cold water on me." Feiyu sneered. "Isn't it just that they don't trust your strength? If you had the level of a Hokage, they definitely wouldn't be able to stop you." Sarutobi Sasuke was silent for a moment, then finally spoke. "That secret technique, could you lend it to me to learn?" Feiyu waved his hand grandly. "Should have said so earlier, don't dawdle. Take it." He pulled out an identical scroll and handed it to Sarutobi Sasuke. The boy's eyes welled up with tears, choking on his words. Feiyu, whatever you want me to do, just say it. I won't hold back. Feiyu smiled playfully, it really comes in handy. Sarutobi Sasuke's expression changed, finally understanding Feiyu's purpose for this trip. The scroll in his hand felt hot, but he was unwilling to give up. Who could easily pass up the chance to become a Jonin? Feiyu teased, don't worry, it's not hard. I just want to learn your family's fire release ninjutsu. I promise you won't lose out. Sarutobi Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest vigorously, no problem. Here, take it. But Feiyu grabbed him, took off his dark brown goggles, revealing a pair of shining three-tomo Sharingan eyes, shocking Sarutobi Sasuke. See clearly? This is the result of my deal with the Uchiha clan. With the Sharingan, I can just demonstrate directly, much easier. Feiyu said, pointing to his eyes. Sarutobi Sasuke nodded enviously and followed Feiyu deeper into the death forest, beginning a calm demonstration. Fire release, ash piling burn. Flames burst forth like a fierce tiger, scorching the air. Fire release, great flame technique. Blazing fire swirled into a storm, devouring everything. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Tongues of fire soared like dragons, tearing through the darkness. Shuriken shadow clone technique. Dozens of shadows spun, combining offense and defense. Not just fire release, Sarutobi Sasuke unleashed all his ninjutsu one by one, while Feiyu copied them face to face in sync. In just 1 hour, he mastered all the ninjutsu. However, Feiyu frowned, displeased by the absence of top-tier ultimate techniques like the third Hokage's famous skill, Great Fire Dragon technique. Sarutobi Sasuke, aware of his shortcomings, proactively offered Feiyu a ninjutsu sample, which finally satisfied Feiyu. Next, Feiyu went to the Senju clan territory. Senju Tobarama, the second Hokage, was a top expert in water release. Even the hidden mist village respectfully preserved his water release scrolls. Led by Senju Kage, Feiyu exchanged for the second Hokage's secret water release scroll. Still unsatisfied, Feiyu stepped into the Yamanaka clan's territory. Once, Yamanaka Shigehiko had traded large treasures using chakra-conductive metal. Now Feiyu's anger burned fiercely. How could he be content without taking advantage of this opportunity to reap a harvest? Although chakra-conductive metal was a conspiracy between Mito Uzumaki and Yamanaka Shigehiko, Feiyu did not hesitate to blame the Yamanaka clan. Mito Uzumaki had already paid the price. Now it was the Yamanaka clan's turn. Yamanaka Katsuhiko personally received Feiyu, smiling broadly on the surface but secretly on high alert. During their conversation, Feiyu silently exchanged the remaining chakra-conducting metal. Although not as much as initially, Feiyu carefully calculated and had already mastered the secret to avoiding the wind release, Rasengan Shuriken. The human chakra meridians are extremely fine. By mimicking the meridians to guide chakra, it is precise and covert. Half an hour later, Feiyu was politely sent out the door. Yamanaka Katsuhiko stood at the entrance, still smiling, but his heart was torn apart. Since meeting Feiyu, an invisible pressure enveloped his entire body. Yamanaka Katsuhiko forced a smile, sitting with him for half an hour, but dared not show a trace of dissatisfaction. The corpse of the Kazekage clan chief was still cold. He dared not repeat the same mistake. When facing unreasonable people, the only option is to bow and endure. Acting respectfully and ensuring the other party leaves satisfied is the right choice. At first, he had indeed misjudged, thinking Feiyu was just a middle ninja with no background or foundation, and that oppressing him would be an easy victory. The bitter fruit once sown must now be swallowed, no matter how hard it is to digest. Unless he opposes the Hokage, which is impossible. The three great clans Boar, Deer, Butterfly share bloodlines, and the other two clans would never betray the Hokage. For now, he has only one path to do his best to mend the past rift. Although the previous deal seemed fair, promising a pile of precious medicinal herbs in exchange for chakra-conducting metal, he was in an absolutely dominant position. Then fairness was out of the question. Moreover, those metals were priceless on the market. Today's conversation left Feiyu quite satisfied, greatly reducing his hostility toward the Yamanaka clan. In this world, the strong rule, and no one can be entirely blamed. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he exchanged resources extensively. Even if he had to hand over secret techniques later, Feiyu felt it was worth more than the cost. After all, the Hokage would compensate him, and he secretly rejoiced. Next, he buried himself in studying the gains from the past few days, turning theoretical knowledge into practical combat power and enriching his attack methods. Although Konoha lacked strong lightning release experts, Feiyu was determined to create the Chidori and lightning release armor to fill the gap in lightning release. Several days later, a quiet rumor spread from dark corners. The cloud-hidden secret technique could help a middle ninja rise to upper ninja, and the secret technique was in Feiyu's hands. At first, it was just scattered whispers, but gradually the news spread from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, until it became widely known and rapidly gained momentum. "Father, have you heard?" A boy from the Kurama clan ran breathlessly into a luxurious courtyard. At this moment, the Kurama clan chief was leisurely sipping tea on the waterside pavilion. The broken silence made him frown as he coldly looked at the boy. "What is it? Why the rush? No composure at all. You are supposed to be the future head of the Kurama clan, why so impatient?" The boy wiped his sweat, ignoring his father's reproach, and said urgently, "Father, you should go to the clan quickly, the clan members are all causing a commotion." The clan chief responded indifferently, "So what if they are making a fuss?" The young man saw his father remain calm and unflinching, feeling ashamed in his heart. He took a deep breath and continued, "There are rumors outside about the secret technique in Feiyu's hands. It can easily help a Chunin advance to Jonin." The clan leader sneered, "Feiyu? He's just a commoner. He got lucky advancing to Jonin, how can he compare to our family?" The young man sighed at his father's stubbornness and then said, "The legendary secret technique originates from Yunin and can strengthen one's foundation. Feiyu's rapid promotion is precisely because of this." The clan leader remained calm. "Strengthen the foundation? Nonsense. If this secret technique really existed, wouldn't Yunin village's Jonin be everywhere by now? This rumor is absolutely false." The young man nodded in agreement. "There's also a saying that before learning Yunin's ninja body techniques, one must first learn this secret technique." The clan leader was stunned. "Ninja body techniques? What ninja body techniques?" The young man looked serious. "Raiden armor." The clan leader was shocked. "What? Such a level exists?" "No, I must find the Hokage. This secret technique must be exclusively owned by our Kurama clan." Having said that, he hurriedly stood up and knocked over the tea table, completely losing his previous calm demeanor and becoming restless. The young man quickly followed and advised, "Father, don't take it too seriously. It's all just rumors. Didn't you say the same thing before?" The clan leader was furious. "You foolish child, the rise and fall of the Kurama clan depends on this matter. Even if it's a rumor, it must be taken seriously. We cannot treat the clan's fate as a joke." The young man was puzzled. "What does this have to do with the clan's fate?" The clan leader said disappointedly, "The Kurama clan has long practiced in release, which excessively consumes physical energy. Every Jonin is frail and weak. If this secret technique can truly serve as a prerequisite for ninja body techniques and perfectly solve the physical bottleneck, the Kurama clan will surely reach new heights." "What have you been doing all day? You can't even guess something like this. You're grounded for a month to reflect properly." The clan leader grew angrier as he spoke and even issued the punishment. The young man was stunned on the spot, thinking, "You're the one who's impatient, you're the one who calls it a rumor. You only care about yourself. Could it be that he came here today just to get scolded and punished?" Umbu training base, inside the biological laboratory. Danzo's face was dark as he stared at the strange tree-shaped creature in the petri dish, disappointment written all over his eyes, hard to conceal. The person in charge carefully bent down to attend to him. "Why? Why is it like this?" Danzo's voice was cold as he turned to glare at the person in charge. "I fulfilled all your requirements. Why can't you produce the results I want?" The person in charge trembled under that sharp gaze and stammered, "Lord Danzo, no one expected the specimen's vitality to be so strong. Even adult ninjas cannot resist it. Is there really no solution?" Danzo sneered, "Do you want to become your predecessor?" The person in charge said bitterly, "Currently, there are only two paths, either reduce the specimen's activity so that ordinary test subjects can control it or enhance the test subject's willpower, training both mind and body." Danzo's eyes lit up. "Be specific." Reducing activity means weakening the offensive part, lowering the threat. Enhancing willpower means shifting to cultivation, using secret techniques to strengthen the test subject's will. Danzo pondered, knowing that reducing activity was simple but unlikely to meet expectations, and decisively ordered in-depth research into enhancing willpower. The person in charge looked troubled. "This requires special secret techniques, but Konoha knows very little about them." Danzo sneered, immediately thinking of the secret techniques Yuki had previously requested from Feiyu, a resolute gleam flashing in his eyes. "Leave this to me. The effect doesn't matter, the secret techniques must be obtained. If there are any other needs, state them all." The person in charge beamed. "It's best to prepare several test subjects, preferably close relatives, so that specimen activity can be maintained while reducing aggressiveness." Danzo's face darkened, nodding in approval. Outside, chaos continued, but Feiyu's home was quiet and peaceful. Feiyu paced excitedly back and forth in the yard. Just now, a shadow clone from the Valley of the End sent news he could sever the waterfall. After 2 months, he finally completed the second stage of wind release, Rasengan, progressing far beyond Naruto Uzumaki at the same stage. First, he leveraged Naruto's development experience to precisely master the core use of Wind Nature Chakra. Second, Feiyu's chakra training was astonishing. Half a month ago, he had already reached the ninja world's recognized finest chakra threads 0.07 millimeters. After integrating magnet release, his insight into Wind Nature Chakra deepened. Even without Naruto's many shadow clones assisting, progress remained rapid. The next step was to infuse Wind Nature Chakra into the Rasengan. Naruto had a simple method: create 2 shadow clones, the original shapes the Rasengan, one clone controls chakra flow, and the other injects Wind Nature Chakra, the 3 working perfectly to perform wind release, Rasengan. Though Feiyu was not a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and lacked extraordinary healing to endure damage, he shifted the release of his main body's ninjutsu to shadow clones to reduce his own risk. Shadow clones can only endure limited damage before vanishing, but with repeated practice, Feiyu believed he would succeed. Shadow clone technique. Bang! 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 Over 10 shadow clones appeared instantly, grouped in threes, doubling the practice speed. Jiraiya stood aside, witnessing the scene. More than a dozen Feiyu clones divided into small groups, one performing the Maru ninjutsu from the previous induction ceremony, the other 2 continuously manipulating their palms to regulate chakra flow. Feiyu's shadow clones continuously dissolved into smoke and vanished. The Maru lost control and instantly collapsed, chakra and turbulent vortexes sweeping through the courtyard, scattering branches and leaves wildly. The chaos continued, with more Feiyu shadow clones joining in, repeating the cycle. The atmosphere was tense yet full of fighting spirit. He was able to witness the birth of the Rasengan up close, focusing on training with a determined gaze, his palms constantly gesturing as if trying to fully control this spinning chakra. Feiyu caught Jiraiya secretly imitating him but did not stop him. After all, the Rasengan was a ninjutsu Jiraiya taught Naruto. He was just letting him grasp it ahead of time. If Jiraiya could master it early, wouldn't that be a cycle of fate, making the painstaking development by Minato Namikaze unnecessary? Time passed second by second. The small courtyard was like a paradise, isolated from the hustle and bustle. Occasionally, Kosazaki came to visit, and Jiraiya greeted her warmly. This elder sister was gentle as water, rare to find another like her in the world. Kosazaki cared deeply for Jiraiya and, after learning about his background, felt sympathy. Every visit she brought delicious snacks and news from the outside world. Rumors outside said that over 100 Chunin had united to settle accounts with Feiyu, and their numbers were still growing. Kosazaki and Jiraiya showed worried expressions, but Feiyu remained as steady as Mount Tai. They did not understand why he was still optimistic. With the village's people joining forces to besiege him, shouldn't he strike first? Feiyu knew the situation clearly. He could not show himself now. He had clearly heard the conspiracy between Uchiha Hokage and Shimura Danzo. If he appeared to resist, Danzo would surely accuse him with a tragic and compassionate attitude, forcing him to hand over something important. If he handed it over directly, wouldn't that be self-destruction? He had obtained this thing through life and death struggles, offending the third Hokage, and Uchiha Kagami had sacrificed himself for it. He had stated before the Hokage that this item did not belong to him. Once handed over, he would become a selfish sinner who disregarded the lives of his clan, unwilling to compromise even at the cost of Kagami's sacrifice, angering the Hokage, offending the Uchiha clan, and manipulating the Hokage at will. Danzo would stir up public opinion, blaming all the war responsibilities on him, including the deaths of Konoha's ninja. Feiyu would have no way out. The United Chunin would not be grateful to him but would see it as the result of their alliance and be more thankful that Danzo took sides at the critical moment. In that case, he would have enemies both inside and outside. Not betraying the village would be worse than Hatake Tsukumo, but betraying it was also unbearable. He would remain unchanged. Whoever came to pick a fight, he would fight back. The corpse of the Wind Demon clan leader was not yet cold. No one was foolish enough to act openly. In the end, the Hokage would step in to handle it. The initiative is in the hands of Naruto and Feiyu. Danzo has no way to intervene. His attempt to play the good guy is futile. Feiyu was even reluctant to give up such a situation of reaping benefits without effort. At that moment, the Umbu suddenly arrived, their gaze fixed on Feiyu. Feiyu, the Hokage summons you. Feiyu nodded, knowing he could not escape this ordeal, and waited to see how the Hokage would arrange things. Following the Umbu, he found the path did not lead to the Hokage's building. He asked in confusion, "Where is the Hokage?" The Umbu replied, "Not far, follow me." Feiyu furrowed his brows, sensing something was wrong. The Umbu represented the Hokage, so he dared not question them and suppressed his doubts, following them to a spacious area. Before him were numerous ninja figures, all wearing Konoha headbands, standing solemnly. In the center stood a man with his head wrapped in bandages, none other than Shimura Danzo. Feiyu's heart suddenly raced. He had fallen into an ambush. The Anbu had not split. Danzo's Anbu was no different. Though his aura was cold and sinister, he lacked the naivety of a newcomer. Turning his head, he saw his former teammate Kojima removing his mask, his face dark and eyes fierce, staring at Feiyu and the others. Feiyu sneered, not taking Kojima seriously at all. His gaze shifted to Danzo, and he asked coldly, "Danzo, what important matter summons me here? To use the Hokage's name as a pretense?" Danzo showed no expression. "The Hokage's name? What Hokage's name? It was you who followed the Anbu. Everyone, now that you're here, don't speak recklessly." Feiyu clapped his hands once and sneered, "Danzo, you're truly formidable, turning clouds into rain with a flick of your hand. I've seen your skill. Since you have no business, I'll take my leave." Kojima suddenly flashed forward, blocking Feiyu's only path, shouting angrily, "Feiyu, what are you pretending for? The Hokage's advisor is here, who told you to come and go as you please." Feiyu disdainfully ignored him, swinging his right arm in a wide arc, striking Kojima's neck hard. Bang! With a muffled sound, Kojima's head spun, his eyes blurred, and he staggered to the ground, rolling his eyes before falling unconscious instantly. Seeing Feiyu's decisive strike, Danzo's eyelids twitched slightly, and he quickly vanished into the crowd, cutting off Feiyu's chance to get close. After knocking out Kojima, Feiyu smiled and turned to leave. However, the surrounding Chunin erupted, swarming forward to block his way, their shouts shaking the air. "You're not going anywhere. Why should you have all the good stuff to yourself? Are you still a Konoha ninja or not? Lord Danzo's men don't take anyone seriously. Don't even think about slipping away while you have the chance. Hand over the cloud concealment technique, or you will surely die today. Let us be reasonable. Hand over the item and we'll let you go. Lord Danzo will make a note in your ninja log. You wouldn't be treated unfairly. Yeah. You wouldn't want to see so many comrades trapped here, unable to move, would you?" Feiyu stood firm, the smile fading from his face, replaced by a murderous aura. The approaching Chunin all felt a chill. But they quickly regained composure, thinking he couldn't possibly kill them all alone. The first to act would die. Everyone clung to a lucky hope, believing their numbers were many, backed by the Hokage's advisors. If the sky fell, there would be someone to hold it up. They wouldn't be the first to suffer misfortune. Luck bred arrogance, and the crowd began to shove, trying to force Feiyu to make the first move, escalating the tension. Danzo, seeing the situation settled, cast a cold glance over the unconscious Kojima, shook his head, and left. The first rule of the Anbu was secrecy of identity. Kojima thought he was untouchable with Danzo's backing, but this time he was completely abandoned. Everyone present focused solely on Feiyu. Even if Danzo on the outskirts noticed, he had no intention to intervene. Since he had already acted, who still expected him to walk away unscathed? Inside the Hokage's office. "Hokage-sama, the situation is urgent. A group of Chunin have surrounded Feiyu, emotions are running high, and they've already started fighting." The Hokage was shocked and urgently summoned the Anbu, preparing to personally intervene and quell the disturbance. He had long heard of the undercurrents stirring within the village. It was supposed to be a secret, but now everyone knew, which infuriated him. Now, with a collective conflict erupting, he felt powerless. The three Hokage advisors were already struggling with daily affairs. He was considering expanding the upper echelon to divide and win over clan forces. Arriving at the scene of the conflict, he saw a mess Chunin sprawled and slumped in pain, wailing on the ground. The remaining 20 Chunin in the battle group struggled desperately, holding their ground against Feiyu's relentless assault. Endless sand and iron rolled like giant waves, instantly engulfing the enemy. Feiyu moved lightly, suppressing all the Chunin, his courage beyond everyone's expectations. Everyone originally thought he would consider the bigger picture and know when to hold back. As long as they worked together, they could surely suppress Feiyu. But Feiyu was different. His soul came from the great 21st century, an era of information explosion, where formalities and empty praise were worthless in his eyes. Sacrificing one's own interests to benefit others, that was the choice of a saint. He was not a saint, he was a mortal. Therefore, the fallen Chunin had to rest for 10 days or half a month, struggling to recover. They should be grateful that Feiyu restrained himself, otherwise, missing limbs would be a light consequence. Once his magnet release was unleashed, he swept through without any hesitation. Feiyu swept across the entire field. The Chunin could not withstand his sharpness at all. "Everyone stop." The Hokage's voice thundered, instantly suppressing everyone's anger. The Chunin, as if hearing a divine command, all ceased their actions. Feiyu also did not want to embarrass the Hokage and simply stopped pursuing. The Hokage nodded with satisfaction, his gaze sharp as a blade, scanning everyone and coldly asking, "What? Is the mission too easy that you gather here planning to rebel?" A Chunin stepped forward, his voice booming, "Hokage-sama, we are just banding together for warmth. Some in the village ignore the interests of the group and must be punished." Feiyu sneered, "The group interests you speak of are just sacrificing others. Hand over all your property, then it's fair." The Chunin retorted coldly, "Don't twist the meaning. Lord Danzo already said it was you who disregarded the village's interests and triggered the hidden cloud war. The battlefield is a shared commitment, the benefits must be shared." Feiyu contemptuously said, I think Danzo betrayed Konoha and colluded with the Cloud Ninja. Go ask him for benefits and see if he gives you anything." The Hokage frowned. Internal strife was constant, and Danzo's interference was everywhere. Afterwards, responsibilities must be clarified to cut off his meddling. Feiyu only mastered a secret technique but clung to it stubbornly, lacking any sense of the bigger picture. The village's weak ideology and the disconnect between individual and collective interests caused today's chaos. A new idea sprouted in the Hokage's mind, to develop a political theory to strengthen the bond between the village and individuals, tentatively named Will of Fire. Inside the Hokage's office, many clan leaders gathered, their expressions varied. New faces appeared frequently, and the atmosphere was tense. They have been gathering frequently lately, and 8 out of 9 times the focus has been on Feiyu. This time was no exception. "Hokage, is that legendary secret technique really in Konoha or not? It concerns Konoha's future, we cannot be vague. I heard Feiyu has been active recently. Why not invite him to join? Sharing the benefits." An old clan leader left over from the Warring States period appeared rarely, surprising the Hokage and others. Though these old fellows are unknown, surviving from the chaotic Warring States era until now makes them a precious heritage of Konoha. If Feiyu comes, with his fiery temper, hearing harsh words might trigger deadly intent. Konoha might be turned upside down. The Hokage was about to refuse, but Danzo coldly said, "Hizashi, the longer we delay, the more troublesome it gets. It's better to settle it sooner." The Hokage stared at Danzo, feeling suspicious. Why did he speak first? Trying to win over these old fellows? However, since Danzo spoke first, the Hokage found it hard to directly oppose him. In that case, let's proceed accordingly. The Hokage nodded. One of the Umbu guards stepped out, flashed through the window, and vanished instantly. Soon, that person returned with a calm-looking young man. The youth ignored all eyes and walked straight to the Hokage. "Hokage-sama, we just met. What is the reason for calling me here now?" The Hokage sighed. Feiyu's fearless demeanor was worrisome. When he was a Chunin, he was cautious and low-key, but after going to the Land of Thunder, he changed so much. If it weren't for him returning with Akiyama Torikes and no harm seen to Konoha, one might suspect he was an imposter. It's still about the secret technique from last time. The clan leaders have doubts and ask you to clarify. Feiyu nodded, a cold light flickering in his eyes. Obviously, this group of elites was about to stir up trouble again. They were never content when encountering something valuable. Restless, like mad dogs lunging, desperately fighting over it. Feiyu coldly scanned the surroundings, locking eyes on everyone, and loudly shouted, "Who dares to be so reckless? Step forward and show me your true face. Are you thick-skinned or made of paper?" His sharp words cut through the air like a blade. An elderly man at the gathering, looking pale and as if he might fall with a gust of wind, suddenly opened his eyes. His sharp gaze was like a knife, sweeping over Feiyu's entire body, as if encountering such arrogance for the first time. "Young man, no manners? We are all your grandfather's or uncle's generation. Didn't your parents teach you to behave properly when you go out?" Feiyu sneered coldly, his eyes full of disdain. "I learned manners, but not to teach old fossils like you. You're almost 6 feet under, so what's with the big act? Are you trying to save face for your descendants? Remember, be careful or your descendants won't live long." The old man was furious upon hearing this and suddenly stood up from his seat, but because he exerted too much force, he felt dizzy and staggered, falling down. Feiyu shouted loudly, Hey, old man, stop acting." Everyone saw it. I didn't even touch a single finger of his. Don't blame me if he dies." The old man was still holding on, preparing to lie down slowly and wait for help, but Feiyu's mockery enraged him. His anger overwhelmed him, and with a kick of his legs, he completely fainted. The people around couldn't help but chuckle, each one gloating with anticipation in their eyes. The Hokage snorted coldly, putting an end to the farce. "Enough, I'll ask. Feiyu, think carefully, regarding those secret techniques, why has the Hidden Cloud Village been holding a grudge against you?" Feiyu said helplessly, probably because I'm unlucky. They VE pinned it on me, and I have no way out. He pondered and continued, maybe it's because during a previous mission, I came into contact with the Shinnome of the Hidden Sky Village. The clan leader's eyes flickered with a strange light, each secretly noting the name, planning to investigate after returning. The Hokage shook his head helplessly. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, Danzo suddenly interrupted. No, the teammate who was with you, Kojima, saw you rummaging through the Hidden Sky Village's vehicle and hiding something. He saw it clearly. Feiyu sneered, stubbornly denying. If he is so sure, go ask him then. Why ask me? Danzo responded coldly. It's not about asking you, it's about making you hand over the item. Otherwise, he'll come to confront you, and it'll be embarrassing for everyone. Feiyu taunted. Then let him come out. Don't hide behind and slander me. Danzo's face darkened, vowing to put Feiyu to death, even if it meant offending the Hokage. Feiyu refused to admit anything, so Danzo had no choice but to send Kojima out to expose Feiyu's true colors and use the opportunity to win over the Konoha nobility. The clan leader's eyes gleamed with greed, secretly thinking, isn't Feiyu from the Hokage's faction? Why is the Hokage's advisor targeting him? Could it be? Soon, the once unknown Chunin Kojima, now clad in umbu black clothing, appeared in the Hokage's office. He trusted Danzo. If he could expose the secret Feiyu obtained from the Hidden Sky Village's caravan, he would surely be promoted to a highly respected jonin and become Danzo's trusted aide. All the good things are right before his eyes. As long as he exposes Feiyu's mask, Feiyu's terrified expression in front of him will be completely revealed. Shout out! Shout out! Tenzu, are you sure your witness is sane? Don't have a hysterical episode. A mentally ill witness, that's just unbelievable. Feiyu mocked, calling out Xiao Dao a few times. Seeing him dazed with a silly smile, he sneered and ridiculed Tenzu. Tenzu's face darkened, his anger rising sharply. He suddenly slammed the table, startling everyone. Bang! Xiao Dao leapt up suddenly, his movements swift as lightning. Ling came to his senses, wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, his gaze as firm as steel, full of confidence as he stared at Tenzu, waiting for his command to reveal Feiyu's true face. But the expression on Tenzu's face sent a chill through Ling. Those fiery eyes stared at him as if they could burn him to ashes at any moment. Ling swallowed nervously and hesitantly spoke, Lord Tenzu? Speak. Tell everything you know, without hiding a single detail. The clan leaders here will all listen. Tenzu's voice was cold, carrying an unchallengeable authority. Yes, Lord Tenzu. Ling saluted sharply, a hint of determination in his eyes, ready to speak. At that moment, Feiyu slapped Ling's shoulder, smiling gently and harmlessly, a faint smile on his face. Behind his goggles, the three Tomo Sharingan slowly opened, and a strong illusionary wave instantly struck Ling's mind. Naruto's insight technique. Feiyu whispered. Ling was controlled by the illusion and began to speak according to Feiyu's guidance. Lord Tenzu forced me to identify Feiyu and threatened to kill my parents. My parents' lives are entirely in Lord Tenzu's hands, so I had no choice but to appear. Ling's voice trembled, tears blurring his vision. Lord Hokage, please do justice for me. Lord Tenzu and Feiyu have a grudge and forcibly dragged me into this turmoil. I still don't know where my parents are. My poor old mother, at her age, was threatened with death. How can I ever see her again? Ling's words struck Tenzu like arrows, painting him as an unforgivable tyrant who oppressed kind-hearted ninjas and exterminated clans at the slightest resistance. The clan leaders showed shock, casting strange looks. They never expected the Shimura clan to have such a ruthless person, using despicable means to oppress ninjas from the same village. Most shook their heads and sighed, deeply disappointed in the Hokage's choice of advisors. Only a few fell into thought, especially Uchiha Tomoya, whose brows furrowed tightly, eyes flickering with doubt. That familiar wave just now, the illusionary wave of the Sharingan. Could Feiyu also possess some kind of dojutsu? And one extremely similar? Tomoya ruled out the possibility of the same clan, firmly believing the true Uchiha would never be easily tempted. His gaze fell on Feiyu's dark goggles, which he had never taken off since entering, deepening his suspicion. Tenzu sensed something amiss and wanted to stop Ling from speaking, but was stopped by the Hokage. The Hokage had already crossed the line and would not allow Tenzu to cause more trouble, so he had to endure and continue listening. Ling's accusation was exactly what Tenzu expected, but he could not understand why the Hokage's anger remained so intense, his own doubts surging like a tide. The Hokage showed no expression. After listening, he coldly ordered, "That's enough for today. Tenzu, stay behind." Feiyu finished digging the pit and quickly disappeared, leaving not even a shadow behind. Inside the room were only the Hokage, Danzo, and the elder who had already fainted. Danzo knew the Hokage was furious today's attempt to steal a march had backfired, and he could only blame himself for not being cautious enough, having been toyed with by Feiyu. He suppressed his anger and began to explain, "Monkey, this concerns the success or failure of that experiment. I was a bit impatient just now." Though the Hokage's anger quickly subsided, he still asked in a deep voice, "Ling said you have a grudge against Feiyu. Is it because of the last assassination attempt? Didn't you already let it go? Why bring up old grievances again? Monkey, don't believe Ling's nonsense. He must have been under Feiyu's genjutsu to make me look bad," Danzo said firmly. The Hokage pondered for a moment, then nodded. "If it's Feiyu, that makes sense. His arrogant personality and decisive actions fit. Send someone to scout the Kunin village immediately. It must be done quickly, or the Yunin village will cause trouble again," the Hokage ordered. Danzo responded promptly, "I'll handle it. Also, the number of test subjects is insufficient. We must replenish them." The Hokage frowned. "The war just ended. Where will we find test subjects?" Danzo was unconcerned. "Recruit willing ninjas within the village, especially. If we can win over the Senju clan, the experiment's success rate will increase by 20% directly." The Hokage's brow furrowed slightly, feeling somewhat swayed but still hesitant. Danzo took the opportunity to press, "Monkey, you're constrained everywhere right now. What's the fundamental reason? Lack of strength, unable to control others. Once would release revives this time, your Hokage status will be unshakable." The Hokage sighed deeply. "Fine, this is the last chance. If it fails again, I'll give up completely. Don't sacrifice more lives for an illusory hope." Danzo nodded, but in his heart, he was contemptuous, thinking Hiruzen Sarutobi was too old-fashioned. Now that he had power, finding help wouldn't be difficult. Kunin village. The Kunin leader humbly followed a middle-aged man from the Yunin village wearing a forehead protector, his eyes darting quickly as he pondered strategies and occasionally whispered reports. "I say, is it hard to get Shinnong here? He wouldn't steal anything, right?" The middle-aged man spoke slowly, his words making the Kunin leader's heart tighten. No, absolutely not. I'll send someone to call him right away. Don't trouble yourself. I'll go with you." Recently, the Hokage has been mentioning Shinnong a lot. The Hokage actually knows Shinnong? Not many people can easily steal the cloud concealment technique. It absolutely couldn't have been the Sky Ninja village. The leader hurriedly shook his head in denial. The middle-aged cloud ninja sneered, unconvinced, insisting on seeing it with his own eyes to believe it. The two walked into a brand new courtyard. Suddenly, the courtyard gate opened wide, and a group of maids respectfully welcomed them in, as if they had been expecting them. The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow. "The news spreads fast. Have you even prepared your lines?" Before the leader could respond, a handsome young man stepped forward and said loudly, "Honorable Envoy of Yunin, your visit is a once-in-a-century event. The entire village has long been prepared, awaiting your arrival." The middle-aged man laughed. "So you are Shinnong? Quite clever. It's probably you behind this, no doubt about it." Shinnong calmly led the two inside, served hot tea, and said, "The envoy is too kind. How could Shinnong act recklessly, let alone steal?" The middle-aged man sneered, "Yunin has seen many people who look like you. How do you explain that?" Shinnong's expression darkened, and he said angrily, "Honorable envoy, I was controlled when I passed through Konoha. As for how they pulled off the switch, I know nothing. Tell me the details." The Kunin village caravan passed through the Land of Fire and ran into Konoha Ninja. When asked about their origins, someone named Feiyu took advantage of the evening and knocked me out secretly, then disguised himself as me. As for his actions in Yunin village, I have no knowledge. How do you know his name is Feiyu? I overheard the name during casual talk and confirmed after inquiry that he is the culprit. The middle-aged man pondered deeply. This case was clear. Whether Kunin was involved or not, Konoha was the main culprit. Whether Shinnong's words were true or false didn't matter with this pretext, the goal was achieved. This Kunin village was as small as a palm, unable to surpass Yunin for 100 years. Once the opportunity came, such a small village could easily be wiped out. Only Konoha was strong enough to make Yunin wary. Although Konoha was already the top ninja village, once it mastered the secret techniques, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yunin must not fall too far behind, or it would never have a chance to turn the tide. With Shinnong's words, Yunin could justifiably pressure Konoha, using diplomacy to ensure Konoha Ninja would never touch the secret techniques. I understand. I will truthfully report to the Hokage next. How the Hokage handles it is up to you to deal with, the middle-aged man said coldly. The Kunin leader was extremely humble. Envoy, please take some Kunin village specialties back to share with your family. Consider it a token of appreciation for your hard work. The Kunin leader clapped his hands, and instantly, several graceful young girls carrying exquisite gift boxes stepped out from the shadows, bowing in unison to the three. That scene instantly ignited the middle-aged man's desire, and the long-hidden craving suddenly exploded. His eyes burned as he swept over the Kunin leader, who smiled obsequiously. He completely let down his guard. He quickly grabbed two voluptuous girls and eagerly headed to the back room. The girls put down the gift boxes and surprisingly followed closely behind. The middle-aged man was very satisfied, silently praising Kunin's clever tactics. Hokage-sama. Haven T, we met too often lately? Can you just say everything at once? I'm busy. Feiyu was full of complaints, grumbling in the Hokage's office. The room was quiet, with only the Hokage sitting in the main seat. The Hokage sighed, Feiyu, there's no way around it, who told you to get involved? Feiyu snorted coldly, it's all Danzo's lies, not trustworthy. The Hokage waved his hand, this has nothing to do with him. This time I'm sending you to the land of sky. Didn't you say the secret technique is in Shinnon's hands? I don't care about that. You must bring back the secret technique intact. Feiyu was dissatisfied, Hokage-sama, this is unfair. Shinnon is from the cloud-hidden village people, nothing to do with me. Besides, I'm the principal of the Ninja Academy, the school has already started, and the principal is still going on missions? Ridiculous. His face was full of resistance and reluctance. The Hokage was calm, I will assign an assistant to help you with the Ninja Academy, ensuring everything is fine while you're away. Feiyu was speechless, obviously being sidelined, yet acting self-righteous and pretending to be impartial, really made one grind their teeth. Out of respect for the Hokage, Feiyu could only reluctantly accept the mission and dragged himself out of the office. This was clearly an open strategy. No matter who holds the secret technique, as long as you hand it over to me, I win. If it's not in your hands, then go seize it. If it is in your hands, skip the step of leaving the village, mission accomplished directly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's political skills were becoming increasingly mature, truly living up to his reputation as the future hero of the ninja world. Feiyu returned home, packed his things simply, left some silver for Jiraiya to buy food, and set off leisurely. Jutsuin headed west all the way, walking and stopping intermittently, deeply studying the synthesis method of bloodline elimination. He discovered that fusing 3 types of chakra was extremely difficult, and controlling it consumed a huge amount of mental energy, leading to a dead end. This is precisely the root cause of why the ninja world has many bloodline limits, while bloodline elimination is rare. After a month of contemplation, Feiyu found a breakthrough, first fused the 3 types of chakra 2 by 2, then gradually synthesized them. Only by achieving mutual blending and perfect compatibility can success be attained. Dust release consists of the 3 elements fire, wind, and earth. He had already fused wind and earth into magnet release, next choosing to fuse fire and wind into scorch release, or fire and earth into melt release. If he could observe a bloodline limit user up close, it would definitely be a huge help. When he previously fused magnet release, his strength was limited, so he had no time to consider this. In his memory, the known scorch release user was Yakura from the Sand Hidden Village, and the melt release user was Old Z from the Rock Hidden Village, the Four Tails Jinchuriki. Yakura's whereabouts were unknown, so he was not considered. Old Z was about the same age as Inoki, and was said to have appeared. Moreover, Old Z's melt release was obtained through the power of the Four Tails Son Goku, so even if Old Z had not appeared, finding the Four Tails Jinchuriki was equally crucial. Deciding to act, Feiyu went to the black market to specifically gather information on Old Z. Holding a 50 million Ryo bounty, he sifted through detailed data. The black market had long since organized the information thoroughly. Old Z appeared at Haigon Temple, currently staying there due to dissatisfaction with the new Tsuchiki Jinoki, spending his days sullen and unhappy. The defenses around were weak, with almost no support. This was Feiyu's perfect opportunity. No one in the 5 great nations dared to act rashly, let alone attack a Jinchuriki. As the controller of the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Old Z's safety was not even considered by the new Tsuchikage. After enduring countless hardships, Feiyu arrived at Haigon Temple a month later. Here, nestled by mountains and water, the scenery was breathtakingly beautiful, completely different from the rocky rock ninja village in the land of Earth. Old Z chose this place to become a monk, clearly indulging himself. Feiyu used the body flicker technique, quietly appearing atop the temple wall, overlooking Old Z sitting cross-legged in meditation. That distinctive purple robe and striking large beard made him instantly recognizable. Old Z had an extraordinary and otherworldly aura, as if he had truly devoted himself to Buddhism, desireless and unattached, but his thick long hair and youthful face revealed it was just a facade. Hey, Old Z, an enemy is spying on you, radiating malice all over, be careful. The voice of the Four-Tails Son Goku echoed in Old Z's mind. Old Z snapped his eyes open sharply, scanning the surroundings, finally locking onto Feiyu. Feiyu wore black clothes and a mask, revealing only his deep eyes, with the eerie smile of a monkey-faced mask, full of mockery. Did Owanoki send you from the Umbu to capture me? Lao Z probed. He, guess? Feiyu replied teasingly. Lao Z frowned. Why aren't you wearing IWA ninja clothes, not even a forehead protector? Could it be that you're a mercenary invited by Owanoki? Half right, the other half you'll find out after I capture you. Bold words. Come, let me see your true skills. Lao Z's chakra burst from his feet as he suddenly leapt 3 or 4 meters high, his momentum like a rainbow, his soul aimed straight at Feiyu. Earth release, weighted rock technique. Lao Z used gravity to rapidly descend, aiming to kick Feiyu to death. Feiyu nimbly dodged the attack. The ground shook violently, dust flying as Lao Z's kick tore half the earth apart. Earth release, earth mound dumpling. Lao Z submerged underground, channeling chakra to strengthen his power, digging out a huge rock, raising it overhead, and hurling it fiercely. Magnet release, sand iron spear. Feiyu pulled out a scroll containing sealed sand iron, which condensed into a sharp spear under chakra guidance, piercing toward the incoming rock with a whoosh. The spear was as sharp as a blade, splitting the rock like tofu, passing by Feiyu. Lao Z stood in the giant crater, his expression grave. Multiple attacks were easily countered. Feiyu's strength far exceeded expectations. Puff, warm-up's done. Lao Z, show me your full power. Feiyu said coldly. Lao Z snorted coldly, quickly forming hand seals, his chest expanding as he inhaled deeply, then exhaled blobs of scorching lava from his mouth. The lava was gelatinous once it hit, the instant high temperature could turn the contact point to ash. Lava release, volcanic bomb. Water release, water formation wall. A volcanic bomb was about to hit when a sudden curtain of water rose beside Feiyu, tightly enclosing him. The volcanic bomb struck the water curtain, losing heat with a zila sound. The water curtain was pierced with a hole, and the volcanic bomb passed through, turning into an ordinary stone ball as its temperature plummeted. The lava instantly solidified into stone upon contact with water, a simple physical change that greatly reduced its power at this moment. Steam billowed as the volcanic bomb gradually sank into the water, thick smoke spreading, enveloping Lao Z and Feiyu in steam. Feiyu's Sharingan was fully activated, his eyes fixed intently on Lao Z's movements. The earth release ninjutsu was fully observed, but whether he could master it remained unknown. Feiyu secretly recorded the chakra flow route inside Lao Z's body. When Lao Z released melt release, the chakra churned inside his body, rapidly undergoing strange changes. Feiyu could not understand this transformation because a certain part of his own body lacked the key function to convert chakra into melt release. Ordinary chakra could not become melt release, and this could only be confirmed through close observation. The only way was to capture Lao Z. Feiyu vanished into the dense mist, performing a secret Umbu technique, the advanced three-body stealth technique. Usually seeming trivial, it now became a decisive weapon. As the mist thickened, Lao Z became alert and immediately released a rare defensive ninjutsu lava armor. Just after casting it, a tremendous force suddenly struck from behind, spiraling and piercing through the melt-release armor. Lao Z turned around to see a bright blue orb continuously drilling into his body. Feiyu's chakra poured in endlessly, the assault relentless. The iron sand had already tightly bound Lao Z's feet, preventing his escape. Lao Z's heart tightened. He had to counterattack quickly. As a top jonin of Iwagakure, Lao Z's methods were versatile, far beyond those of a steel-release ninja. It wasn't about the four tails sealed within him, but his attack methods themselves were comprehensively fierce. His body erupted with scorching chakra, instantly entering melt-release chakra mode. The magma coiled around his body like a blazing giant serpent. This upgraded version of melt-release armor greatly increased his defense, the scorching heat burning Feiyu who was close by. The Rasengan assault was forced back, having to retreat to avoid burns from splashing magma. Lightning release armor and melt release armor are both rare close-range defensive techniques in the ninja world, supported solely by the user's willpower. The fourth Hokage's lightning release armor was difficult even for Sasuke with his awakened Mangekyo Sharingan to break through. The melt release armor was even stronger, focusing on defense and greatly reducing the destructive power of the Rasengan. Feiyu, drawing on the strategy of Kisame Hoshigaki, was preparing to change the situation with endless water release. Lifted half airborne by the iron sand, Feiyu slowly formed hand seals, his movements slow but precise. On the ground, Lao Zi frowned deeply, feeling the pressure. Melt release, scorching river flame technique. Flaming magma balls surged like a rushing flood, filling Feiyu's vision. Feiyu sneered disdainfully, mere fireballs, what else knew about that? With a shift of thought, magnet release, iron sand shield instantly appeared, blocking all the magma balls. Unfamiliar with chakra control, the ninjutsu release was slow, and the hand seal time was enough for the enemy to attack once. Feiyu relied on his agility in flight to avoid the danger of direct confrontation. The final hand seal was completed, and Feiyu's cheeks puffed out, as if a frog croaking and gathering strength. Water release, great exploding water surge. An endless water curtain bursts forth from the mouth. The great exploding water surge is an A-rank ninjutsu, which Feiyu had long mastered with ease, and by increasing the chakra output, its power doubled. Taking advantage of the misty atmosphere of Shanhazi Temple, Feiyu summoned a rolling sea of water, surging toward Lao Zi. The water flow struck, rapidly cooling the molten armor, turning it into hard rock that peeled off Lao Zi's body. The rocks instead bound him, rendering Lao Zi immobile, forced to watch helplessly as the water current swept him away. The advantage of terrain was fully displayed. As an A-rank ninjutsu that consumes the most chakra, Feiyu released it effortlessly, using no more than a tenth of his total chakra. The miraculous effect appeared as Lao Zi was violently pushed by the waterfall into a deep pool, the surrounding waters vast and boundless, instantly weakening the power of the molten release. Lao Zi decisively made a choice, to fully transform into a tailed beast. Only by harnessing the power of the four tails could he turn the tide in this desperate situation. Borrowing the four tails chakra, Lao Zi's body rapidly changed, a red tail appearing, and the dense molten release chakra instantly dissipated, replaced by the scorching and ominous red-tailed beast chakra. Feiyu immediately recognized it as tailed beast chakra. When previously fighting the two tails Jinchuriki, the two from the Yuzuki clan had also used it, but the concentration was far inferior to this. Unlike the chakra of the two tails focuses on eye-based ninjutsu connections and is not strong in physical attacks. The four tails is the complete opposite, its whole body bursting with blazing chakra, radiating intense heat that can be felt from afar. In an instant, the water in the pool was evaporated, and thick mist rose. A tall, fiery red-haired ape appeared before Feiyu, its pair of fiery red eyes full of malice, unable to hide its ferocity. Feiyu sneered coldly. He had anticipated this stage. Just after the perfect Jinchuriki passed, he had to face the full form of the tailed beast. Unlike the half-baked Jinchuriki of the two tails, the four tails Sun Wukong shared a deep bond with Old Z, inheriting his explosive temper. Since the battle with Old Z began, Feiyu had deliberately conserved chakra, using it all to counter the tailed beast transformation. Now that the four tails Sun Wukong was free, Feiyu's plan was set, and what followed would be a thrilling life and death struggle. As soon as the four tails Sun Wukong appeared, its thick nostrils sniffed the free air. As a tailed beast, it had not emerged for a long time without encountering a strong enemy. It feared being turned away. Ignoring the small flying figures in midair, it pounded its chest with both fists and roared thunderously, announcing its return to this world. The monks inside the temple felt the violent aura, trembling in fear and hurriedly retreating indoors. After roaring, Sun Wukong finally fixed its gaze on Feiyu. Its eyeball was taller than Feiyu's entire body, showing no interest at all. With a wave of its hand, it intended to crush Feiyu to death as easily as swatting a fly, then get close to this world that was both familiar and strange. Unexpectedly, Feiyu moved agilely, with sand and iron flying, skillfully dodging Sun Wukong's clumsy giant palm, which caught Sun Wukong somewhat off guard. Although Feiyu had previously demonstrated his power inside Old Z's body, in Sun Wukong's eyes, it was nothing special. For this endless lifeform, there were many powerful beings, and Feiyu was simply not worth mentioning. Lava escape, great eruption. Sun Wukong raised both fists high and suddenly slammed them onto the ground. In an instant, the ground shattered into a massive volcano, with his fists forming the crater. The volcano seemed to awaken, accompanied by an impact, as scorching lava surged and spouted, shooting 10 meters into the air before crashing down heavily. Fortunately, Feiyu was flying in the air, with no foothold near the ground to rely on, which gave him an advantage. Otherwise, he would have had to deal with the scorching lava. Feiyu dodged the splashing lava from the eruption, but the effects of the volcanic eruption were far more than that. Volcanic ash filled the sky, the air instantly heated beyond 1,000 degrees, and the iron sand melted into boiling molten iron under the high temperature. Feiyu did not hesitate, preparing for a swift battle. Although the tailed beast chakra was endless, he had his own clever plan. He took out several storage scrolls, and 10 tons of iron sand instantly condensed, resembling an iron mountain that suddenly appeared before Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was puzzled as the Iron Mountain slowly rose, gradually growing limbs and transforming into a humanoid giant beast. A ninjutsu Feiyu developed by imitating Susanoo, the magnet release, Iron Sand Giant. Although the Iron Sand Giant had a humanoid form, it was not limited to a human structure. As soon as it wrapped around Sun Wukong, it became like a cage, his hands firmly restrained, and the iron sand rapidly spreading. Sun Wukong roared angrily, "Ha!" The four tails on his back instantly transformed into whips, lashing the Iron Sand Giant while he simultaneously sprayed lava from his mouth. When the lava touched the iron sand, it instantly turned into boiling molten iron, flowing all over Sun Wukong's body. Sun Wukong was fearless of the high-temperature lava spewing from within him, but the molten iron melted by the high heat could not be resisted. It instantly burned a fierce scar on Sun Wukong's body. Sizzle! Sun Wukong grinned. To escape, he had long since used the chakra of his four tails to manifest a flesh and blood entity of the four tails. But how could this flame-hot molten iron be easily resisted? In the end, Sun Wukong also tasted the pain of the blazing flames. After cooling, the molten iron hardened like armor, firmly covering Sun Wukong's body here and there, crisscrossing to form steel-like patterns. Although the wounds were light, the four tails' regenerative power was astonishing. Before long, the wounds healed completely, and he once again tangled endlessly with the Iron Sand Giant. The Iron Sand Giant's chest was where Feiyu was hidden. Feiyu guided chakra into the metal particles by simulating meridians, allowing it to circulate evenly throughout the giant's body. Several tentacles with meridian patterns emerged from the giant's back. Seizing the opportunity while the opponent was entangled, Feiyu transmitted chakra to the tips of the tentacles, condensing a deep blue chakra ball. Rasengan Barrage. The tentacles, carrying the Rasengan, suddenly struck Sun Wukong, causing him to flinch. Taking advantage of this, the Iron Sand Giant's right hand formed a sharp giant sword, which it swung down high, instantly severing the white horn on Sun Wukong's head. The giant writhed, quickly enveloping Sun Wukong, transmitting chakra to Feiyu's south hiding place. Feiyu did not dare to be careless. He quickly summoned a sealing scroll and sealed him inside. Sun Wukong felt a chill on his forehead and was about to touch it, only to suddenly find the white horn had vanished. Feiyu took the opportunity to leave the tailed beast's attack range, without pursuing further. Since the mission was accomplished, there was no need to linger. Old Z once used the Four Tails chakra fusion to master the melt release. Feiyu believed he could control this power as well. He controlled the Sand Iron Giant to ascend into the sky, gradually disappearing into the clouds. Sun Wukong felt his head incredibly light, the usual heaviness completely gone, without a trace of headache. He understood that his horn had been stolen by that cunning little thief. Roar! 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 Sun Wukong roared furiously. He did not have the flying ability of the Seven Tails Chongming, only the dominance of a king on the ground. That ghostly little creature had long become a major thorn in his side. The joy of escape instantly turned into shackles, all happiness lost. He stomped furiously on the spot, sparks of anger flying everywhere. The surrounding area became uneven and pitted due to splashing magma, the once beautiful scenery utterly destroyed. Feiyu rose to the clouds and pocketed the Sand Iron Giant. Although the melted sand iron was difficult to recover, the Four Tails' white horn was now in his hands, filling him with joy. He firmly believed that within a year, he would fully master the melt release technique. The white horn truly existed separated from its host or losing activity. It must be properly preserved in a petri dish. The current top priority was to find a shop rich in medicinal materials to prepare the culture solution. In the ninja world, scientific experts were few. Only Shimura Danzo and later Orochimaru dabbled in this field. Now, Orochimaru had not yet apprenticed under the third Hokage and was not even a genin, and Feiyu could only entrust the formula to Danzo. The white horn was extremely precious and must not lose vitality due to his negligence, otherwise, the next acquisition would be as difficult as climbing to the sky. Feiyu pondered for a moment and decided to summon Madwan first. Previously, it had tried reverse summoning. Now it could secretly return to the village this way. Ransacking Danzo's laboratory would both obtain the needed materials and eliminate suspicion. After all, Feiyu was on a mission from the Hokage, and no one could easily breach the village's barrier. Haiseiyu Shinwei, Feiyu formed the seals, bit his right finger, using his blood as a medium to summon a distant contractor. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Pressing his right hand to the ground, complex runes quickly spread. As the smoke cleared, a black and white kitten appeared before Feiyu. Madwan stretched lazily and asked, "What's the matter? Want me to take action?" Feiyu gently stroked its chin. "Wait until we return to Konoha, find a secluded place, and help me perform reverse summoning back. Be very careful, don't let anyone find out." Madwan nodded and silently ended the summoning. After a moment, Feiyu felt the pull of the void and let it guide him. In the blink of an eye, he returned from the land of Earth thousands of miles away back to Konoha. Feiyu was already far from Konoha village, and a continuous dizziness surged over him like crashing waves. Even with his feet firmly on the ground, the nausea was still uncontrollable. Long-distance teleportation was indeed beyond what an ordinary person could endure. Thinking of Minato Namake's Flying Thunder God technique, it probably shared some secret connection with this reverse summoning, but without a special constitution, multiple teleportations would surely leave one vomiting miserably. Feiyu resisted intensely but was helpless. Every cell in his body seemed to rebel, sending strong signals of resistance to his brain. After half an hour, he barely calmed down, realizing that no matter what, he had to endure this pain. Phew, later I'll need you to sneak outside the village and perform the teleportation again. You're a ninja cat, no one will pay much attention to you coming in and out of Konoha, Feiyu instructed quietly. Matwan snorted coldly, you only make me do things I can't work for free. You have to give me some benefits. Feiyu raised an eyebrow, what do you want? I can give you anything I have. Matwan licked the corner of his mouth. I heard the dried fish from the land of rivers is extremely delicious. Bring me some when you go out this time. Feiyu nodded, no problem. On my way back from the land of sky, I'll pass through the land of rivers. Just wait for me. Matwan was satisfied and quickly set to work. Feiyu looked around. He was in the forest of death, approaching the vicinity of the Shimura clan, hiding his traces, quietly waiting for Shimura Danzo to return to the clan, preparing to secretly follow and seek out his secret lair. Half a month passed, and Danzo did not appear. Feiyu used his transformation technique to become an inconspicuous stone, hiding in the grass, enduring wind and sun without moving. He held a soldier's ration ball in his mouth, swallowing a small piece when hungry, relying on willpower to sustain himself. Who would have thought that such a stone watcher stood silently at the entrance of the Shimura clan, waiting for half a month without a word? Just as Feiyu suspected Danzo had left the clan territory and would not return, a tall figure appeared. His left eye was bandaged, exuding an extraordinary aura. This Danzo, with thick hair and a vigorous posture, was far from the old man with a cane seen among the Hokage. In his prime, holding great power, wherever he went he attracted attention. He returned proudly, intending to mobilize the clan to join the Umbu training division. With the clan's support, the Umbu's strength would surely grow stronger, and the clan members would feel more at ease. An elder of the clan greeted him with a smiling face, the atmosphere joyful. Feiyu used earth release, underground navigation, sticking close to the ground, quietly following. About an hour later, Danzo led more than 10 clan members into an unremarkable house and did not appear again. Feiyu became alert, activating his Sharingan to scan the ground and quickly detected something unusual. This ordinary house was equipped with an anti-scrying barrier that could block ocular techniques like the Byakugan and Sharingan, making it hard to detect normally. The house's layout contained traces of genjutsu, cleverly using visual blind spots to reduce its presence and achieve concealment. There were also hidden sentries patrolling around, clearly Umbu members under Danzo's command. At this time, the Umbu had not yet split into root, and the sealing technique tongue disaster root severing seal had not yet been created, so personnel were mixed. As dusk fell, taking advantage of the sentry's negligence, Feiyu instantly slipped into the pitch-black house, activated his Sharingan, carefully examined the footprints on the ground, and searched for a secret door. When the door opened, it revealed a deep black hole. Taking a deep breath, after half a month of waiting, the effort finally paid off. The future root base was found. The root defenses were lax, with no visible guards except for hidden sentinels. Feiyu transformed into the appearance of a root member and swaggered into the cave. Inside the cave, winding paths led to secluded spots, with many forks in the road. Feiyu remained calm and unhurried, checking each path from left to right, determined to find the secret place where Danzo conducted research on the Hashirama cells. Now Danzo was eager, inheriting the will of the second Hokage, devoted to studying the mysteries of the power of the Hashirama cells. Feiyu silently pondered. The next move was already decided. Feiyu calmly calculated in his mind. Who are you? What are you doing here? A researcher in a white lab coat stared at the suddenly appearing Umbu before him, asking warily. This secret faction was Feiyu. He exhausted all his efforts and spent a whole hour finally finding this secret laboratory. Inside the lab, countless ninjas were confined in huge petri dishes. Some ninjas had clearly mutated, struggling to survive. Others were just beginning to show signs of mutation. More than a dozen researchers were busy, but when Feiyu appeared, they remained indifferent. Only the small leader-like person in charge stood in front of him. Feiyu sneered and walked straight into a room filled with experimental data and books, packing all the materials into storage scrolls. The person in charge hurriedly stopped him. What are you doing? Those are our precious experimental materials, you can't take them. Feiyu cast a cold glance, struck instantly, knocking out a guy who couldn't even be called a ninja leader, tossed him aside casually, and continued scavenging paper documents. He had no use for these things, but they could be sold for money, and perhaps later exchanged for Orochimaru's secret techniques. After the scavenging was complete, the researchers finally realized that this mysterious ANBU was silently stealing and even took away the cultivating liquid they were preparing, seriously disrupting their work. Everyone looked at each other, no one dared to step forward. Feiyu satisfactorily completed the mission, casually took a few high-end devices, and slipped away before any resistance could arise. Seizing this great opportunity, Feiyu plundered everything without hesitation. The ninja tools warehouse, taken away in its entirety. Tactical assassination books, all pocketed. The teleportation technique materials in the ninjutsu secret chamber, although many had already been collected, were still taken away together. Exercise equipment warehouse, completely emptied. In the dark cloakroom, Feiyu sneered and unleashed a fire release technique, the flames instantly engulfing everything. The cultivation herbs were all gathered into the bag. Just as Feiyu was rampaging wildly, the root members finally noticed something was wrong. Multiple access points were empty, the air was filled with the smell of burning, and the oppressive underground space was gradually being engulfed by flames. Fire! Quickly notify Danzo. A member of the Umbu rushed into the training room in panic. At this moment, Danzo was giving a motivational speech to his clan. Upon hearing the bad news, his face darkened. How bad is the chaos? Explain clearly. Lord Danzo, multiple places including the Umbu lounge have caught fire for no apparent reason. Sparks flying, underground air circulation is poor, everyone could die. Danzo quickly commanded the firefighting efforts. Water-style ninjas have arrived, the fire will be controlled soon. The Umbu reported. Foolish. There is no drainage system underground, flooding here will only make things worse. Danzo scolded angrily. The Umbu ninja was stunned, not expecting this. Just as they hurried to the fire scene, a sharp shout broke the tension. Who are you? Why has no one in my Umbu seen you before? Speak, what is your purpose here? The purpose? To cause trouble. I heard Lord Danzo has nothing to do, so I'm here to annoy him, lest he gets too bored. Feiyu's voice was arrogant, shaking the root base. Since he was discovered, a battle was inevitable, living up to the trouble Danzo once caused in the Hokage building. Water release, great exploding water wave. Earth release, multiple earth flow walls. Feiyu quickly formed hand seals, his movements even faster and more skilled than the last time he fought Old Z. In moments, a towering torrent surged forth, rushing straight at the root ninjas. The root ninjas refused to be outdone, rapidly erecting walls of earth, trying to block the water flow. But they forgot, this was underground, with no space to jump or dodge. The root base extended downward. Feiyu held the high ground, and a continuous stream of water gushed from his mouth, briefly. The water was firmly blocked by the earth walls, but the gaps between the walls and the passage became the water's breakthrough point. The water penetrated everywhere, gradually accumulating, and the water jets shooting through the gaps grew thicker, like a suppressed dragon suddenly spewing forth. When Danzo arrived, the scene before him was shocking. The groundwater was already ankle deep, the ninjas scurrying about like ants on fire, some even using fire release techniques, trying to evaporate the overflowing flood. Foolish. This is a defense line, not a sprinkler pool. Immediately cancel the earth release and fight the enemy. Danzo shouted angrily, his voice like thunder, dispelling everyone's confusion. Several layers of earth walls quickly collapsed, water surged in like a breached dam, rushing toward everyone. Danzo and the others were at the forefront, in a sorry state, soaked like drowned rats. Just as Danzo's anger flared, a sharp crack of thunder pierced the air. He suddenly looked up and saw the intruder's right hand shining with lightning, the thunderclap sounding like 1,000 birds crying, deafening. Feiyu activated lightning chakra, lightning coiling around his right hand, electric currents dancing wildly. Though not a precise lightning cutter, it was enough to destroy everything. He plunged his lightning hand into the water. No! Danzo shouted in shock. The lightning quickly spread along the water flow, instantly striking the drenched root ninjas. For a moment, everyone convulsed and trembled as if seized by epilepsy. Seeing this, Feiyu's momentum surged like a rainbow, pressing the attack. Fire release, great fireball technique. A huge fireball, like an angry dragon's breath, shot straight at Danzo and the others. At the critical moment, a ninja behind finally awakened, fearlessly standing in front of Danzo. Shadow strangle technique. Fire release, phoenix flower fire technique. Wind release, wind killing formation. A cold voice came from behind, black stripes rapidly crawling over Feiyu's body, transforming into a huge black hand lunging at his neck. His body was tightly bound by invisible chains, the strangling sensation intensifying. Feiyu thought to himself, even the Nara clan has come? With the entire Root faction gathered, I am caught in a pincer attack, extremely dangerous. His entire body erupted with chakra, quickly breaking free from the shadow restraints. Facing multiple ninjutsu and ninja tool attacks, he coldly waved his hand. The iron sand armor protected him, and all attacks struck like stones hitting metal, leaving him unscathed. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of metal clashing rang out repeatedly, and everyone's faces changed drastically, unable to believe the invader had such tough defenses. The shurikens in their hands fell one after another, heavily damaging morale. Don't panic, don't treat him like a demon. Ninjutsu is ineffective, close combat is the way. I don't believe he has no weakness. Danzo's voice thundered, boosting morale. Everyone suddenly shuddered, drew their long swords, kunai gleaming, and frantically charged at Feiyu. Feiyu showed no weakness either, pulling out two short iron sand blades with both hands, metal fused with chakra emitting a faint glow. To avoid revealing his magnet release, his movements were light and nimble, as if he truly held two iron blades. He infused wind release chakra into the short blades. The edges were instantly wrapped in wind attribute energy, extending several centimeters in shape, extremely sharp. Feiyu charged into the crowd, swinging the twin blades like a raging storm. The iron sand armor protected his body. No one could harm him in the slightest, unless it was lightning release. Like the arrival of a grim reaper, the melody of severing life continuously played. The sharp wind blades easily sliced through the ninjas, as smooth as cutting through butter. Though both are Konoha ninja, since they chose to side with Danzo, they are enemies. To enjoy the Protector's shelter, one must pay the price. This time, the price far exceeds a lifetime of loyalty. Watching the terrified faces one by one, Feiyu waved his hands faster and faster until no one dared come close, only able to watch from afar like startled birds. Danzo's eyes blazed with fury, his heart feeling like it was being cut by knives. These were the foundations he had built up over many years, whether rogue ninja or elite clan members, all sources of his power. Now, they were brutally torn apart by a mysterious enemy. Someone broke in, causing so many casualties there could be no major moves for a while. They had to recuperate first. Feiyu shook the blood off his hands and calmly judged, everything in excess is as bad as deficiency. Angering Danzo could very well bring the Hokage's forces to besiege them, which would be disastrous. He showed a cold smile revealing 8 teeth, waved his hand to connect with the summoning jutsu at the other end of the group. A thick smoke billowed, and he vanished instantly. Danzo and his subordinates stood frozen, incredulous. Someone actually dared to openly play tricks on him and Konoha and still escaped safely. He clenched his teeth, his eyes sharp with cold light, burning with rage. He absolutely refused to believe that this intruder could infiltrate Root's base silently and remain undetected for hours without an insider's help. Otherwise, it was impossible. Fortunately, the losses were still bearable. As long as the laboratory remained intact, there was still room to maneuver. Once the experiment succeeded, who would dare act arrogantly before him? Even Hiruzen Sarutobi would have to bow. Danzo's mind was clouded with suspicion. Why exactly did the intruder infiltrate Root? Just to kill a few ninja and cause chaos? While pondering, he hurried toward the lifeline, the laboratory. Just as he reached the door, a heart-wrenching howl burst forth. Oh my heavens! Dark faction bastards, give me back my experimental data. Damn it! Even the instruments were stolen. What about the mission Lord Danzo assigned? Who exactly wants to see me dead? Danzo furrowed his brows and rushed into the laboratory. Among the array of instruments, the cell growth monitor, activity detector, wave analysis device, and other key equipment had vanished without a trace. Several spots were empty, glaringly so. The researchers pointed at Danzo, and the laboratory head immediately understood the situation. With tear-filled eyes, he collapsed to his knees, clutching Danzo's pant leg and sobbing bitterly, as if suffering a grave injustice. His tears and snot soaked the fabric, stirring Danzo's disgust. Enough! It's just a few instruments missing, they can be bought back with money, it's no big deal. The person in charge wiped away tears and hesitated, but a lot of experimental data was lost. Danzo interrupted irritably, just remember the latest data, the old ones are useless. The person in charge sighed in relief, then added, the experimental specimens were lost. Danzo's eyes suddenly turned cold. What? What did you say was lost? Only some of the specimens, but rest assured, sir, with the specimen's viability, we can quickly breed more. Danzo's expression shifted from anger to gloom, then returned to calm, causing the person in charge to feel fear. Why are these specimens so important? The person in charge did not understand the true value of Hashirama's cells. Although the cells could reproduce, they had never been touched by outsiders. This theft was crucial to Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen's political lifeline. If the thieves were unaware and kept quiet, it could be mitigated. But Danzo was certain the intruders targeted Hashirama's cells and could not be ignorant. Now they could only pray the other side had goodwill and would spare them. Otherwise, not only would the people of Konoha be furious, but other ninja villages would also unite to stop Konoha's research plans.